Pop say he swooped down like Superman. Saw you in that parking
I ain't gonna do too much bragging. You know how it goes, man. TLP in the beginning of the way.
Whatever.
TLP. If you know, you know.
That's right.
Oh my goodness.
All right. So you guys meet. Y'all hit it off immediately. Whew. Shouts out to Dayton, Ohio. And years later, you have the big fella. You got little Shane come out. Your baby boy coming out, right? When did you know maybe that he might be an exceptional athlete to where he could possibly be a Division I football player? Was his other siblings athletes also?
Yeah, all of
Yeah.
them were. Sean was a great athlete. He didn't play in college, but
That's our middle
by
son.
choice. He went to Syracuse, and short, quick, funny story about Sean, right? So, you a dad and kids and everything, and Sean looked good, right? We talk, good. Sean was tall, fast. He grew much faster than Shane. So by the time Sean was a eighth grader, shoot, he's like 6'2" and change. Um, what maybe buck 90, well, maybe almost 200 pounds at that point. So by the time he got to be a sophomore, junior, he off the chart. He like 6'4", 230, cut, nice. I said, oh man, I got me one right here. He can always run all day long, super fast. So he gets to his junior year, good player, but I can sense like he's not in love with football. He's a good player, but he ain't in love with it. So he comes to me one day. Now, if you ask him, he don't remember any of this. But Dad, I remember, and I got the story right.
Yeah.
He comes to me one day and it's like, Dad, football's cool and everything, but I don't think I want to play in college. I'm like, what? What are you talking about? At this point, he's already getting 1 or 2 Division I offers, or not offers, but letters. Getting letters already. So I'm like, know what you're talking about? Nah, I don't think I want to play no more. I'm like, man, listen, you tripping. You think I'm playing for college? You about your mind. So I know you can go Division I. You can stumble into it at this point.
Right.
You're like, nah, that's not what I want to do. So I'm like, okay, just know I ain't paying for no college. It's not going to happen. So you have to make it on your own. So he's like, okay, cool. Academic scholarship to Syracuse.
Full ride.
So
those are motivational.
Like,
in Syracuse,
but it was a learning lesson though.
Yeah, Syracuse is no joke to get into.
Oh yeah. He got in the new house. If you, that's like their college for
it's journalism, media.
Number 2 college in the country for journalism. He got in there immediately. So like I said, I learned something. What I wanted for him and what he wanted was 2 different things, but this way worked out.
Mm-hmm.
So
nice.
When you come to pushing them, I guess it was just a learning lesson to sometimes. Well, you should listen to them all the time. Daughter, she played Division I basketball at University of North Carolina, Asheville, and then Shane.
And my oldest son just played, and he played basketball in high school. He played football, Pee Wee, but basketball was his thing. But he didn't play in college.
And then I totally forgot your question earlier, but backing up a little bit. When Shane, so when I thought Shane had talent to play college football was probably the 6th or 7th grade is when I could see a lot of good things in him. And at that time, he was actually playing linebacker. He's playing inside linebacker. Mm-hmm. So he played that up until the 8th grade, played basketball. And then his freshman year, he's still growing, so he moved to outside linebacker, but still played really, really well. So I was like, okay, this dude, he might have something. And that was the point where I knew that there's just depending on where, because at that time, and now he's grown out of positions, but because of his size, but he could play anywhere in the front 7 at that point, offensive line, linebacker, anything. So Now he could probably play anything except for inside linebacker. But yeah, that's when I knew that he was going to be a good Division I player.
Yeah.
When he got to high school at that point. I always say you don't know. In my opinion, I don't think you really know what your kid's going to do until the 8th or 9th grade. Because as you probably know too, you played with some playground all-stars up until the 7th, 8th grade. Some of them didn't grow anymore. Some of them skills didn't get any better. For whatever reason, when they transitioned to high school, it just didn't work out. So that's what I always tell parents, because I coached Shane I coached all my kids actually up until the 8th grade to junior high school. And I always try to tell the parents, you're not going to really know what you got until I say freshman year, I would say. Then you know what you got. So, if you're a parent listening, I would say that's the point where if your son will be able to play Division I, because he'll start to really stick out and stand out and start to grow on all those things. So yeah, for him that's what it was. Yeah, that's saying right there, 5th grade.
5th grade. That's a big boy right there in the 5th grade.
Yeah, he getting it in the 5th grade too. He was getting it.
Dang. Yeah. And we can see some of that Greek godness that Mom was talking about right there too, old dad.
It was hot. It was.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that's CJ Pee Wee right there.
So
shout out to CJ.
When coaching as a dad and you're coaching your son on the team, what are some of those challenges? We see Coach Prime coaching his son. We see a lot of you even got Coach Mathis with his son on the team. I know it's not to that, I guess, extent, but it's still, you're coaching your son on the team. What are some of the things that you might, maybe some challenges there, and maybe some pros and some cons for that?
So with me, I think in college it would probably be a little different. I don't know how that would be. So let's start with coaching up to the 8th grade. So my big thing has always been teaching and learning. So Shane being a smart kid and athletic kid, he was able to pick up a lot, and I think that's followed him up until today. I've never been a dad to baby my kids. That's not what I don't do. My kids, I'm the type of dad that's going to be harder on his kids than everybody else. I pull up on everybody else a little bit, but I know my kid, I know his potential, and I know what he can take and what he can't take. So I'm gonna push him all the way, and that's kind of how it was with all of them. But as time goes along, high school, I didn't want to coach him in high school because I wanted to sit in the stands and enjoy that experience. So that's pretty much what I did, just coaching him after the game and after practices and stuff like that in high school. And then the colleges is at Dartmouth there in Colorado, just some more phone conversations, talking about games, something you can improve on. And I give good and bad. I don't just give, bad or something that you need to work on all the time. I praise good things as well.
Right.
Literally, coaches, even after the college games, they have a whole conversation. After every high school game, I hated the ride home because it was a whole conversation all night, a whole conversation after each game. Every game, even with my daughter basketball, a whole conversation. Now he gets to sit in he got to sit in the stands in high school. I thought he was gonna chill out and relax. Nope. After the game, it was a whole conversation.
But we have a special guest, the mother of our newly acquired versatile offensive lineman from South Haven, Mississippi, by way of Indiana University. That is the one and only Big Khalil Benson. Benson, 6'6", 310-pounder, coming over with 2 years left, 1 semester left to finish school, And this big fella right here will be a big time addition to the offensive line. Run them lights up. Let's go. Let me know who's checking in right now before we get going. We're going to do this a little bit different this year. As I'll repurpose it and put it on Facebook, just the interview. With everybody checking in right now. If you don't know, now you know. You're tuned in with the international and nationally known, the BIGDOGG, the DOW, Chico to the C, and the place to be. Straight out of 27 SEL, coming to you live and in effect, back like vertebrae. Got something new for you right here, baby. And Coach Tom said he wanted to bring in some dogs, and he brought in one literally, as he said,
Hey.
a man, Q-Dog.
Yeah.
Still pledged at Indiana. So, and then Josh Johns, recruiter and on the coaching staff for Colorado, he's an Omega. I think there's a few other Omegas
Yeah.
also.
Yeah.
So that made it maybe a even smoother transition, a little bit more comfortable for him to be able to have his frat brothers and understanding that lingo along.
Yes.
Yep.
Most definitely. Most definitely. And I'm seeing that DT2, and he was like, Mama, no. DT2, I was like, DT2, him and my nephew that came up with us, who he's doing his own thing too, and they kind of intertwined, and both of them, he was like, TT, DT2. And I'm like, DT. And so once I realized what it was, don't touch two. Hey, that's it, baby. Don't. He was like, no, this ain't happening. We got to make sure none of that happens this season. So I'm like, oh yeah, we finna really see. Oh, I can't wait to the season.
That's the attitude that an offensive lineman is supposed to
Yes.
have. We want to hear from the get-go. Jordan Seaton, we saw coming in the 5-star. He said, hey, that won't happen again. Then you got Khalil saying the same thing with the same attitude, and the other guys that was there with him. You got Big Tyler Johnson, Yakiri Walker, Big Mayors from UTEP coming in.
Yes.
Some ballers coming in on that line. I like that DT2. That doesn't stand for tackle number 2. That stands for don't touch number 2.
Don't touch 2. That's it, baby.
I'm sure Coach Prime can appreciate that, dog.
Look, I'm just ready for him to show the world, man, and let Shador do what he do, and those guys absolutely gonna shine. I can't wait to see them, get together. And I think someone asked Khalil in another interview, like, how you guys gonna gel? And Khalil loves to cook. He barbecues. He's all about the team. And so, he got some other things going. He had a whole Bible study going in Indiana, and he wants to make sure, because if we got that foundation laid and everybody on the same page, and, as long as they're one, you don't have to believe, but we got to believe in this mission of DT2. We got to make sure that happens, and that, Colorado, that whole team is ready to transform and do what they need to do, so we're excited about it.
I love it. I doubt if he'll be the most sacked quarterback in college football next year.
That's
like I
right.
said earlier, guys, if y'all missed out, you got Khalil Benson, 6'6", 310 pounds, Indiana University transfer, played 12 games last year, started, and only gave up 1 sack and over 800 snaps.
Him starting as a freshman, what has gone through this football program? I don't have any answers as to why it's happened the way that it is, and not that you love everything that has happened the way that it has gone down, but what you do realize is in the bigger picture, it's preparing him for life. And I feel privileged that we can walk alongside of him from a distance to be able to talk through some of those things. But I also feel very, very grateful for the people who have been in the path up there to be able to walk it alongside with him and guide him through it, and have those hard conversations that ultimately prepare you for life, even though they're not necessarily feel-good conversations.
Yes. I was going to say that too, even though it's not, might be what, we want to hear as an athlete or sometimes as a parent, but like you said, you agreed on it, and you can respect the fact that the coach is going to be straight up with you and tell you, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And like you said, I need to see more out of you, not just sugarcoat it and say, come on back. We'll give you one. You know, something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You can respect
Which is, I'll be honest, that's kind of what we expected, and it wasn't. So the way they handled the situation is exactly how we would have parented, and we really, we actually gained another level of respect for Coach Prime and Coach Kelly through that. So.
You know, there was definitely things that we can see because we've known Ben for, you know, all the years growing up. And there's things that we know that he's capable of, that he's gotten comfortable with. And so then, you know, just like every human being, once you get comfortable with something, you don't necessarily want to step outside that comfort zone. But we know what he's capable of, and we know what could get accomplished, and we know that there's a much greater good if he would step into that and step into that discomfort. And we kind of had some hard conversations with him also about that. And like Robert said, when he had that conversation with Coach Prime about the scholarship, you know, I think that's when Robert and I realized Coach Prime and us as parents, we're really working on the same page. We might be going about it a little bit differently, but we're actually working on the same page because we want what's best for Ben, and so does Coach Prime. And he's going to push him in that respect, just as Robert and I push him in those respects.
Man, that's the parent saying this, guys. This is just amazing to hear the parent saying these things and not someone trying to speculate or putting words into the mouths. It's great to hear the parents saying these things, and they're recognizing, you know, that transparency is respectable coming from the coach, and they're not, man, because I've seen a lot of different. And like you said, you probably was expecting something different, and then when he did come with that, you respected that a lot more. So respect to you guys for that also, and for recognizing those things. Let's go to something a little bit lighter here. Let's talk about some food. I just had Chef Solomon on, and we talked about him and you know, the cooking and the things that he's providing these guys, and he let me know that they weren't really doing the 3 meals a day. And then Coach Prime came along and kind of said, "Hey, man, we, you know, we're doing it 3 times a day out here." How does it feel to know that your son, your student athlete, is being fed like that 3 times a day? You don't have to worry about no food at all. At least you're not worried about food and shelter, like Coach Prime say, and then you know that he's getting coached and brought up right. What's that feeling like as a parent, and seeing that great food that they're getting served every day?
It's a great feeling because we have, like we said, our other daughter that's up at CSU, and when those things aren't taken care of, it's, you know, it's a struggle. She's had to work through, you know, some of those things. And so I guess I would say we probably took it a little bit for granted with Ben, just simply because it was just naturally done and taken care of. But where you start to have that appreciation for it is then when you all of a sudden have another child at another facility or at another institution, which she's not involved with athletics. So there's that piece to it. But when you're not involved with athletics and you have to take those things into consideration, that's when you really have that great appreciation for what Ben has been given at Colorado, and the fact that the meals are taken care of. And I don't know what they have, but he knows what would be wise to eat to prepare him for what he wants to do.
Yeah.
He did send us a picture one day, so you can tell the chef that they were making bone broth or chicken broth.
Bone broth.
And Ben said, "Is that bone broth that you're making?" And they're like, "Yeah, that's what we're going to use for a meal." And so Ben sent a picture back, and he was impressed that they were making bone broth.
He was so impressed that they had made it from scratch.
Well, that shows the intellectual side of him too. He's not just, you know, impressed with some simple things. I'm impressed with you guys are making this from scratch, using bone marrow or whatever it is you're using to make. Shout out to Ben, man. We love watching him on the well-off videos and such, and doing the the words of the day. I wish you guys can watch that and get up on those things and see. You'll be very proud, I think, of seeing some of the things he came up with. Some of them silly, like you said, it'll keep the house laughing. But great guy with a great personality. He would have been one of those guys on the team I definitely would be hanging out with, and you know, getting that good influence rubbed off on me and myself. So shout out to Big Ben. We have comments coming in: steak, lobster, crab cakes, brisket, etc. All that stuff on the menu with Chef Solomon. Man. Oh, okay. So going to the game day experience real quick. Talk about the difference from going to a game last year as far as our previous Coach Prime. I like to say before Coach Prime. Before Coach Prime and then after Coach Prime. How has that game day experience changed? And how does it compare, should I say?
Well, they were all fun because it was all new to us. So they were all fun, even when we weren't doing very well. They were still fun because it's just fun to be in college football atmosphere. And I guess I was probably at more of the games than what Robert would have been at that point in time, just because we still had 2 kids in school. In high school back here in Durango, and it is a long trip anywhere to go to some of these games, but they were super fun. This year, it was a whole different experience because it just was, everything was magnified. So, us coming from small town North Dakota, you just don't have those experiences of big football games or NFL games or anything like that. So for me to have experienced it, it was just something I had never gotten to experience. So it was just it was emotional just from that standpoint of how many people were in the stadium, the energy that was in the stadium. But they were both fun. But if I will say that this past year stepped it up a notch. That was super exciting.
I like to read the crowd as I'm exiting the stadium, and there's definitely a positive twist that happened this year, and that's been really nice. We had a lot of close games, and it's not like they were mad and ticked off and wanting to fire everybody. For the most part, the CU crowd was, yeah, that one maybe got away, but we'll get them next week. So there was a positive twist to everything this year. It was really nice to see that turnaround.
Yes. I also saw where a parent shared, and I was able to see that recently, I think it was as recent as last week, you guys had a parent coaches meeting to where they invited the parents on for a Zoom call. Was that the first time that has happened? Meaning like in his playing career at Colorado, that's the first time they tried to kind of incorporate the parents into learning more about the coaches and persons around their kids and such. How was that meeting?
So that would have been I think 3rd or 4th one we've had since Coach Prime took over. They're good. It does put a face with a name. Mm-hmm. And gives you a little bit of insight to the coach. Once again, I enjoy being in the stadium and in the seats and getting to know people. We were blessed enough to sit by Coach Kelly's wife at one of the practices
at the spring game.
No, it wasn't at the spring game. It was the summer practice that we were all invited to.
Oh.
And she was great to talk to. Normal coach's wife, where they had moved several times, which I could see where that would be difficult. But
yes,
that's kind of the coach's transfer portal is kind of going alongside the coach or the transfer portal as well. So it is what it is.
You asked that question on how was it different going to the games in the previous years before Coach Prime versus this year.
Yeah.
You know, obviously since we were kind of on a losing streak there, going to those games became, you could figure out what the outcome was going to be from week to week, just simply because the intensity of the games with the teams that we were going to be playing each week were better and better. So it's almost like you kind of knew that you had to gear up for what was going to happen. And really it became more about, I think for all the parents, everybody started to make it a point to travel to those games, because we knew that the kids really just needed us there for support, because what was happening in the stands and what was being yelled from the crowd was, you know, it wasn't anything that was gonna, you know, raise their spirits or cheer them on. So I think that those previous years before Coach Prime came really was a lot about just showing support to those boys and to the team when the outcomes were what they were, because the endings of those games were very difficult. And to see the boys' reactions and to see their emotions as a parent, that's hard to see. It's hard to hear. It's hard to watch. But
It does make you click off of every social media page.
yes, it does. And that's probably why we don't follow a lot of this stuff, is just simply because we've had the experience in the past, and it was just hard to read comments, to hear that kind of stuff. But you knew as a parent, you needed to be there for all of those kids. And, you know, even though you only had one son on the team, all of those boys really became your sons, and you were a cheering section for all of them during that time.
Yeah.
This year we didn't have to face that, even though we came into it kind of a losing streak. It was still super fun to be there, and you know, and we were competitive in all of those games. So it's, you know, it was just kind of cleaning up some stuff and getting to that point of being able to win some of those games. But we were competitive in all of them, whereas that hadn't been the situation in the past.
The boys were competitive.
Yeah.
Yeah. That makes a total difference in the whole experience throughout the day.
The whole experience.
The feeling after the game, all of that, it makes a difference. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can tell when the crowd knew that the kids left it on the field, the blood, sweat, and tears were left on the field, that it was okay that we didn't win.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll get them next time was the attitude. So,
and then there was a party going on all the time. You got everybody on the sideline, you know, people that shoot. I didn't recognize some people, so you know, I'm sure it's some parents out there that didn't recognize those guys, but it's just a lot of people on the sideline. But I will ask, who was your favorite celebrity, if any, that you saw at the game this year?
The Rock.
Okay. Dad said The Rock. Yeah.
I don't know. That's a good question. You know,
I think that was the only one I knew.
There were some super athletes out there that you know, you grew up watching Terrell and all those guys. They're phenomenal athletes. So it's pretty cool that they get to come in and talk and give their input, their 2 cents, and see where it goes. So
yeah, whole different experience. Were you guys, moms spoke about, you know, not having a lot of NFL experience coming up in North Dakota, but what was your favorite football team coming up, and did you guys watch Coach Prime? Were you fans of Coach Prime back in the day?
Going first?
No, go ahead.
So when you're in North Dakota, you're supposed to be a Vikings fan. My brother was a Broncos fan. I didn't get into the NFL a lot. I really enjoyed college football.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, we had 3 channels. 2 of them were fuzzy. But, you know, watching Barry Sanders at Oklahoma State, Brian Bosworth at Oklahoma, and why can't I think of the tailback's name? Bieniemy at Colorado. I actually had a Colorado shirt when I was in high school because to me, Eric Bieniemy was the guy, and to see the CU team win a national championship, it was pretty incredible. And then of course Nebraska had their run there that was fun to watch, and of course anybody that was semi close to North Dakota, that's who you cheered for, so you always wanted Nebraska over Miami or Florida State or anybody else. So and of course, absolutely watched Coach Prime. I mean, he was a gifted athlete from the get-go. Gifted athletes are fun to watch, but I'm more impressed with their mentality, especially when you come from wrestling where, you can win one national championship, but to win 3, your mentality is it's at a different level than most people can ever comprehend. And Coach Prime was one of those guys, to be on a couple Super Bowl winning teams, to hear Jerry Rice say that he did not sleep well the night before he knew he was going to face Dion, and to watch Jerry Rice workouts, because I think Jerry Rice actually worked out like a wrestler. I mean, the guy was over the top. Over the top.
Yes.
And that was actually somebody I was hoping to get to see, not meet, but when his son was at CU, I was hoping to see Jerry, but yeah.
You still might see him. He might just come there to support his friend, Coach Prime. You never know.
That's right.
Have that chance. Heck, I ran into some of everybody, coming up real quick. Coming up, I played tight end. So I was a smaller tight end. So my guy was Shannon Sharp, right? My guy was Shannon Sharp, and I loved Deion Sanders. So I was able to meet Shannon Sharp at the Nebraska game, and Coach Prime is right there. Stephen A. Smith is right here. Michael Irvin, who was my guy also. Man, I didn't need to go to another game, I felt. I thought that was going to be – I said, God. Yeah, so I saw a lot of celebrities there. I know the guys were inspired to see those type of guys there to support them. Then you have, like you said, your son Ben being coached by a guy that we were able to see coming up as an uber athlete, but we're more impressed with now as a person, as a man, and he's passing on a lot of those qualities and reiterating those qualities that you guys put into Ben as a kid. So we love to see him evolve and continue to grow into a young man, or a man, should I say. He is a young man, and to grow into a young man, a man with Coach Prime up in his staff there in Colorado. Before we get out of here, leave us with some shout outs and some hellos and family and all those type of things that you want to put on right now. Man, we got so many chats coming through here. I'm getting confused trying to pick out some of them. Shouts out to everybody in the chat. I appreciate you guys. They're saying great interview. We love the parents. Do they know that Ben is a fan favorite? Do y'all know that Ben is a fan favorite?
We don't even know what a fan favorite is. So
I know that, when I'm at games and if I'm wearing the jersey with the last name on it, I will have different parents come up to me, or coaches' wives come up to me that, have some fun story about him and, some experience that they've had with him. I wouldn't have probably described it as a fan favorite, but what was really kind of a fun moment this year as we were walking around the campus and with our jerseys on that had our last name, and these random kids came running up to us and they said, "Hey, are you Ben's parents?" And we said, "Yeah." And they were kids that had classes with him. They were in a lab with him, and it was Ben's lab partners. So then they were telling us different stories about it, and that was fun because you just get to know people that he's around every day, and you get to feel like you're a part of their world, even though you're very disconnected from their world. So that's been super special and really fun.
Very cool. Do you guys keep up, or how do you keep in touch with them? Is it every day? How often? Every day, every weekly? How often do you keep in touch?
No, we have a group chat, a family group chat, and so everything kind of comes across there, and from the goods, the bads, and just life. And I suppose once a month we'll do a family FaceTime, but for the most part, we hope that the people they're around, they're investing in, and that those people are investing in them. And so we leave it at that.
We do probably talk to him at least once a week. And then, as a mom, there's just moments where you haven't talked to them, but you just feel like they just need something and you don't know what. And I'll just send a message randomly to them. I probably send a message to them almost every day or every other day, but there's just times where I just sense something and I don't know what it is. And I'll send them some message, and then he'll randomly send another message back that said, I've got this going on, and that really, what you sent me for a message, just really, I'm very thankful for it because I needed it at that moment. And so, yeah.
That's that motherly feeling right there. Yeah.
Something's going on, but you don't quite know what. You don't really know how to ask the question. So you just send some message that hopefully it hits them in the right spot at the right time.
That's real. Question: do the FNSFs get the opportunity to interact with other parents? I guess
not enough. When we first got there, we actually emailed and said, is there anything that we can do to get parents together? And we did slowly, but it's not like a big group. And it is difficult to get everybody together. And I'll admit there's times I have to leave here at 4 a.m. to get up to a 11 o'clock game, and then sometimes you just don't feel like interacting at that point. But
afterwards,
yeah. No, we do need to get better at getting together and better at investing in the kids on the team, I think. Just some way or another, some time with the kids so that we can put the faces with the kids and pat them on the back, even if the game wasn't great.
Yeah.
Pat them on the back and tell them, hey, this is life. Keep going.
Yeah.
You'll get there. So,
yeah.
And just so that every kid realizes that, it's not just their family that's, cheering them on, that it's the entire parent family that's cheering them on. And that's, if there was something I wish that, we could enhance, it's that piece of bringing more of the families together to get to know one another, because it's really hard on game day.
Really hard.
Especially with how many people are in that stadium.
Wow.
So it would be really nice to be able to have different events before the games so that parents can get to know one another. And that way, for parents who have to come from a really long ways or can't make it because they're a long ways away, that they know that they've got other parents that are there that are going to cheer their kids on and are going to be there to support them and things like that. That's one thing that I wish we could improve on a little bit. So
I think it's definitely you spot on. I think it's coming in some type of way. I spoke with the parents of Shane Cokes last week. They said the exact same thing. They said that at Dartmouth they had I was gonna say a prime parents, but a parents area before the games where they can come in, and whether it's a tent or something, they can mingle with each other, but they know that this is the area for the parents. And I think that would be great for the games coming up this year, pre-game, post-game, during the game. You have a parent area that's for the family, the parents and the family of the players. And like you said, after the game, they can know that we had all this support here. We can take pictures, we can mingle, we can network. And now you know, dad, when he knows that he comes up here super early, he knows that the parent of Arden Walker has a place for him. You know, come on over and have some coffee and breakfast, man. As soon as you get here, I got you. And that'll be perfect to have. I think you guys are spot on. Coach Prime, he'll get wind of it, and I think they're already
He'll make it
working. Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah.
That'll be huge, though. So once again, shout out to everybody listening in, all the family and friends and all the support system of each and every player. Once again, shout out to the Finicefs, all of South and North Dakota, Minnesota, and everywhere up there and around that area. Shouts out to Bree and Big Sister. I didn't get her name, and Big Brother. I got to get their names too.
Anna and Alex.
Yep.
Anna and Alex. Shout out to him. Where is Alex a pilot at? Say he's a pilot.
Well, that's a whole nother story. So
He
Okay,
flies for a company called Exojets, which flies mainly out on the East Coast. And so when he goes to work, he's out on the East Coast for usually 2 weeks at a time. And then when he's off the other 2 weeks, then he's back in the Midwest. And he flies for private. He does contract work, just flying for private business guys. But he lives in Golden, so that's what he does.
shout out to him. Much love and safe travels to him too. And man, I think that might be it. We had a lot of questions coming. I hope I got to all of them, guys. Said great interview right here. Thank you for the super chat, Cindy. Great interview. Love Prime Parent Series. I'm gonna end it right there. Any other questions, guys? Put them in the chat or and they'll try to get back to you if they get on social media, if they decide to.
Hey, where do we get that from? Like, how do we answer questions?
You can go on to the YouTube page on this channel. Once it's done, this still will be up and people will have questions in the chat. You guys can respond to it on there. If you have a YouTube page, you have to log in and you can respond to it on there.
Okay.
So
we're going to try to do that just so everybody knows. If we don't answer the questions, it's probably because we can't figure out how to get to it.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Let me see. Might have a couple. Alex needed. Hold on.
To get it.
You got to watch out because sometimes the chat will be all on their own and they'll be talking about stuff that we have no idea about. What's you guys' words of the day? How about that?
What's their words of the day? Oh, that's kind of a tough one.
How about this? Think about it because I have a better question for you.
Okay, what's that?
I saw earlier. It said, where does Ben get his sense of humor from? Mom or dad?
probably a combination.
Yeah.
Karen's the fun and active one in the family, and I'm probably a little more quiet, but have my jokes. So it's a combination.
Yeah.
We always kind of laugh about this because relationally between Robert and I'm always the one with my foot on the gas pedal, and Robert's usually having to apply the brakes a little bit.
Pump the brakes, sweetheart.
Hey, that's a great balance right there, man.
Yeah. And I would say Ben is the one with his foot on the gas pedal all the time. And it usually takes some of the siblings to say, hey, slow her down.
Pump the brakes.
I was going to say that's a great balance because some of us might be in a relationship where we're both pumping or got our foot on the gas and we might have a wreck coming up. You gotta have that balance. So what was their reaction to Coach Prime's first incoming speech? Oh, that's a great question. What was your reaction to seeing that when Coach Prime came in there and said, hey, I'm coming, and a lot of you guys won't be here? Great question. Thank you, Kafa Imani.
Our first conversation with Ben was, do we need to get a shirt that says I'm staying? And so, like I said, Ben's a relational. He is see you all the way. And, he has big goals for this team. Although it's not the freshman team that he came in with, that has definitely changed, but he has big goals for this team and for the fans. And he he wants there to be some big strides this year. Yeah, and right along with what Coach Prime is bringing. So
what's funny is you asked a question earlier about what's something that people don't know about Ben.
Yes.
And people might have figured this out, but Ben is an entertainer, a very big entertainer. And so, yeah, I mean, people probably have come to realize that part of it. But when he was in high school, no matter what it was that he could take the most boring thing, and he was going to make it fun and enjoyable for everybody. He was going to take the boring and the mundane, and he was going to make it so that it became enjoyable to somebody. And so, he would step out onto the football field, and he was probably going to step out there and start dancing, because he would just have an absolute ball with it. So that's one thing that I can say about Ben that maybe some people really don't know. He's actually a true entertainer at heart. He wants people to enjoy this game. And so, whatever it takes for fans to enjoy the game, whatever it takes for teammates to enjoy the season and the game when it's, gut-wrenching and hard, he's going to do whatever it takes to get to that point.
Has he been like a daredevil or kind of like that guy since he's little? Look, you're already shaking your head, yeah?
Yes. Yes. He was that kid that if you were going to get a phone call on, on any one of your kids, you knew it was going to be about Ben. Yeah.
Yeah. That's why he's a fan favorite, they say. That's why.
Yeah. A fun story about him when the COVID season happened in high school, they couldn't go to any of the fitness centers. They couldn't go to the gyms. Everything was shut down, and it was not going to stop him from working out. But we didn't really know what that was going to look like. We didn't have a gym set at our house here. Well, he ended up going on Craigslist and found somebody who had one. So he went and bought it and brought it home and then redid it because it wasn't a nice one. It was kind of beat up. And so he completely redid it, spray painted everything gold and, gold and black for CU. And then one day I saw him with all of our luggage. And I thought, my God, what is he doing? Is he going to move up into the national forest in our backyard? And he was filling all of the luggage with rocks. And he was lifting the luggage over his head, and he was running up our backyard, which is the national forest. And that's how he was going to do his workouts. That's what he did for workouts. And I actually thought he was maybe moving out. Did we make him mad or? But that's another very unique thing about Ben is that if you get in his way on something and he has his mind set up, he has his mindset that he's going to accomplish something, he's going to do it. You just don't know how. Exactly.
I love that, and putting rocks into the bags to make his own weights.
Yeah.
I like that. Said Ben looked just like his dad. You get that a lot?
Yeah, it's all good. You talked about shout outs. Can we give a few shout outs?
Yes, sir. It's shout out time right now. Get your shout outs in. Let's get it.
Well, first of all, LT, his academic advisor, she's been awesome. So much of the staff, the behind the scenes staff at CU has treated Ben so well. The wives of the coaches, we know that these are long seasons. So thank you for keeping the home front going. And, all the teachers that have invested in Ben, the professors, thank you so much. And just people like yourself, Chico, that have given time to Ben. Can't thank you enough. Thanks Durango, thanks North Dakota. The NDSU game is going to be something else. We're going to have a lot of family and friends down, and
we're going to come away with a win.
We're coming away with a win, but you know, the whole season is just going to be, it's going to be fun.
Yes,
There's going to be a huge transition.
most definitely. It's going to be fun to watch. Mom, your shout outs real quick before we get up out of here.
Hey, I've got the same shout outs.
Okay.
Same
I didn't
shout,
want-
yeah, for everybody who's ever invested in him and just taken the time to give him opportunities. We love it. As a parent, you can't ask for anything more than that. And we're very appreciative. I wish I could, you know, personally contact every single person and say, you know, here's what you mean to us because of how you've invested in not just Ben, but in us as a family. Because we've had some really awesome mentors in our lives. And that's ultimately why we were able to, you know, pour into Ben and give him, you know, what he has gotten is because of the people who have invested and mentored and poured into us.
All right. Thanks, CU. Thanks, CU fans. It's going to be a great year.
Yes, indeed. Thank you guys for joining me. I appreciate you once again. The parents of Big Ben Finisef right there, Robert and Karen, joining me. Been a great show. Thank you guys to everybody who came in to the chat. Y'all make sure y'all go follow Ben on all social media and support him. Get his NIL jerseys and such. And that's what it is, man. It's Prime Parents. And I'm calling it right now. You will see us at all the games, Prime Parent tents for all the parents and such. All right. We're going to talk to Coach Prime about that. Until then, we up and about here. Peace in the Middle East. Yeah. I bet, because coaches really value guys who have, and I tell these young athletes this all the time, coaches really value those guys who take their academics seriously. Shane, of course, is one of those guys coming from, even let's go back at his background, because you don't just end up in an Ivy League school just by mistake. I don't think so. So let's go back.
Well, I told Shane I was going to tell this. So Shane is just a naturally smart kid, and he's very auditory. So he's an auditory learner. So there's different learners, right? You can tell Shane something once and he gets it. Some people, you have to write it down. They have to see it, touch it, tactical. But Shane actually never liked school. He actually hated school. And so he never wanted to go. And so much that I thought he was being bullied. I'm like, you know, what's going on? Do I need to come up there? Because I'm not mother, you know, like, what is going on? Why don't do you want to be dumb? I'm just trying to figure it out. But I look at it and
we're talking about like the 3rd or 4th grade.
but no, he didn't want to.
He didn't want to bully. You thought he was being bullied or something.
Yeah, but I didn't know. But looking back on it, I think that, and I'm being a young parent, though, I think that he was probably bored with it, because he's just smart, and he's the most well-rounded kid out of all of our kids that we have. And when I say that, I mean that Shane, you know, he'll read Baldwin and also, you know, Socrates or Aristotle. He has, you know, Bach and Beethoven on a playlist along with Jay-Z and Biggie. So he's a very well-rounded kid, and he's just naturally smart. He's always been a leader. He was a captain on his high school team. He was a captain at Dartmouth, and was a leader here. He's a quiet kid, but not shy. You know, laid back, keeps to himself, all about his business, always have been.
That phone, man, you got to get off that phone. She ain't listening to me. So, but she made it good for everybody else, because with her, I just got so tired. I was like, listen, I ain't doing this no more. So with the other two, I was like, listen, if you want to play, I'm there. If you don't, that's good too. You know, so that's pretty much how they took it, which was a good thing, because like I said, my oldest son, he made his own decision. And with Shane's football. And he's a smart dude. He's blessed with a lot of good things, but Shane's football. Shane hungry.
Yeah.
Shane the dude is always going to be successful wherever he goes. He goes to the league. He's just always going to be successful because Shane, you don't have to tell Shane to do anything.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you one of the most impressive things that I've seen from Shane, that I've seen from any college player that I've ever known or ever heard of. So his junior year at Dartmouth, he did an internship in New York City, right? So we're talking about the summertime. So he was up there the summer before his last football season at Dartmouth. So we got him a place up there to stay. He had an internship with Citibank, Wall Street, New York City. So hey, we dropped
and a job offer.
Yeah, but he was up there. He was a paid internship.
Yeah, but they made him a job offer.
He went in the office 3 or 4 days a week. So did that grind. But here's with Shane's schedule. So we left up with a nice or decent place. So where he lived at, he was a lot of people probably don't even know New York. But he's at the bottom of the island. He's probably on 6th Street, if I remember right, somewhere around there. But he's the gym, got him a nice gym to work out at. Shout out to Crunch Fitness. He was maybe about 5 blocks from Crunch Fitness. Then he was about 4 to 5 blocks from a small park. I think it's Centennial Park. This is in Manhattan.
Yeah.
This is in Manhattan. So here's Shane's day. He wakes up 5 o'clock, get himself situated. He go work out. Then after he work out, he go to that park and get his running in, he get his ladder work in, do all that stuff. Come home, take a shower, then go to Citibank, catch the subway to Citibank, go over there, do his internship, get off at 5 o'clock, and then that's pretty much the end of his day. And that was his schedule for Monday through Friday. So I never had to talk to him, never had to ask where he was. He was never late, always on his grind and always on, about his business. Yeah. So I don't know how many kids that 20 or 21-year-olds, you set them in New York City and see if they're going to do what they're supposed to do and not be partying, drinking, smoking, none of that stuff. Blake, she was baby. Yeah, that'd have been a different story. I'd have had to been up there about every week and her checking on her.
Nor Ryan, nor Otis.
Sean would
have been doing what he was supposed to do.
But yeah, Shane I just made sure he had everything he needed, food and all that sort of stuff. But he had a paid internship, so he's even taking care of that really.
That's
on his grind, never miss a day of work, never miss a day of work. We're working out, never missed a day of running. Saturdays, he working out and running still. So a dude like that is always going to be successful. He's like that still today. And what he does in Colorado, you just don't have to tell him nothing. He does it because he loves the game and he loves to do it.
Right.
And I love that for Shane. That Shane wants to play for the NFL. But I see like past football. Football is fine. But Shane is really, I'm looking for Shane to be senator, governor, president. That's because he really is like a natural born leader. I told him, I hope I'm here to see you running the country one day, because that's what I see for him.
That's amazing to speak something like that so highly into your child. I love that personally.
Yes.
To speak that type of stuff into your child, because if you don't speak it into him or you don't believe it, who else is going to believe it?
No. And I know, football is his thing. He can't really see past football, but I'm seeing past it. Like football is not forever.
Yeah.
But you're with your brain. I mean, just like I said, he's just all our kids are smart, but he is just naturally smart, and like I said, very well-rounded. Because people think, kids that go to Ivy League schools are, nerds or, I don't even have to go into that, but he is definitely not, nor is his circle of friends. They're not, and they're not like black unicorns, because you get that a lot too. Oh, you're so well spoken, you speak so well. No, well, how do you want them to sound? What do you want them to say?
Exactly. Shout out to Marcellus Wiley, one of the Ivy Leaguers, defensive defensive ends. Very good guy to kind of follow and you know, I guess you can look up to him as a mentor or someone to look at. You know what I mean? As a good person coming from the
Yeah.
league and making it into the NFL. And Shane is definitely leading in that way. And you know, coming into his final year at Colorado last year, very productive, did his thing. But I know he's going to be even more comfortable this year. You know, after getting a whole other year in the weights, learning the program, people knowing that he is a leader on the team. How do you feel like his mindset is going into his second year, you know, in Colorado and his final year playing collegiate football?
Hey, he's who he is. He's all about business. You know, he wasn't sure if he was going to come back this year because when Shane came from Dartmouth, he had a low a fifth round draft pick grade. So he wanted to up that, do a year, you know, at Power 5 level, and then go to the league. He played great last year, but his stats wasn't to his standards.
But he's also playing out of position too.
Yeah, well, yeah, you know.
That's not his position.
Well, yeah, because
some that don't know.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, he's like I say, he's a great athlete and a good player, so he can play anywhere in I'll say the front 5 instead of the front 7 with excluding the outside linebacker position. But yeah, so I mean, yeah, he played out of position in some of those, but he played very well at them. But stat wise, he has goals, and he has, you know, he wants his stats at a certain number. He likes a double-digit sack season. He likes a ton of tackles. So he wants to come back and get his numbers the way he likes them.
Well, that's where he's headed with that final game he had. Based off of, I guess you go to the website, it'll tell you this, but based off of that final game he had where he played and started versus Utah in the final game, where he had what total of 9 tackles and 3 unassisted.
Yeah.
So that final game
is
showing his mindset and going into with this season with that momentum. You know, maybe he can get those stats and such. But the thing is about the defensive lineman, all the time those stats won't show up. And I think those scouts at the next level see those things. You know, maybe sometimes us as parents or fans, or we want to see those double-digit sacks, but football is the ultimate team sport too. You know, and I think those scouts see that, and they want to see that production in the scheme also. Sometimes it's set up to get double-digit sacks. Sometimes it's set up for you to do your job.
Yep, and let the linebackers clean up.
Exactly.
And you know what? The one of your parents' videos I watch, I think his name is Shadozi. His father made a great point where he told his son that you don't get to shine when you holding on blocks, you know, and letting other people, you know, make the plays. You know, you doing your part, so you know someone else on the team can make a play. You don't get and I don't know, like people don't understand that or what, because sometimes these comments and stuff just be reckless.
Average fans, all they see are the running backs, the receivers, and the DBs and the quarterback. You know, that's the special team, or you know, that's the skill positions. Right. They really never pay attention inside the trenches. And to be honest with you, most of them can't, because if you that's one of those things where if you're not like a student of the game or you haven't played, it's going to be tough for you to follow the trenches, because you don't know what the gap responsibilities are. You don't know when a guy messes up and a guy doesn't mess up. But if you played before, and I played at UC in college, played linebacker for UC. But you know, a lot of times you can't see those things. So sometimes when people are so hard on the offensive line or the defensive line, you know, I look at it in a different perspective and say, well, okay, and you can blame them for some of it, but then you know, other blame you got to put in other places. So you know, like I said, it is a team sport, but the trenches, I think, is something. The only thing people see are sacks.
Yeah,
they see the sacks, and that's what they pay attention to. They're not seeing when you take that double and the linebacker comes to make that tackle. You know what I mean? So that's
the beautiful thing about it. You know, that's what I used to love. I think that's what drew me to football because I was a baseball player probably first. That was my first love. But I for some reason, I used to just love to be in the middle in those trenches and having guy here, guy there, and all that, to get 1 inch, 1 yard. I don't know.
Yeah.
That was just that was just in me. And some people realize, understand that internal fight within the game, with with the trenches, and some people just don't see it. So we know the integral part that Shane plays on the defense and in the whole team, should I say, as a leader, helping people get in their spot, being an example, doing the right thing on and off the field. Uh, I saw a comment here, speaking with his head up and not down. When you talk, making eye contact, all those little things make a difference, and his teammates see it also. I'll say this because I got to make sure I get into you guys' background. We got into everything else, and you mentioned your football, but I got to get into your background. But I'll say this: I had teammates that always carried themselves a certain way. So as a young player coming in, there are certain things you won't do in front of those teammates. You carry yourself a little bit differently because you see that teammate is nearby and around. I think that's what Shane brings to Colorado, and especially to those young guys. He's been a great example of what Coach Prime is looking for when he says smart, fast, tough, and disciplined with character, especially. So it's definitely a testament to you guys, his parents. So get into your athletic background real quick. Mom and dad, your athletic. Pause for the cause. Pause for the cause. You already know what it is. BIGGDOGG, Chico, Tennessee, and the place to be. Appreciate you tuning in wherever you're tuning in from. Hit the like button, run them likes up for your boy one time. This is a happy Saturday to each and everyone listening in, tuning in, wherever you're tuning in from. Happy Saturday. Hit the like button if you can hear me nicely, live and in effect. BIGGDOGG, Chico, Tennessee. This is Prime Parents Marathon for this Saturday. You're going to see all of them. If you missed out on some, you're going to see all of them. Got a new one also coming on. So stay tuned. Let this thing run up. Leave it on whatever device you're watching on. Let it run. Let it play. Get in the comments right now. If you're a member of the channel, you can leave a special emoji in the chat right now. Let's go get it in. You already know what it is. Chico to the and place to be. Let's go, baby. Back to Prime Parents right now. Big backgrounds, if any.
For mine, I mean, I grew up like most of the regular inner city kids. Played football, basketball, baseball. Always liked football the best. Good high school career, pretty good college career, and that's just in my
UC. Where's UC?
University of Cincinnati.
Cincinnati, that's right.
Yeah. UC. That's what we call it. I know University of Colorado, I suppose, but yeah, University of Cincinnati. Yeah. Tim Murphy was up there at the time I was up there. He's up at Harvard right now. We used to see him in Ivy League games.
Yeah, I played up in that stadium once. We came up there. It was snowing up in Cincinnati. I played at UAB.
Different stadiums. Yeah.
And I was like, oh.
You were at UAB. I heard you were out of Mustard Tiger. I listened to your to that podcast. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. So we played up there. Y'all had some good players at Cincinnati. That was when they had a good football coach up there too. I can't remember his name, but shouts out to the Bearcats. Yeah. And Mom, you?
Nope, I was a cheerleader.
You have to have some athletic ability to be a cheerleader. Let my sister do. My sister's age.
I was not interested in basketball, even though I was asked that, because I was tall. People assumed that I played or wanted to play basketball, but no, I cheered. And that was it. I only cheered 1 year.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, Shane, all right. Did you guys, because we got to get to these questions, but I'm trying to hurry up and get through it. But did you guys go to a game this year? And what are your plans for games? Or this past year, what are your plans for?
Did we go to a game? We went to all the games except for Washington. Washington. Yeah. That was the only one we didn't go to.
Okay, well, let's talk about the first away game, which is TCU. Then we're going to talk about your first experience at Folsom Field. How was that game at TCU to get that upset down there? I played in that stadium also. That's crazy. But Horned Frogs down there, how was it?
It was great to get the win, but they were disrespectful to the visitor section. We were like talking to God. It was hot, and we were The way where we were, it was horrible. Like it was so many. We had to come home and watch the game.
Yeah.
We had to come home
We were
and
like
watch
up
it.
at the top, tip top,
Next
in
to
the corner.
next to the jumbotron. Like
I couldn't see the numbers on the on the jersey. So I could always tell how Shane looks because I know his body type, and then a couple of other players. But numbers, so I couldn't even see them.
I'm so glad we won because they was just real disrespectful.
Yeah.
You
Fans were they wasn't bad, but they wasn't good either. They were running their mouth before that game.
Yeah.
A lot. So we were like, okay, we'll see.
Oh, you know what? That was the game where we saw Darius catch the footage of them saying, "Throw the ball to Travis. Travis, you suck. And then
yeah.
they threw it to him and he picked it off. Yep. Okay. So it was real disrespectful down there. So we got the win. Huge upset. Now the whole country is enamored by what's going on in Colorado and Coach Prime. And Coach Prime tell you in the pregame, I told y'all, you believe now. Can y'all talk about just that feeling in that moment right quick before even going to that first home game in Colorado? How was that?
For me, I mean, I was glad that they got the win, but I was happy for the players and the coaches too, because you know how it go with the media and talking about this and that, and what Colorado's not going to do. And then I'm gonna go ahead and call his name out. Big Mouth Luganbill running his mouth talking about, oh, that's the worst. That's the worst roster I've ever seen. There's no talent on there. Yeah, he's as dumb as he sounds. And so he ate some good crow pie that day. So I love to see that. It was just an ignorant statement. You know, I mean, how do you think you have a Power 5 team and there's no talent? The worst team is going to have talent on it.
Exactly. That's crazy. Yeah, he just made a comment talking for no reason. And I was saying from the get-go, man, if anything is going to be an upset, that game was going to be an upset because, to your point, how do you even know to say that they have the worst roster? You haven't even seen them yet. And you know that they have talent if you watch any type of football. And Coach Prime even brought some good guys over with him. So to even make those statements was crazy. And I knew that it was primed and ready for an upset because TCU didn't know what to prepare for. And we're coming in that thing hot. We don't have the mindset of losing. You got a bunch of guys who all came from, situations where they either played and they were successful or they didn't get the opportunity. Now they're super hungry. So I thought it was a perfect storm for them to get the upset, which is what happened. And then you got the whole country going crazy, going into the first home game in Colorado, which I was blessed to be at. How was that for you guys to experience?
It was
something
that I was not used to.
Who was the first home game? Was that
Nebraska?
Yeah, that was a good one.
I mean, it was just blowed out because coming from Dartmouth, I can't even remember what Dartmouth Stadium name would hold 12 to 14,000. Yeah, and then going to Colorado and it was like no, sold completely out. I was just saying, oh my God. It was just, just seeing him on the field because I knew that he wanted to be, in the Power 5. It was a proud moment.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was. Yeah.
For him to have all those accomplishments at Dartmouth on the football team, all conference and all these things there, I know he wanted to challenge himself. And like you said, either go to the SEC or just get to a Power 5 level to challenge himself and to show, what he can do. Is not just he's doing this on the Ivy League level. He can do this against anybody. He's a good football player.
Like he has mentioned before, people don't really give the Ivy League, players the respect they deserve, which is absolutely because one thing about the Ivy League, they've never cared about football like the professors. If they had to make their own arrangements, if you had a game during a test, you had to take that test, and guess what? You had to find your way to the game too. Because it was completely different. Because when my daughter played basketball at Asheville, they treated them athletes like they were, gods and goddesses on campus. But the Ivy Leagues, they don't, academics is first, then you
Yeah,
play
exactly.
football.
The thing about that though is that they're like I said, every player or every team has a couple of players that are really good players and can play Power 5, but all of those players or most of those players know what it is to be hungry. And when you talk about playing for the love of football, them guys are there because they want to be there.
Yep.
So and that's cool to see. That's really cool to see.
And like Coach Prime always says, most of those guys will end up most of every football player on every team in college would end up being a professional at something else other than football.
Yes.
That's correct. Yeah.
That's huge. Football it helps you and teaches you about life and things, but man, if everybody on the team talking about they're going pro, though, you got to be real with yourself.
Yeah,
you gotta,
you got to get that degree.
And you got to get a good degree. You know, not
a degree in something that you want to do.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You don't want to, go to, go to school just because hey, I mean, keeping it a buck. We talked about the 70s and 80s and probably heck up until the 2000s. Folks was going to school to play football and do some other stuff, and class was kind of, low on the totem pole.
Yeah.
But I hope that we've got that mind frame switched around now, and kids understand that how important that education is. Because on one hand, you're getting used for football and the program to sell tickets and all those sorts of things. So you do yourself an injustice if you don't get something out of it and get you a degree, which you'll have for the rest of your life.
Right. Can you talk about Shane's major and what his degree is in, and what do you think he's planning? I heard what Mom said, but what do you think he's planning to do after football?
His undergrad degree he majored in government and minored in philosophy and digital arts. And then he's already has his master's. He secured his master's in organizational leadership. And now he's working on the second master in organizational management or something. He just had to sign up.
So, but it's a year program.
It's a year program, so he'll have another one.
Nice. 2 masters.
Yes.
Unbelievable.
So, and then after that, he's not sure what he wants to do. He's thinking after football's all said and done, maybe something in sports or entertainment management or something to that effect. So he's not really sure. One interesting thing, like we older athletes, we've done all that and working and all that sort of stuff. And I think one of the kind of funny things is it's tough for you to ask an 18 or 20-year-old person, what do you want to do for the rest of your life if it's not sports? And they actually have an answer and they actually know.
Yeah.
It's laughable. You have no idea really what a lot of them have no idea what they
I was going to say earlier when you made the statement about him being in New York City and handling himself as a junior at Dartmouth. I went to New York City as a grown man, and I walked out there, had anxiety, like, man.
Oh man, listen.
I was like, shoot, man. Hey, take me back down.
Hey, about it. If that would have been me, I ain't gonna tell no lies. That was me at his age. Oh man, I'd have been doing a little bit of everything up there.
See?
New York City.
New York City.
In Manhattan.
Okay. You, at that moment right there, you knew you had a good one.
Yeah. I was like, man.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah. And then it's funny because, I'm old school, so I always, tell them to have fun too. I ain't that dad to be like, oh, you need to be doing this and make sure you're doing this. Nah, I'm the dude that's like, hey man, when was the last time you went out to the club, man? You need to, go do something, go hang out, make sure you doing what you're supposed to do, well-rounded. Business is cool, but hey, you gotta have other activities as well. So, but he Shane doesn't drink, he doesn't smoke. So I ain't gotta worry about him getting in trouble. He can handle himself. You know what I'm saying? So, he gets it in where he gets it in at. He has his fun too. He's at school. I don't know about now what as much as what he does, but Dartmouth he did have the parties and all that stuff and found time to fit that stuff in too.
Yeah. All right, we got some questions from the chat coming in now. I'll try not to hold you guys too much longer. Been a great conversation. I appreciate you guys joining in.
No problem at all. No problem at all.
Real quick commercial right here. If you guys tuning in, and I'm gonna get Mom to talk about this. Rep U Designs. I like these. All these graphics and merch that you guys have on it, hoodies, t-shirts, and such. Different categories. Mom, can you talk about that real fast?
You know what? That's my t-shirt business that I just launched, and it's a hobby. I always say that if I wasn't as old as I would go back to school for graphic design, and it's just something I like to do. So I decided to open. This is my second time because I did it before a couple years ago, and I had another business. I had a natural hair care line, and I just closed that after 13 years in September. And then I said, I'm gonna get back with the t-shirts. And it's just something that I like to do. It's a habit. I mean, not a habit, it's a hobby. And I can do it in my spare time. And I just think of designs and think of phrases and sayings and throw it on a t-shirt. Put it in my shop.
Exactly. Somebody might like it. You never know who will like it. Very nice. And also check out Shane. Get you a jersey. Support Shane. And shop.cubuffs.com. Just search Shane Coach. You'll find his jersey there and get you one and represent for the big fella. Let me get to this question right here that I wanted to get to. Wait, not that one. This one right here. How did they come up with the name Shane? It's unusual, but I like it. Now I'll say it might be unusual to some. I didn't think it was unusual.
Oh, that's kind of, well, it's not an average name, but I don't know how we came up. How did we come up with Shane? I really almost don't remember.
Reva Shane. Do y'all remember Reva Shane from the Guiding Light back in the day? Her name was Reva Shane.
My mama would know that.
She didn't spell it like that, and I wanted an S because I had a Sean, you know. So I wanted a Shane. I wanted an S name, and I love Shane. So yeah, that's how I came up with it. Really.
Nice.
Just like Blake's name came from the soaps too. Blake Thorpe.
I heard of that.
Blake was on the Roger Thorpe's daughter was named Blake, and
is that Blake too, or is that the Young and the Restless?
That was Guiding Light. Roger Thorpe. Yeah.
Okay, I know about the Young and the Restless and Victor Newman and Jack and.
Yep, that's Young and the Restless.
Listen to CHICO. See, now a lot of folks probably thinking like, what? They used to watch stories?
Yeah.
Why would you do it? Well, back when we was growing up, it wasn't all these channels. There was only 4 channels: ABC, NBC, CBS, and what, PBS. It wasn't even out back then.
Yeah.
So what your mama watching? The stories. During the summertime, your mama watching the stories. What you watching?
Or your grandmother.
You watching the story, your grandma.
Yep.
And if you don't want to watch it, what you got to do?
Go outside.
And
shut the door.
Yeah. And don't be running in and out.
Don't be running in and out, and close my screen door and don't let any flies in the house.
You want some water? Get it from the water hose.
That was the best water.
You staying in.
Man.
Generation X.
That was the best water. Y'all missing out all this bottled water and stuff. That was the best water.
Yeah, that hose is a bad boy, man.
Yeah, that green hose.
Yeah. Water always cold.
Always cold. I was just about to say that, man. Come on, man. We thought it was this one specific house that just had cold water. Shout out to Miss Belinda. I still remember her house and her name, the place we used to go drink water from, because it was right by the basketball courts. And Miss Belinda had the coldest water, we thought. So shout out to Miss Belinda. What are the names? Miss P. Holland said, what are the names of his siblings?
Ian, Blake, Sean, and Shane.
What was the first one?
It's Ryan.
Ryan, Blake, Sean, and Shane.
Yeah, I definitely wanted names that if they read them off a row, they didn't know whether they were black or white.
People don't understand that.
People be thinking about that.
No, you really don't.
Hey, give your kids a shot, man.
Give them a chance. What comedian
trying to get that interview? Give your kids a shot, man.
A comedian said that a long time ago, but it stuck with me. It made sense.
They do.
Mm-hmm.
They read that resume. They see that first name, like, oh man, French.
What?
You know,
Yeah.
Mercedes.
And nothing is wrong with those names.
Yeah,
That's
those
just
are nice
what I
names.
wanted for my kids.
Just
There you
saying.
There you go.
They're gonna stick out that way. So yeah.
Big Dog, can you ask if Shane Cook, I guess he's trying to say Shane Cooks, would be willing to move to DN because he too small? You'll be to be playing inside.
Well,
that's what he was recruited for.
Well, let me help him out. So, like I said before, Shane can play any position on the line, but he's always played defensive end, and he's played the 3 and the 5 forever, right? And I think that's what they wanted him when he came to Colorado to play. But him being the best defensive lineman that they had, they needed him a little bit everywhere. First 3 games, he played nose guard, which I give you a buck. I hated it, but he took one. He took one for the team for the first 3 games, and then they jumped him outside. Coach Prime finally said, "Nah, put him to the 3. Put him to the 3 is pretty much where he played at most of the time, and then just a tad bit of 5." But this year, you'll probably see that change where I think they'll probably play him more at the 5 and then some at the 3.
Yeah. And I think he's going to have those type of games they had against Utah coming up this season. I think we'll see more games like that because of the position he'll be in and just being comfortable in another year advanced also. I think all that stuff helps, man. And then
definitely does.
Then you can't forget you're going to have other guys around him that are doing their job probably at a higher level than probably we had last year, just to be honest. You're going to have guys there around him that's going to help out too. So, and I'm going to start reading these comments before I click on them too, y'all. Yeah.
That's all right. We ready.
God. Let me see. For the parents, did they participate in the Zoom call with coaches and player parents? If so, what are their thoughts on how the Colorado staff focuses on creating a family environment?
Yes, we participate in the players call, the parents call. I think they have some growing room, because it to be very honest, it was completely different environment coming from Dartmouth to Colorado, because the parents there, they're very well organized. And I'm not saying that Colorado is unorganized, it's just everything is new, right? So I think it'll be better this year. But they're getting it together. They're getting it together.
I think I don't know, I can't say like for all the Ivy League teams. I can only speak of the experience I had around football, Power 5 football, and some of of course, Dartmouth and then a couple other college places. But Dartmouth was very unique in with the parents. To me, it was the best because what they did was they did something where the parents paid a little bit, and before and after every game, all the player parents went to like this tent area. It was gated off and had a little refreshments and like a little snack before and after each game.
Yeah.
Parents got a chance to talk and and meet each other. So it was like 95% parents, and then a couple of boosters and stuff like that were in there. But we got to know each other better.
And it was before and after the game.
Yeah, before and after. So it was really cool to get to to sit down and drink a pop or eat some chili with a parent, get to know each other. So I don't know if Colorado will do something like that in the future, but I thought it was kind of a cool thing to do it that way. But then I also, on the flip side, I understand other, I'll say, challenges that a Power 5 school would have versus a Ivy League school. So I kind of won't go into those because I'm not gonna do that. But so some of those dynamics could be a little different. But I think all in all, it could work out. But I think, like I said, that's one of the areas Colorado could improve, and they probably will. They probably will.
So
I don't know if this year, but next year.
So basically, some of the things at Dartmouth with the parents, it was just more of an effort to have a space dedicated for them before and after the game.
Yes.
They can mingle with each other, get to know each
Yeah.
other.
Yeah.
And we did. It was,
and
and
also,
it was like they were like a family. Even their team dynamics is, when I say they were brothers in arms, they were brothers in arms.
Well,
like seriously.
what was another thing that was really cool was all the parents had lanyards on, and
Right.
it was like a big picture of your son, the year he was, whatever year he was,
where he was from,
position. So that way, when you walked up and met a parent, you could see their lanyard, their kid's face is on there. You know what year he's in, and you just kind of start talking a little bit.
Makes a lot
So
of sense. I really think they're going to be going towards that a lot this year.
Yeah.
From what I've known,
I think so. They just got to get some some kinks out, and plus, like I said, it's new. The staff is new. It's everything is new.
Yeah. What are some of the things maybe I know you can't do too much, but maybe are there some things that maybe you can share from that meeting with us? I guess some good things about it that maybe not too much. I know, but maybe it just
okay. So the first meeting was we got introduced to it was 3 coaches that were there because a lot of coaches are out, recruiting. But we got to meet the rest of the staff, and they just introduced themselves. And because this, it's a lot of new parents, it's a lot of new kids on the team. So it was just a regular meeting, and a couple people asked. Everybody wants to know when is the new DC coming, and we don't have any more information than what you probably already have.
Mm-hmm. So
they're tight-lipped about that.
Hey, except what I'm not going to tell y'all is you probably know what day the spring game's going to be.
Okay.
And tell you, which I could, but
gotta stay tuned. Your
probably know what day that is.
It's in April.
Look, mama. Breaking news right here on Chico Show. Prime parents, the spring game will be in April.
Maybe. You don't know.
All in all, I just think that is good though that they made the effort to reach out to the parents, and they see that nowadays we can connect through Zoom now. It's just like we're face to face, Danny. We can connect now, so let's go ahead and make that happen. So get all these new parents on, let them get introduced to maybe director of player personnel, this person what he does, that person what they do, and know that hey, we're here for you guys. Y'all can contact us like this. Here's our social media and so on, and we're going to continue to do this probably throughout the spring and throughout the summer and throughout the year so that we all can be connected and as a family. And like you said, for that game time experience, I would probably bet, my left pinky that they're going to have something set up for the parents out there, for each and every game coming season. So like you said, it's going to bring about that camaraderie, that family atmosphere for the parents. And, one thing like last year when I was there, you might pass by someone, like you said, with those lanyards on, you might pass by someone. If they're not wearing a lanyard, you don't know who they are. And you could have made a connection right there. And I think that's going to help identify each and everyone, and they can now network with each other. Who knows what can come from that networking. So, yeah. Let me see. I think we got 2 or 3 more questions before we get up out of here. Let me read them first, though. Hold on.
Yeah, we got plenty of time. Really no rush. Friday night, we relax, man. Hey, go ahead and run through.
They set me up sometime, y'all. Hey, they set me up sometimes. They say, hey, Big Dog Chico, I have a good question, and I click on it. The craziest stuff. So shout outs for the super chat. Pit Marine said, for the $5, I appreciate it. What do the parents think of Chef Solomon's food? Yes, indeed. Shout out to Chef Solomon.
We only eat it like one time, but Shane loves it. Now we had it one time, it was good, but Shane loves it. Like Shane has nothing but good to say, good things to say about the food for real. Like
he's doing very well in there. You Big Chico, you remember the old training tables, man? They wasn't looking like what Colorado got now.
Colorado eating lobster and steak
Yeah,
and
we wasn't
shrimp.
getting, we getting
and-
steak, but we wasn't getting no lobster and tomahawk steaks, nothing.
Oh my
We
goodness,
wasn't
they-
seeing none of that now.
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
I don't eat Chick-fil-A now because they Chick-fil-A'd us to death back in school. Back when Chick-fil-A and Big Moon Barbecue is a local barbecue spot in Alabama,
Right.
Birmingham, Alabama.
That's what
Shout out
supporting
to
y'all.
you guys. Y'all can, if you like barbecue, go there. Well, trust me, go there. It's good, but I ate it too much. And
Hey, that's sponsored.
Solomon, he have different meals each and every day, full course, daggone me.
Yeah. He really
I mean,
does.
Shane,
they've got a
some
lot
others
of different.
today.
Yeah, I mean, you could be a picky eater and still eat good there because they
Yes.
got so many things that you can eat in different things, and you go in there and it's like, man, well, what do I want to eat today?
Yeah.
4 or 5 different choices of meats and just all different things. So, I mean, it's great for them because you don't have to worry about them guys not eating.
You don't have to worry about not
Right.
eating.
And they does that. Well, they running it off anyway as much as they run them.
Yeah.
So, but the guys gonna make weight.
You really need it. It's like a diesel engine. You got to keep that
Yeah.
engine
Right.
Yeah.
up, and with the right calories and stuff, not just anything,
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
man,
work them hard.
it's really improved now. I'll tell you one thing I did see like that was back in the day. I got recruited by Georgia, and it was the first time I saw, and I think it kind of messed me up in my recruiting because I thought all schools would be like this. But it's the first time I saw like a dedicated weight room or cafeteria for just football players, only football players, and they had big steaks and potatoes and stuff in here. So that was the first real visit I went on, right? So after that, I was thinking, okay, if it's a Division I school, it'll be like this. Hint, I thought UAB.
Not every place, yeah.
No. Oh no, Ocho. I thought UAB was gonna be like Georgia. So I was playing basketball at the time. Never forget this. And I could have went on a 4-day trip for my visit at UAB, or I could have taken it because we played a basketball game there. So I could have taken a half-day trip at UAB, then stay there and go play my basketball game and be done. So I went to UAB. We didn't get to go to the cafeteria. We only went to the weight room or locker room and stuff. So I just assumed that the cafeteria was like Georgia. That's what I just saw, right? So man, no. I was disappointed. So everybody out there, y'all know that every Division I school is not the same.
Yeah. That's true. Yeah. Definitely, you're right. They're definitely not the same. But I think they're all doing a lot better nowadays. If you look at some of the different videos, or they show like different weight rooms across the country, a lot of schools like what they call a group of 5, they're moving up, at least in their weight rooms and their locker rooms.
The budget's going up. The budget's going up. That money's coming in now. So. I'm happy for these guys nowadays with the NIL deals and things of that nature. I guess we can get into that right quick. What do you guys feel about the NIL and how does it I guess maybe how could it maybe relieve some parents of maybe some financial pressures that maybe you might have? Because I was on scholarship, but I still, was scrap money.
Oh, I've been there too. Hey,
we couldn't work. But now, these guys have NIL situations, and if you really don't have to call on mama and daddy now,
Yeah. I like the NIL from that aspect. I think that so NIL is cool, but in my opinion, and over the next year or two, here's what's going to happen. You're going to have revenue sharing. So about 2 months ago, 3 athletes sued NCAA. I believe it was like a football player, a golf player, and maybe a soccer player or something like that. That didn't matter what they played. It was the fact that they sued them because they wasn't getting paid. Each person sued the NCAA for $1.45 billion. So not that they're probably going to get that much, but they'll get something. And the NCAA is not going to be able to settle out of court with the big number that is. So I believe going forward after that case is going to set a precedent, and there's going to be some form of revenue sharing for all across NCAA, or at least for the FBS anyway. It'll, because if you have revenue sharing, and obviously a bigger school is going to have more money than maybe a lower Power 5 school would, and those sorts of things, but it'll level out. And then once you have that, then I think it'll be better for the teams. It'll be better for movement, because if everybody's essentially paying pretty much the same, then you won't have that much player movement. And
Right.
then also you'll have everybody on the team that's making money versus 5, 10, 15, 20 kids, however many kids are making money right now. So, I mean, the numbers are going to be great. If you're at Ohio State or, Georgia or Alabama, you're going to see probably a kid on that team making over $2 million a year, which is the way it should be.
Right.
I mean, I think sometimes people that haven't played sports don't understand, oh, they're young, they shouldn't be making that much money. Well, why not? Because they're generating that much money. So from what I understand, go tell a CEO that he shouldn't be making $50 million a year.
Yeah.
He's going to laugh at you and kick you out the building. So, I mean, the players are going to be the same thing. Everything involves. See, what Chico, what people don't see is they don't see the players when some well-off media, you get to see some of it, but they don't see the conditioning. They don't see the weight room.
Mm-hmm.
They don't see all the meetings. They don't see all the hours that these guys are given. They're given pretty much 40-hour jobs before the game is even played.
Right.
So they're not understanding that, hey, these guys should have been getting paid. Hey, they love the game, but if everybody's supposed to play free, everybody loves football so much. Well, okay, let's make the coaches. You can coach for free since you love it so much. We'll both play for free.
Yeah.
Let's do it that way instead of you making $10 million and $2 million and this guy's making nothing.
I remember head coaches getting, even in basketball, the head coaches were getting like shoe deals, right, for them to wear, like, let's say Nikes, and they get millions of dollars, and then the players have to wear them too, but they don't get anything. Like, that don't make sense, dog.
Nothing.
Yeah, we're in a walking.
Everybody's there for the players.
Yep, walking billboard for you guys. So, I'm happy that these things have taken place now, and now you got people, players like Shane and all of them across the board having their jersey being able to be purchased with their name on the back. I remember back in the day they used to have our numbers on there, but not our names on there. And I used to say, who that is?
Trying to be slick so they wouldn't have to pay us for it.
I used to say everybody know who that is.
Listen, let me tell you the craziest thing I think I've seen throughout college football. When my son was up at Syracuse, my oldest son, Sean. So can't remember if we went to a game or not, but they had some different different things going on in the Carrier Dome, which is their indoor football field.
Yeah.
So of course we're talking about Syracuse, right? So what number do you think is up at Syracuse all over the place in that football field? Number 44. And for those of you who don't know, that's the great Jim Brown's number.
Mm-hmm.
How long has Syracuse been eating off of Jim Brown? How long have they been selling that jersey without Brown on the back of it?
Exactly. My God.
So, I mean, it's ridiculous.
Eating full time, full meals. Somebody's eating this, and it's not Jim Brown's family, or it wasn't my family. I remember I had this spirit back in the day. I remember seeing a jersey with my quarterback number on in the bookstore. Then it had my number. Then it had the other wide receiver number. I said, man, I'm not buying this. I said, they can't.
Right.
I'm not buying this. I said, okay, I know a shop around the corner that make T-shirts. This shout out to Ruben, Big Ruben Stutter. Y'all remember Big Ruben Stutter in the 205 he had. The shop that made those shirts was right around the corner from our school. I went to that shop. I said, you guys can make me a UAB shirt with my number on it for my family to wear. We'll come buy it from you rather than buying it from the daggone bookstore, because I'm not getting a cut from it.
Oh, man, listen, I used to get so mad. Go back to that, going to the bookstore I'm honest truth. I stopped going in there because I got so mad when I saw my number in there. I felt like, man, I should be able to take this whole rack.
Yeah.
My number, but you ain't got my name on it.
But as soon as you take that whole rack with your number on it, you're gonna be
my
locked up.
number's my jersey. You know.
You said they got to make a decision about something that they doing to you. You like, dang, I feel violated, man.
Well, wait a minute. Here's a good one too. Now, God forbid, everybody loves John Madden, right? You or not Madden, it's the college one.
Yeah,
you playing that college game, and there you are on there. You're like, wait a minute, man. Wait a minute.
So
now.
this
Your name ain't on there.
This is what happened to us. And this was maybe a few. What year is this? Maybe 2010. 10 or 9 is when the O'Bannon brothers had that suit against the NCAA football.
AA,
Yeah, I think they sent me a check for $900, if I'm not mistaken, and that was the payout for the name, image, and likeness for the NCAA football for all those years of using, however long you were on there, using your name, image, and likeness. They paid you a check for that after that settlement. So I think that's why the game has been discontinued until I think coming up this year, they should have them on there, and every player should be compensated something.
Oh, they're gonna have to be now because
yeah,
NIL now, so they'll have to.
Exactly. So, all right, couple more questions. Here we go. What does the Cokes think about the Colorado fan base?
I love it.
Yeah, fan base is cool.
It is, and you can't tell when they're losing either because they are. They got the best fan base ever. They are
fan base.
They great fan base.
Not a bunch of jerks running around and like that. All people say they're generally pretty cool.
Yeah,
they got a couple of rowdy folks, but that's to be expected. But all in all, I think the fan base is pretty good.
Yep, agree.
All right. Question for the parents: are you on social media? Can we follow you?
I'm on social media at Coley Head Chick.
Yep.
On Instagram.
My own
social
security. I think I'm Sean Coates. My everything mine is Sean Coates and everything.
Nothing.
Yeah, everything is Sean Coates on mine on the Twitter and Instagram, Facebook, the whole nine.
Sean Coates 09. Let me see if I can pull up Mom's.
No, just Sean Coates. Sean Coates.
Oh, Sean Coates. And that's Mom's Instagram there if y'all want to follow right now and check out the website, like I said, and support her brand that she has and the t-shirts that she has on there. A lot of dope merch on there also. What was the determining factor for Shane to stay at CU?
I think it was like I say, it was just him wanting to get his stock as high as possible. So like I said, when he left Dartmouth, he was graded as a 5th round draft pick. So he's trying to jump up to the 1st round. So that's his goal. He felt like his numbers weren't quite what they needed to be in the 1st round. So he wants to come back this year so he can get a 1st round, 2nd round at the latest.
Exactly. And I think he's right there on his way for that 6'4", as the parents said, not 6'3". 6'4", 5 pounds. The big man with the brains and the athletic ability actually worked or should I say a paid intern on Wall Street. Yes, you guys didn't know that. You learned that right here on Prime Parents. That's why.
And they offered him a job.
Yeah. And they offered
They still had the offer out there. They deferred it for him because they know he's playing football.
I was about to say, if I know they're a smart company, I don't think that offer is gone. I bet you it's still there. And like you said,
no, it's still there.
Yes,
nice little piece of change too. Walk through the door. Nice little piece of change, almost 6 figures. So yeah.
My goodness gracious. So that's what happens, kids out there. You're listening, moms, parents, dads, you're listening out there. Make sure your kids get their academics. It's not just about playing sports. You got to understand what you're doing. Don't let them go to college and be taking just softball classes. They already know how to play softball.
Yes.
Simply don't. Just don't.
And then also, if your grades are tight and you keep them really good, everybody ain't gonna play Division I Power 5 football. It's just not gonna happen. So that it's cool if you play Division II, if you play Division III, that's fine because guess what? You're gonna get a free education. No student loans. You're gonna walk out that door with a degree in your hand and a great start on life. If you keep your grades really tight, you know, you can get into Ivy League school, play some football there, some great football played there. You'll get a great education, one of the best educations in the world.
Yep.
So meet a lot of great people. So you know, just I'd tell for parents, man, just don't think Division One or bust. There's a lot of great programs, a lot of great smaller schools. That'll be you know, it'll be great for you know, great for your kid.
Real quick, because you said something right there. You're going to meet a lot of great people, especially playing football, and you're going to have a lot of connections. Can you talk about relationships and how important relationships are in moving forward in your professional career or life or whatever it is you're doing? How important are relationships?
Relationships are very important. It's like that saying when people say, "Well, I'd rather be lucky than good any day of the week." Well, relationships can be the same way because um, a lot of times when people get a good job, they know somebody that knows somebody, and those relationships that you've made in the past, you know, they can help you in the future. Of course, as you know, you assume that Shane has made some great relationships in Colorado and in Dartmouth. I don't want to start name dropping, but he's great relationships with a lot of great people, a lot of great contacts. So if that's what he wants to do after football, then a simple phone call to somebody that you've known, you know, all throughout college, you know, you're set. You know, you're set for life, and you're gonna walk in the door, you know, doing very well for yourself.
Exactly. Yeah. So, hey, shouts out to all of the siblings. Shouts out to Blake in the chat. Blake
I
said
know. I done seen her in there, Big Chico.
She's saving that
I
phone.
know.
she said if she had $1 for every time somebody thought she was a what she said, a white male, a Caucasian male, by looking at her name, she'd be rich. Shouts out to her, man. And I appreciate Shane for allowing this to happen and you know, saying, you know, giving the green light for me to reach out to you guys and saying that, you know, he's cool with having you guys on here. And I thank you guys for willing to come on here and speak with me and have this open and candid conversation and speak about your son and just getting to know him a lot better. And hopefully, you know, maybe at the spring game or whatever, you know, I can run into you guys. We can meet at
No
that
doubt.
Yep.
at that
Yeah,
parent,
definitely.
you know, that's
Yeah.
going to be
That's it.
set up.
Yeah,
And
no doubt. No doubt.
and probably have you guys come back on for the round table, and you know, we can have some discussions with other parents also, and have a successful season coming up. And we're always rooting for Shane and everything he's doing on and off the field, even after he's done with this season. So lifelong fans and lifelong supporters, we appreciate you guys. I can't leave without doing this though. I always give my guests a chance to shout out all their people, fans, supporters, family, church members, cousins, aunties, dogs, and cats. Everybody, give shout outs.
Listen, well, I noticed. Thanks for all the fam that tune in the chat because I seen you moderating.
And listen, you got I think you got one follower on the shout out. I didn't catch his name. I think his name is Big Mike. He his brother used to play God rest his soul, used to play with me at UC. His name is Andre Sherrod.
Mm.
And listen, man, I know he listening. Man, listen, I can't even go into none of the stories with me and Dre. Man, that guy was one of the coolest. Brooklyn, New York.
There. Right there.
Right. I see Brooklyn, New York. Man, I wish I could tell him some of the stories on here about me and his brother. Man, we just have a good time in UC. Put it like that.
Who was the coach you played under at UC?
Tim Murphy. Yeah, Coach Murphy is up at Harvard right now.
Murphy.
Yeah.
Harvard made Shane an offer too.
All of
Yeah,
them did.
yeah, all the Ivy Leagues made Shane an offer.
What was some of his what was his GPA, grade point averages coming out of high school, and what were some of his awards and accomplishments coming out of high school?
He was in the National Honor Society. Shane had what a 3.8, 3.8 coming, but he was in all AP classes, you know, and the grading scale in the high school he went to was a little higher than the public schools in the area. Shane has just always been smart. He had a 3.8 at Dartmouth, and he also, I don't know if you knew, but he graduated early from Dartmouth. He graduated in 3.5 years at Dartmouth. Yeah.
So he went.
And I'll tell you, oh, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say he went in that thing super focused, not playing around.
Yeah.
Just the same characteristics he's shown, like you said, since he was younger. Just the same.
He went to school every year straight, except for they were at Dartmouth. They required you to do a internship, so that's the only summer that he was not in school. Yeah.
Dang.
Yeah, he just a little bit more to the same thing background wise. When Shane came out of high school, he had about 23 or 24 offers, if I remember. He had some group of 5 offers and all the Ivy Leagues and some more schools. And he wanted obviously to go Power 5, had a couple of Big Ten schools that he liked and liked him, but they didn't offer him. Did everything. This is another lesson some of you parents I want you to learn, because there's a lot of things before you get that offer that you can take. Say it that way, because they got offers that you can take and you can't take. Mm-hmm. But went through that whole gambit. Went to the line with 2 really good programs, Big Ten programs, and when he didn't get those offers, he just felt like, well, I don't really care about. I got to play Division I FBS. So he decided to go to Dartmouth, FCS school, because of the education mostly. So which it was a great it was a great decision. Great, he had a great time up there.
He had a great coach.
Yeah, great coach, man. R.I.P. to Buddy Stevens, man. A great coach at Dartmouth who passed this year. He had an accident on a bike. He rode bikes all the time and got hit in those. You probably heard that story, but great dude. God rest his soul. Man, one of the best people I've ever known in my life. Just a really good dude. But I say that just to say with Shane's experience that back to the Power 5 thing, because you know how it go. A lot of high schools, I want to go Power 5, which is cool, but everybody's not going to play Power 5. Everybody can't play Power 5, which is fine. Get in where you fit in, because you might go to the Power 5 school and they don't show you no love, even though you're there. Versus you go to a smaller school and they show you all the love and they love you to death. So, just you got to keep that in mind. What the decision is. Who's playing your position, how many people are at that spot, the roster. And just kind of look at all those things and where you're going to be able to get on the field at. So parents just understand that aspect, that just because it's a smaller school doesn't mean it can't be a great experience for you and your son or daughter.
Most definitely. That's what you hit it on the head. That's the reason why I went to the school I went to, UAB, as opposed to some of the SEC schools. I felt like I can go here and get lost in the sauce, and I can go here and I can bring my sauce, and I can be the sauce.
That's it. That's it.
Speaking of sauce, I didn't ask you one time about probably the sauciest and the swaggiest player of our generation, of our time, who is now his coach, Coach Prime, Deion Sanders. Were you guys able to meet him? How was it? Even, with Shane decided to go there, how has that energy been around Coach Prime?
Yeah, Prime's a good dude. I'm a type dude that, like, celebrities don't do it for me. So they regular dudes, just like I am. They put their pants like on one leg at a time. So he's a good dude. Talk to him, like him. Well well prepared guy. That was what I thought when I first met him.
Mhm.
Thinks out all his decisions and thoughts. I can tell that he's a guy that's in thought a lot. He's not just, folks see prime time and that's all good, but he's a dude that thinks before he opens his mouth up. And I like that about him.
Yeah.
So, the experience has been good. Shane likes him. And I think every year that he's at Colorado, he's just going to get even better and better.
Yes.
Yeah, and what you see with him is what you get. Like what you see is really what you get. He is Neon Dion as he used to be.
Shouts out to Chris Berman. That's what Chris Berman used to say. Neon D.
Neon Dion.
Shouts out to Chris Berman, man. He was the greatest, man.
Yeah, he is. He's the greatest.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
And shouts out to the whole staff that Coach Prime has put together. Great thing to see them reaching out to the parents once again. Okay, I won't leave y'all. I won't hold y'all any longer this time. All right, we've been on this.
Are you good?
What I've ever done as far as so thank y'all. This is the longest one. We got a lot of stuff.
Good. Hey, we just chopping it up. It's Friday night, man.
Friday night. It is Friday night. Hey, we got a lot of stuff to go through. If you guys just tuning in, you could rewind this and go back through it. Of course, I'll chop it up. Probably the first one I'll put out there is Shane Coke's. Maybe I'll say Wall Street, Colorado Buff, something like that. But what other school has a Wall Streeter on their team? You know what I mean? And someone with a current offer to go work on Wall Street. So, yeah, Shane Coates is a guy on another level. We knew that when he came in, and we appreciate him. And we're just looking forward for him to continue to do big things like he came in there doing and started off and being a leader for Coach Prime and the Colorado Buffalo. So go ahead, and I know I had 3 closings, like somebody said, like a Baptist preacher. They said I'm a Baptist preacher. I said we leave it 3 times.
I do want to say one more thing. Shane is going to be releasing a blog in a couple of weeks. Yes, so he's a very deep thinker, and a lot of people don't know he's an excellent writer too. So just put that on his resume.
It's about the blog is going to be non-football.
It's non-football. Yeah. So
a non-football blog.
Yes.
It's called Throwing Rocks
at Tanks.
Yeah.
Throwing Rocks at Tanks. Check that out on Instagram. Throwing Rocks at Tanks, and that's.
But he's going to have a website. So once he just hasn't published it yet. So the website is up. He just hasn't. He hasn't hit go. He's so meticulous, and he's reading this over and I said, boy, just release it. It's fine.
But he want to get it right. I understand. So
yeah,
thank you guys once again. Thank y'all. Wow, I think we're gonna end it this evening. Yes.
Hey, Big Chico, all thing you didn't do pass collection plate, man.
Hey. You might be speaking too soon now, Deacon. The collection right now. We like the type of money that jingles, but we'd rather get the type that folds.
There you go. That's it. Hey, all the black churches, we passed it twice.
Oh, that's mandatory. We passed it twice. And you better not let it pass by you twice and not putting it in it twice. Come on now.
Right.
The leader of the usher board gonna get you.
Yes, sir.
My God. So thank you. I really appreciate this. Y'all don't understand. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure getting to meet you guys, and hopefully we can connect again soon, once again.
Yeah, good talking to you. Good talking to you.
Yeah, another edition of Prime Parents. We're gonna get up out of here. The church has adjourned. We can get up out of here. Play my music, please.
Yes,
Choir. Young people choir, old people choir. All right. Thank y'all for coming out. God bless you. Good night.
All right.
Myself.
I couldn't get worse, so it's okay.
You got the 79th ranked player, Mr. KAM MIKELL, super fast quarterback, running back, cornerback, athlete, recruited by each and every school that you can possibly be recruited by. He even made his announcement on It Is What It Is show, and I'll show that picture right here. You guys were featured on there with the legendary rapper Cameron from Dipset, and it was revealed that he was named after Cameron. So tell us about that. How did that come about? And you've been a Dipset fan for how long?
Well, it was actually his father that came up with that. Because we came up with Cameron, but I didn't want it to be just plain like Cameron. So his dad came up with Cameron, and we spelled it with a K as opposed to a C.
Okay. Did he explain to you then that it was coming from a rapper at the time?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, well, it ended up being a legendary rapper and one who has his own sports show now, and it kind of came full circle with having him on there to announce that he's going to Colorado with Coach Prime, which we'll get into later on in the show. But we're going to have to south and going up there. I call it like a little incubator system because it's away from everything. The mountains is like the wall. Like you go into a building, you got your back to the wall, and you can see everything else. Nothing's going to come from behind you. It's like a nice little area up there just so these kids can go to school and concentrate on football and schoolwork. That's it. 2 questions before we get out. Have you met Coach Prime, and what do you think of him? Crystal Wise Williams said.
Yes, we did meet Coach Prime on each visit when we went there, and we sat and we talked to him and everything like that. And I think that I think it'd be good for Cam to be there with him. Like he said, give him a boy, he'll give us back a man. And I'm giving him a boy, and I think that he'll give me back a man.
Yes. And he's done a good job with his sons also. Which how what do you think about Shedeur, Shiloh, Travis, and all of the superstars up there in Colorado?
Well, I think that they're good guys. I think that they're good guys. Shedeur is one heck of a quarterback. And I told Cam that on our first I think it was one of the games that we went to there. I didn't say heck. I said, Cam, that's one hell of a quarterback right there. I said, now you definitely need to be here catching his passes. So as I'm going and visiting the schools or whatever, I'm paying attention to the game and I'm seeing where my child will fit in there. And the team last year, I saw all the different things that Cam could have done there, but I see now it's going to be a totally different team. So I guess at the spring game this year, maybe I can sit back and I can evaluate and see where Cam could fit in there.
That's that businesswoman at heart right there. Not letting anything go by her without evaluating it and staying on point. I like that right there. Last question from Craig from St. Louis. Hi, you doing? Hold on. Let me click on this like this so I can read it bigger. My eyes getting. What do you think he wants to play, offense or defense? Has he decided?
He wants to be a wide receiver, but he's not against playing on defense. But he doesn't want to play defense, strictly defense. He does not. But he wants to play wide receiver. They have him as an athlete now, but wide receiver is what he wants to play. Now, he's a good quarterback, but he's a damn good wide receiver. So I didn't mean to say that. I'm sorry.
Oh, you good.
But he's a better wide receiver than what he is quarterback. So
yeah, okay. Yeah. But I think they might have some packages for him next year with what he's doing. You know, what I've seen him do on the football field with that speed from the quarterback position or reverses, wide receiver, whatever. He can make an impact as soon as he get on campus. That's anywhere in the country, I feel, and that's what the coaches felt too. That's why he was recruited by everyone. About how many offers do you think he had? I
stopped counting at 34. Yeah, so I stopped counting at 34, and then it got to the point where in order for me to know that he had an offer, I had to look on Twitter, because in the beginning he was like, oh my, I got an offer. He'll send it to me or whatever, telling me that he got an offer. Then it got to the point where he was just posting it, and then some of them he didn't even post. And I had to look on Twitter to see what offers Cam did have, and then I asked him about it. And I was like, well, Twitter told me that you got an offer today, because he didn't tell me. So
yeah. They were coming in so fast, probably 34.
Yeah.
Gosh. Yeah, you just stopped counting after that. You like, dang. I remember running home to this is how long ago it was. I remember running home to the mailbox, like during my off period at school. I run home to my mailbox to check that thing. Oh, I got a couple pieces of mail. I felt like it was a great day. But now you can get text messages. tweets, DMs, all type of stuff. They can contact you, and you don't have to go to a mailbox to get
Yeah, but they still fill your mailbox up, because when they first, whatever date it was that they could start sending stuff out to them and everything, our mailbox was full. Then we got UPS that was dropping stuff on the porch, and we got some stuff from FedEx, and I'm like, it's not that serious.
Oh,
So
it is.
it was that serious. I just didn't know, because Kim is my only child, so I didn't know it was that serious. But I mean, when he came home, I just had all the stuff laid out, and I just thought it was cool. Like for his birthday, even for his birthday, like a lot of the schools would send him. He'll get the mailbox is full of birthday cards. All the coaches are sending him birthday cards and everything. And I'm like, oh, you think you hot shit now? Huh? And he always laughed about it.
They're trying to make sure that they be the one that, you know, I don't want to say that I don't want him to say that I didn't send him something for his birthday. I forgot about his birthday or something. So they make sure they get those in. They're going to send those birthday cards. I can tell you that much.
Right.
I want to say thank you, though. Thank you for your time. I know you're super busy being a businesswoman and a mom, to be able to sit down with me and have this conversation. I really appreciate it. I want to make sure I give a plug once again to your business, and let everybody know out there, if you do have a business and you do want to have it promoted right here on Prime Parents or the Big Dog Chico Show, you can. And it'll look something like this at the bottom of the screen. Look at there. And then also look at there, right at the bottom of the screen. Anybody want to promote, holla at your boy. I can get it in. If you need a place in Georgia, if you need notary in Georgia, you need clothing, holla at your girl right there.
Your taxes done as well.
Or your taxes done, because you know it's tax season coming up.
Yes.
Hit them with that tax number one more time. Or do you want them to call that number right there?
You can call that same number.
912-531-7878. I might make a jingle for you.
That'll work.
531-7878. All right. Thank you so much for coming on.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me.
Yes. Oh, last but not least, go ahead, shout out to all your people. Anybody you want to shout out to? Hometown, church, family members, uncles, children, dogs, cats.
Just the city of Statesboro. Thanks for supporting my baby.
The whole city of Statesboro and everybody in the surrounding areas. Like she said, 75-mile radius. Holler at her. She can get you into a place that you need to be in. All right.
Yes.
Thank you once again, Miss Denise MIKELL. Holler at her. And this has been another edition of Prime Parents with Big Dog Chico. Season 2, episode number 4. Stream it, like it, share it, and all the other good stuff. We're going to be up and about this thing. Thank you very much, Miss MIKELL.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
You got 2 Hall of Famers right there, man. Everybody don't get a chance to work with 2 Hall of Famers right there up close and personal.
If you want to know what excites me the most about, okay, I'm gonna start on Warren Sapp, and I'm gonna start in Prime. I'm gonna run them together, right?
Okay.
I'm more excited about the mistakes that they made. I'm more excited about the path that they took to get to the Yellow Jacket.
Yeah.
Not what was on the field, because I mean, them 2 dudes was amazing. I mean, come on now, like for real, okay? Like some stuff don't even need to be said. What's understood don't need to be explained.
Mm-hmm.
But you can teach my son how to avoid those pitfalls. You can teach my son how to stay positive in a room full of negativity. You can teach my son, because you travel those roads. I'm just his pops. I'm his dad. I can teach him manly things, but I've never ventured down those roads. I don't know what it's like to be a Hall of Fame anything except for a Hall of Fame realist. You understand what I'm saying? A Hall of Fame parent. I don't. These guys have done something that most human beings only dream about. How can you articulate change? How can you articulate the need to be on time? How can you articulate the need to take everything serious, yet with a grain of sand? You understand what I'm saying? So I'm excited about that, because all coaches have some type of psychology to them. All coaches should be able to draw something out of you. But it's knowing that someone came from humble backgrounds, because unless you was under a rock, you're supposed to know them 2 guys' stories. and they can tell my son the things that he needs, because believe it or not, those two guys were teaching tools in my home when my kids were younger. I spoke about, Coach Prime, and at the time, prime time, Dion, prime time. I'm talking about, bro, I would pull up videos and show my son what hard work was.
Yeah.
And see, I was a fool because I thought Dion was just natural, right? Until I looked at a publication he put out, and he talked about his work ethic. He talked about how he was one of the first players at Florida with a DVD type player, and he would watch film up into game time, bro.
Yeah.
Like, who does that when you're naturally gifted already? Who does that when you know that you can outrun anybody on the field? Who does that?
The ones who want to take it the extra mile.
Come on, bro. So that's what I need my son around. Someone who can say, hey, I don't care how talented you are, it's gonna take this. You look at guys like Coach Sapp, man, Warren Sapp with the Braves, bro. He represented hard for the hood, bro. Ooh. Say, man, big body finesse, man. That was that. Say, man, that boy made being big fly, man. I'm telling you, man. It wasn't gonna cut his braids. Like I'm him.
Yep.
A tight end.
Yep.
A tight end, bro.
Yep.
A tight end. So you know what that's gonna teach? My quickness, feet, movement, blow by people. We ain't sitting up here sword fighting. We making it happen. We causing havoc, disruption. It's everything that he's already doing. And I know once Coach Sapp pull them weapons out, man, and start suiting that boy up, man, and putting that arm on him, it's gonna be something different, bro. And it's gonna be a beautiful thing to see, because I mean, I be on daddy duty all the time. I'm dissecting film all the time, and I haven't seen one person block this dude one-on-one and be successful since his freshman year in high school.
This one for the big dog. Big dog on the loose. Go hard, bite down like a saber tooth. This one ain't for all the dogs. This one for the big dog. This one ain't for all the dogs. This one for the big dog.
Our kids, how we took them out of the hood and put them in places that were able to lift them, their abilities and their talents, and let it show in the forefront. Recently, we started cooking more than normal. COVID caused situations in the salon and the hair business to almost come to a complete halt. So we had to figure out a way to bring some revenue in, get some coin popping. And because, your kids need to eat and bills need to be paid, that's when you put your hustle hat on and come up with something. And fortunately for us, we can cook and people love it.
Right, man. That's H-Town. It's a hustle hub down there in H-Town. They got the turkey leg hut.
Yeah, turkey leg hut.
A lot of things popped off during the pandemic. People have to, come up with things and be entrepreneurs on the fly right there. So that's
yes, sir. You had to.
What you guys had to pivot and go into, yeah, with the food. So
yes, we had to, man. We had to.
Talk about some of the things y'all serve, because on my podcast, people always tell me, Chico, this is a sports podcast, but somehow you always talk about food. And
man, food is important, man. How you think they get them big old hogs in them trenches and put all that muscle on them boys to get them from being little 125-pound guys to 145-pound guys, and taking dudes from 250 to 285, 295. It's that food, man. And food brings community together, man. Food brings races together. Food brings people together in ways that communication can't. You slide a plate of ribs in front of somebody, you don't even have to know them. Watch how hard they smile after they realize it's not a gimmick. And I'm telling you, bro, when you slide my food in front of somebody, yeah, they're going to lose table manners. It's going down.
They say food and laughter is universal.
Yes, sir. It's universal, man. You don't have to know the language.
Yep. So you said about your family and your wife. Talk about your wife and your all your kids that you guys have.
My wife is my best friend. You know, no cap. We met a while ago at work, and we decided that we were friends. Like it was weird because I never knew a guy could like be friend or female, and it was just friendship. And over time, we got to know each other. We decided we wanted to be a family, but in order to be a family, you can't be a family unit with like stipulations. I didn't want to be a step parent, and she didn't want to be a step parent either. Together, we parent 10 children, 6 boys and 4 girls. All of our kids have college education. We have a couple of wrestlers, couple of football players, a pro-am race car driver. My daughter's all world with wrestling. She made it to the worlds in wrestling. I have a son that plays professional rugby. And it all boils down to you can't be in my house and do nothing. I refuse to let you be a useless sack of skin. The trail that I blazed is not the trail that I would have any young black male blaze. Me, I thought that I wanted to be the new Tony Montana. Me, I thought that I was harder than the streets. Me, I thought that authority was nothing and I was bigger than authority. Me now will hang my foot up any of my kids that feel that the way that I was feeling when I was young, because that is counterproductive, bro. And that will lead you down a road that is hard to escape from. God has grabbed me by my ankles and pulled me out of some situations that I know for a fact it was only God. And I'm 52 years old, and I look at my children and I live my life through them. The journeys that they've allowed us to take, the things that we've been able to see because of the path that they're blazing is tremendous. I'm so proud of all of them. And when it comes to Chidoze, man, you know, all bullcorn to the side, man, I'm gonna miss my guy. I came along, he was 4 years old. And that's my dude. That's my dude. His father passed of cancer years ago. He gladly gave me the reins. He told me that he knew that I would be a good father. I'm a proud Nigerian man, very good, loving father. He was there at a lot of his games, doing his cancer treatments and so forth and so on. And just being another man, knowing that he allowed me to step in, not step in being a step parent, but step in and being a full-time parent. He allowed that and gifted them to me. And it's something that I will honor for the rest of my life.
Man, that is amazing. I'm glad that you shared that with me. There is Mom checking in right there. How you doing, Mom?
Hi.
Yeah,
I heard you.
Yeah.
Me too, buddy.
He's coming with telling us the background and everything, and just an amazing story right there we just heard. Because I was going to ask you a question. We got a lot of questions coming in through the chat about the Nwankwo last name and the Nigerian background in that and where did that come from. So
yeah, because we look very American, huh? Yeah, he's American born. He's American born. He's American raised.
God has my share.
Yeah, God has my share. That's his name. You know, it's something that we honor proudly, and I can't express that enough. That he carries his father's name. I'm his father as well, but he carries his father's name, and we honor that just as strongly as he does. When that name flashes across the TV screen, in my eyesight, it says Harris as well. I see no difference. He's mine. Yeah. I mean, you smell enough poop from him, my God. You feed him enough. I mean, what else can it be? You did what I'm saying, bro?
Yeah, well, definitely. Just like on the movie Friday, where you said, "Man, I've been smelling your stuff for 25 years."
Yeah, man. So, you know, I mean, it seems like time flies. I remember when he played in his first flag football game.
It went the wrong way?
Yeah, it went the wrong way. He was a running back. And everyone back then was telling us how much a tremendous athlete he was. He has two men that are very special in his life from Little League, Derek Harris and Reginald Stubblefield. They asked me to let him play basketball. Okay. And at the time, he was messing up in school. And I said, my wife was like, but he really wants to play. I'm like, okay, well, let me go meet these guys. So I went up there and I said, well, look, man, if you want my son to play on your team, he's messing up in school. If you do not punish him correctly, he can't play for you. So they were like, man, this dude is serious. Yeah. And they said the way that he did them bear crawls, they knew that he was special. Yeah. Those two guys are still in his life right now. They're his uncles. One plays semi-pro, one played professional ball for the Rams. And it's funny how a community can come together behind those children, man.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, I work with them a lot in my community, and
yeah,
you know, where I'm from is still a lot of segregation. So I was able to come in there, and I was lucky to have black and white kids from all sides. I was like, man, this sport still brings everybody together from all sides, no matter what.
Bro, if the world was like the football locker room, I mean, bro, you can say stuff in that locker room. You can have conversations in that locker room. You can build bonds in that locker room that time cannot erase, man. And if the world can learn to communicate like football players do, and I mean, I know I'm saying football, of course, you have other sports, but it's something about football, man, the rite of passage, you know, being out there on that field of competition, man. It's like our version of gladiators. It's like, man, that them helmets clacking and these boys sitting up here getting bruised up and banged up for what they believe in, man. And just what you got when you ain't got nothing left. What a dog gonna come out? Where you gonna pull it from? That's what I like. You know, that's what I like, man. What you out here for if you not out here to make a difference? And football will give you that, man. Ain't no prima donna, ain't none of that pretty kid. Even for the receiver, the pretty boys, they dogs too. It's just something different, man.
Yeah, you better believe it. And that football locker room is different from a lot of other ones because you have 100+ guys in there, all nationality, all backgrounds, and it's the ultimate team sport. You know, basketball, you might have, you know, mostly black guys, baseball, you know, but football is the ultimate team sport. You're going to have people from all over in that one locker room. Like
yes.
Funds that time cannot break, you know, so I like that a lot. I want to share this picture with you right here since you brought up the young fella.
Yeah, man. That guy there, that picture right there, that's funny because he's almost like he took that picture and spoke something into existence. At the time, his oldest brother, Waylon, was a wrestler. And me and my wife didn't know nothing about wrestling. So he came home, him and Malik, and they said, Pops, look. And they got down on the floor and they was doing some sprawling. I'm like, hey, what the hell is that? I don't know what that is. That don't look like wrestling. That ain't wrestling. That ain't what I grew up with wrestling. What is that? Why you all on him like that? So they explained to me about wrestling. So one day we was telling Dot, if you want to be great, and I'm sorry he gonna kill me, but I just said his nickname. I was telling Big Muscle that you're gonna need to be strong. You're gonna have to lift weights. You're gonna have to do this if you want to be great. So him loving his big brothers, he went and put that singlet on and went in the garage on his own and started working out. I just happened to open up the garage and catch him. And I ran to get my phone and came back out there and snapped that picture of him on his own, working out. And he's been that way. He's been like that since he was younger. My wife would take him and he would want donuts. And he had to meet a certain weight class to play Little League ball because he was bigger. And my wife would have him run around the track in the morning time just to eat donut holes. I promise on everything I love, bro. And that was his daily routine. She would leave, drive him to the track. He would run laps just to get his donut holes in the morning. And he hates donuts now.
It probably remind him of what he had to do to get them things.
Yeah, man. Yeah, he gonna kill me.
He looked like in this picture, though, he looked like he's been lifting weights in these
He's
pictures.
been doing it, man. Been doing it, been running. been doing push-ups. Just I've never. True story. He made me mad, and which kids make you mad, but you got to find a constructive way to get them to understand where they messing up. So for some reason, bro, it was the worst. I mean, the best, I guess, reverse psychology in the world. Cause I'll be like, "Hey, man, you didn't clean your room. You can't go to practice." He'll be like, "I can't go to practice." Like, nah, man, you didn't do what I asked you to do. Home is first. You take care of home. Taking care of home is taking care of your business. And you're not serious unless you taking care of home. But boss, please let me go to practice. Kid would beg to go to practice.
Oh yeah. And you got some kids that'll find a way to get up out of
What?
practice.
Go get under the covers. Cool. I ain't gotta go. Bro,
Yeah.
he didn't care if it was raining. He didn't care if it was cold. He didn't care. He just wanted to play football at a very young age, bro.
And you cannot teach
Oh.
that.
Hey, Chico, my wife just yelled from the back and said, what workouts did they have to do? Hey, my wife would line the kids up in the garage and have them doing P90, 5:30 in the morning, working out straight up, bro. Like, we have so many videos on our social media of our kids working out that it is ridiculous, man. And he was right there every step of the way, Chico.
Wow. Dang, man. That's and he has 7 or 8 siblings.
9 siblings. 9 siblings. And we did a great job of, I believe, of making sure that they all spent tremendous amount of time together. They don't use the step word. They have so many nieces and nephews. The family is so huge. He has so much family that loves him and follows him and cheering for him and praying for him constantly, because I'm pretty sure you know that any time that you're put in a certain spotlight, the devil will find a way to attack you.
Oh yeah.
And I've seen some stuff online that just made me like, wow, like they will attack. And good thing for me, I know who my protector is. Because a lesser man would have been shaken. And he's in a position now where I can say that belief is plentiful. Believing in a program is special.
Yeah.
And I watched my son play for 4 years at the University of Houston, and it's not even a but. We love. I'm H-Town, babe. I'm. Come on now. And him being there was a direct cause of him wanting to make sure that his family saw him play.
Okay.
Okay. And for him to say, I'm going here, and I don't think you understand what that means. Like, when he said on the interview, they say, where's his favorite restaurant? He said, my mama's. Like, he's that kid. He loves his mama with a passion. That's his rock. That's his foundation. That's his power. That's his source. And it have to be something special going on in Boulder, bro. Bro, listen to me, Chico. It got to be something special going on in Boulder, bro. Ask whatever questions you want, man, because I got so much joy in my heart right now. I might probably talk your head off.
No, you're doing a great job. I appreciate it. You're exactly right. What he said about Boulder in the interview, he talked about how great it was and the opportunity there. He also said what played a big role was Coach Warren Sapp being there. He said, once I had seen on social media that he might be the coach, I was more than excited. Man, I was hyped about that, is what he said. So what do you think about Warren Sapp being the coach? Coach Prime, Deion Sanders, that's the head coach. You got 2 Hall of Famers right there, man. Everybody don't get a chance to work with 2 Hall of Famers right there up close and personal.
If you want to know what excites me the most about, okay, I'm gonna start on Warren Sapp, and I'm gonna start in Prime. I'm gonna run them together, right?
Okay.
I'm more excited about the mistakes that they made. I'm more excited about the path that they took to get to the Yellow Jacket.
Yeah.
Not what was on the field, because I mean, them two dudes was amazing. I mean, come on now, like for real, okay? Like some stuff don't even need to be said. Was understood, don't need to be explained.
Mm-hmm.
But you can teach my son how to avoid those pitfalls. You can teach my son how to stay positive in a room full of negativity. You can teach my son because you travel those roads. I'm just his pops. I'm his dad. I can teach him manly things, but I've never ventured down those roads. I don't know what it's like to be a Hall of Fame anything except for a Hall of Fame realist. You understand what I'm saying? A Hall of Fame parent. I don't. These guys have done something that most human beings only dream about. How can you articulate change? How can you articulate the need to be on time? How can you articulate the need to take everything serious yet with a grain of sand? You understand what I'm saying? So I'm excited about that because all coaches have some type of psychology to them.
Yeah.
All coaches should be able to draw something out of you. But it's knowing that someone came from humble backgrounds, because unless you was under a rock, you're supposed to know them two guys' stories. And they can tell my son the things that he needs, because believe it or not, those two guys were teaching tools in my home when my kids were younger. I spoke about, Coach Prime, and at the time, prime time, Dion, prime time. I'm talking about, bro, I would pull up videos and show my son what hard work was.
Yeah.
And see, I was a fool because I thought Dion was just natural, right? Until I looked at a publication he put out, and he talked about his work ethic. He talked about how he was one of the first players at Florida with a DVD type player. And he would watch film up into game time, bro.
Yeah.
Like, who does that when you're naturally gifted already? Who does that when you know that you can outrun anybody on the field? Who does that?
The ones who want to take it the extra mile.
Come on, bro. So that's what I need my son around. Someone who can say, hey, I don't care how talented you are, it's gonna take this. You look at guys like Coach Sapp, man, Warren Sapp with the Braves, bro. He represented hard for the hood, bro. Ooh, say man, big body finesse, man. That was that. Say man, that boy made being big fly, man. I'm telling you, man. And what don't cut his braids? Like I'm him.
Yep.
A tight end,
Yep.
a tight end, bro.
Yep.
A tight end. So you know what that's gonna teach? My quickness, feet, movement, blow by people. We ain't sitting up here sword fighting. We making it happen. We causing havoc, disruption. It's everything that he's already doing. And I know once Coach Sapp pull them weapons out, man, and start suiting that boy up, man, and putting that arm on him, it's gonna be something different, bro. And it's gonna be a beautiful thing to see, because I mean, I be on daddy duty all the time. I'm dissecting film all the time, and I haven't seen one person block this dude one-on-one and be successful since his freshman year in high school. I ain't seen it, bro. And I just know that he's going to have the opportunity to make some noise. You know, you don't get the credit for the doubles and the triples. You don't get the credit for when the running back is trying to go up the A gap and he got to bounce it all the way out because it's big number 10 sitting in the middle. You don't get credit for those things. You don't get credit for your linebackers eating or your defensive ends coming off the edge making buku sacks because the middle is so clogged up that the quarterback cannot press up the middle. I see it, and I know it, and I know that Coach Sapp see it, and he knows it. And I'm just excited to see what they're going to do with this young man.
And what you're talking about right there is taking on those blocks, keeping those big offensive linemen off of your linebackers on some plays. And those things are the things that don't show up in the on the stat paper. And
yes, sir.
Taking on those blocks, not getting pushed off the ball, making them bounce around you, like you said, creating that power right there in the middle, being a strong anchor for the defense is exactly what we need and what we was lacking last year in some instances. And I think that's what the block bully brain. You explain that name, the block bully right there.
Man, first of all, I believe that a kid that's doing things right deserves a certain level of shine. You know, everybody wants, a certain level of gratitude, a pat on the back. So I kind of would take things upon my own, to post stuff and share things. And as I would do my film study, I would just notice how nobody can block him. Like he was a freaking bully out there. Yeah. So I called him one day and I said, "Hey man, I got a name for you." He was like, "What, Pops?" I was like, "Block bully." He was like, "What?" I said, "Yeah, man, block bully." But it was a little bit more R-rated than that. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, "Yeah, man, block bully." Like, come on, bro. Like, think about what I'm saying. So I guess he chewed on it for maybe like 4 hours. Yeah. And I had got a publication made of like a little JPEG of him beasting out with a pit bull in the back and block bully. And I sent it to him. It was over with after that. And he loved it. And ever since then, he's been on it. That's him. He is the block bully. He's embodied it. He takes it personal if someone feels like they can block him. It ain't happening. It's not happening. When he went up against BB this year, that was box office. That was the Kansas State All-World, first team All-American, number 50. So probably first round draft pick. That was epic, man. He told me after the game, dude said, "I know I'm gonna see you on Sundays." Wow. Straight up.
And that was the game that you posted some of the film on your Twitter page.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Everybody don't know. I thought I had it pulled up here, but y'all can check him out on Instagram at Corey J. Harris. Let me see. The actual Instagram is New Day Big Sub, right?
Yeah, no, Big Sub OG on Twitter, I think it is.
Big Sub OG on Twitter.
Yeah, it's Big Sub OG on Twitter. It's New Day Big Sub on IG, Corey Harris. I got a couple of platforms on Instagram for the salon, the food, and then just my personal, me and my family are clowning and doing what we do like on Christmas.
Well, all right. Here's another thing I wanted to bring up because I think this is very important for athletes, especially football players. I didn't get a chance to do this in college. I wish I had. Or I didn't get a chance to do it in high school. I wish I had it, but I'm probably like you. I came up as a wrestling fan, so I didn't get a chance to wrestle in high school. He was a two-time state champ.
Yes.
Talk about that wrestling background and how it helps him on the football field.
Once again, man, thanks to my oldest son, Waylon, man. He's at a sevens rugby tournament right now. He'll be playing in the morning. Shout out to him, son. I hope you kick ass, boy. Anyway, he introduced wrestling to our family. And he needed a dummy sometimes when his other brother wasn't there, and he'll call Chidoze, say, I keep forgetting, I can't say a nickname. He said, "Come on, Chidoze, come up in here and do moves with me." So by that time, my daughter, Chichi, she started wrestling, and she ended up two-time state champion, national champion, collegiate national champion, cadet champion, all of that stuff. Needless to say, he was in line next. He was in line next. Yes, because his brother Wonkwa, he second place in wrestling as well. We got kids, bro, so don't get confused. So it was his turn next. He went up there his freshman year. His freshman year, he came in third place in the whole state of Texas.
Damn.
His freshman year, he did it. 2 wrestling moves, baby. 2 wrestling moves, bro. His freshman year, 2 wrestling moves. To compete, you have to be 285 pounds. He had to get to 285 pounds. His freshman year, he topped the scale at 305. Okay? Sophomore year, he won it. He won it. Blasted the guy. Junior year, I hate to say the word. I'm just gonna say he second place. Okay, he was wrestling a guy that was all world. He was ranked number 1 in the country. He had a full ride to Princeton. And my son, this was his secondary sport. So he came in second place. His senior year, he brought the gold home. The thing with wrestling with him was when we started his training, it was important that he utilized his hip flexors. I'm a big hips person. Like, you got all that weight, can you change direction? And if you're not able to change direction, then a running back, a quarterback is going to be real shifty. And you're going to blow your gaskets trying to, run circles to get them. And you have to stick that leg and move like a linebacker. So when he started training with KAM out here at Position U, we worked on hip flexors. I was like, dude, if you have him lifting one weight, he won't come back. I need his hips strong. I need his core strong. I need his explosion strong. And all of that coincided with what I seen him do with wrestling. I mean, dude can drop from a sprawling position to putting his butt on his Achilles in less than a second. He can get up under guys that were 280, 200. And I'm talking about full hip toss, belly to belly. Got him up in the air. So much footage online of him doing this to people in wrestling that it made sense for it to work in football as well. So especially when he found out Ray Lewis was a wrestler, that did it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And I had a teammate, I always say this when I talk about wrestling on here. I had a teammate, Roddy White, who played for the Falcons for years. He's on the Ring of Honor with the Falcons. Probably might be going to the Hall of Fame soon, but he's a 3-time state champion wrestler out of South Carolina. And it showed on the football field with his strength, his core strength, his hip flexors, his speed,
that quickness, just the ability to, I'm in front of you right now, and I'm over here in this position.
Yeah.
And you have to have something in you when you having those locks and you're trying to hold, and this person is sweaty and slippery, and you refuse to let them up. We watched this guy refuse to let this guy off of the mat to win the state championship. Everybody in the arena, the lights are going, people are screaming, hold, hold. And this boy had to hold him to win the state championship, bro. That's that goal line stuff.
Yeah.
Hey, I get fired up, bro. That's that 4th and 1. That's that I refuse to be blocked. That's that block bully, man.
Exactly. And do not stay on blocks.
Come on, man. What we doing that for?
Come on, dog.
What we do? I call it in short, I call it D-fighting. I can't stand it. Like, what we sitting up here? Why we start fires? We know we don't need to do this.
He used to call it chest bumping.
Yeah, what we doing that for, bro? So, bro,
get off the block, dog.
I can't wait.
I love it. I love to see him in there on the inside and what he brought to Houston and what he's going to bring to Colorado. Like we said, with the coaching of Coach Sapp, Coach Sal also coming over with all his experience and from Alabama to have
Coach Kelly, man.
Coach Kelly as the defensive coordinator. We got some guys, and we still adding some guys, as Dozy said in the interview that he did. We still adding guys. We think we have the right pieces coming in, and also the pieces coming in the spring. He said he watched Colorado closely because of Alton McCaskill's former teammate there, and he saw that they were just a few pieces away.
Few pieces.
Why he came. So you watched Colorado closely this year too. How and with all the exposure they got, what did you think about that?
Attrition, bro. By the 4th game of the season, man, you guys are beat up. I mean, you can see it. You don't want to talk. Those are kids out there, bro, and you can't talk negative. What you can say is what you didn't see. And I didn't see the depth. I didn't see fresh bodies being able to come in there and take on those blocks. And for God's sakes, man, didn't they play like 8, 10 ranked teams? Like, I mean, it was unreal, the schedule
Yeah.
And Coach Prime sat up there with his head held high, knowing that he was going into battle with the pieces that he had,
Yeah.
and they still competed. You know, it's one thing to let the bully just punch on you, just curl up in the ball. Okay. No, he ain't wasn't no curling. It wasn't. I didn't see that from Colorado. I didn't see curling when I saw Shador running around like a jackrabbit. Just give me a little space so I can get this laser up out of here. And those throws were amazing. I mean, I've been a fan of prime time. I've been a fan of Sap, but now I'm a fan of Coach Deion Sanders, and I'm a fan of Coach Warren Sapp. And I cannot wait. I'm telling you, man, I'm enthused. The only thing that hurts my enthusiasm a little bit is my baby gonna be 4. And I did say my baby, man. Me and my wife, being able to see this dude play and look up in the stands and see us is just a pleasure. You know, a lot of people think, you know, them kids don't go through adversity, and I don't consider football stuff adversity. I'm talking about off the field stuff. I'm talking about everyday life, you know, knowing this kid and knowing how much he loves his family and how much he loves the game of football and how much he enjoys seeing us. I mean, he got a lot of siblings, y'all, and he loves them all.
Yeah.
It's going to be hard on all of us, but we respect him so much for manning up. This is something he got to do for himself, bro. This is something that he has to do, and he's representing all of us. He's representing all of us, bro. He's representing all of us, bro. He's representing all of us. He's bringing our family to Boulder. And he's showing y'all how he was raised, man, how he was made, bro, how he's put together, bro. Hard work, work hard. That's our motto. Hard work, work hard, man.
Man. So we got some questions that we got to get to also.
Yeah, let's get to some questions.
We'll get to some questions, but I wanted to share this picture right here since you was talking about the fam. This is mom right here, right?
Yeah, that's my baby right there. That's Mama Yo.
Mama Yo. All right. I like that name right there. This is after the game. Oh, that's you back there with the dreads, right?
Yeah, man, I cut my hair recently, man. I'm kind of like a rebel, you know what I'm saying? So I tell myself,
I just cut mine.
Yeah, how can you change without change? You know, how can you change without change? How can you say that you want to change, but you constantly doing the same thing over and over, and you know, doing the same thing, expecting different results is insanity. So you know, it was time for a change. But we was at that Birmingham Bowl, man, and I guess the big SEC thought that they was, you know, they was gonna come in there and handle the little American, and you know, we had a lot of players that didn't play, but I guess that they underestimated the block bully, and Bigsby wasn't able to run up and down the field. Like,
who'd you guys play there?
We played Auburn.
Play Auburn, that's right. Played the Tigers.
Yeah, at the Birmingham. Hey, it was like we was away. Yeah. I mean, it was a home game for them. We might have had 15% in the stands. We got tired of hearing them War Eagle and the bird flying. But hey, we came out of there with the victory. We rushed the field. We took pictures. We hugged and kissed and all of that stuff, man. Hey, man, you can't beat it, bro. I sure hope I get to rush the field in Colorado, bro.
Hey, man. Speaking of that, shoot, I was there when they rushed the field in Nebraska. I was on the field. I don't know if you. I probably should pull it up and show some people or reshare it or something. But I posted it on my page. That was an experience right there because I'd never had the chance to be on the field, rush the field, and you out there for Coach Prime's first home game, and they rushed the field. I was right there next to Shador. You had people coming. Oh my gosh, I touched him. They just wanted.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hey, man, it's a beautiful feeling, man. I done got to do it a couple of times, man. You know, and I know I looked at the schedule. In respects to all the other teams, it just, bro, what can you say? Like, we coming. Like for real, it's like, I mean, this man, he put away the regular ammo. He put away the regular ammo. He put away that what that boy said on Harlem Nights. Put that little put that little up. Put it up. Yeah, bang bang. Nah, that boy done went got something, man. I like, ooh, woo.
He said he's gonna do it his way. If it's gonna be all on him, then okay, dog. I'm gonna do it my way, dog.
I mean, come on.
You could tell that he's kind of taking that approach now. Like, listen, all right, y'all gonna talk about me like, okay, I told y'all you better get me now, because sooner or later these dogs gonna realize, hey man, I can go over here and play for Coach Prime with all the exposure I need, and they need a guy like me right there at this position. I can come in and play right now.
Right now.
Just apply myself, do what I've been doing, and come in there and show and prove in Colorado. And I'm on the biggest stage in college football right now, honestly.
Listen, bro, I'm in Texas, okay? And the viewing capabilities that you had to see Colorado, the outlets that you had to see Colorado, the broadcasters that were speaking on all the athletes, not just his sons, like, you know, some haters would say. I mean, the whole point is, if you on the field with a bunch of dogs and you a dog too, you're going to shine.
You're going to get recognized.
You're going to get recognized. And the point is, if you scared of competition, what you there for?
What you there for, dog?
Like, if you're afraid that somebody's going to beat you, what you fighting for? Just go get in the corner somewhere and curl up, because that ain't what they doing over there at Boulder, man. I don't see that, bro. I don't see that. When I talk to the coaches, I haven't personally spoke to Coach Prime yet, but when I did speak to the other coaches, man, the enthusiasm was unreal. The way that they embraced my shorty, you know, was real. I haven't seen excitement in his eyes like that since Little League, bro.
Yeah. Like,
for real. Like, you know, Little League, it's just, I'm playing football, you know, like, yeah, like, you know,
excitement.
He has genuine excitement now. And once the move is done, which we should be taking care of that, not the first week, because there's New Year's, but the second week, like between the 6th and the 9th, we'll have him there and get all that moving stuff done. I'll meet some people that I want to meet, and, you know, probably cook some food and see what it do down there.
So tell us about the recruiting process. Who was his recruiter or his main guy that was contacting him, if you know, and how did that process go as far as recruiting him to Colorado?
If I told you I knew, I'd be lying through my teeth, bro.
Yeah.
This was one of those situations where, as hard as it was for me, I stayed the F out of it.
Yeah.
My nervousness, my anxiety, wouldn't allow me to just, whatever he told me is the information that I collected.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't want to badger him. I didn't want to hound him. You know, I knew all the schools that were looking at him, and the decision was solely on him because I know how much influence I have in my son's life. Like, if I would have told him, bro, go to Colorado, right?
Yeah.
I didn't say it. I did not say it.
Yeah.
But I knew what my heart wanted.
Yeah.
And I just had to just stay out of it and let him figure it out. Let him do all his talking. Let him do all his communicating, you know, because I'm a personality myself.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted them to love my son. You know, I wanted y'all to see him, touch him, look at him. And when y'all say y'all want him, that means y'all really want him. And now that y'all want him, hopefully they'll want his family. You feel me?
Oh, definitely. I think it's a whole package deal with Coach Prime in Colorado. It's a whole family deal. That's one thing I saw up there when I went. All family included. And it seems like families wanted to be there too. So amazing atmosphere up there, man. So
can I answer that question right there from Patrick Williams?
Just about to say, how was Dad able to keep Josie focused and grounded?
He's never been a out-of-pocket kid. it was easy for him because all we had to do was threaten to take sports away. And I mean, I'm for real, y'all. Y'all might think I'm joking, man, but like as far as anything, hanging out, hey man, that's detrimental to you playing football. What you want to do? You want to hang out with your friends, or you want to work out so you can be in the newspaper? Son, how many of your friends would rather be on the cover of the Chronicle instead of hanging out party? Yeah. All of them. Okay, so they want your life, and you feeling like you missing something because they doing something you not doing. You're not missing nothing. You take care of your business, son, you'll be able to have more fun than the law allows. If you take care of your business, you'll look up in your 30s and your 40s, you'll be living like Shaquille O'Neal. If you take care of your business, stay low to the earth, take care of your business. Hard work, work hard. He's grounded because we don't accept anything less. And he refuses to disappoint his mama.
Yeah.
I mean,
I like that too. Coach Prime even say that too when he's talking about the players he's looking for. Don't say that your reason is yourself, dog, because you'll quit on yourself. You got to have something else out there that you do it for. You got to say, I'm doing it for mama. So I know you ain't going to quit on mama. You got to say, I'm doing it for their family. So I know you ain't going to quit on them.
Yeah, yeah.
So, yeah, I like that too.
Yeah, and I'm a man's man. You ain't doing it for me, bro.
Right.
No, I'm going to take care of myself.
Yeah.
I've been taking myself since I came and left my mama. Yeah. I'm going to take care of me. It's my job to take care of me and my wife. Right. But you got a mama that loves you, that birthed you, that cared for you, that deserves anything in the world just because of the woman that she is. And hell, she my wife, but I'm talking about the woman that she is, the woman besides being my wife, the person, the caregiver, the person that pull over on the side of the road and help somebody homeless. She one of them. She's one of those charity type people. And where it was at one time in my life, I was 100% a-hole. She softened me up. And she was real soft, and I had to harden her up. And together, man, we've done something special inside of our household, man. It's conducive with success.
Yes, indeed. All right, y'all continue to get your comments and your questions into the comment section. We have a super chat. We got to announce right here. Shout out to Crystal Wise Williams. Said, thank you, Pops. Welcome to the Buffs. I think she called you Wonquo.
Oh, it's okay. Yeah, it's okay. My last name is Harris, but it's okay. My son is me and I'm him. And it's never a problem if someone calls me Wonquo. It's not a problem. Trust me.
Much love, much respect right there. Not you. Shout out to the $5 super chat saying Pop's passion is infectious. Don't worry, Boulders got your baby's back.
Man, thank you.
Shout out to Cap also for the super chat.
Thank you.
Any questions, y'all go ahead and get them in. We got about stay on for another 12 minutes or so at least as the time is running down. But we had a lot of things come through. I wanted to ask a question though.
Go ahead, bro.
You see, let me get this off of here. I wanted to ask the question. A lot of people, has there been any kind of, I guess, drawback of him saying that, oh, he's only 5'11"? He's only 5'11". And, you know, especially for those people who haven't seen any footage or film of him. Because once you see the footage and the film, then that goes away. But what about the naysayers who, already, might be online talking about he's only 5'11"? We need a 6'8", mama. You know what I'm saying?
The adversity that I was speaking of when I was talking about off the field is perception. Okay. And perception get a lot of people hurt. Physically, mentally, and spiritually.
Right.
Okay. What you perceive or what you think that you may know. And that's why a lot of guys got their tail whooped up and down the field when they played him.
Facts.
Because they would look at the stat sheet and see 5'11", 295. Yep. But they didn't know that he got the wingspan of a 6'6" man. They don't know that he's playing at 295 with 13% body fat. There's no belly. There's no breast. That's what you playing up against is a ball of muscle.
Facts.
Facts, okay? And at any given time, he can be 305, he can be 290. It's just pick your poison. And he running, and bro, he running like a scarred dog.
Yeah, you see him going up and down the line, making plays down.
Bro, his freshman year, the first game I watched on TV, if I was in the stands, as soon as I got home, I cut the game on. The next time when I talked to him that next day, I say, son, if I don't see number 10 at the end of every frame, it's going to be a problem.
Get in the frame, get around the
I
ball.
said, I don't care if it's a 70-yard pass. When they blow that whistle, I need to see number 10. Can you make that happen for me? You know what he said? Yes, sir.
That's real.
That's it.
That's real.
That's it. Yes, sir.
Best advice you can give to a defensive player. Hey man, get around the ball. There is no excuse. Oh, they ran away from me. What? This is defense. Nobody's stopping you from getting to the ball, dog.
Come on, bro. You don't know what that back gonna do. You don't know what that ball gonna do.
You don't know what the ball gonna do. You know where they're gonna fumble. You know where he's gonna cut back right to you because you're hustling down.
Yeah.
You got a big hit now.
Yeah. Hey man, for the broadcast in, just in case, Coach Prime and Coach Sapp looking, I want to go fishing, y'all. Don't leave me out, bro. I know y'all Florida boys, but I'm from Texas, bro. I like to fish too, don't, bro.
Coach Prime, y'all hear that, right? And I'm going.
She yelling from the background. Don't count me out on fishing. Right. Yeah, because we will go. I ain't scared. Okay, so now I'm through with my personal side. That's my only shout out, bro. I don't need no autographs and that. I just want to go fishing.
Right.
You know? Yeah.
Shout out to Beaumont, Texas, too, man. You got a couple of few famous people from your area. Go ahead and shout out a few of those guys. Shout out to Big Perk also.
Big Perk, come on, man. Big Perk, man. That's hey, Perk might be the biggest one, man.
Big Perk. You got a former well, is he from? No, he's from Fifth Ward, Houston. Lawrence Vickers and them.
Yeah. See, I moved to Houston. It's funny when I tell our story. You got the 6 degrees of separation. Me and my wife went to the same middle school. We didn't know each other. She was by cool cuts from my aunt. We didn't know each other. When I moved to Houston, her and her family moved to Houston. We didn't know each other. We lived down the same street. We did not know each other, bro. And through our whole life, we've been right around the corner from meeting each other. And it amazes me how God will have his perfect work in a messed up situation.
Fact.
And for those who don't know how to exercise their faith, it's simple, man. When you can't do nothing else, what else can you do? Pray. Pray.
Yes.
That's it, man. If situations aren't going the way that you want them to go and your hands are tied, and man, just pray.
Yes.
God know your heart. God know what you want. God know what you need. God gonna give it to you, man. And I say all that because the subject that we're on right now are these children. And these children are making decisions that's gonna ripple through time. And they have to make the best decisions. And this is the advice that I give my son. If any of y'all guys are listening that are on the team, anybody, man, when you can't do nothing else, nothing, you can pray. Yep. And that's the most powerful tool that we have, man, is prayer.
Shout out to my mom. My mom used to always tell me, go into your closet, get into a dark
dark place.
Oh man, dang. I used to think she was just making that up.
No, bro, you go into a dark place. It's called God calls you to do that. Yeah. And it's called you undress yourself. Not physically, but spiritually. And you lay it all down there in the altar. The altar ain't at the church house, bro. The altar is where you fall down there, bro. God gonna be right there and faithful, man. Straight up, man. Look, man. There's no worse sound than when them doors slam behind you. It's no worse sound than when them doors slam behind you. Okay? I refuse to let my children or my grandchildren experience the things that I've experienced. But I will give them all the lessons I've learned from experiencing the things that I've experienced. Exactly. And once again, man, the most powerful tool that God, the creator of the universe, has given us is communication. Pray. That's it, man. That's it, Chico, for real, bro.
Communication and conversation rule the nation.
Yeah.
You got to pray to God. So we got some more questions coming through. Let's go ahead and get to them.
Yeah, let's get them.
All the super chats came through. Here's a question right here from El Anissa said, how did you balance your time with 10 kids in sports? Good question.
Well, fortunately for us, they're kind of spread out. For real. Right now, the youngest is 18 and the oldest is 32.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Okay.
Sports was very important in our household because you got that many kids, man, you need help. I don't care what you say. You need help. And coaches are help.
Okay.
If I can have my child at a school or at a facility for 4 hours out of the day instead of hanging with their partners, doing Lord knows what, or hang with their homegirls doing Lord knows what, I'm winning. That was number one. So let's get them into that.
Okay.
Number two, let's try to infuse some competition in them. The fact that not only am I doing this sport, that I want to do this sport and I want to excel in it. So we sometimes have to take turns. I've been at football games with one, and my wife has been at football games with the other. We've missed tournaments. We've team mom. We've chaperoned just to be part of our kids' wrestling tournaments. We've did some of everything just to be a part of the journey.
Yeah.
You know, you leave them to the coaches, but you don't turn them over to the coaches.
Nice.
You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't need you to raise them. I just need you to what's the word? Reinforce the teachings that I'm already giving them. Like, for instance, if you're not gonna punish my son, he can't play for you.
Yeah.
You dig what I'm saying? Because once again, it's all about him not turning out like me.
Yeah.
See, my wife, no, bro. yeah. Me, on the other hand, no.
Yeah.
So I got lucky. Boy. God bless me, boy. I got lucky. Woo, man.
That's a real deal right there. I understand you. I understand all that.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm very blessed by her presence, man, and she allowed me to be a father. Let me say that first and foremost. She allowed me to be a father. I don't know. It's a lot of kids out there that don't share the same last names of the people that's raising them.
Yeah.
And mothers play a major role in that relationship between them and that man. If the mother chooses to allow that man to be a father, he'll do a damn good job. But you have to allow him. And she allowed me. She totally allowed me, man. No, of course she gonna do her, the woman thing, the defending. That's what women do. But when I'm talking about when you put your foot down, when you say no, when you say, she allowed me to be a father. And I can't do nothing but thank her for that, because we see the fruits of it. We see the fruits of it, man. My baby just graduated. We would have been down there on the trip, but my baby just graduated her master's degree. And now that she just got a master's degree, she say she finna go ahead and go get that gold medal. Just like Chidoze said, when he hang up his cleats, he gonna go get him a gold medal.
Go get a gold medal and go get you a World Wrestling Federation Championship belt, brother.
Brother.
I need to see one of them too. You know what I'm saying? After you get done in the league somewhere, go get you a World Championship belt, brother.
Yeah, man. I believe that my son will make it to the NFL.
Yes.
I believe that the height thing won't hinder him. I believe that Coach Prime and Coach Sapp will put him in a position to where his numbers will show, just like his ability to beat blocks will show.
Yeah.
And let's just say if he did the exact same thing that he been doing at U of H, let's just say, I believe that he's going to shine in the Colorado program. I believe that organization as a family will not allow any of their athletes that are doing the right thing and doing it the right way to fall by the wayside.
Yeah.
Like Coach Prime has said before here, he called general managers. He's not calling coaches.
Yeah.
And if he has a guy that he believes in, just like when he was at Jackson State, man, he gonna put him in the mix. He gonna put him in the blender. He gonna get them up in there. Let's see what you can do. You say you big time, well, get out there with the big timers. Let me get you in this combine. Let's see what you can really do since you say you can do this.
Yep.
And that's what I like about it, man. It's hey,
right here in front of you. Here's your opportunity.
Here's your opportunity, man.
You know, Pit Marine. Oh, now thanks for the super chat. Said Pops, as an old street soldier for 16 years, Tony Montana. I know exactly where you're coming from. When you run the streets, you see people different than most. For real. Facts though. You know,
Man, you can see him, you can spot him from a mile away. Like I said, man, this recruiting trip, I had to really when you can't do nothing else, you can pray. Because I can look in your eyes. I can take my glasses off.
Yeah.
And I can see what's in you.
Yeah.
You know, and my son becoming a man, he has to develop that as well.
Mm-hmm.
Now, hopefully, I feel like I must have done something right because he picked up everything I was putting down.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? And all of us fathers out there, like I said about, you know, Coach Prime and Sap, you know, they humble backgrounds, bro. They got cousins, they got Ray, they got Junebug.
Oh, yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? They done sent a couple of packages to make sure that they good down there. You ain't got to tell me when you come from humble backgrounds. You know what's in the family lineage.
Yeah.
And to have the passion that he has for those kids, and to hear Coach Sapp say, hey, man, I'm going to go get my degree. I seen on a platform almost 6-7 months ago where he said he want to coach. He want to work with Coach Prime. But he a Hall of Famer. Man, this man can fish and hunt and do whatever he want for the rest of his life. But he want to coach and help kids, man.
Right.
Man, what bigger reward is that? What bigger reward is that to solidify yourself in somebody else's heart for the rest of their life?
Seriously.
You dig what I'm saying? I get to be a fan of Prime Time and Sap, but my son gonna get to be a fan of them in a whole different way.
Right. Personally. And shout out to Warren Sapp too. Sapp wasn't the tallest defensive tackle either now.
No, sir.
So
dog.
It's about that dog. And a lot of guys in the league aren't as tall as the paperwork says also. So don't be fooled about a lot of these
Man, a little bird told me that in the Super Bowl, number 99 with the blue and gold on might have been 5'11", 282 pounds.
Yep. And you better believe it.
And that's why he's unblockable.
But what's inside of him
is a giant.
Exactly.
A giant.
Way bigger. And that's
a giant.
That can't be measured, dog. And I used to hate that about the combine in some aspect. You'll see these guys, you know, they might be running fast, but you put them pads on, dog, it's a different story.
Whole different ball game. You look good in shorts.
Yeah.
Yeah, you look good in 7-on-7. But this ain't 7-on-7. What you gonna do when I put this forearm across you? What you gonna do when I wrap these arms around you and lift you up in the air and put this 295 across your shoulders? Yeah, let's see if you look pretty then. Yeah, you coming through here. These ain't no dummies and bags that you running through looking cute. You gotta run through these pythons. Yeah. What you mean?
Straight up, man. Hey, shout out to the whole Beaumont, Texas, whole Houston, Texas.
Yeah, man. H-Town, man. H-Town. And all the people, believe it or not, man, the support that he got from the University of Houston fan base and the family, man, was overwhelming. You know, I've never seen so many people since the transfer portal been popping, man. They sent so many messages of love and goodwill and prosperity for my son, man. It was overwhelming, bro. You just don't see it, and that just lets you know that there's something special about this. It's something special about this. You know, other guys getting the transfer portal, bro, and it's like, my God, they burning him at the stake. But him, he got a lot of love, man. He got a lot of love. Babe, you want to come tell Chico? See you later.
I got another question right here from T. Nicole. Checked in and said, will they attend games or watch from Houston? And also another question said, which games will you attend this year, if any?
like I said, y'all, I'm a hairstylist and so is my wife. And we got to figure it out, and we will figure it out. We have to be there. Like, we have to be there. I really want to make sure that we get to the spring game. I got to turn up for that.
No, we're going.
Yeah, you heard her back there trying to, she thinks she a pimp. She thinks she thinks she a pimp, bro. Like, we going. Like, you gonna do it. I tell you, Toby, come up, Toby. So there's
We'll be there.
so the spring game is a must. I gotta see that. Okay, I gotta see when they show the pictures of the year before last, and then they show the pictures of the spring game when he got. Oh my God, say, bro, that's ridiculous. Yeah. I could just imagine what it was like with the fans out there and how much those alumni were out there, man, and just loving the atmosphere. So I got to see that. Unfortunately, the closest game to us is in Lubbock.
Oh, okay. Lubbock,
Texas Tech will be the closest game, and then Central Florida.
Well, Hobby, here we come.
It's still a long drive from
here. CJ, we going.
Bush.
We gonna make it happen. We gotta jump on a donkey ass. We getting up there, bro. We getting there, bro. I ain't lying.
See my favorite place.
I used to live in San Angelo, Texas, so I know how far it is to travel across the state of Texas, man. God.
We went to Gunnison, Colorado.
Our oldest son played for Western State up in Gunnison at the highest stadium in Northern America.
Up and down.
So we've traveled to Colorado quite a bit over the past 8 years. Wow. So going to Boulder will be a lot less stressful. It'll be a lot less stressful because them mountains, boy, can get real scary, bro. I'm from Texas, but we don't see stuff. Come on, bro.
Yeah, man, we don't see stuff like I'm from the South too, baby.
Come on, man, a mountain.
Out of clouds.
Baby, there's some dark clouds. Baby, that's a mountain. What you talking about? That's
we don't have those.
Yeah, man. And once again, the fans at Colorado are amazing, man. The stuff they've been saying about my son, the acceptance, it's overwhelming, man. And y'all are making this transition for me and my wife extremely easy. It's just overwhelming. Just being honest, man. It's overwhelming. I thank y'all for the support. I know he appreciates it. We appreciate it. I'm speaking on behalf of my family, the whole family. I'm talking about my in-laws, my father-in-law. Lord have mercy. Yeah, everyone is excited for him. And that's the best way that I can say it. All of our children are very independent, and they're excited for him. They're very excited for him. A lot of families look at it like, now come on, bro, I'm being real. A lot of people look at it like he gonna save us. like no, it's his opportunity. It's his blessing. It's his hard work, bro. I ain't did damn bear crawl, bro. I ain't had damn fingernail peeled off, bro. I ain't had damn stinger. I ain't had damn twisted ankle, bro. I ain't none of that.
I still want my part. Don't even try it.
Oh my God, bro.
Mama.
Yeah.
He knows that. We have that already.
Yeah.
I had on today the mother of Khalil Benson. She said, Mama Benson here, can't wait to meet y'all.
Hey, Mama.
She'll be at the pregame also, I think. I'm still debating on whether I'll be there, but if I'm there, I'll definitely be hollering at y'all.
Yeah, come holler at us, bro. Come holler at us.
Whether y'all bringing a plate all the way from Texas or y'all cooking in Colorado.
More than likely, we'll be that gumbo first.
Oh my gosh, I'm bringing a big appetite.
Yes.
There she go, bro. She pulled that gumbo out. We ain't gonna be able to leave. They gonna be trying to get us to move the boat.
Yeah, they're gonna kidnap you up there.
Ooh.
I told him to get a deep freezer so I can start cooking and put some stuff up for him.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, it's like that.
Just a mini freezer,
It's like that, bro. Like It's like I cooked
man.
for Christmas. We had Christmas orders. I want to say I did about 55 pounds of smoked oxtails.
Yeah.
Yeah, they stupid too, bro. They real stupid. And I ain't boiling them joints. They straight smoke. Yes, sir.
Falling off the bone.
Yes, sir. I ain't playing no games with them. Hey, man, you can't feed all them kids not knowing how to cook. Ain't no hamburger helper doing that, bro.
Not at all.
Ain't no hamburger helper doing that, bro. No, sir.
Hey, about 10 people in the household? What? 11 people in the household? What is that?
Yeah, at any given time, we would have 8 kids at any given time, bro.
My gosh.
At the same time.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah, straight up.
It get any better than that, having a big family. Shout out to Ella. This is another great Prime Parent segment. Blessing to you, Chico and Harris family. Yes, thank you, Anissa.
Thank you.
I'm not gonna hold you guys too long. I know we're over the hour limit that I set, and but the comments coming in. If y'all get a chance, y'all get on the YouTube and Twitter and whatever. Answer these comments and stuff like that. Put your family on. Share it with them. Let them know that they can watch it right here live.
I say Texas in every way. Oh, she get the toughness from you. Yes, he do. He get the toughness from her because for some reason, bruh, I'm hard, bruh. I'm gangster. Yeah, it's funny. I be teasing like this on camera. You tripping.
Whoever that was.
Baby, a client needs you to do some help.
Y'all saw right through that, right?
Baby, there's money to be made.
It's gonna
Hey,
be made.
he said you softened him up now.
Yeah,
That's how it works, right?
I did. That's my baby tech there.
On camera, man. Don't do that on camera.
Thank you, Chico. Thank you, Chico, man. I appreciate it, bro.
Yeah,
I appreciate it, man.
It's always a story.
We'll keep y'all posted. I'm pretty active on social media. Like I said, we're gonna get down there. We're gonna make some games. We're gonna make as many of them as we need to make, for sure.
For sure.
Yeah, we will.
Yeah, for sure.
On Twitter, Daddy Duty, right? Where you pull
Yeah, when I hear Daddy Duty, y'all know what it is. I'm talking mine. I'm talking mine. I'm popping mine. Hey, when you see Daddy Duty, you know what it is, bro. Like, don't even front. Like, he letting it be known. Let me see what he talking about. Big sub on it right now.
And I put the hearts and smileys.
Yeah. You see hearts and smileys. You know that wasn't me. Yeah. Hey, on that note, I guess we're gonna say goodnight, huh?
Yeah, we'll say goodnight, but go ahead one last time. Give a shout out to your whole fam, church fam, neighborhood, whatever it is, and let them know where they can find you at once again.
You can find me on Twitter at BigSubOG. You can find me on Instagram at New Day Big Sub. You can also find us at Yoreys, YOREYS, Urban Beauty and Barber, and Yoreys Urban Eats.
Hold on. I should have got that before we came on. Let me make sure I put that on here. So hold on. Let me get that. Do the spelling one more time for me.
YOREY. That's Corey and Yolanda as one name.
Okay.
Yoreys.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yoreys Urban Beauty and Barber and Yoreys Urban Eats.
Okay, Yoreys Urban Beauty and Barber.
Mm-hmm.
Put that right there. Is that the right thing? Let me see.
Yeah, that's it. No, Yoreys Urban Beauty and Barber. Yes,
that's it. Mm-hmm.
That's it. Urban.
That's it.
And I got it right. Okay.
Yes.
Check that out. Put that in there. Y'all find that. And also,
Yoreys Urban Eats.
Urban Eats.
That's correct.
Yoreys Urban Eats.
Check that out, guys. If you're in the Houston area, hit them up right now. I know they got some stuff that's slapping. Woo!
Yes, sir.
Get your wig straight too. So we appreciate it.
We do it all.
Yeah.
Again, this has been another edition of Prime Parents. We appreciate the Harris and Wancorp family, all in one.
All in one. Yes, sir.
Yes, indeed.
Yes, sir.
And we'll be sure to catch up with you guys later on. I want to do like maybe before the season, like a parent roundtable or something, and I'll be
I would
shooting.
love that.
Yeah.
I won't be doing hair.
Yeah, 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 yeah. And we can share funny stories that the kids don't want us to talk about. It we'll get in trouble when the camera off.
I have lots of them, guys.
Hey, Mama Benson already showed a baby picture of Big Khalil, and I said, you're gonna have that big fella chasing after me. I can't have.
Say, bro. In our household, we do a lot of practical joking. So, like, if you go to sleep, oh man, we do all kind of stuff. It's bad. It's bad. It's bad.
But we gotta keep it. I can't have Shadozi chasing me too now.
Yeah. I'm already in trouble. I already know it.
Oh, hey, I appreciate you guys once again. Love to meet you guys and glad talking to you. So we're gonna do it again. But until next time, this has been the second edition of season 2 Prime
Wait,
Parent.
let's see how you do it. Like I'm practicing on this.
Go Buff.
Bam.
So you can do it like that.
Okay, I'm getting it.
Let's go Buff. Nicky Gone. Peace of the Middle East.
Already, bro. Thank you.
Eyes were twinkling. You know, I was like, okay. Okay.
And Coach Prime said he wanted to bring in some dogs, and he brought in one literally, as he said, a man, Q Dog. Still pledged at Indiana. So, and then Josh Johns, recruiter and on the coaching staff for Colorado, he's an Omega. I think there's a few other Omegas also.
Yeah.
So that made it maybe a even smoother transition, a little bit more comfortable for him to be able to have his frat brothers and understanding that lingo along.
Yes.
Yeah.
Most definitely. And I'm seeing that DT2, and he was like, Mama, no. DT2, I was like, DT2, him and my nephew that came up with us, who he's doing his own thing too, and they kind of intertwined, and both of them, you know, he was like, TT, DT2, and I'm like, DT, and so once I realized what it was, don't touch 2, hey, that's it, baby. He was like, no, this ain't happening. We got to make sure none of that happens this season. So I'm like, oh yeah, we finna really see. Oh, I can't wait till the season.
That's the attitude that an offensive lineman is supposed to have. We want to hear from the get-go. Jordan Seaton, we saw coming in the 5-star. He said, hey, that won't happen again. Then you got Khalil saying the same thing with the same attitude, and the other guys that was there with him. You got Big Tyler Johnson, Yakiri Walker, Big Mayors from UTEP coming in.
Yes.
Some ballers coming in on that line. I like that DT2. That doesn't stand for tackle number 2. That stands for don't touch number 2.
Don't touch 2. That's it, baby.
I'm sure Coach Prime can appreciate that, dog.
Look, I'm just ready for him to show the world, man, and let Shador do what he do, and those guys absolutely gonna shine. I can't wait to see them, you know, get together. And I think someone asked Khalil in another interview, like, how you guys gonna gel? And Khalil loves to cook. You know, he barbecues. He's all about the team. And so, you know, he got some other things going. He had a whole Bible study going in Indiana, you know, and he wants to make sure, because if we got that foundation laid and everybody on the same page, and, you know, as long as they're one, you don't have to believe, but we got to believe in this mission of DT2. You know, we got to make sure that happens, and that, you know, Colorado, that whole team is ready to transform and do what they need to do, you know, so we're excited about it.
I love it. I doubt if he'll be the most sacked quarterback in college football next year.
That's
like I
right.
said earlier, guys, if y'all missed out, we got Khalil Benson, 6'6", 310 pounds, Indiana University transfer, played 12 games last year, started, and only gave up 1 sack and over 800 snaps. We'll take that all day and twice on Saturday.
That's right.
At any time in Colorado.
That's right.
I got a couple of other pictures I wanted to share because I was on Twitter. Of course, I looked at his page. And before we go any further, I wanted to share this too. Y'all go follow Miss Tanya Benson on Twitter right now. Y'all can check her out, KTO Mom. KTO Mom, go follow her on Twitter. Your thing might be going up right now, Mom.
Let's go, baby.
We got a lot of people in here right now. But I was
Let's go.
checked out. I don't know. Should I say this now or should I? Let's go here first before I go there.
Okay.
You mentioned your kids,
Oh.
and can you explain who's all in the picture right here?
So the one in the yellow shirt, that's my baby girl. Um, that is Odessi. The young man with the next level genius, that's my nephew slash son. Okay, so he's been with me since he's 5. He's 12 now. My oldest daughter now, she's 14. We are making silly faces. That's Taraji, and that's Khalil's. I thought I was his biggest cheerleader. No, she already told me she's playing football this year. I'm like, hold on, you're taking me too fast, baby. You know,
Like
she's
it.
a rider for real. So
Yeah.
yeah.
All right. And then
Mhm.
I was looking at his Twitter page, and
Okay.
this was it last night, night before last, whatever. But I was like, man, I see a picture he posted Brown Chapel Church. And then I see a picture he's posting at Edmund Pettus Bridge. And
Yes.
how do you guys ask? How do I know what these monuments are real? I grew up right here, literally. If you can pan to the right a little bit of this picture, if you're looking at the church, right on the right side of the church, if you're standing in front of the church, speak to the left, I had my first wrestling match right there. my, my, a friend of mine, Mardrellis Starworth, shout out to him. He put me in a headlock right here. This is the church also where a lot of civil rights movement meetings and SNCC meetings went on right here. Dr. King, you can see the monument right there in front. But this is literally where I grew up at. My grandmother's house is right in the back. They used to have all type of civil rights meetings there at her house. She used to cook for them. She was very known in the civil rights movement. My mom is the co-author of the book Selma Lord Selma, which became a Disney movie called Selma Lord Selma. So I was like, man, this is like you said, things are lining up, and it's crazy how small the world is.
Yes,
And
it is.
still taking a trip to Selma, Alabama. Can you give some insight on that? I think that was at Indiana.
Yeah, it was. Khalil was chosen out of one of the athletes out of the Big Ten. So to go and to visit there and oh my, what an experience it was. Being from the Delta, Emmett Till, we found out like he's a cousin to us. And so knowing that Emmett Till story, and we are like miles up the road from where he was um killed at. And then for Khalil to be able to go there and experience it. And he called me, Chico, from there. And he was just sobbing. He was crying. He said, Mama, while we were on the bridge, he said, I had to stop. He said, I asked the other 3 or 4 Big Ten athletes that was with them, said, do y'all hear that? And they was like, huh? And he said, do you hear? He said, Mama, I could hear them singing
You can hear it.
from the woods. He said, I could hear it. Oh my, I mean, just, oh, I got chills now, even thinking about it.
Me
You know,
too.
and he was able to go into the library of the museum, and he was like, Mom, they had like the soil
Yeah.
samples or whatever. He was like, Mama, Tallahatchie County is
Yep.
right here. I'm looking at it. This is, oh, he was sobbing. And it was such an experience. And I'm so glad that he was able and that they chose him.
Yes.
You know, of all those athletes, they chose my baby. You know, and I tell him that's a testament again to who he is and his footprints and what he's leaving, you know, what he's been doing. But for him to be able to literally feel that, you know, and he was like, Mom, I could just, he said, I want to go back. He said, I want to take my sisters and my little brother. And, you know, and we had just gone to Birmingham into for spring break or something. I took the other ones and we were trying to get to Selma, but it stormed so bad. And I had told Khalil, I was like, I really want you to go. And then here it comes. He's like, Mama, guess what? I've been chosen to go. Again, God.
Yes.
I'm telling you, I got stories for you, Chico. I could go on and on about how this thing is working and doing. And if there's anybody out there that's in doubt, I'm here to tell you, he works.
Yes, indeed.
Stand on it, pray on it, find that thing in the scriptures, meditate on that scripture, give it to him, and let God do, and he will. I'm a living witness. You're
Me,
talking about a single mom.
yes, indeed.
Single mom. You
Mm-hmm.
know, when my mom passed a couple of years ago, I felt like my world had turned upside down, but I also, again, knew who the man was. We
Right.
ain't been hungry. We ain't skipped a beat, nothing. I'm steady pouring into people, steady going because that's what she would want me to do. And I know that's what God have me to do, you know, and just hold on. Just keep on going. And you guys, our motto is T-GAN. Trust God and never doubt.
Trust
So,
God and never doubt. I like that.
T-GAN, that's our church motto.
Trust God.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, all right, we're at the end. We're at the top of the hour right now. We're going to have to come back and get you more and more maybe after the spring and just during the season. Maybe have a round table or something with more parents because
Let's do it.
conversation. But let's give some shout outs real quick. Give a shout out to your family, your hometown. You better give a shout out to your church and make sure they don't come and get you.
I'm telling you, hey, look, I got some straight foundation. My sisters, my brothers, Hillary, Brock, Quentin, Tony. It's in Cleveland. Cheryl. Look, my nephew also played professional ball. So Kevin Elliott. So you know he's been pouring nuggets into him, and
Yeah.
all the way Mississippi coming on up this way. His godparents, Ebony Cowley, the Starks, Reggie and Shaquita Starks. There's just been so many people pouring into Khalil, some of my other family members, man, you know I can't name all of them. I told you about 28, 30. So, you know, even with my church, Greater New Liberty, let me back that up. Rollins United Methodist Church, my youth minister, Willie Williams. Oh my, thank God for Willie Williams. Definitely poured into him. He would come and get my baby when he was dying, and even now, buddy, he come and get him. What you doing, man? You know, come on. And then to get here and have a great foundation with Greater New Liberty, Dr. Derek K. Shack, where we T-GAN, we trust God and we never doubt. And all of that has poured into his coaches, his friends. Oh gosh, it's just so many people that I'm just grateful for, you know, and I thank God for them and what happened to mold Khalil into the man that he is, the leader that he is, and just even pouring into me. I have, you know, those good friends of mine, Serena Jones and Ebony, like I said, his godmom, and you know, Shalonda and Rose, and oh my God, if I get the name of people, they're gonna be upset with me because I'm that person again. I don't meet strangers. So James Harris, you know, Tracy Ingram, Angela, oh golly, Linda. It's just people that when you know they 100,
Yeah.
they 100. You know, you want those friends that ain't just. I'm not in an amen corner. If I'm wrong, Chico, I even want you to tell me I'm wrong.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because now we done built this bond.
Right.
Don't just amen me because I'm Latanya. Who am I?
Right.
You know.
And you said something about Coach Prime being humble, no matter
Yes.
all the accomplishments he's made. He's that type of person right there too. Listen, dog. You know, I say dog like him sometimes, but but he says it though. Listen, dog. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. You know.
Yeah.
Say it. Don't be afraid to say it, dog. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm human. You know.
That's right.
About him, and just showing that human part of him also, and giving us a chance to do what we're doing, and allowing us, you know, to use this platform to even, you know, conduct these type of interviews right here. So I want to make sure I give a shout out to Coach Prime and the staff, and also all the people who gave super chats in here today too. So let me give a shout out. But I also, last question though, because I was thinking. So you're in Indiana. Khalil's going to Colorado. What are you going to do now?
So I would love to be in Boulder. However, I still have to think of the other three. And with them, you know, this has still been an adjustment for them, you know, being in Indiana. And maybe by March, May, we'll kind of see what it's looking like, what it's feeling like, and then make that decision. Then I definitely want to be accessible, you know, for Khalil, and when he wants that big pot of pinto beans, I can put them on for him. So he eats about 8 pounds of beans.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
I feel him. I know
Yeah.
that's a good meal too from the house. So
Yeah.
the Mississippi cooking. Shout out to Mississippi, the whole Mississippi, man. You know,
I'm
from the top,
telling you.
baby. All right. So Khalil came up in here. I thought there was somebody trolling, but that is Khalil. Jalen,
Yeah.
who started
My
67.
nephew.
Okay. Nice. Tell us about your nephew Jalen.
So
Jalen.
Jalen, that's Hillary's my sister. That's her oldest son, and like I say, it's a family of athletes. My sister played, everybody, but even my brother Lee, he played. And if I'm not mistaken, I think he wore 67 in high school. But they just kind of want to keep that tradition going. And Jalen kind of stood out as well in high school. He went on to play at Mississippi Delta College. So they all wore 67. So that 67 has kind of just stayed in there, and they didn't want to lose it, and we don't want to lose it either because it's so many. We got cousins now that we didn't even know that was like watching Khalil when Khalil was in high school wearing 67 now.
Yep.
And I mean, even from how Khalil wore his gloves or wore, they're
Yeah.
doing it, so just, but it's awesome. Yeah. Shout out to Jalen and
Yeah,
yeah.
Shout out to Jalen Benson. It'll surprise you though, as an athlete, seeing your little cousins imitate you, and you'll be like, "Dang, you really been watching me do this?" And you're wearing the number. Dang, So you have to realize that if somebody always watching you for the first time and watch you for the last time when you play, so you always want to show up and do your best and
Most definitely.
great representation of yourself and your family. So shout out once again for Khalil coming through with the super chat. Also, Renee Owen said, "Trust God and never doubt."
Oh
Hashtag
yes.
yes, indeed. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Pitt Marine, moms, you and Khalil are energy. We Colorado family have him DT2. Shout out to you, Pitt Marine. Also,
Thank you.
K for the $20 super chat. Interview is
Mm.
a blessing to my soul. DT2 squad is blessed to have Khalil as a brother. Definitely. Appreciate it, Cindy J and P. Holland. Also, consistently me. Okay. We see your why, Khalil. Great job, mama.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Khalil, once again. Look, I was
Think
like,
he was typing fast on there, wasn't he?
yeah. He said, what do you say? Love y'all.
Love you. Yeah. Now you see my why.
Now you see my why, exactly.
Yeah, baby.
Thank you so much, Tanya, for coming through and allowing us to get to know you and more on Khalil. Big country.
Big country.
Go Buff. Appreciate that for Texas. So once again, we thank you so much, Mr. Tanya, for coming on. We hope to have you on again. You brought the energy tonight. I hope I got all the questions out for everybody who was in here. Mildred, another Mildred Cooley just came through. Hi, Chico, Mr. Tanya. First time chatting, really enjoying this interview. Thank you so much for.
Thank you.
Also, Calvin, thank you once again too, and everybody else out there. I appreciate it. I'm overwhelmed myself. Thank you very much.
Thank y'all for having us.
Yes, thank you so much. We're gonna come back once again. We got I think we have the father of Mr. Chidozie Nwankwo, who's the D tackle from Houston. We have him coming on, so y'all stay tuned for that and get on there and make sure y'all follow, like, subscribe, and leave your comments if you want to on her Twitter page. Let her know how she was, and make sure y'all give her a follow out there. Also, Khalil, follow him also. I didn't even share this, did I? Let me make sure I pull this up one time. Y'all make sure y'all follow his page on Instagram if you haven't already. Khalil Benson, Benson Khalil _67 is his page. So thank you once again for joining me. This is Prime Parents Season 2, the first episode. Hey, happy holidays and happy new year out there. Happy new year to you too.
Thank you. And the same to you all. Thanks again for having us. And hopefully I answered the questions that but this is who I am, people. This is who I am. Please don't be afraid to talk to me when we hit Boulder. This is me.
We're going up to Boulder where it's colder, baby. Yes, indeed. DT2, protect your door. Protect, don't touch two. Ride with Coach Prime, RWCP. We ride with Coach Prime all the way to the promised land, baby. So
we got that merch coming. We got it coming. We want to see everybody in them DT2 t-shirts and sweaters or what have you. Yeah, it's coming.
yes, indeed. DT2. Hey, let me know the link and I'll make sure I share it on here.
Most definitely.
As much as I can. All right. So
thanks for having me.
thank you for joining me. We're gonna get up and about this thing once again. We appreciate you guys and everybody else checked in. This has been another episode of Prime Parents with Big Dog Chico. We up and about this thing. Peace in the Middle East. Yeah. All right, we're back with another one live and direct. It is me, Chico to the C, and the place to be, the BIGG. BOWG, man, we got a good one for you. I told y'all, man, we got one of my favorite players coming in straight from California by way of Southern Utah University. Got his parents checking in, the hard-hitting safety from Colorado. That is Roderick Ward. We got Big Rod in, Rod Sr. and Tanya Ward. I hope I said it right this time. I'm working on it, and they're going to correct me. Don't worry about it. But we in the building, man. We in the building live and direct. We have Prime Parents, and they're checking in all the way from California. How you guys doing? Thank you for joining me again.
We're doing just fine. Thanks for having us, brother.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it, man. Rod is one of my favorite players. I had to say it off the top because, for one, he came in from Southern Utah, and my little cousin just finished up there. Akili Gray, he played there with Rod. And
yeah. He at UNLV right now, right?
Exactly. He's doing his thing.
Yeah. I know Kelly, yeah.
He told me, he said, man, you should hit up Rod, man. Rod is a dog. This before the season. So Rod is a dog. Should hit him up for an interview. And so I checked him out again. I was like, man, that's the one. Oh, okay. If Cuz told me he right, then I looked at the film. I know he right. So shouts out on that one. I appreciate you guys joining me on this. Tell us about how you guys have been feeling watching him come alive these last, I'll say about 5 or 6 games. I think he's been really coming alive. 42 tackles, leading the defense along with Shiloh. How's it been watching him come along and doing what you know he can do out there on the field for Colorado?
Well, I mean, it's no surprise to me. The thing with Rod is I coached him for pretty much the majority of his life up until his senior year in high school. I stepped away. So I knew once he got the opportunity that he would make good on it, so I mean, I'm loving it. It seems like this season is just shooting by so fast. But as far as his, what he's doing, I'm proud of it. I'm not surprised. I'm loving it. And I honestly feel like he still hasn't quite hit his zone yet, but Rod's always put up numbers. He's always put up numbers. So I'm not surprised at all. And I'm proud of him. And I'm glad to see, him and Shiloh and the rest of the defense, kind of gelling and pulling things together. So I'm glad to see him back there, man.
Definitely. How's it been for you too, Mom?
To me, it's still kind of surreal. Watching him grow up and watching him play football, it's always been mind-wrecking to me as a parent of a child that plays football the way he was taught by his dad. So I've always been in my nervous corner, but he taught him as a child how to hit, how to get blocked, how to block, all that stuff. So it kind of made me feel a little bit better. But just seeing him with Coach Prime and the other players that he talked about before we even knew about Colorado. He watched some show that they did. I'm sorry, I didn't watch the show, but they did a show and he would watch it and talk about it and talk about Shiloh and talk about Shador. And so he was really excited about the show, So seeing him play at Colorado and having this opportunity, it's just like, it's so surreal to me. I'm still, they only got a few more games and I'm still like, is this real? Trying to pinch myself.
Right.
So, just being at the games, it's been awesome. I mean, win or lose, we're here to support. So I love my son. I love what he's doing. I love what Coach Prime's doing. So I'm sitting still loving it.
And like you mentioned, a few more games left. The next one coming up this weekend versus Arizona. How do you guys see them coming away getting the victory after just ending a losing streak and finding a way to get a victory? What do you think are the keys to victory?
Well, to be honest with you, my honest assessment when I first kind of looked at the team, went up and visited, and was kind of watching the videos, tracking where the guys came in from, the different transfer portal individuals, athletes. I felt like that they could. My initial thought was 8-4, and then I said, well, 7-5, because a lot of people have to understand when you're rebuilding a program like that, and you're coming from the portal, you have all that talent. There are some growing pains that are going to take place, but so I'm still good. We 4-5 right now, so we could pull those 3 off. So I'm definitely still in the good right now. So I said 8-4, 7-5. So I feel pretty solid about that. Like at any given time, those guys line it up, they can win if they just put it all together. I think we've all noticed if they can just put 2 halves together and fix the little small things, that they have an opportunity to I still believe that. I still see that with the team.
Right, exactly. They're like Coach Prime said, they're on the right trajectory. They're trending in the right place, especially as far as stats and all those takeaways and things of that nature. And like I said, those things really went on the uptick when Rod stepped in there and really started. You got 2 hard hitting safeties now with him and Shiloh back there.
Right,
that's
right.
For any team going against. So let's take a step back now. You talked about coaching him when he was younger and stuff. Let's talk about you guys' background. Where were you born and raised? And talk about a little bit of maybe some of your athletic background and what coming up in your early days.
Mom can talk about that because hers is gonna be short.
No, I played sports in high school. I was good in volleyball.
Although
I'm 5'1", I was pretty good. Contrary to popular belief, I did. I ran track. I did track.
I ain't seen no stats, but go ahead.
My sister was very good in track and volleyball and basketball. My sister was. So I think a lot of his athletic ability comes from this side of the family. But he was mostly the football player. But any sport he plays, he kind of conquers. He's played baseball, softball, football, basketball, and I've seen them all in action, and he's pretty good.
That's right. All right. Give us the long version, Dad.
All right. So I'm from born and raised in Norfolk, Virginia, 757. Okay. So I played ball growing up, junior high, middle school. I only played my senior year in high school at Maury High School in Norfolk, Virginia. Actually, I was from graduated the same year, Joe Smith, basketball #1 draft pick. I know he's having some problems right now, but we were high school buddies, man. And so he was playing basketball. I was on the football team that year. We did pretty good. So around that time, let me see, Iverson was a junior. Michael Vick was just coming along. So I was playing high school ball in that era. I didn't go to the next level with college. I had a couple of looks, but I just wasn't focused. I didn't quite have things together, in my own head. I had the ability, but I just kind of went another way. That's another story. So I always felt like, if I was to ever have a son, I would give him everything that I felt like I didn't have growing up, because I knew what was in me. And I knew if I had a son, what was going to be in him as far as the ability to play football. Like, that's just born. Like, that's just in you. Like, I know Coach Prime talk about people being dogs. You can't coach a dog. That's just in them. You know what I mean? And it's going to show up. I mean, you can, groom it or try to, but you can't. A dog is a dog, and that is DNA. Bottom line,
that's in you. Yep,
that's what's in you. You know what I mean?
Right. And so you recognize that we're going to come back to those mistakes and how that shaped the things that you might have done with your son. Let's move to how did you guys cross paths? Because, Mom, you were born where?
I'm sorry. I was born in California, Los Angeles. My family's from Inglewood. So, and then my dad and mother moved to Banning because my dad was working for a doctor in Palm Springs. So, a doctor's office, I would say. And we moved to Banning. It's about 30 minutes from Palm Springs. So I grew up in Banning, went to school here, went to high school here. So this is where my son's from. So that's kind of stays in my heart. I mean, I know he would rather have been in Virginia, born in Virginia, but he was born in California.
He still got Virginia blood in
He
him,
got
so he all
Virginia
right.
blood. Yeah. So I'm from California.
I'm sure Pops enjoyed that California weather a little bit. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I'm loving it. I've been out here for the last, how long? I've been over 30 years now, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, about 30 years. I moved out when I was 18, 19.
Yeah.
So I'm right at 48. So yeah.
Okay, so what brought you out there at 18, 19 and then led to you guys crossing paths?
Well, basically, like I said, I kind of, as a teenager growing up, man, I kind of was making some, bad decisions and things like that. So, it just felt like my mother, sent me out here with my brother who was stationed out in the military, to come out here, just kind of get a new, if I could say a new vision on life or whatever. So basically, I came out here, like I said, to get away from, Virginia or whatever, the streets, the things that I was just kind of out there doing. And actually I met my wife actually at Bible class, which is very, unique thing, for me to come from Virginia, get out here and kind of, just trying to figure things out and then run into my wife in Bible class. So the things just lined up perfectly right. You know what I mean? I'm always thankful to God because I know He's put all this together.
Right.
So I'm confident in that. I live it every day. So yeah, that's how I got out on this end. I've been here ever since.
30 years out there in California, Manning, California, right outside of LA. So you guys, is Rod the only child now? So
the daughter.
So talk about the other siblings and coming up raising him as a young lad.
Absolutely. We have a daughter. She's 20. She just turned 26. Alea. That's my heart right there. She was brought up with her brother. She was very good in sports as well. And we didn't find out until about high school. She just ran for track. She did track. And my husband, Rod, was like just flabbergasted because he saw her run at a meeting, was like, why didn't nobody tell her she could run? And so she was getting all these medals and everything. And I'm like, I told you where she got it from and where he got it from. So he was really excited about that. But unfortunately, she didn't get into sports until her senior year. So we didn't really, he was kind of upset. We didn't really take that much time. All of our time was kind of spent with sports into my son. Mm-hmm. So he was kind of upset that we didn't take that time because she could have went there and would have been great. But she decided to go into the Navy right out of high school. And it was probably one of the best things she could have did. She was in the Navy for 5 years and she decided to get out and get married, and she has two beautiful kids. We have two beautiful grandchildren, a granddaughter that'll be 5 in December, and our grandson just turned 4 months. So it's just been wonderful watching both Roderick and my daughter Alea grow and just to be their parents. I know I speak for the both of us. It's just been a great joy raising both of them because they're wonderful kids.
Right. And so when Lil Rod comes along, right, and like you said, that going back to what you said earlier, that dog is gonna be in him because it was in you, and all you just made a few mistakes. I had that. Trust me, I know exactly what you mean because I have he's be 1 year old on the end of this month, but. So I'm exactly where you at. Any mistakes I've made, I'm going to make sure he don't make those same mistakes. And I know he's going to have that dog in him because I didn't ask for this dog in me. You know what I mean?
That's right.
How did you, from what age did you start trying to groom him and make sure that?
Man, LR, I call him LR, LR, Little Rod. LR been since he was 6 years old. So, we did the flag, and he probably get mad. I'm going to tell this story anyway. We was doing flag football. And so, he was running around. Just wanted to see how he was. And, they're supposed to be reaching for the flag, but I seen him run this kid down, and he didn't even tackle. He just, jumped up and did, a double drop kick on the kid. And I'm just like, Okay, yeah, it's time for some tackle. You know what I mean? So and 7 years old. So from 7 years old, man, to where it was legal for him to play tackle, he had been playing tackle. I mean, to the point to where I would have like little cans and stuff lined up in the front yard, like, hey, hit this hole, and have him tackling the bag as 6, 7 years old. So that's, like I said, that's just, so from there up until where he's presently now, and he's never missed a season since he's been playing every football season since he was 6 years old.
Wow. See, I hope everybody's listening right there. That dog is in you, dog. He said he was playing flag football.
Yeah.
And he just came up. Same what he doing on the field now. I wish I had this highlight. He's just coming up out of nowhere, bam, taking out these from these other guys. So and then so as a young kid, he's doing that. You recognize it. What are some things that you did to make sure he stayed on that straight path, straight and narrow path?
One thing, and it may not be the popular thing, a lot of times, and I'm not trying to jump on parenting, but a lot of times parents try to be their kids' friends, and you have to understand there's a fine balance that's there. So I always kept my foot on his neck, if I could say it that way, to where it's like to make sure that he was doing all the proper things as far as when it comes to training, with schoolwork. You follow what I'm saying? Like, he had to have the priorities in place, and I was instilling that early because I did not want him to get down to the end and then, now you're trying to incorporate these things into his character. No, I'm going to bring you up a certain way so that, when you get there, it's not a culture shock, when someone's asking you or demanding something of you. And, the one thing I know about, Rod is like, I knew I pushed him harder than any other coach could probably ever push him. So I was never worried about whether they say, oh, this guy's tough coaching. And I think Coach Kelly even said, oh, you can coach him hard. Yeah, of course, because I coached him and I pushed him hard. It was love there, but I just wanted him to know and understand, like football also translates to life. And man, life's going to be tough. No one's giving you no handouts. So everything we got from the mud, and we was looking for no handouts. I'm like, no, you earn it, So that's why you look at even the route he had to take, and what I appreciate is just the confidence in himself. And I always had a saying, hard work can't be denied. If you putting in the work, the results will come. We don't know all the mechanics on how you're gonna get there, but if you put in the work, the results will come. And what happened through high school, and it was his junior year, I transferred him because his grades weren't right. And I transferred him and put him in a situation to where I'm like, if you want to go to college and you want to play ball, I got to separate you away from your friends or those who you may be comfortable with. You follow what I'm saying? So I'm going to put you in an environment to where you're going to have to go and you're going to have to focus on your grades. And so we had to fix some of those things up. And it caused him to miss his last the first 5 games of his senior year. So it took his recruiting, down, because Rod has always had numbers. If he's on the field, he's going to produce numbers.
Exactly.
And so what happened was, he missed those 5 games, and then he had a couple like Division II offers, some NAIA offers or whatever. And he was like, I got him qualified, so he was a qualifier. And so, I talked to a few of the coaches, and they were like, have him go to JUCO. I always thought you had to go to JUCO if you had bad grades, but that's not the case. Mm-hmm. He went to JUCO. He was a qualifier, so it was like all he has to do is play a season, and then he's out. So we'll pick him up. So that's what we did. He played that season of JUCO, and that's when Southern Utah, picked him up. And
that season of JUCO was right there at home, right?
Yeah, right around the mountain at San Jacinto. Yep. Yeah. And I mean, that was tough for him too. Everybody just, JUCO's a grind, man. You know what I mean? He was out there. He was like, Dad, these grown men with families. I'm like, hey, you said you wanted, so we're gonna throw you out there. And I was, like I said, I never doubted him because I knew what was in him and I knew what I instilled in him. It's Mom be nervous, but I sit there and I'm like, I don't care who you put in front of him. Mm-hmm. It doesn't matter. He's going to compete. He's going to compete at an awesome level. You follow what I'm saying? So he's not afraid of anything. Sometimes you got to protect him from himself because he's just fearless when it comes to it. So you know, I never doubted it. And I just felt like, you know, that JUCO grind and going to Southern Utah, and then him once again betting on himself. He was the big fish at the small pond at Southern Utah, and he called me one day, was like, you know what, Dad, you know, I'm gonna hit the transfer portal. I'm like, man, you're a senior, man. Like, this is it. You already the man there. You starting. You got everything you want. You know. And he was like, no, I want to go and play on a higher level and showcase my skills at a higher level.
Mm.
And so, and of course, you know me. At this point, I'm like, well, whatever you decide to do, son, I got your back. I'll support you.
I was nervous.
Yeah, mom was nervous. Like I said,
Me and
I
grandma
never.
were nervous.
They were.
His mom.
But I
Were
never.
were you nervous about just getting in the portal and maybe not getting picked up, or what was?
Yeah, that too. And I was thinking the same thing that his dad said, that I'm just like, you've kind of established here. Everybody knows you. You're the big guy. You play every game. We come to the games and we can see you play. We're not seeing you stand on the sideline. And I'm like, is this something you really want to do? So I was nervous. Me and grandma were.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was gonna say, go ahead, continue that, because you were going on with that, and I could see. I was gonna ask, you know, how mom felt also in that situation and going into the portal. So he's in the portal, and you guys blessing him, and you say you have his back. How do you go from there?
And basically, it was funny because he thought that he had to, you know, it was the portal deadline. I think it was like April or something, and I was like, I'm like, but I think he was a grad at the time. He was a grad at the time, so he didn't even fully understand it. So that was the one thing that did have me a little bit spooked, because I had to go and do my homework as far as how the transfer portal rules, you know, work. Mm-hmm. So once I figured out, I was like, man, you need to go in there to the office and, you know, talk to the compliance or whoever you need to talk to at Southern Utah. And, you know, finally he was like, okay. He went in there and they was like, oh no, you can enter the portal right away. Mm-hmm. So when he entered the portal right away, I mean, within the first couple hours, man, he was getting hits, boom, 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 boom. And it was funny because, you know, him and I was talking, and I was like, man, it would be, you know, because we follow, you know, Coach Prime, and, you know, we were fans of the movement, and, you know, just the players and stuff. So we was loving it. So I'm like, man, it'd be crazy if, you know, Colorado hit you up. And he was like, you know, yeah. And so we hung up the phone, and like maybe 5 minutes later, he hit me back like, Dad, Colorado just hit me. So of course I was like, man, really? You know what I mean? Like, wow. And it was Coach Dancy. You know, they tease Dancy about the fade. He do got the sharpest fade in the game. Yeah, Coach Dancy. You know, so Coach had hit him up. You know what I mean? So you know, they started the correspondence, and of course, during that whole time, because they had stuff going on. This was before the spring game and everything. So, you know, other colleges were, you know, reaching out, you know, to him, and I never doubted that he would get picked up, you know. But I'm just like, I just didn't know where. As far as I was kind of thinking with Southern Utah, I mean, that was 6 hours away from us, so we could make the games. You know what I mean? So it was like, man, now you looking at some of the schools that was reaching out to him, it was like all the way on the other side of the map. So I'm like, man, like, you know, do you really want to, you know, look at going out there? And, you know, so, and I kind of let Rod handle it. You know, I just told him, I said, whoever's reaching out to you and they really want you, you're going to know. And I'm like, when the coaching staff asks to talk to your parents, then that's when you start taking them serious, you know. Outside of that, I mean, because all kind of people were just hitting them up, you know. And I met a lot of good people, man, because we had good conversations, you know, with coaches and stuff. Anybody who reached out to my son and offered him, I made sure to have a conversation with them just to let them know that we appreciate, you know, them even, you know, even want to give my son an opportunity to come attend their school and play in their program. So everyone who reached out to him, I talked to and personally thanked them, whether we had committed there or not, you know. Right. So, you know, that's, right. And I told him to do that. I don't care if it's a HBCU or FCA. Anyone who reaches out to you, you show them the respect and you talk to them, and, you know, and you let them know, hey, you're still early in the process, or, you know, whatever. So, and it's funny because I told him, I said, we're going to take 3 visits, man. That's it. Because he was getting hit like a whole bunch of, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so, you know, he chose Bowling Green, he chose Cincinnati, and then Colorado. You know, and you know, the Bowling Green visit, you know, it was nice. You know, Cincinnati was nice.
Oh, I love Cincinnati.
You know,
Mom likes Cincinnati, even though that's further on the other side, though.
I'll be honest with you, and I'm just I'm
awful.
gonna tell this because it's exactly how it happened.
Yeah.
Cincinnati, was we was just there like I think we left Cincinnati the very next day, and then we flew to Colorado.
Right.
So I mean they laid it out pretty nice, man. Like he was going to be making like some really good, you know, NIL money. You know what I mean? From there. And this so happened. So we took the visit to Colorado. And so that night or that evening, we were at the hotel room, and like I said, we talked to Coach Prime and them, and the thing I appreciated about Coach Prime was the substance.
Yeah.
You follow what I'm saying? I was like, it's the substance here is what I'm looking for. You know, everybody say this, that, and the other, but I read people for their substances as far as who they are as individuals and as people. And the thing I appreciated, what Coach Prime was like, well, don't focus so much on NIL. Let's focus on the NFL. And he, talked to Rod and told him, straight up, man, you come out here, you work hard, and he basically told, he's like, hey, Mom, he coming here for football, and the goal is to get him to the NFL. So don't focus on the NIL, bag right now.
Right.
And so, so we went back after the meeting or whatever. And, we kind of sat and we thought about it, talked about it. And, when somebody throw a bag at you, I know Rob was kind of sitting there like, but that's a bag, Dad. You know what I mean? And I really had to sit there and I said, well, son, what did you ask for in your heart when you was alone and by yourself in Southern Utah? What did you tell me your reason for hitting the portal was? You never said money.
Wow.
You said you wanted a bigger stage and a bigger opportunity.
Wow.
You see what I'm saying? So I know some people may say, oh, well, that's crazy, but that's not what he asked for. So you got what you asked for. Let's move forward in that. You follow what I'm saying?
That's excellent advice. That's great advice right there.
Yeah. So that's what we, did. And it was tough for him. I mean, those first 4 games, standing around, not being able to play, contributing on special teams and having that dog in him. And we just sitting back being patient. I'm just like, man, you listen, man, things are going to, work out for you. And you never want to see people get injured or whatever. But I mean, the injuries started happening, and before you knew it, he was on the field,
Yep. And he made the best of it. Of course, we've seen him step in there and do his thing. He played at TCU, I guess those are the special teams tackles with the 3 tackles. But once he stepped in versus USC, 9 big total tackles, 8 versus Arizona State, 9 versus Stanford, 6 UCLA, 7 Oregon State, producing. And you see him on the field, sideline to sideline, coming up with those hard hits, along with what seemed like to be his tag team partner, Shiloh Sanders. They need to have somebody to get him an NIL deal. Like
exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. And they love each other, man. The chemistry is there with them, man. They love each other, man. And that's what I'm appreciating. You can start to see, I know it's late, but you can see them gelling and coming together, with those guys just getting used to each other and just appreciating and having each other's back. That's real. That's not talk. That's real.
That's real. Yeah. Speaking of NILs, real quick, if for everybody out there listening, everybody in the chat, you don't know, you can check out roderickWard.com right there. If I'm gonna pull it up once again, this is his website, and it has also links where you can go and shop and get his merchandise and everything like that. You can find out about him, get some sponsorship news, see some pictures, contact him. But I wanted to ask about, this is a nice website, looks very professional. How did that come about? Setting up a website like this, do you go with an NIL company? Do you do it yourself? How do
Actually, I have someone who I do work with, ChristopherLafayette.com, and he actually I talked with him and told him, I wanted to, what I wanted to do as far as with Rod's image, as far as online presence. And he came in and did an excellent job. I would suggest to any parent or even player who's watching to definitely check him out. You see how professional it is. I gave him the information and I told him, how he wanted things to do, and he, advised us on certain situations and things as far as wording. He just did an excellent job. That way, it's, he has his own website. He has his own image to where he can do business or whatever, online, and someone can see his portfolio, the things that how we want to present him online in a professional way.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Beautiful website, very easy to where you can go through it and find out exactly what you want, what you need to support him. As always, we have it up here. We're gonna have it in the link below also. Somebody can put it in the chat. You guys can get on that website and support Roderick Ward, the hard-hitting safety. I call him out of Colorado and by way of Southern Utah. You feel me? So I'm loving it. Like I said, another shout out to him. Give him the website once again that everybody need to go to.
ChristopherLafayette.com. It's actually, if you stroll down to the bottom of the website, it'll say made with, on Rod's website, it'll say made with love by Christopher Lafayette in the bottom right corner. You stroll down, they should be able to see it all the way at the bottom. If Chris is watching this, I'm probably telling me he should just put it in the chat. See that heart down there?
There it is. Yep. Made by Christopher Lafayette with love. Shouts out to him.
Yes.
Very dope website. I might need to get with you myself, Christopher.
Yes.
All right.
Really good.
Yep. Mom, let's get you a couple questions right quick. Watching him on those sidelines, those 4 games, you're thinking, dang, maybe this is the right decision, or whatever you might be thinking. Could be some negative doubt come in, but you got to stay positive and saying we're just going to stay the course because we know that the time is going to come. Dad has helped raise a dog. You've contributed, of course, with your speed and everything of that nature and your athletic ability. Tell them. Because we saw Rod chase down Dylan Edwards in a practice also, and Dylan's one of the fastest on the team, so that kind of showed Rod's long range speed right there that a lot of people might not have known. So seeing him out there just excel and stuff. Talk about some of your emotions watching the games and such from a mother's point of view.
Actually on the side, watching him on the sidelines was not a big thing to me because of course he wasn't out there getting hurt. That was my number one thing. But I also knew the character of my son and the integrity of my son. He's tough. He's tough. His skin is tough, but he has a soft heart. And I know that when he got the opportunity to show his talent, that he was going to go off. I mean, it's just things that we've seen since he's been 6 years old. You get him on the field, we have family members, friends that are just like, oh my God, he's so little. How is he hitting like that? So as a mom, seeing him on the sidelines, those first 4 games, I didn't mind it at all. Like I said, I was still in awe that we were with Coach Prime. My son was out there with Coach Prime and the coaches. And so I was just sitting there like, man, he's really there. And once he gets his opportunity to shine, he gonna shine. I just didn't have a doubt in my mind. We've seen it before. And like Dad said, it's DNA. My DNA.
All right. I'm not
DNA.
I'm not here to
so I wasn't afraid at all. I was just waiting for that opportunity, and once he got it, we knew he was going off. Dog.
But I also felt those 4 games, I felt like it was also a humbling thing for him. I think it's just something that he needed to just go within himself and build his character even that much more stronger. So I think it was a humbling thing for him. And like I said, I felt like that's what he needed as well. You follow what I'm saying? Those 4 games to kind of be like, okay, I got to really, focus up in here and really, get things going and to be humbled by the situation. That's why I knew once he got his opportunity, it was like, unleashing a dog off a chain. You know what I mean? I'm like, he finna go out here. I already know what's about to happen, I already knew it, you know. And I would talk. He was very, very calm. It hurt him sitting those 4 games. We talked about it, you know what I mean. But we manned up on it. You know what I mean. We manned up on it. Like we're not gonna whine about it or this and that. Just keep working because hard work can't be denied, man. You can find your way out there. It always happens that way. So let's not doubt it. Let's move forward.
Okay. Okay. If you're in the chat, you can go ahead and get some questions in right now. I have one off the top of my head. Being a grad student, graduating, what was his major that he finished with?
He just did general studies because he wanted to do cybersecurity, but he said, Dad, to be honest with you, trying to do cybersecurity and football, I can't do both. So I'm just, you know, so he got the prerequisites for cybersecurity, but he just kind of did general studies.
Which is smart. And you can also always learn cybersecurity. My partner, my best friend, my cousin is a cybersecurity attorney, which is for a couple big companies out there. So he's been trying to he's like, man, you can learn it tomorrow. You can learn it, you know, you just need to do it. You know how to do this, what you're doing, you know you can learn cybersecurity. So I'm sure Rod will jump up on it as soon as he's done playing ball. So he'll be a professional in that. But of course, the goal is to play the next level in the NFL, right? How would that be to see him just in an NFL uniform, drafted, undrafted, or not? To just see him in an NFL uniform, you know, a childhood dream. Talk about what would that feel like?
That would be awesome to see that. I would love to see that. I know the family would. Now my dad played for the 49ers.
Hold down. Time out. How you go? How we just get all by that the dad played for the 49ers? Man,
who was it? He played
1980
to 85.
No, he played like 70.
79.
He retired at 79. He retired right before they won the Super Bowl, bro.
Right.
So he ain't got no ring. We were looking for a ring. He ain't got no ring.
I was little. My dad played for the 49ers.
Yeah, what was his name?
Robert Farrell.
Yeah.
Number 38.
Number 38. Y'all check him out. Look at there, man. Look.
Ferrell.
San Francisco.
Farrell. Yeah. Okay.
And it was funny because when we were in UCLA, as my dad's what is it? Alumni. Yeah. So my dad went to school there, and so it would be awesome. What?
I was gonna say he was able to play at the Rose Bowl.
Yeah.
Where UCLA plays at now. Wow, that's amazing to even find that out. So I'm sure a lot of family, as I think this picture shows right here, showed up to the game at the Rose Bowl.
No, we was at least
42.
That was at our pocket. At our tailgate party.
Yeah, at our tailgate party.
So we was probably about 70 people all together, family that was out there. But we all couldn't tailgate, you know, together. So everybody was kind of spread out. But all together, it was about 70.
Yeah.
70 deep out there. Goodness gracious.
I thought they would put us on the well-off video because as the bus was coming in, we was in the middle of the street with the flag, like in front of the bus, like, you know, deep. You know what I mean? Rod said some of the teammates was like, yo, man, your family out here is deep, bro.
Yeah. They probably still got the footage somewhere. It got so much, I'm sure, that they might, you never know, they might drop it on a documentary. That's I should have plugged that. It's coming out. I think it's December 6th, the Coach Prime. Thing out. I'm sure everybody's gonna be watching that because as Mom mentioned, you used to watch which one you used to watch when they were at Truth University, at Truth the Youth League, the one you used to watch, or was it the JSU?
The JSU. The JSU. Okay. I knew about the other ones, but I really kind of got into it with the JSU because I would, you know, come in and catch Rod on it and be out sitting there and we're watching and talk about it.
Yeah. Nice, man. So real quick, talk about either some family morals that you instill and some things that you can share with other families that maybe, you know, might be raising a young athlete or just a young child in general that can help them be, or even myself, be a better parent out there.
Well, raising 2 kids, it's not an easy thing. Not even raising 1 kid is not easy, but I think once you put God first, number 1, and just the discipline that we instilled in both of our kids. We didn't really have to beat our kids. I know a lot of people use the whip and chain, but we really didn't have to with my daughter. Was like, you look at her and if I say I'm gonna tell dad, it was like she straightened up right up. Now Roderick LR, what we call him Little Rod LR. It was a little tougher with him because he had a, I wouldn't say a mean streak. What would you say? Because you had it. It was something in him that he had to have something to calm him down because he was very, what's the word I'm looking for? So we put him in sports. I'll say that because
that's that dog, Dad.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
It was something that once he didn't get his way, it was just like this rage in him. I'm like, we got to get something to tame him down. And once we put him in football, and if we ever mentioned that we would take that away or take his game away, his PlayStation away, it was like he straightened right up. So I think as a parent, putting them in some kind of sport or activity that would keep their mind just always focused on something and not idle. I know the generation that we're in, a lot of them are on their phones, they're on computers, and like the web is raising our kids. And that is like something that I'm glad we didn't have to go through, because back then they didn't really have phones and computers for them to go on social media like that. So I would tell parents, put them in a sport, put them in an activity, put them in a club, a reading club, a book club, something to keep them focused on just living life. I mean, I know it's gonna be hard, the world we live in right now, but that for my son, that was one big thing, and it helped us out so much with discipline. If he didn't have the right grades, he couldn't play football. If he didn't go to school, he couldn't play football. If he didn't do things around the house, we were like, you can't play football. So, and football was pretty much his, like, if I gotta play football. So that was one of the things that we kept in front of him, and just being consistent as a parent, being there. I know for us, we both worked. So it was hard being there for the kids as we're working and stuff, but being consistent, going to football games, going to track meets, going to award shows, showing that consistency that you're there as a parent to support your kids. I think that's a big key. Kids love consistency. Yeah. I have a daycare that I run, and I have a schedule that we go by. And if we don't go by that schedule, the kids are like, wait, what's going on? You know what I mean? So, because being consistent and having a pattern that you go by, I think it would help out a lot of parents with discipline and just being there for their kids. All they want you to do is be there and be consistent.
Yeah, that's the thing, to chime in or ducktail in on what she was said. The key to it, I feel like, is just spending time. A lot of times, like she said, you gotta live, you gotta survive. But a lot of times kids just want time spent. It's not so much as me going to get you everything you want and just spending money on you, or spending this or spending that, or spoiling them. It's really about just spending time, to really spend time with your children, and be there with them, be there, for them. That's the key, just spending time, because once again, we were both working. I'll tell the story. I know she probably would wonder whether or not I would express it, but I did end up getting injured from work, end up being, disabled. And, what looked like a curse at the time, ended up being, a blessing, to where I was able to spend the time, with both of my children, to be there with them, to answer questions, to be there with whatever they needed, so it looked bad, but I mean, think about it. I was able to, coach my son from 6 to 7, 6 years old till he was in a senior in high school. I was able to be there, for my daughter, the whole time, her going through high school, whatever. So I would say the key is spending time. Don't let the internet raise your children. Spend time with them. That's the key.
Major. Like you said, you can be there to answer those questions. And shouts out to Father Figure Apparel, who always say, be present, not perfect.
Right.
Right like that. So shouts out to them on that one. And yes, that was a blessing. So you can be able to be there, because just to coach your son, oh man, and to be there for your daughter, to ask those questions, to be that strong figure that I'm sure you are, that I know you are, that you've exhibited so far, man. That's major for everybody out there. Y'all hear that? It's time. He didn't say he bought something for his kids, or mom didn't say she bought something. Oh, it's time. And that's what everybody and all the kids are out there looking for. It's time to be with your kids. So I hope that we were able to give you guys some insight on being a prime parent right now. For everybody listening out there, no matter where you're listening in from, put it in the chats. Let the wards know where you're listening in from, and where you've been influenced from. I'm sure it's late everywhere. It's kind of like one of those late kickoffs that we had. It's a late Colorado kickoff. Maybe you're up to 2 o'clock in the morning to watch this one, wherever you're from. But we appreciate it. Anything y'all want to leave us with, you want to add on, go ahead and give your shots out or whatever. Family members, hometown, websites, anything like that. Go ahead.
Yeah. I'll shout out my daughter. We've been talking about her a lot. She's been there, man. Oh man, I think she's one of her brother's biggest supporters. Her and her husband Jordan, and his parents have been, man. I mean, it's just amazing how much love we have, support that Roderick has. I mean, people coming out the woodworks, like. And it's not people that's like, oh, I wonder if he gonna make it to the NFL. It's people that's been there consistently and supporting Roderick since he was 6, and even before he was in my womb. I mean, it was people just there. My sister Tia, my sister Tiffany, my sister Nishayla. It's just so many people that has been there. My aunts, my uncles, grandparents, my parents, Rod's parents. And I will say, Coach Shelton. Coach Shelton has been there consistently. He
Rod's
coached
freshman coach. We close together with that. And Rod was a freshman.
I mean, Coach Shelton and Miss Tanya, his wife. I just appreciate them so much. I mean, so much love out there for my son, for our son. And I'm overwhelmed. I'm not a big crier. I do a lot of my crying in my pillow where nobody can see, but I mean, it's moments like this to where, I mean, Maisha, Antoine, Chris, my cousins, Aronde, Letty, Auntie Deidre. I mean, I could go on and on and on and on. My grandma Marie. I mean, and my grandma, she just turned 88, repping her great grandson.
Yeah.
She got all the family got the jerseys. They like, we don't care. Tell us how much we got to get. Where we go? He number 29. I mean, my cousin Tonette and her son, Tyree, he just, for the UCLA game, he just came to my house and bought t-shirts and hoodies with my son's picture and his name on the back. I mean, it's just been amazing. The family support that we have is like no other. And I mean, family is important. And when you don't have nowhere to go, family is there. And I love it. I love it. I'm absolutely just, I don't even know the words.
I know one thing. I can't let you guys out there. I got to ask some questions. Maybe I should did it a little backwards. Let me ask some questions from the chat real quick. I saw a couple come through about which.
I love you, girl.
Which did you grow up, Mom, as a 49ers fan, and what was your favorite team?
Well, no, see, I wasn't really into football like that. My little sister Tiffany is diehard San Francisco because Dad is San Francisco. I was married into the Steelers, so I am a Steelers fan. So yeah, I didn't really have a football team like that. Yeah, Dad played for the 49ers, but I'm a Steelers girl.
Good way to convert her, Dad. Way to convert her, Big Rod. When did you become a Steeler fan?
It's funny, man. I was born and raised a Steeler fan. I was born in 1975, and they won the Super Bowl that year, and I was a baby, man. So my dad was diehard Steeler, so that's all I've ever known. It's just been Pittsburgh.
That's great. As a Steeler fan, and I'm telling you, Rod plays like a Steeler. I'm sure that would be the team you guys would want to see him play for. The Steelers right there.
I wouldn't care who he played for, man.
Man.
Long as he make it and he playing, I'm fine with it. And yeah, the Steelers, of course, you know, but it don't matter who he played for, man. I just want to see just to see that journey, you know, and have him to be able to make it to what he set his goal out for. And what I hope that it does is give hope to another kid that, you know, that's out there that's dreaming and wanting to, you know, get to the league, and maybe that can get a chance to go to a so-called Mater Dei or St. John Bosco or, you know, some of these big school programs, you know, to be able to come, you know, so-called out the mud and get it done, you know. So that's how I want his story to be, is like, hey, if you believe and you work hard, you know, you could get to that level. And all you need is an opportunity. Just as long as there's an opportunity there, make good on it, and you'll be just fine. So that's what I want his story to be to any kid or anyone else he comes in contact with in life. You know, what they say.
That's the story on the recording studio.
We'll talk about that later on. It's about Little Rod right now.
About LR right now. I like that name too, LR. I like that nickname, LR. Right.
I will say that. I'm not saying that because I'm his wife. He makes really good beats.
It's about LR right now. It's about LR right now.
Hey, Big Rod, you gotta holler at when you're done, man.
Oh, I said we gonna talk on something else, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, I need some intro beats, need some background beats. You know, I'll tag you in there. You know what I mean? All in. Shouts out to you though. The studio looks good back there. I like to see you buffs hanging up also. Got some people checking in from B More, giving love. Also, let me see. Great interview. Thick Vegan said. It's Jay said Pittsburgh Steelers in the house. Great interview. Any other questions coming through, guys? Y'all let us know before we let them up out of here. But y'all make sure y'all support RoderickWard.com. This is on Prime Parents. We have his mom and dad checking in straight out of Banning, California. That's my first time hearing about Banning, California. That's near San Bernardino.
Yeah. We like 20 minutes east of San Bernardino.
Okay.
We call it IE. We're in the IE, so it's San Bernardino, Riverside. Oh yeah, we right there.
Okay. How is that considered? How is the football out there? Should I say? Is that in the area where St. John Bosco is them?
No. You know, St. John Bosco and Mater Dei, that's gonna be up closer toward, you know, LA, Orange County, you know, area. You know, so we're down here in the IE, you know, Inland Empire.
Empire.
Yeah, a lot of, you know, the bigger schools, the heavy recruits was always taking place, you know, up that way. And the guys down here never really got good, you know, like solid looks, you know. You know, maybe somebody may come through and check a JUCO, you know, maybe the Desert or San Jacinto, but it just wasn't the look. In the high school here, you know, it's not like that. That's why we was out there coaching. You know what I mean? Be like, hey, look, listen, at the end of the day, you know, yeah.
Makes sense. Have you guys been able to experience games at Folsom Field, and how has it been, and what other games have y'all experienced?
Oh man, let me see. We've been
Texas. We went to Texas TCU.
We went TCU. We did Nebraska.
You did.
I did Nebraska. The third game was Colorado State. We didn't go to that one. The fourth game was Oregon. I went by myself to Oregon. I flew to Oregon.
And your cousin went with you.
Yeah. And then the fifth game was SC, right? Yes. So we flew to Folsom for SC. After the SC game was Arizona State.
Cool.
Was it? Yeah. I think.
Oh,
yeah. That was in Arizona. Yeah.
It was in Arizona, right?
Oh, yep, Arizona State.
Yeah, so we drove to Arizona. We did that game. The next game was Stanford. We didn't do that game. And the reason why, too, and I'll just share this, I gave tickets to other people, like the Stanford game. It was Rod's junior micro coach. That was from when LR was like 7 years old. I gave him tickets to go. You follow what I'm saying? to go. And then I think for the Colorado State, LR may have let some of his teammates have tickets or whatever for the Colorado State. So that's why we didn't do the Stanford game. I let his childhood, one of his coaches go. And then the next game was so after Stanford was was a bye in UCLA, which we were there for UCLA, who they just played. Oregon State, we didn't make it because we're headed out this Friday, headed for Arizona because I'm headed to Colorado, Folsom again because it's senior day.
Yeah, right, okay. So how you guys like Folsom? How's that been? First experience?
I love the atmosphere there.
The scenery. Absolutely beautiful.
That was one of the things I asked Rod. I'm like, man, how does it feel? Because I gotta kind of live some of that through him too. I'm like, how does it feel, man, when you run out that tunnel and you just the vibration, the noise? I'm like, because I know you've never played in a stadium with that many people, and he was just like, Dad, I love it. I love every bit of it. He was like, you can, just feel the vibration and the energy. And he was like, I love every moment of it. This is what I've been, dreaming about. This is what I've been fighting to be able to do. So no moment is too big for him. You know what I mean? So he loves it and I love it. I mean, it was surreal to look on the big jumbotron and they're announcing him, Roger Ward and starting lineup. It just was like, whoa, wow. Like this is really good.
And now my daughter, their first game was the UCLA game.
Yeah.
Because she had just had the baby and now he's old enough and this will be her first Colorado game this Friday. Good. So we're all flying out on Friday, her and her husband and the baby. So this is gonna be awesome.
Yeah, you definitely want to get a feel. If anybody's out there, you definitely want to catch the feel that Folsom feel. It's definitely a great feeling, great atmosphere. I love it.
The campus, I mean the architect, I don't even know the word.
Architect.
The work with just all the buildings, the buildings are beautiful.
Yeah.
And even the school alone, the field, it's there, even the locker room. I'm like, whoa, this is wonderful.
Yeah, the locker room.
Stay?
No, that locker room like a club. You don't want to stay. They get it turned up in there.
Yeah. They even have a barber chair and a pool table.
It's nice.
It's really nice.
Hey, that's a quote right there. The locker room like a club. That's
I'm glad he was able to experience that kind of stuff. So even though this is his last year, I mean, he'll have some great memories with Coach Prime, and that's all we wanted.
Right. Those memories in that relationship also.
Right.
And you said it's not about the NIL, not about it's about the NFL, but it's also about those relationships, those lifelong lasting relationships that he can always lean on now. Kind of like
brotherhood.
Yeah. And so he can always call on Coach Prime and that whole staff.
Yeah.
With their vast resources and him being a stand-up guy, high character guy, obviously, he's gonna always have somewhere and somebody there in his corner for him, definitely.
Right.
So I think he made a great decision to come to Colorado. Last question: is there any significance behind the number 29 that he wears?
Well, he and this surprised me because actually Darius interviewed him on one of on his Reach the People interview. And so first, Rod had always said, that was his first number that he got when he went to Southern Utah. That was his first, when he was, playing Division I. They gave me number 29. So he kind of, went with that. And then, as things went on, he progressed to number 3. But then he went back to 29, and he said because of the safety from the Chiefs, I think it was Eric Berry, and he talked about how Eric Berry was number 29 and how he had overcome cancer and some obstacles or whatever. So he just felt like, wearing 29, he thought about, Eric Berry and like, that's a good number to wear. And I didn't think, you would think, you say Ed Reed or Palomar, you try to go out to one of those numbers, but I thought it was just substance in him to go to Eric Berry or someone who's overcome, something with cancer and then come back and play the game and be successful. So I think, that was just turning in Rod's mind is just overcome because he's had to face obstacles that had to be overcome. And I think that's the significance of the 29 with him is being able to face obstacles, look at them, and overcome. And I think it was inspired by Eric Berry's story.
Wow, amazing. And then inspirational story by another great guy, Eric Berry. Shouts out to Eric Berry out there, and that hopefully everybody listening out there, hopefully this can give us insight into the mind and upbringing of Roderick Ward, senior grad transfer safety out of Southern Utah University by way of Banning, California, man. Thank you to his parents, Miss Tanya and Big Rod Sr., for coming through and sharing their story and their backgrounds and speaking candidly to me. I really appreciate it. And I'm going to make sure I do what I got to do to get me some beats from Big Rod. From BR, you feel me? Anything else you guys got to say before we get out of here? Thank you guys once again, though.
I just want to thank you for having us, man. Like I know it's a lot, a lot of shows and stuff out there on, online, but I keep up, with you as much as I can. I just want to thank you for having us on. And I've seen even when, you spoken up for Rod, even when, I know people got their opinions or whatever, but I've seen, you speak up and give your opinion on how you felt about him and his play, even when he wasn't playing, and how you felt about him and, you having an eye for that talent, And it was something that you didn't know I was looking at your videos, but I'm like, I know when you said that from the heart. And I appreciate that, as far as having his back when he don't even know. And I told him, you got love out there. You got people out there that support you that you don't even know about like that. So I just want to thank you and let you know we appreciate that. That's real.
Absolutely.
I appreciate you guys 100%. I'm gonna get off here before I blush on camera too much. I appreciate you.
Shout out to Roderick's grandma Jackie. Love you.
Grandma Jackie. Yes, 80. Is that 88 years old, right?
No, well, that's his godmother, but LR calls her grandma.
Okay, all right.
He's been there. Yeah.
Shout out to the whole family out there. I'll put up this picture one more time with just half of the crew that came out and supported. They were about 70 deep, they said. So major support for Rod Ward out there. Looking for him to do big things in the game coming this Saturday. We're rooting for him as always. This has been another edition of Prime Parents. Thank you guys once again to the Wards. I'm Chico to the C and the place to be. Big Dog Chico. I'm up and about today. Thank y'all very much.
I'm a big dog. What about you? Big dog status every time I fall through. Big dog money. Big dog chain.
All right, we're going live and direct. Welcome to another episode of Prime Parents. I'm your host once again, Big Dog Chico, broadcasting to you live over the digital airwaves of YouTube and Facebook, where anytime we can have thousands in attendance and millions listening from around the world. So wherever you are, be sure to hit the like, subscribe, comment, all the other good stuff, share it, and just be informed for more of these exclusives to come. Exclusive interviews. So introducing the father of one of Colorado's best. He's a former Georgia Tech Yellow Jacket, Arkansas Razorback, SEC third in the SEC in sacks. This year he's leading the Colorado Buffaloes so far with sacks with 5. It's none other than Jordan Dominic, and here's his dad right now joining us, Mr. James Dominic. How you doing, sir? Thank you for joining me.
How you doing?
Good, good. I appreciate you joining on. Let everybody know where you're checking in from.
Checking in from Lakeland, Florida.
Lakeland, Florida, hometown of Jordan Dominic. We're going to get into the backstory as we usually do. What I like to do is give insight on the parents of the players so that you can learn more about the players.
I need to interrupt you. Can we hold on? My wife is trying to sign in as well.
Okay. All right. Yeah, we're going to have a wife come on as well. Just in case you're just now joining on, we're here live right now. If you want to support Jordan, you can look right above me right here and go to jordandominic.com, and join on and support him which is excellent that we have these NIL situations where these guys can have their own websites to support themselves, and we all can buy their merch and support them. Now we have Miss Stacy Campbell, Dominic, the mother of Jordan. She's trying to get logged on here. So we're going to have both of them logged on here, and we'll work it out somehow to get it done. But we appreciate you joining on right now. Everybody in the chat, here's your chance to go ahead and get your questions in. Say hello, what you think. Let them know where you guys are checking in from. We got people all over the world that usually listen in with us, whether it's Dubai, London, Florida, down there, California, Hawaii, and so on. So everybody let the Dominics know where we're checking in from. Give them some love for the Colorado Buff sack leader so far with 5. That's Jordan Dominic, number 44, has been a force coming off that end for Coach Nick Williams, who said he wanted to cause havoc this season. Mr. Dominic, since you're on right now and we're waiting on Mom, we can go ahead and ask you some questions maybe about the current events that's going on. And of course, you know, with the Rose Bowl robbery, as they're calling it, Jordan even put out a comment on his Twitter page, and I'll read it for everybody right here. It says, "Forget and forgive to whoever snuck into the locker room and stole my chain, as well as my teammates' chains. I forgive you, and I wish you nothing but the best. Hopefully you turn your life around with whatever you got from for mine, and you learn from this. It's all love," is what Jordan Dominic posted on his Twitter. What do you think about that whole situation? As we have Mom come on too, what do you think about the whole situation with the robbery at the Rose Bowl, and also with Jordan's comments as he responded?
I'm disappointed, to be honest. I guess I'm disappointed. I would hope, or I was hoping that security would be better. I have my own thoughts, but I'm going to keep them quiet at this point in time.
And hello, Mom. How are you doing? If you don't mind, give you a chance to state your thoughts and how you feel about the Rose Bowl situation, and also about Jordan's comments. You might have to unmute yourself, though. There you go. Uh-oh. There we go. Can't hear you, Mom. Are you muted or are you unmuted? Okay, we're going to try to make sure we get you on. But somehow look like you're muted right now. Can you try to say something for everybody? Yeah, she's still muted. I don't know why. Try to log out and come back in, and we'll try one more time. But
I will say this. I'm proud of Jordan, the way that he's handled it.
Yes.
We've always taught him to more or less turn the other cheek when someone's done you wrong, due to the fact that by forgiving them, our Christian belief has always been about forgiving them. You know, what's been taken from you will be returned to you, whether it be through gifts or whether it be through some type of kind act or whatever. You know, God's got him, no matter what. It's material things that can be replaced.
Exactly. And that's kind of echoing what he said in his Twitter also. I'll see if I can pull this up for people out there that might want to see it themselves, or even want to follow Jordan, to just, you know, echo and understand what he said on his Twitter page, or his X page. I don't know what they call it nowadays, but there it is right there. You will see Jordan in his response. Forgive and forget. And he said, just like what Dad said to whoever snuck up in there. But while we're waiting, we'll get Mom's comments also. But if you want to give us a quick background of yourself, let them know where you come from. And maybe even if you have any athletic background or whatever, just share. Let them know about yourself a little bit so we can get to know more about Jordan.
Okay, well, I'm from Fort Myers, Florida.
Fort Myers. Hold on. You from Fort Myers? You from the way from down where Coach Prime is from? You from the hometown?
Correct.
Did you guys know each other previously?
We weren't necessarily associates, but we were adversaries. Put it that way.
Okay,
From
okay.
Pop Warner through high school, even up through college, he was always on the other team. I played for the Tice Tigers, which you probably could say it was the hood team, and he played for. He was commuted over to the airport area and played for the more or less well-to-do team.
Okay.
So he played for the Rebels, and it's kind of funny. I actually didn't start playing football, organized football, until I was about 12 years old. And my first year, we get to practice, and the coaches on the team were like, "We got to get ready for Dion. We got to get ready for Dion." And my thought was like, "Who in the world is Dion?" And the crazy thing about it is, we didn't play the Rebels until like the fourth or the fifth game. And the first day of practice, they're talking about Dion. So when we actually did get to the game, I remember I was standing on the sideline, and I saw this number 5 for the Rebels, and I saw him take a sweep and hit the sideline and shot past me on the sideline. And I said, "Oh, okay, that's Dion." All right, now I know now. But we combated Pop Warner high school, and also I played my first year of football at Bethel College in Newton, Kansas.
Mm-hmm.
I was actually freshman of the year that year at we called it quick backer, but it was outside linebacker / defensive end. And I was actually a preseason All-American had I gone back that year, but decided to reach for bigger and better things, and I transferred to the University of Florida, and that's where I played at Florida.
Okay, you played at University of Florida, same position, outside linebacker, defensive end. That's
not necessarily. I transferred in as a defensive end. I was brought into the office one day, and they told me, "Well, we got too many defensive ends, so we're gonna give you a choice. You can play tight end, or you can play the running back." I told them, "Give me the ball." So I played running back at Florida.
Oh, okay, nice. All right, so Florida Gator in the house. Shouts out to the Florida faithful out there, the Gator Nation. And Mom is on now. Let's see if we can have Mom on. Unmute the mic. I don't know why it says muted. Oh my gosh.
Tell her to hit the mute button and then hit it again.
Mama said she's hitting the mute button on her end. But I don't know why it's not bringing her in. I got an idea though, Mom. I'm going to put the link in the chat.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. There you go.
Okay, all right. I had to choose my microphone on my computer. Sorry about that.
There you go. Okay, yes, ma'am. How are you doing today?
I'm great. How are you?
Good, good. Where are you checking in from?
I'm in my office.
Okay, Lakeland, Florida.
In Bartow. Well, I live in Lakeland, but I'm in Bartow in my office.
All right, and we'll step back for a minute. Tell us what you thought about the Rose Bowl robbery as it's being coined now.
Well, I thought it was interesting, but I thought maybe it's a pattern, because I remember watching when Coach Prime was at Jackson State and something similar happened. So I thought it was just unusual. It's unfortunate, certainly unfortunate for those young men who've invested. They paid a lot of money for their jewelry.
Yeah.
But what shocks me is that it did not seem shocked me is that it wasn't secured. I just don't understand that when you go to play a sport at this level and you're leaving the what you think is a secured area, and then things end up missing. So I certainly hope that they find out who did it, but probably unlikely.
Yeah, that's going to be tough to do. But if they have cameras around there, then maybe so. But but all in all, we were talking about Jordan's response on his Twitter page, and I think that might be a reflection of you guys' background and how you raised him. What do you feel about that response on Twitter?
I was super proud to see that that's how he took it, because it's a thing. It's not a life. Right. And things can be replaced. So he's over it.
Okay. All right. So what we'd like to do is, as I told Mr. Dominic, that we like to step back and get to know the parents so that we can understand the player a lot more.
Okay.
So if you don't mind telling us a little bit about your backstory and your upbringing and where you come from.
Okay, so I'm originally from Jackson, Mississippi, and I went to Mississippi State University for undergraduate and graduate degree, and then my first job out of college was at the University of Florida, where I met my lovely husband.
There you go. I was going to say I got to click back on so I can see that.
Yes, and so and then we ended up in getting married, and we're here in Lakeland now.
All right, great. Okay, so you guys meet at University of Florida.
We did.
Early years. Talk about that coming up playing sports, or you guys athletic background, or your athletic background. We know Dad has an athletic background, but what about yours?
Well, listen, in high school, I had in junior high and high school, I had coaches come more of basketball because I was a long-legged tall girl. And they just said, come on, you need to come and try out for basketball. And I'm like, I don't play sports. No, you can play sports. So it was quite interesting when they got me on the court and saw that I had absolutely no coordination. They were like shocked, but surely you can do something. So maybe we can let you go play go play softball. Nope, can't do that either. Well, they put me out there anyway, but I did end up briefly on the team. I was the water girl. So, how about that? Well, and then I ended up in the band as on the flag corps, and I ended up doing that fantastically, and being the captain. Because the band director said, you probably need to go into the military. He thought I was very structured and I could flip a flag, if that's what you want to call it. So that's my sport.
All right. So did you end up going into the military?
No. Not at all. I had no intentions of going into the military, but my kids might have thought I did.
Okay. So Addie, speaking of you guys get married, and you have how many kids? What is that? 4 kids on here? Three kids on here.
3 kids.
Okay. That's mom right there.
That's mom.
Have 3 kids. Jordan is the oldest, youngest, middle.
Jordan is the middle. Kirsten is the youngest, and Brendan is the oldest. But Jordan and Brendan are only 15 months apart.
Oh, how was that having them 15 months apart? That household also.
Well, no, it was beautiful. After having my daughter, I realized how beautiful it was having 2 kids together, because it was years later and you had another baby. So now you kind of starting over, and it's like, oh my gosh. But it was beautiful, although they were terrors, but they're better now.
Did Brendan play sports also?
Jordan was 4 and Brendan was 5 on the football field, and they called him double.
I need to interrupt on this one.
Go ahead, Pop. We're waiting on you.
I don't necessarily remember beautiful. I remember being politely asked to leave many places, but as far as football wise, they actually started out in baseball, and it started out with his older brother Brendan, and Brendan started out playing t-ball. I was a coach at the YMCA. And Jordan was just everywhere. He didn't play, but then eventually when he got on the field, he excelled to an extent if you could keep his attention. He was one of those kids in the outfield that would, if a bird flew by or a butterfly flew by, he would be throwing his glove at the bird or the butterfly.
Right.
And it got to the point where I figured, okay, I need to keep your attention. I had to end up actually putting him at catcher. And once I put him at catcher, he actually excelled to the point where he would dare the players from third base to try him. He would actually guard the plate at that age, and it was kind of crazy. But his brother Brendan was basically an all-star in baseball. He loved it. And then one day, a good friend of mine by the name of Vance Monroe, he's actually captain here for the Polk County Sheriff's Office. He called me up, and because I coached his son at T-ball, he said, "Hey, I got a basketball team. I want your boys. You want your boys to play?" I said, "Heck yeah! I need to keep them busy." So they started out in basketball. That's where they kind of developed the reputation of the Dominic boys, because if one missed, the other one was coming behind. You had to look out for the other one as well. Right. And then basketball season ended, and I got the call from Vance again. He said, "Hey, you want your sons to play football?" I said, "Yeah, I've been looking for a football team to put them on." And the first year they played flag football, which honestly I hated, because they had this crazy rule that the kids could only score one touchdown per half. It made no sense. And essentially, if the kids broke out and scored, and he had 2 touchdowns, they would call the second touchdown back, and they would penalize you 15 yards. So they basically had to try to teach the kids to run out of bounds before they crossed the goal line, which was really stupid. And I was so happy to get rid of that. The following year, we finally said, "Okay, forget flag football." We put the boys in tackle and pads, and that's more or less where they started really excelling from that point. And it was the problem we had was Brendan was offense, Jordan was defense. So you can probably see where I'm going with this.
Yeah.
It was always competition. And with Brendan, you get Brendan the ball. Brendan basically was a star athlete. He was the running back nobody could catch. Jordan, I told Jordan, I said, "Jordan, defense, wherever that ball goes, you go get it." And that came back to bite me in the behind, because when Jordan took it literally, so that every time the ball was snapped and the play ended, Jordan was there taking the ball from the kid to hand it back to the referee. The referee could not just get a straight handoff from the kid. Jordan had to run between them, grab the ball, and give it to the referee.
Yeah.
And it came to the point where the referees would get pissed. It's like, "Look, you need to control him. He's got to touch it. Every play, Jordan felt he had to touch the ball."
He said, "I'm doing what Daddy said do."
I told him get the ball. He went to get the ball. He's been doing it ever since. That's been his modus operandi.
So that's down there in Polk County, right? Whereas there's a lot of talent coming out of down there. And you said you were looking for a program, so not necessarily you didn't know where to kind of go to. They kind of came to you.
Yeah, well, remember I was a transplant.
Yeah,
I grew up in Fort Myers, then I was in the University of Florida, and then we got married. We moved to Lakeland, so I didn't know the history. I didn't know the organizations or anything, and it just so happened that when I coached T-ball at the Y, that's how I was able to learn about the different organizations here and there.
Make those connections with other guys, and
right.
They see these 2 sons. Hey, we're gonna call him for every team we have.
It was crazy because we actually had a game one time, and I was running late, and we were playing over in Brandon, and we got there late, probably maybe about 20 minutes before the kickoff, and the coach after the game, he walks over to me. He said, "I was getting happy." I said, "Why?" He said, "Because I was looking at your team, and I didn't see number 4 and number 5."
Right.
And he was like, "Okay, we got a chance today." He said, just as he was thinking that, he looked up and he saw us coming through the gate.
Yeah.
Now we did blow the team out. We won. I think we won about 30, 35 points or something like that.
Wow. If you're just tuning in, you can see right here we have the parents of Jordan Dominic, sack leader right now for Colorado Buffaloes. If you want to support him, of course, go to his website right there, jordandominic.com. Buy you some merch, get you some merch. Go follow him on Instagram and Twitter. I guess, Mom, we can go to some of the we're talking about early childhood. What are some family type morals or some things you guys might have done to continue to nurture these 2 boys you guys have, at least athletically?
Well, that's an interesting question you're asking me athletically and nurturing them, just making sure that they're behaving themselves. It's always God first and family. And we have, being that we, as I'll use my husband's word, being that we were kind of transplants into Polk County, everywhere you saw our kids, you saw us. And that went all the way through high school. So Jordan would probably be embarrassed if he saw this when I say They called me the stalker mom because wherever they were, we were. Never got an opportunity to spend the night at other people's houses. They were here. If your friends want to come here, they can come here and spend the night with us. So I was probably the strict one. Daddy, James was easygoing. So yes, I got the name. I was told when they were in middle school and high school and playing basketball and playing football that when I walk in the door, they was like, "Oh my God, that's Jordan's mom. That's Jordan's mom." And everybody takes off running. And I'm like, "What are they talking about?" It's like, this mom is a stalker and she protects those boys. So I don't know if that's a good reputation or a bad reputation, but the end result, I'm pleased.
I have to, since she said that, I'm gonna tell the story. When the boys started playing, as I said, Brendan played running back. Brendan broke out for 80-yard touchdown. When he got to the goal line, he was tired, so he didn't pass out. He laid out on the field because the boy clipped his ankle and he rolled into the end zone.
Yeah.
So he's laid out on the field, and I'm like looking. I'm like, okay, get up. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm at the other end of the field. I'm walking down casually. I'm like, get up, Joe Brendan. As I'm walking, I look out the corner of my eye, and we had just had our daughter. I look out the corner of my eye. I see my wife coming out of the bleachers onto the field with my daughter in her hand, talking about, "You not checking on it. Why aren't you down there checking on him?"
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, get off the field. He's fine. I'm not gonna baby him out here. He's gonna get up on his own. He's fine. And he got up. When he got up, he came up to me laughing and doing everything else. And she's over here panicking, about trying to run onto the field during play. So,
it's amazing. It is amazing how parents tell a story differently because you were not paying attention. And I was going, "Where's number 4?" I'm sitting in the bleachers I said, we had 2 boys on the field. And I was like, somebody's hurt. Where's number 4? Where's number 5? I was looking and looking and looking. I saw number 4. I didn't see number 5. The kid was still at the end zone laid out. And I saw number 5 and I'm looking at the 50-yard line and I'm saying, okay, why isn't my husband going to check on his son? And I'm sitting there and I did not have Kirsten in my hand. She was in the stroller because I jumped over the fence because you were not paying attention. And so I was running toward Brendan, and this guy, now known as one of the team paramedics or whatever he was, came running toward me going, "Mom, it's okay." And I'm like, "It's not okay. He's on the ground." And so when he walked me back and he said that his chin strap, when he got hit, his chin strap hit him in the neck. And so by the time we got up there, I looked back and I'm saying to my husband, "You're not paying attention." So then Brendan got up and everybody was cheering. And I thought, why are they cheering? He was hurt. So when my husband explained it to me, I was embarrassed. I took my stroller, I got in the truck, and I went home and told him to find a ride.
You went to the house and said, "Y'all can have this."
Well, for that game.
Yeah, for that game.
Because I was going to be there.
I have to say that was after I had fired her as the videographer.
Right.
The year before, when they first started playing, I had a camera with a tripod, and I said, "Videotape the game."
Videotape the game.
Brendan broke out for a touchdown. I saw Brendan take off. For the rest of the video, only thing I saw was the floor of the bleachers, and I heard her screaming.
Yeah.
So.
Oh man, I can imagine that one going down, and that you coming back home expected to see the film.
Yeah. But I always talk to boys. I say, look, if no bone is showing and you can breathe,
right,
get up, stop killing my grass.
Stop killing my grass. That's the old saying my coach used to say also. And I can see myself doing that to my son. Mom, it wasn't that he didn't see him. It wasn't that he wasn't, probably speaking for Dad right now. It wasn't that he was ignoring him. He knew what was going on. He saw him out there. You know, if it was a bone sticking out, he would have ran out.
That's right. He had his role and I had mine.
That. So coming up, how did they decide on? Did you just go to the school that was nearby, or did you guys have to decide on some coaches trying to get them to come to other schools, or how did that work?
All of that, all of that. So no, our kids were zoned to be at high school at George Jenkins, and that's where they went to school. We were not going to get in the car and drive them across town, but of course, there were a number of individuals who reached out to us in very different ways. Some even shown up at my office to talk to me about the boys coming to play, but it wasn't just about football; it was about basketball as well, especially for Jordan. So that was enlightening for me. And I can be very direct, but I was a little clueless too. I'm like, okay, why are they talking to us about Jordan coming to play for this school or that school? We live in this zone. That's where he's going to school. So interestingly enough, I was at one of the games and one of the gentlemen came to me and said, Jordan really needs to be over here playing for this team. It was Jordan's team playing against that team. He says, because we have a lot of scouts that come out and look, and these college coaches and their staff, they come and look. And I said, okay, let me make sure I got this straight. Jordan can be seen if he played for this school, because this school brings in a lot of people come to this school for talents. Yes. I said, are they here now? Yeah. I said, well, then they'll see Jordan. If he's meant to be seen, he'll be seen. And the guy said, okay, and just kind of walked off. I wasn't being smart. I was trying to understand the logic. Because if Jordan plays well enough, I think he'll be seen. If he doesn't play well enough, he doesn't need to be seen. So,
we actually had a sit down with Jordan because there's an incident that happened. I'm not going to go into it, but he was ready to transfer from the school that he was at. And he was like, I want to go here, I want to go here, I want to go here. And honestly, probably there were about 4 or 5 schools that came at him, wanting him to transfer after the incident that occurred. It wasn't a criminal incident or anything like that. It's just something that occurred that was very disrespectful. And he was like, Dad, I'm not going to be seen here. I go to these schools. They have scouts come here all the time. And I'll be honest with you, not many scouts, recruiters would come to George Jenkins where he was at. They would come to town and go to all the other big schools. They would go to Lakeland, Lake Gibson, Auburndale, all those schools. And I told him, I said, look, here's the thing. If you want them to come, give them a reason to come. Don't be trying to jump ship and join where the other supposed great athletes are. Be a great athlete here and bring them to you.
Right. And
he took that to heart, and he actually got to the point where his senior year, he had Florida State, Miami, all those schools coming to see him. And the thing that really made me proud about it was the fact that when they would come to talk to him, he would also talk up his teammates.
Right.
As far as trying to get them seen as well.
Yeah.
And so that's one of the things we always instilled in him was, you can enjoy the accolades, but also be willing to reach down and help bring somebody along with you. And that's one of the main things that we try to impart into our kids. Always be there to help other people.
Okay. I didn't ask this question, but it came through in the chat and it reminded me. Can you guys give us your background or your profession right now? What do you guys do for your career?
My husband is an attorney.
I was there for that.
he does listen, I have to learn this. He does criminal defense. I know that part. He does landlord tenant. He does he practices law. And it's been interesting, this journey, because I have had to learn what each area of specialty is for him and what that means. Because when I hear criminal law, I watch too much TV. I said, somebody's going to get mad at you that didn't win the case, and they're going to come and they're going to get us. And I'm just telling you, I can't be in this situation. I'm just being honest. So I am the president and CEO of a workforce board in Florida. And our primary mission is to help employers hire, train, motivate, and retain their workforce, and to prepare the workforce, prepare those individuals who want to enter the workforce or do better or strive to achieve a greater goal.
Nice. Okay. So that gives us even more insight into you guys and maybe the thought process and even the upbringing of Jordan. And So going into the recruiting process, he's taking to heart what Dad is saying. He's bringing the recruiters and the scouts to him at his high school, and these guys come around. How do you guys make the decision on going to Georgia Tech? Was it Georgia Tech right? Yeah, Georgia Tech right out of high school. Yeah.
So that was
that's the story.
Yes, that's the story. So first of all, we traveled to a lot of schools. We got in the car and drove. They didn't have to be official visits, but if they were interested, we drove to Vanderbilt. We drove to a lot of places or flew to some, just so our kids, our daughter especially, and Jordan could go to see college campuses and see different things and experience it. So it was interesting. And James can tell the story about Jordan committing, because he did commit to a school. And then James, you go ahead with the rest of the story.
I'm gonna backtrack for a second. Going into high school, schools were not trying to get Jordan for football. They were trying to get him for basketball.
Basketball.
Yeah, believe it or not, Jordan actually had a following and a big name in travel basketball. And we would travel and we
like the AAU circuit.
AAU, what was the other ones? It was not BYU.
Yeah, the ABCD.
Yeah, it was about 3 or 4 different conferences to the point where we even ended up out in Las Vegas for the Fab 5 tournament as well, with the team that we put together. But yeah, we traveled and we did that more or less to give him and his teammates exposure to different things, not just be confined to Polk County.
Right.
But the crazy thing about it is we would travel, let's say we traveled to Atlanta for a tournament, and the parents, we would all be joking. He was like, man, we just spent all this money for our 2 local teams to play each other in the championship.
Wow.
You know, and it would happen where we would actually end up where the Polk County teams are playing against each other.
Wow.
But it was worth it. It was worth it. They got a chance to travel and spend some time together and see different places. So especially the youth that we were working with.
So, but anyway, getting back to football, when the recruiting started, a lot of teams didn't. Jordan had a lot of small schools that were coming at him, that were giving him a little interest and offering him scholarships and stuff like that. But Jordan's heart has always been, since he was little, since he was 5 years old, was Florida. Florida was his dream school.
Yeah.
And when Vanderbilt started showing interest, that's when Florida kicked in. That's when Florida State kicked in, Miami, and all those schools started kicking in. And just about every single day they had scouts at practice at Jenkins watching him. And then for some reason or another, and I found out later the reason why, they kind of fell off. They thought he was too small.
Wow.
He was Jordan was 6'4", 210, or 6'3", 210. And so they didn't think he was big enough for his position. Even though in high school, Jordan was first team all county 3 years straight.
In the competitive Polk County.
In competitive Polk County. He would have been 4, but he moved down and played JV. And when they tried to move him up to varsity, I refused to allow them to move him up to varsity. I said, no, I want him to stay down to JV, get more experience. Mm-hmm. So he actually could have been first team 4 years in a row. But his senior year, he was actually named Defensive Player of the Year in Polk County for the large schools.
Wow.
And that was against Lakeland, Lake Gibson, Auburndale, Winter Haven, all those schools where you get even Haines City. Believe it or not, his freshman year, he played against Derwin James, who is the safety for the Chargers.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Derwin attended Haines City High School. Mm-hmm. Jordan played against him not only in football, but also in basketball.
Yeah.
Yeah, and his mom was scared during that time, during the basketball game, because of how big Derwin was.
Sure.
But yeah, when he was recruited, they kind of backed off, and it just so happened that the school that really came at him was University of South Florida. And lo and behold, the head coach of South Florida at that time was one of my former coaches at the University of Florida. Charlie Strong.
Yeah.
Charlie Strong.
Charlie Strong.
So, yeah. So Jordan decided, okay, I'm going to go to USF. And probably not too long before signing day, when he was getting ready to sign, Georgia Tech showed up at the school, and Jordan calls me and his mother and says, this coach is from Georgia Tech. He wants to meet with us tonight. So we meet with him. They offered a recruiting official visit. We went up. Jordan fell in love with the school and decided that's where he wanted to be. We looked at it, but we looked at it not so much from not only football aspect, but also from an academic aspect as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, because they're strong academically, Georgia Tech.
Correct. Yeah, and we looked at it and we looked at USF, okay, and Jordan wanted to go into, what was it? Kind of years to remind me of what he wanted to go into. The academic field he was thinking about, and I know it was medical.
Biomedical engineering.
Biomedical. And USF was saying, well, we got biomedical here and everything else. And you're like, okay. And come to find out that the head of the biomedical department had actually started the biomedical department at the University of South Florida. She was now at Georgia Tech. And when we got there, she had actually laid out his academics for us.
Yeah.
And his mother and I backed off, and we said, okay, we're not going to say anything. We had made up our mind we wanted him to go to Georgia Tech, but we backed off. We said we're going to let him make the decision on his own. And it just so happened that morning when he got ready to go in to speak with Coach Johnson, he walks up to me and said, Dad, I think this is the place for me. I said, it's up to you. And that's how he ended up at Georgia Tech.
At Georgia Tech. And so leaving the house for the first time, I know, Mom, what was your thoughts on this? Because
party time. I'm so glad.
party time for you?
Yes, we still had our daughter at home. But
because Brendan's already gone.
Right. Brendan was at Mississippi State, and Jordan was closer, because when Brendan went to Mississippi State, I literally drove home like at least once a month, sometimes twice a month, to go and check on him. And kind of hang out with my sorors and go to football games and homecoming, things of that nature. But Jordan gave us an opportunity to now travel to Atlanta every weekend when they had a home game and wherever else. So we got an opportunity to go leave home and go see him play. So it was great to be able to do that. When we get off work on Fridays, we load up and get on the road and get to Atlanta late at night and be ready for the game the next day.
Yes. So that was an experience in itself in Atlanta.
Yes.
Shoo.
Yes.
First of all, the traffic.
Yes, the traffic.
Here's the funny thing. When I was in law school at University of Florida, my friends were up in Atlanta, so I would go probably every other weekend to Atlanta. And it just so happened that during the partying stage, so to speak, I would actually be on Georgia Tech's campus and never knew it.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't even know Georgia Tech existed in downtown Atlanta, to be honest.
Yep. Yeah, it's nestled in right there. You if you don't see the logos or to pay attention, you won't even know that you're there.
Right.
I never saw them.
Yep.
I saw the clubs and everything, but I never saw Georgia Tech.
Just got to pass right by them. Just keep going. No, so, Boo, all right, we're in college. Let me stop right here because we have a question coming in. I don't want to miss this. And I know Mom said soror, so that means that she is a member of a sorority. And they're saying Pop, Dad looks like he might be an alpha man. Are they members of sorority or frat?
So, yes, I'm a member of Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority, and my husband is not a member of a fraternity.
Say that again, Pop.
I'm GDI.
What's GDI?
Don't say it out loud. We're on TV.
Let's just say
me. Say that.
GD independent.
Independent.
You can probably figure out what GD means.
Exactly. I'm part of that too. We're fraternity brothers.
Now I will say this. I was this close to going Omega.
Yeah.
I almost went.
I would have gone Omega too had it been a little bit more of an influence at the school I went to. At the school I went to, it was like, you know, we got a big, stronger fraternity as a football team rather than joining someone else. So, yeah. But
here's the other thing I will say this. The reason why I really didn't join was when I got to the University of Florida during that time period, we as a football team, we didn't join fraternities.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Because we would, it was crazy. The football team would actually fight the fraternities.
That's exactly. I didn't want to bring that up, but that's what happened.
It was like you on a football team, you join a fraternity, oh, you got problems.
Yeah.
And I think we had one football player who actually was a Kappa.
Mm-hmm.
And we let him slide. But as far as going to the parties, the fraternity parties, it was I was in a fraternity. Our fraternity at University of Florida, we called it Yan Phi Yan. Yan Phi Yan Yan Hall was our football dormitory.
Right.
So we residence hall. My wife gets on me when I said dormitory. Yan Hall was actually the residence hall inside the stadium at that time. So the football team had the nickname Yan Phi Yan. So you're on the football team, you're a member of Yan Phi Yan. So no, you're not a Kappa, you're not an Alpha, you're not a Sigma, you're not a Q, you're Yan Phi Yan.
Somebody understands me now. They used to come through. We used to be all jacked up off them weights and you know, a lot of adrenaline, and they be waiting on them to come through with that little, what they call the step and the stroll or whatever.
Oh yeah, it was like
well, at least I'll speak for myself. Mainly because of me, I didn't have any rhythm. I wanted to step like that, but I ain't have no rhythm. But I got these muscles, so come on through. Those are the college times. You know, you do some crazy stuff in college, but he's at Georgia Tech doing his thing. Shouts out to Michael Johnson, went to Georgia Tech, from my hometown, and I played with some guys at UAB who from Lakeland, Florida, so I know the pride down there and how that works. When it comes to him making plays at Georgia Tech and then getting ready for the transfer portal is a thing now, and he has an opportunity to transfer. How does he make the decision to go to Arkansas?
Academics. He graduated, and he wanted to change the scenery, and also, I mean, he actually committed to come back to Georgia Tech. But when it came down to academics, as far as pursuing what he wanted to do in the medical field, Georgia Tech's an engineering school.
Mm-hmm.
So they didn't have the academics that he needed or wanted in order to further his desire to go into physical therapy as he planned. So had to look elsewhere as a graduate.
And Arkansas offered those things. Also is in the SEC, so he's stepping up that competition and able to show improve on that level to possibly get to the NFL.
That was the other thing. He wanted to test his wares against the SEC competition, because I would tell him I used to give him stories about SEC competition, teams we played, how we used to play, how we used to hit, how we took no prisoners, and it's basically, hey, you can be my best friend, but you line up against me, I'm gonna try to take you out.
Believe it. And so he ends up being third in the SEC in sacks, does his thing at Arkansas, and still has another year left of eligibility. And Coach Prime is going to Colorado. Who contacts him? How does Coach Prime get on his radar?
You want to tell?
So I don't know. I just know that when so Jordan did have before committing to Arkansas, he did have other official visits, and Jackson State was one of those places.
Mm-hmm.
And so we did go to Jackson State for an official visit, which is where we met Coach Prime.
Right.
And so Jordan was torn a bit between Arkansas and Auburn was also on the radar, but
well, you actually had Auburn, Penn State, Michigan State, California, and there were a few other teams as well that were trying to get him.
And with all of those schools, he was still considering Jackson State, being that Prime was there, and Mom went from down there.
Well, yes, he wanted to see what it would be like, and then he, like I said, he was torn because that was also it was an academic issue. However, it didn't. Either way it goes, it didn't pan out because he only was at Arkansas for 1 year. So you're not going to get a degree in 1 year.
Yeah,
playing football. That's my opinion. Playing football. Because at that level, at that point, at graduate school, you're focused on football. You're not focused necessarily on doing what you need to do to get to that level in physical therapy. That's a tough major, in my opinion. So he did end up choosing Arkansas, and it wasn't easy, but it was easier than Colorado. We had so many conversations and family meetings about leaving Arkansas and going to Colorado. And Jordan, I mean, when I tell you we had family meeting after family meeting and talking and praying and having another meeting, and it was a lot because my thought process, he hears from his dad, he want to hear from his baby sister what she thought. And me, and I'm like, oh my God, we got to pack again. Where are we? Just moving. And I'm in workforce development where we talk to people about having some kind of loyalty and staying. But we also talk about growth and go where the opportunities are. But I had the same conversation with Jordan, is that wherever you go, wherever you're leaving, you leave well. So if you ever wanted to go back, they would welcome you back. So follow the process, communicate with your coaches, consider what they're saying, and then make a decision. But whatever you do, if you leave a place, you leave it well.
Exactly. I like that advice right there. You leave it well so that you can always be able to come back and have those good relationships there. That's another thing that Coach Prime preaches, those relationships. So making this family decision, not just a decision on his own, making it a family decision, and also, considering possibly joining Coach Prime at Jackson State. Now he's at Colorado, but it's a huge opportunity for especially a player with 1 year left. How do you guys ultimately decide on that decision?
But after much discussion, we got an opportunity to meet talk to Coach Prime, but meet Coach Williams and Coach Kelly, right? Coach Kelly.
Yep.
Coach Kelly, though, that's the defensive
coordinator, Coach Kelly.
There's more than one Coach Kelly, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Yes. So I know what I'm talking about. I promise you I do. So those guys blew me away. Really blew me away. Coach Nick and Coach Kelly, they were different from any other institution where we went and we met the coaches, and the communication, it just was so genuine. And they seemed like they knew Jordan. They knew what his tendencies were. They broke it down for me. Dad knows it, Jordan knows it, but I want to understand it a little bit more. And very patient. The personality, just the person and the genuineness. And when we did the official visit, although I was sick the first day, it felt like family. Yeah. And that was a really good feeling. And although we had conversations back and forth, he ended up, I still had not said, go ahead. And I didn't realize I hadn't said go ahead. And my husband called me. I think that he was out of town with my daughter, and said, Jordan is waiting on you to enter the transfer portal. I said, I already said, do whatever he wants to do. He says, but he wants to hear it from you. You need to call him and let him know. And I'm like, I told him it was okay. He said he wants to hear it from you. He's waiting on a call. I was like, wow. So I did that Sunday night. I called him and I said, Jordan, if this is the best place for you, you go. We're going to support you 100%. And less than 2 minutes later, he said, would you read over my message that I got to post on social media about leaving?
Yeah.
I said, absolutely. And then, I mean, we handled that and got that posted, and that's the end of that story.
There you go. Now
the thing,
Colorado. Go ahead, Pops. I'm sorry.
The thing that impressed me about Colorado was that they were not trying to just pigeonhole Jordan as a defensive end. And what I've tried to tell people for years is that Jordan is not just a defensive end. Jordan can play the pass. Jordan, and a lot of people for some reason or another think he's only a pass rusher. Jordan has been playing the run since he was 4 years old.
Yeah.
It's kind of interesting this past weekend when they played UCLA, and I saw Coach Kelly from UCLA put his team in the wing T. My thought was Jordan needs to be on that end right now so he can bust up that lead back.
Mm-hmm.
And they, for some reason or other, they made him shift down, and the kid got loose. Yeah, Jordan has always been physical, and for some reason or another, they've always tried to just pigeonhole him as a defensive end. But Coach Kelly and Coach Williams, when we went over the film, they showed exactly what I had been trying to tell people what Jordan was capable of doing. Mm-hmm. That he can play the run. He loves the pass rush, but if you paid attention to him, one of the biggest things in the recruiting that coaches have said about Jordan is that 9 times out of 10, wherever the ball ends up, Jordan's at least 10 yards within that area. And I've always taught Jordan to chase the ball.
Yep.
And that's what he does. That's his strong point.
Got to follow the ball on defense, have that high motor to get around, always be around the ball. You never know what can happen. Ball can pop out. There's a fumble recovery right there. That's why you always chase the ball. I try to teach the same thing. Did you do any official coaching coming up with Jordan, either high school or little league or just maybe kind of at home?
I coached him from age 4 up until high school.
Okay.
So I coached him, in everything. That was my quality time with my sons.
Yeah.
And also I was able to, I looked at it as my duty to pass on my knowledge, not only just athletically, but also how to deal and how to respond to certain situations. Because I tell you right now, the Jordan you see now is not the Jordan that entered Georgia Tech.
Yeah.
Jordan has matured quite a bit. Jordan was very hot-headed. And if you look at some of the videos and stuff that they got on YouTube, it's Jordan wanted to play outside linebacker at Georgia Tech, but they were like, we want you at defensive end.
Mm-hmm.
And so he had a hard time buying into the scheme that they had. And so it took him a little bit of time to get into it. And so he said, okay, this is where I'm going to be. And my thing has always been, don't argue with them. Show them what you can do. And they'll see it. If they don't, then you have to make a decision from that point. But don't argue and don't burn bridges, as my wife said.
Yeah.
But he's matured quite a bit. We're very proud of him right now.
Very proud of him. 55 minutes after the hour already. 55 we've been on. So we got like just a few more minutes left. So I got to get some questions in. I know I didn't ask everything I probably should. So let's see about this. Say social loves and likes. Let me see. I got some start questions over here. What do they think of the injustices appear to target Colorado's program, like the NCAA rule changes, Tyler Brown situation, all that? I don't know. It might be a little bit too deep.
I can answer that. I'll tell you what I think about it. This is what I think. I think that when you are doing something well and you're excelling, you're going to have more and more enemies. So know that you're doing something right. And if they're not talking about you, you can go home.
I like that answer. Thank you. I was trying to hold front, but I like that answer. Let me see here. I saw one. Jordan did a few segments. Has he always shown interest in the media? Because I've also seen with Chef Solomon on cooking with the steaks and stuff. I did a little reaction to that video on Well Off. So has he always been like that?
No. Jordan likes people, and he's very growing up, being tall. He played with the kids in the neighborhood. He would tower, over them, and they always wanted to run down the street and play with Jordan.
Yeah.
But Jordan likes people, so he has in my opinion, has a great personality. He's very outgoing. Now, they laugh about this, but when they were growing up, I had a microphone. It was a fake microphone. It was a Barbie microphone.
Mm-hmm.
And anytime the boys came back from, like when they were growing up, they would come back from a football game, I would run to them and get in their face and go, "Hey, tell me this. How is it that you made that touchdown?" And I put there like, "Oh my God, Mom, please not now." I said, "Now."
Yeah.
Be honest. I said, because I don't want you to see you on somebody's screen stumbling over your words like you don't have good sense and you weren't raised by good parents.
There you go.
Tell you, we're going to be practicing. And when you decide you don't want to practice, you need to find somewhere to live.
Uh-huh.
So he seems to have listened a little bit.
Uh-huh.
But I mean, and it wasn't just with Jordan, it's with any kids, because it really does take a village, even more now today, to raise children. It takes a village. And so you have to be parents when parents are needed, whether you birth those children or not. So Jordan, he does well. He might every now and then call me and go, "What did you think about that interview?" And I'll say, "Well, you talk real fast, real fast, and you repeated stuff over and over again. Let's work on that part." But I'm always looking for opportunities to improve. But he's a great kid, young man. He's a young man.
Great young man. Pop, what were you about to say, Pops?
I was going to say, as far as his interviews, his mom knows what I'm about to say. The fillers drive me crazy.
Oh, yeah.
And when what fillers are, basically when the person is saying, "You know what I'm saying?"
Saying,
it's like,
yeah,
that drives me crazy. And we've worked on that, but he gets into his little groove and it comes out.
Well, let me ask you this. This might help a lot of other people out there. What are some ways you can work on that? Not saying so many fillers here and there.
That's pretty interesting. We did a Gentleman's Institute program here where I actually invented a game. I call it No Filler, No Doubt. And what I would do with everyone, we'd give a prize. There'd be a prize at the end, but I would say, "Okay, I'm going to give you a topic. You have 30 seconds in which you have to talk nonstop without using a filler. And you cannot pause, just talk about the subject without using a filler." And the kids would have a ball with it because they would be listening so intently. And as soon as the person said, "You know what I'm saying?" or out of there. And then we go through all the kids, and then we get to the next round and say, "Okay, last round was 30 seconds. Now you got 45 seconds."
Mm-hmm.
And it would go until we get to the next round. And eventually we would end up with about 2 or 3 in the final round. And we would put up like a prize of maybe $50 or $100 or something like that. And they would have to talk for a minute at that time.
Right.
And they did a great job after the first day. As you transition through the Gentleman's Institute, they did an outstanding job. The young men. And we're talking about from elementary school to high school. And most of them, the reason we started the Gentleman's Institute is to help young men in sports, whether it was basketball, football, it didn't matter.
Mm-hmm. And that really helps to develop these guys, the young fellas, at a younger age. I had Arden Walker's family on last week, and he spoke about when he was coaching the kids, he made sure his assistant coaches didn't curse at them or use curse words, because you should be articulate enough to be able to explain what you're wanting them to know. Explain these things that you're trying to teach to them without using curse words, so that they can grow up to be articulate young men also, and not just rely on curse words and such. So I'm sorry.
That's kind of funny, because when I was coaching Little League and actually high school, some of my assistant coaches would actually say, "Go ahead, Coach Dominic. You know you want to say it. Go ahead, say it." I said, "No, there's no need for me to curse. There's no need for me to yell and belittle a child." Because I found that it's a lot more encouraging for that child by encouraging them to say, "Okay, you messed up here. This is what you did wrong." And honestly, Jordan used to get mad at me after games when he would have a great game and they'd be patting him on the back, and I still do it to this day. He'd be like, "Yeah, I was getting all this." I'd say, "Okay, now you want to talk about what you did wrong?"
Mm-hmm.
And he would be like, "Dad, you never let me just enjoy myself." I said, "I'm letting you enjoy yourself, but I'm also trying to teach you how to be able to figure out, okay, how can I get better?
Right.
What did I do wrong? If I mess up on a play, I would have him go back and look at that play and say, okay, what could you have done for this play not to happen like this?"
Exactly.
And that's not a used to. He still does that. That still happens.
Jordan
will call home after he breathes a little, from a loss or a win, and call home and get his feedback from his dad.
Well, very interesting to know this. After a 2-sack game in the Rose Bowl, how did he call home, and what was your feedback after that game?
That game, I couldn't really say what I wanted to say because he took it as if he could have did more.
He was down on himself that
and
game.
I had to tell him, I said, "Son, you played a great game." Now, if I had been analyzing it, I would have been saying something to the effect of, "Well, when you shot in the backfield at one time," and I believe this was the play that Shiloh caused the fumble. Running back got the ball and he hit I think it was Steele, and caused the first fumble.
Right.
I would have said to him, "You rushed in too quick and you went after the quarterback as opposed to reading the ball. Had you read the ball, you actually would have caught Steele in the backfield."
Would have
go back and look at that.
Running back.
Correct.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Or I would say you went down too far. You didn't keep contained on this. Just different things.
Okay, but playing at the Rose Bowl, just getting that opportunity and seeing that and knowing how historic that is, was that some type of sight to see? Watching it on TV, or did you guys attend? I should have asked that question first of all.
We watched it on TV.
Okay, and
it was nice. It was nice to see. But I have to, before you shut down, I have to say this. My husband knows what I'm about to say. I was enjoying it. Jordan called me right before the game, before he went back in the locker room, and he FaceTimed me, and he wanted me to see. He FaceTimed. He says, "Mom, this place is amazing." He was so excited. And then the game started. And somewhere early on, Jordan sacked the quarterback. And I was super excited. I was sitting in front of the TV, eating a BLT and watching. And when he sacked that quarterback, he had this big grin, and it was just all gold. And my food fell on the floor. I got up. I'm like, "What in the world? Oh my God, Jan, is that real?"
I can only imagine how Mom would react to that, and not expecting it, and then to see it like that.
Totally did not expect it. So that just threw me, and I left him alone. I left everybody alone. But when he called me the next night, and I asked him, I said, "So, did you get your teeth replaced?" How did that work?
I caught it all night. She was like, "Do you think those are real?" "No, honey, he can take them out." But honestly, I thought it was one of the mouthpieces that they have now. Have the dual implant. But then I saw him open his mouth. I was like, okay, he went and got he went and actually got a grill. But my other thought was, I pray that those are actually his and not somebody he borrowed.
Because Jordan has been known to do that.
Let me borrow your grill.
When he was younger.
Let me borrow your grill. George said, "Don't share that story."
You don't share that. So erase this thing after you're done.
Oh my gosh.
Big Dog, I see in the
cake.
Big Dog, I see in the quote somebody said, where is it? Miss Janality says, "Chico, we see you being careful now, trying not to use those fillers."
I'm trying to improve. I'm trying to.
You're doing a great job.
It is hard. If you listened to me a few minutes ago, I actually said, so it's hard. It's hard to do. You have to be cognitive as to what you're doing.
It's definitely not easy. I go back and watch these, and I want to share sometimes, but I'm like, man, look at me saying is not a word or a question. So yes, I'm hard on myself with it too. So I'm trying to improve myself. Look there it is right there.
Well, I have to really be cognitive, because when I'm in front of a jury, I can't be saying, you know what I'm saying.
Oh,
I
yeah.
have to be succinct and exact as far as what I'm saying.
Right.
In the courtroom. So
yeah.
That's how it came to pass with me, as far as that being a pet peeve of mine.
Mm-hmm. Well, we really appreciate you guys joining us. We're after the hour. I didn't want to hold you guys too long. I know you're busy, but we're having a great time here. Let me see. I'm going to have one question come through. The next question come through, I'm going to ask them, and I'm going to let them get off of here. And
we got time. My wife don't mind.
Okay. Let's see here.
Well, if you want me to answer that question that's up on the screen right now.
Oh, let me see. Do girls contact her? Oh, Lord, I didn't even know I highlighted that. Sorry, but it's on there.
Well, let me tell you something that's interesting. Ask mom, do girls contact her about JD, or how does she handle his girlfriends? Girlfriends, that's plural. Jordan has had very few girlfriends throughout life.
There's a reason for that. And it's not because of Jordan.
What'd you say, honey?
No, I said my
bad. That is not because of Jordan.
It's not because of Jordan. Okay. It could be because of mom. Well, whatever it is, that's okay. But I will say to you, in high school, a lot of girls approached Jordan. And I mentioned at the very beginning, they called me stalker mom. And I earned that, not just for me, but for young ladies. And this is really a lesson for me and for just, guys. The reality is, when guys are in sports, people flock to you, girls flock to you. And they need help. The girls need help and the guys need help. And you're not the parent that's helping. Oh, I'm so sorry. But we really worked hard to make sure that the boys were presenting themselves well, and that they have a lot of respect for young women, which means that we as young women, I'm calling myself young, have to also have respect for ourselves. So we've come across situations where young ladies were throwing themselves at Jordan or Brendan or whatever the case may be. And I have taken the liberty of being the mom to the girl and having a conversation about how you carry yourself and how you present yourself. What do you want to be seen as? So having those conversations with them. I will go back to the Gentlemen's Institute. One of the sessions that we had, we brought in the Lakeland Police Department, and they had a gentleman, he was in forensics. And he came over and presented about cell phones, and the guys would be fascinated about cell phones and having your cell phones and talking about, all these things that you do on your cell phone, and some of this stuff is not private. And he talked about young girls at this age sending pictures of themselves, and they might not have any clothes on. Mm-hmm. He talked about that is a felony. And then if you share it with your friends, you share it with 7 friends, that's 7 counts. And so he did an outstanding job explaining to these young men, and there were like 20 young men around the room, and then you got all the male faculty, and then you got me, the orchestrator of the event, of the institute, and I was in the back corner listening. Well, the forensic guy did something that I thought was I appreciated it later. he said to the young men, given all the stuff that you know about, what happens with your phone, he said, I will offer you all once in a lifetime opportunity. And he said, so don't worry about your parents. They're not here, but I was there with my kids. But I will give you one opportunity. If you, by any chance, want to clear, because there's nothing you can do. Everything that's on your phone, it's there. You can delete it, but it's there. It's always there. Yeah. And he said, I will give you one opportunity. If you want me to wipe your phone clean back to factory settings, I can do that. But here's how it will work. If you want that to happen because of what you've learned today, you go home and you save those family pictures, the things that you cherish, offload them get them off your phone and put them away. You bring your phone back. Now you don't have to worry about your parents seeing. You bring it back. I'm gonna have a box here, and you put them in the box. And Officer Wesley will bring these phones over to the precinct, and I'll take care of them. By the end of the day, you'll have your phone back. Well, I was in the kitchen talking about what meals we were going to have for the boys to prepare that day. And they left with the phones, came back. All of a sudden, they come back, and I'm looking at them hand out phones, and they handed Jordan the phone. I was like, why did you have to put your phone in the box? What did you have for your phone need to be cleaned off? He was like, Mom.
I had to step in.
Okay. No
I
problem.
had to step in on that one. But it was very eye-opening to the point where he showed the program that he has, where he took someone's phone. Well, he had an example. He took a phone and he showed, okay, this is what you normally would do when you delete something.
Yeah.
And when you see this, you think everything's deleted. He's like, right. Yes. Well, he went into his program and he pulled up the drop-down menu, and he said, that thing you thought you deleted, it's still here.
Yep.
And as a matter of fact, I can take it from here and I can actually put it back on your phone.
Wow.
But he also showed them how he wipes the phones clean to back to factory settings. Because normally when you do a default, you might default, but that stuff is still on your memory card. It's still in the SIM card. His program showed how he actually wipes the phones clean, as well as part of his talk was showing how they do forensics on phones in order to get evidence for criminal cases. Mm-hmm. Now, that was enjoyable for me because I was thinking, oh yeah, as a defense attorney, I got a new weapon.
Yeah, definitely.
He's showing me what they do behind the scenes. So that was actually educational for me there. But it was an eye-opener for a lot of the kids. And I actually stepped in and I told the kids, I said, look, girl sends you a pic and you think, oh, this is great. And you send it to your best friend or whatever. Yeah. Guess what?
You just committed a felony, right?
That's a third-degree felony.
Yep.
Okay. And you keep sharing it to 20 people, that's 20 felonies you got there. And a third-degree felony here in Florida is 5 years maximum of Florida State Prison.
Woo.
Okay.
That's what I'm sharing.
That's just for sharing.
Trying to get a response from a friend.
Exactly. So, and also you videotape a girl and you send it out to your friends.
Yep.
If she's underage, you have a problem. Regardless of you underage.
Oh,
and once you get into that criminal justice system, it's gonna cost you and your parents a lot of money.
Yep.
To get out of it.
That was one thing my mom used to tell me from an early age. I don't know whether it was a scare tactic, but think about it, it wasn't. But it did scare me back then. She said, you get suspended from school, you fight at school, you get in trouble at school, all of that stuff going to follow you for the rest of your life. Because people always ask, how was he in school? What type of student was he? How did he treat you? And so on. That's how people find out about you, by going to ask other people. I found that out during the NFL draft combine and interviews and stuff that they did when I was in college. My junior year, I saw those scouts went around and talked to even some teammates. How is this guy? We're thinking about drafting. How did he help you out as a senior when you was a freshman? Like, what? All of these questions are asked, and that's why it's very important. And it goes back to what Mom said. You want to leave wherever you're leaving, you want to leave it nicely. You want to leave it with respect. You want to leave it pretty much as you came. Leave it like that or better.
Right.
So, I had a question come in. You guys living in Lakeland, Florida? Did you have any relationship? And I saw a picture. I should share it here, but I saw a picture with Kamani and Jordan. Is he more just being like a big brother to Kamani, or did they have a previous relationship coming from that area?
I don't think they had a previous relationship. Cormani is younger, much younger than Jordan. Because think about it, Jordan he's graduated from college and now he's in his second year, after graduation, and Cormani's coming in as a freshman. But Jordan supports Polk County boys, period.
Yeah.
Period. So, and I really appreciate that, and we can see that love in the community when we're on Facebook and we're watching the game, and everybody's either texting me or texting dad or texting family, and they're all watching the game, and they know Jordan, they know the Polk County boys. So, I think what he puts out, he receives back. So the way you give is, in most cases, the way what you receive. And he supports Polk County boys, but he supports his teammates, period. But Polk County boys, he does.
So when you see him do this, that's not saying loser.
Lakeland.
That's Lakeland.
Lakeland.
That's for Lakeland.
Shouts out to my former teammate Kenny Borders. I already know. Shouts out. He let us know about Lakeland, Florida.
Yes.
Here we go. So we saw that picture, and that's a good thing that he is just being there. It's seemingly being there for Kamani, a younger kid, away from his fam, but just to have another familiar face, a Polk County, the same type of maybe accent or dialect I speak, you speak, and you understand where I'm coming from.
Yes.
It's good to have those type of people there with you. And then the coaches from all around that area, Coach Chaney and Coach Prime being from there. A lot of Florida coaches, Coach Prime has brought up. Has that made you guys a lot more comfortable also?
Well, those are my homeboys.
See?
Coach Chaney and Coach Prime, Fort Myers, they were in North Fort Myers. I was at Riverdale.
Yeah.
So I played against them. So when Coach Prime says old school, that's how I was taught.
Yeah.
And that's how I have taught Jordan, old school.
Yeah.
So, and I've always taught him pain is in your mind. Okay. So he has a very high threshold for pain when it comes down to it. Although his mom wants to baby him, I won't let him baby himself.
I don't baby him.
But yeah,
I don't want to baby him. You're about to make them shut this show down. I'm just joking.
No, it's I honestly, and I'm gonna go here with as far as Shiloh's ejection. I was like, I cannot believe what this game is becoming, because that was a legitimate hit.
Right.
And the only thing that happened was top of Shiloh's helmet happened to graze the face mask of the other kid.
And that happens.
Now,
targeting.
Back in the day, we would look to decapitate a kid coming across the middle.
Better believe it.
That's what we look for. And that's the other thing that drives me crazy watching football now is the defense are leaving the middles wide open. Back in my day, you had a lot of receivers. If you came into that middle, you had alligator arms.
See,
you didn't reach for that ball.
Right. And see, my favorite receiver was Michael Irvin for those very reasons right there. He would go over the middle, make the catch, and get up and give you a first down, reaction.
But you see what happened, it caused him to end his career, right?
That's exactly where I was going up there in Philadelphia. And so I came with that mentality of going across the middle back then when I was tight end, slot receiver. That's exactly what I did. I went across the middle with that mentality. Hit me if you want to. Then I went to college, and big Derek Bush, 6'4", 205, free safety, hit me because he wanted to. And I said, I don't want to get hit like that again. I caught the ball. I said, oh.
When I was in high school, we had a all-out blitz we called triple bandit, and that's when you're sending the defensive ends, the inside linebackers, and the outside linebackers.
Right.
And it's all coming to get the quarterback. But our saying was, hold him up till I get there. That was our mentality. Huh?
So you can take his head off. You holding him up.
Exactly. Don't take him down right away. Just hold him up. Give me time to get there. You know?
That's that football talk, Mom. Sorry, that's that football
It's
talk.
all good. It's all good.
All right. Well, we're gonna go ahead and end it right here. We don't want to hold you guys too long. We got questions coming in, but all you guys got to do is keep asking these questions, and Mom and Dad can possibly go and get in the comments. Y'all can answer some questions in the comments also. They're gonna keep coming in, and hopefully we can follow up with you guys again after JD has another 2-sack game, and probably that game that he feels like he really did what he wanted to do on the field. So
Will do. Well, you have been such a gracious host, and we really appreciate it very much so, and your audience. And yes, I will go and read the comments and respond, because I think that if people have taken their time out to be here, then we at least could do that.
yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Thank you so much once again, both of you guys, for taking time out to join us and talk about the one and only JD Jordan Dominic out of Polk County, Florida, doing this thing, number 44, the defensive end for the Colorado Buffaloes. Y'all make sure y'all show him some love. Get on there on the website right here. You should be able to see it right there, jordandominic.com. You got hats, hoodies, shorts, shirts, everything on there. Man, I can, Pops, can you imagine back in your day and my day, we were able to sell stuff with our name on it and logo on it? My God.
Back in our day, we used to get in trouble for going to the store early in the morning, buying candy, and then trying to sell it at school.
and we couldn't take a breakfast from somebody. They would try to say, "Oh, that's a violation." So nowadays, I see my man got shorts on here selling. I said, "Look at this! He got a skull cap with his logo on." You gotta love it though. So y'all go support. More to come. This has been Prime Parents. We thank you once again. Chico to the T, and I'm out.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Okay.
All right, now we are live. Oh, now should I say, welcome to another episode of Prime Parents. I'm your host, Big Dog Chico, broadcasting to you live over the digital airwaves, of course, of none other than YouTube and Facebook, where anytime we can have thousands in attendance and millions listening from around the world. So wherever you are in this world, be sure to like, subscribe, comment, and share this exclusive interview. So introducing parents of current Colorado Buff, transfer from Missouri. Of course, that's the SEC where he spent 2 years. He's a Denver, Colorado native, 6'2", 250 pounds. I like to say legacy Buff. He's number 53, sophomore defensive end Arden Walker. Of course, I'm talking about, and we're speaking to now his prime parents, Mrs. Candace and Coach Art Walker. I'm going to bring them on to the stage now. You guys can give them a big welcome in the chat. Thank you guys for joining me right now. Thank you guys for joining me. How you guys doing?
Good. All right.
Good. Thank you guys again for coming on. Everybody in the chat, y'all show love to Coach Art and Miss Candace, the parents of Arden Walker, of course, number 53 for the Colorado Buffaloes. So what I like to do on this, like to give insight of the parents so we can learn about the player a lot more. So we'd like to start at the beginning, so to speak. Tell us about, in your own words, tell us about yourselves and maybe even your athletic background.
I'll let my wife go first. Ladies first.
Well, I'm originally from Los Angeles, California, the daughter of a preacher. And, my background mostly was behind all music and of church. So no background of any kind of sports. Unfortunately, I would have loved to have done it. Father wouldn't let me play basketball. That was my number one goal. But yeah, that's kind of unfortunate. And
all right.
That's it. Well, that's all you get. Well, she didn't tell you guys that she's 6 foot tall. So before stuff started, I did the math. 6'4" plus 6 foot get you 6'5". So Arden said about 6'4". So he's taller than 6'2" for everybody out there.
Yeah, he finally grew.
But a little background about myself. Yes, I played football, basketball, you name a sport. I played it growing up. Had an opportunity to attend the University of Colorado back from 86 to 90. My last year, we lost the national championship, and then they won it the next year. I didn't get redshirted, so I played straight through. I've been a coach once upon a time at Oklahoma State University, and that's been 20 plus years ago. And then I've coached high school. Then I've coached, Arden and his group of buddies that are playing right now. I coached them for years and years. So, and then I played a little football myself a little bit. So,
that's being modest right there. So let's talk about real quick. We get into your Colorado Buff career. Tell us some of your accolades and how was it when you played back in the late 80s?
Well, it's totally different from what guys have now. It's more finesse nowadays. So, of course, old school always going to be right. The game was physical. They had option football back then and they passed. So you had to do a combination of things so you could get cut at any moment. You know what I'm saying? So you had to be fleet of feet, I would say that. I made all conference twice. Was third team All-American, honorable mention All-American as a defensive tackle / defensive end. So, and then quite a few of my buddies that I played with, a lot of them participated, and several of them ended up playing in the NFL. I mean, I went to a couple camps and, just a little short-lived life, and, it was what it was. Played in the World League, so kind of been around football for a long, long time.
Right. And Mom, 6 feet tall? Were your parents tall, or did you just sprout up out of nowhere?
No, we really have tall people in our family, both sides, my mother and my father. But my dad, he just would not let me play. I mean, I really wanted to play basketball, but unfortunately, he made me stay in the church, and which I feel like that was okay, because that would be later talked about, just why it's important for us to, always put God first. And so, but I don't have no regrets actually, but I would have, like I said, so I like watching basketball. I love watching WNBA, but it is what it is. But
right.
Hey, I went to a HBCU, Grambling State University. So the other black and gold.
So
another one.
Chico, what she really want to tell you, she basically, we had to compromise on the sport thing. Like I go sit and wait for her to shop, just like she sit and watch football. So she have actually learned what goes on, football, basketball. So we have kind of made her out a sports person around here.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well, even though I was a Rams fan and like they back in Cali, in Los Angeles, but also was I'm a Laker fan. So I love sports, but just that's because I didn't get to play it. So at least I watched it. So and that's why Arden probably loves Kobe. Why I love Kobe.
You're all good with me because I'm a lifelong Laker fan myself. So you're all good with me.
I do root for the Lakers, so I can't.
All right.
Can't say anything bad about that.
Yeah.
Okay, so I can't
you
let
got
this
the wrong football team. It's America's team. You already know how we ride.
Cowboys.
Hey.
Okay, so I can't let it go by without talking about your early childhood in LA, because LA is split up in so many parts. What part are you from in LA, and talk about your early childhood?
Literally, I grew up by where SoFi is, where they built the SoFi. So not too far where there's little quadrants, but it was really Los Angeles. But there's Inglewood, there's Hawthorne, so not too far. But I went to school with my friends. I had to go with my friends because I grew up a lot by Leimert Park with my grandmother while my mother worked and my dad worked. So I went to school more in that area. So I ended up going to a school by the beach called Westchester High School.
Okay.
A couple people came out of there, and so I decided for me, I didn't have that. I feel like that Black experience. So that's how I ended up going to an HBCU. They came out and recruited a lot of the students at our school. And so if I had not went that route and left Los Angeles, I wouldn't have met old guy right here. So
exactly. So that leads me right into that. How did you guys cross paths coming from? Because Dad, you're from Houston too. Before we even get to cross paths, let's talk about coming from your background in Houston.
Just so America knows, I grew up in Studewood. That's what it's called in Houston. And everybody that's a Houstonian from H-Town, they know what Studewood means. So I don't always let the world know where I'm from. I had opportunity. Actually, I grew up in Houston, and I have 6 sisters that grew up in the house with me, and I have 7 total. So, my father was a preacher, but they always say preacher kids are the worst kind. So I have them labeled that at times. So, but I had opportunity to meet Candace down in Houston, and that's when they had pagers. So I didn't call her initially when I first met her. So I made her wait a little bit. But she had on these little short leather hot pants, and I always tell that story. So that's what kind of caught my attention. So I had to make her wait a little bit, but then I doubled back. Seemed like it was a good choice.
That's right. That's right. And so you guys meet up there. She falls for you. She see the big sturdy, you know what I mean? 6'5" plus, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I had a code name then. I was going by Big Percy then. So
Big Percy.
That was my club name. So I had the big man dance. That was my dance. So
all right.
I stand there. So I'm smiling a little hard. So that's why I went back a couple of days later and hollered at her.
Well, there you go. All right. So you move on. You start courting. You get the dating and such. Talk about how did go to your marriage and go to your kids.
Well, I actually have 2 older sons from another relationship, and then we just have Arden together. So Arden had the opportunity to be raised in the home with us, and we've been married 23 years, and then we dated about 5. So I had to make her wait a little bit. You know what I'm saying? I had to make sure she passed all the tests.
No, he just wasn't ready. He just
passed.
wasn't ready for an LA girl. That's all.
She passed the mama test, and the daddy test when they were here. So she was all right. So
right. Okay.
Then them hot pants kept me all right. So you already know.
All right.
So that's not true to some of that story. That's
I have pictures.
Hey, let the men tell it. You know how we tell it, right?
I have pictures. I have proof.
Oh,
So all my buddies. I had 2 of my old college teammates with me that are verified. So I can always verify the stories.
Everybody got receipts now.
Okay, so
I got a few.
All right, you see, you have Arden, and tell us about him as a young man. And was he born in Houston?
No, he was actually born right here in Denver. So I was at Oklahoma State, and then on the staff, and then like I said, I was one of the younger guys, and then we messed around, got fired. So I just came back into Denver. I didn't think it would be a big deal getting back into coaching, and it didn't turn out that way. And so we ended up moving here, and we've been here ever since. And like some stories about Arden when he was little, he's always been wiry, happy-go-lucky. So I can go from the first time. I think the best video I have ever was when he was about 4 when I first taught him how to ride his bike. So you hear him talking about, I can ride my bike all by myself. So it's just stuff like that. He been we had him in every sport you can name, from football, basketball, baseball, lacrosse, whatever it is, we can put him in. Golf, anything with music. So academic stuff, science camp. So we kind of try to make him well-rounded, I would say.
Right. And I heard him mention before in the interview that he played lacrosse. You don't see a lot of young Black men playing lacrosse, although in the past, with Jim Brown and even back further than that, lacrosse is pretty popular in our community. But right now, we don't see a lot of that. Was that something you consciously did to get him into lacrosse?
Well, they had an actual program that was available. So therefore, they seen him playing football and basketball. So one of the guys invited him out, and him and a couple of his friends, about 4 of them. Actually, one of our kids on the team was already playing lacrosse. So they actually, it was another ball you got bouncing against the wall and tearing up the basement. So, they busted out a couple windows down there. So, and it ran its course down there.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, it was actually pretty fun to watch. I was like, oh, actually, Arden is an athlete, huh? He can play lacrosse.
Right.
He got invited to a camp or something. He went up to California to play. And so he had, we kept him pretty busy. And he always knew academics was first because that was also something that we believed in. I'm an educator. I don't play when it comes to academics. And
That's the easy
We
part.
we were pretty tough too, you know.
That's just part of it.
That
So.
wasn't easy.
You always appreciate academics because eventually, like sports, football, everything ends one day. Either you might get an opportunity. If not, you still want to have, that background to fall on because you got to have a job. So, if I already told him he's on the countdown. So we already had a debate about when I should cut you off. He's saying
Right.
5, like when insurance stopped, but I say before that, I'm gonna break your plate and take your sheets. So we'll change the locks.
Not to my child. No, we're not doing
All right. So you're looking forward to being would it be empty nesters, right? That's right. That's the term, right?
Well, we were temporarily, but now my mother-in-law done had to come live with us, so that was short-lived. But for right now, we experienced it for about 3 months when he left, and then it's all quiet. You sitting up at night because you're so used to hearing feet come in or you checking in. So that part of it changed. Or like having somebody run after and run behind, that changed also with all the AAU sports and all the stuff like that.
Okay. All right. So here we go. We get Arden going to high school, Cherry Creek, right?
Yes.
Okay, Cherry Creek High School. Talk about him leading up to that. Is he looking like in your eyes? Okay, he's panning out to look like an athlete, exactly how I envision. With my size, with both of our size. And
I did my calculations. So I did do the calculations. Check that one.
We got
like he should come along around this size. Let's back up. Go ahead, Mom.
Let's back up a little bit because
Okay.
he didn't have a choice. Even if he went to my school, he had to play flag football. He played basketball. So around here where he grew up, and Art had coached the kids, Green Valley Giants. We was like running people out of town. So so they were good athletes and they really played hard. Very disciplined. Art was very disciplined, which I'm glad to see because some of the kids we see now are still they're playing, and that's a good thing. But Arden, he knew what it took. I mean, sometimes Dad would go overboard when he was younger, and like shutting down. I had to make him shut it down when we get home because academics are also the next thing. But football. I mean, even once I can go back to say when he was in, we had a practice one day and it's raining and almost snowing or something.
Well, we're gonna go all the way back. Yeah. So I'll go all the way back to when they actually played flag. So they played flag football for about 2 years, and then you realize they were ready for tackle because they started getting down in actual stances because in flag you don't put your hands on your knees. But they won a couple championships there then. And then when they got to Little League, it's some guys, they can always say they got bragging rights. So they really excelled in Little League. So they won like the Super Bowl. They won that a couple years. And I had opportunity to coach with some of my college buddies that had sons on the team. So we kind of just treated it like it was a college environment. And the thing I used to tell kids, if you make it through me, you're gonna be all right. By the time you get to college. And the ones that stuck with it are having some decent careers today so far. And like I said, it's just been, it's been embedded. Like I said, you can't do football year round. So we kind of like, you basically experimented and explored every sport that you could. Just something to keep you actually busy all the time. Because I just don't believe in you sitting here and looking at me. And he'll tell you his job was to go out, pull weeds. So I find different things for you to do. Because that's, basically how I was raised.
Exactly.
Around, and we didn't have, some of the stuff that they have, the technology and phones and all that stuff like that. So, once you went outside, you stayed out there because, if you came back in, you had to be in before dark. But if you came back in, you couldn't go back out. So, and I had sisters, so nobody want to go play with them.
Real quick, where are your parents from? Because it sounds like your parents from Alabama, somewhere my parents from. Where your parents from?
Well, they was from Belleville and then Prairie View, Texas. That's where my father was from. My mother's from Belleville, and they actually moved down to Houston. So I still have plenty of family that lives in Prairie View.
Gotcha. It sounds just like my folks right there, man. You go outside, don't come back in. You're not going in out this door.
Yeah.
Man, I'll tell you the truth. All right. So go ahead.
So as we went through,
sorry.
As they went through Little League, so like football is different out here from like, let's say in Texas where you got middle school football and then you go to high school. Well, they actually went from middle school to high school right to football. And then Arden and about 4 of them actually played varsity over at Cherry Creek, and I actually had the opportunity to actually coach them the whole way through. So that part was good. You know, they didn't play for going on the trying to win their 5th title there. They went to state like the last 6 years, and so Arden they went their sophomore year and lost, and then they won it like their junior and senior year. So I'd say that was a great accomplishment to do something with your kid. And then, like I said, to get to college, you got to kind of just let them go a little bit. You know, give advice when you need to.
Exactly. So here we go. We're going to I guess we can go. Can we move to high school now? Let's see. We get to high school now. Okay, we go to high school now. We're going to Cherry Creek. What's that process like? Making plays out there, doing what he's supposed to do. Of course, you guys stand on him with your morals and values and stay academically inclined and stuff. How did that come about?
The environment was like totally different from like the environment that you had been in previously. So he had to basically make that adjustment. And then, of course, you know, my wife would always say that I'm too hard. I guess they say I don't give people compliments. I give them to you when you basically earn them. But like I said, they actually went in and, you know, he played a lot as an actual freshman. So offense and defense. And then as time went on, you know, it seemed like defense was his thing. So, you know, he'd always make these comparisons all the time. So, I mean, I can go down a list of some of the stuff. First, it was, where you going to be taller than me? Then it's like we start talking about football, like my takeoff is better than yours, or I done made more plays than you, and I'm like, you're not even close. So you know, I kind of like been going at him because I told him, you know, they got some bricks on the wall over in the facility. So I counted 6 games that I played in. Actually, it's 7. So I guess I can call myself 7 brick. So when he gets some bricks, then we can talk about it. You know what I'm saying?
Those bricks on the wall. My guy, former Buff Lawrence Vickers, told me about those bricks on the wall.
Yeah, Lawrence from Houston. Yeah.
Yep, and he's from H-Town.
Yeah.
So
we went to Wheatley.
And
one of my other buddies.
So tell me about the H boys. What's that called? Tell me about that.
Well, that was me and we had a couple guys from Houston, but Alfred Williams and then Canavis McGee, they were outside linebackers, and then it was me. So we used to have a little celebration dance that we would do, or you know, we throw up the H. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. H-Town. Just in case anybody. At first they thought that was a Texas hook 'em horn, but we made it. We kind of took it and made it our own.
Right.
And so you know, we had a pretty good. You know, they were, of course, consensus All-Americans, and, you know, they were 6'7". I mean, Al 6'6", Kane was 6'5" and 6'4". So we kind of ran things back in our heyday. So, you know, it was, you know, they got all the glitz and glamour now. We didn't have all the smoke and all the other stuff, but we gave smoke. Exactly. And you know, you had other guys like Mike Jones, Oakland Salavea, you know, Leonard Renfro. So we had quite a few guys that actually played. Joel Steed. So I can just go on the list. Like I tell Arden all the time, my front 7 had way more horses. So anytime you want to make any comparison, whether the previous university or now, come see us.
Yeah, Salavea and some of those guys you just named were some dogs. Those were on some bills that I remember them playing in the league some.
Yeah, so like I said, there's quite a few guys. Chad Brown. I mean, I can go down the list of some of the guys that, you know, they got jerseys hanging. Dion Figures. I mean, it's quite a few. So, you know, we had quite a few guys that were coming here at the time. So, you know, who's who, like when you talking about was coming here to visit, they were coming in to visit. Not everybody signed, but you know, and like I said, I think Coach Prime has kind of got the same ship floating the same way. You know, you go to a bowl game and just keep building. And like you said, you know, he a couple pieces away. And this, I think, from what I've seen so far, you know, he really got those guys working, and just the buy-in side of these young guys nowadays.
Exactly. So even getting before you get to Coach Prime, Arden earns several offers out of high school, right? And decides on Missouri. It wasn't. I heard him say before it wasn't going to be Colorado. They were kind of going through some. It was way different than what it was when you play and what it is right now.
Well,
when he came out.
Well, he fought me on, like, you know, of course I'm always gonna ride Colorado until I can't ride him no more. But he basically fought me on tooth and nail. Like I said, because the program wasn't doing well at the time. But he tried to give me the philosophy or the analogy. I went 1,000 miles away from home, so why can't he? So, you know, I'm like, okay, you at that age where, you know, we're going to kind of let you make decisions on your own. So I just listened. And actually, he had been camp like at Missouri twice because I knew some of the coaches from back when I actually coached, and then he went to Kansas State. He went to a couple of different camps, so he's seen us a couple of different universities. So but it was different because you had COVID. So you basically got you was getting recruited on the internet, and I was so just kind of had to go with what was the best. But like Texas and UCLA were like really in the mix. So he really was torn after a while because I actually stepped away just to let him, make these relationships with these coaches because basically it's his life, not mine.
Yeah.
Or his mother's.
That's very, very tough and, probably the most important decision that, a young man can make coming out of high school, deciding on what college to go to, especially with a lot of offers like that. And then considering UCLA, where mom's family is from, right?
Yeah.
So he went out there too. So
he was close. He was really close. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, like you said, being on the internet, talking to everyone, it was hard, and exhausting. You could just see it. And, literally he and I had to talk. I said, you know what, you do what's best for you. Because at the end of the day, it's gonna be what you need to do for yourself, and he did not make that final decision, almost missed it because he was asleep. He was so overwhelmed that he was asleep. I woke him up. I was like, aren't you supposed to be making a decision today? He was like, what time is it? I mean, that's how hard it was for him. Yeah. And so, but he knew in his heart where he wanted to go, but he has always been that Buff fan. And he really went because to Missouri.
Well, Ryan Walters, who's the current coach at Purdue. So Arden wore his jersey the whole. That's why he wore 15 in Little League.
Exactly.
That's what Ryan gave him a CU jersey that and he wore that number from then on.
Forever.
So and then when he got to high school, he put on 83. Because I wore 83. But obviously they ain't let him touch 83. So that's how he got to 53. So
right.
So But yeah, so it was quite a big decision. But like I say, what I tried to do is, you give them advice, and I give it to you from the coach's side, the parent side, so you kind of get a mixture. So you can kind of hear what goes on because even nowadays, he's young. All the young guys, first thing they come to campus and thinking, hey, I'm supposed to be playing and all this stuff, but you have to walk them through what actually happens in those meeting rooms. And a coach is always going to play you when they feel like you're ready.
Exactly. And speaking of that, Arden had a chance to. He's probably been in that stadium more than anybody on the team. As you took him. How long has it been? He said he remembers at 3 or 4 years old. Was he going even before that?
Yeah, we took him to the games all the time. So like we had buddies that always would tailgate. So like all these war stories, you heard war story after war story after war story. So that's like all my teammates are just like his uncles. And that's why he always referred to every last one of them as uncle, whoever it may be. And they've been around him. He's just been around. So he even heard it, but of course some of it he don't believe, but it was what it was.
Yeah, when they talk about how good Dad was, he's like, he got to take it with a grain of salt, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he go do his research sometimes. Like I told him, you're playing good football when you're making 3 plays in a row. You're making first down, second down, third down. If you can get it like that, that means you're playing some good football. So when you start doing that, then we'll be all right.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what,
compare each other.
He's definitely been stepping up these last couple of games, getting the sack, actually a fumble recovery, pass rushing, QB hurries, and just being around the football and playing a lot more. How has it been watching him on the field a lot more these last couple games?
Oh, I've been we've been pretty excited to see him get out there and participate. I mean, and he was doing some of the similar stuff before he transferred here. But now, like I told him, no matter how many plays you get, you take advantage of it. And you know what I'm saying? I think that's most kids like they're pouting and they're going into the tank. That's not how it works. So you go fight and take what's yours, and then once you get out there, you make something happen. Then you ain't got to worry about like being on the bench because guess what? You'll be a household name. So that's just what we preach. And I just been I watch film with him sometimes. So he'll call you, ask for advice and stuff like that. But like I said, you got to keep on plugging. And it's been a learning curve because he's playing a new position. Because originally that's who he's supposed to play the buck position when he went to Missouri, but they changed the defense. And so now, you know, like I said, you got kind of acclimated that, you know, because you're dropping more than you ever have. But you know, like the pass rush side or playing the run, that's one thing he learned first, how to stop the run. So, you know, so I think things come you know, it's starting coming along. I think the last 2 or 3 games, I think he's had some decent snaps, and that's all you really want to do is play, you know, within the framework, and you know, give him some decent snaps. Try to help the team win.
Exactly. I see him coming along well. And go back to what you said. He's definitely not 6'2" like they have him listed on the website for some reason. I was fortunate enough to go to the game and be on the sideline. I had some of this in my video that I posted, but I went to the game and I was on the sideline. You know, I'm a former player too. I played at UAB.
Okay.
I haven't been on the sideline like that in a while, so I kind of got crunk. I'm a Deion Sanders fan. I got crunk up, and all of a sudden, 53 coming towards me. He like, yeah, big dog, and I'm like, oh, he know who I am, and then he boom, give me a chest bump. I thought I was about to play, man. but once he chest bumped me, hey, this guy's not, because I was listed at 6'2". I'm doing like this. You know what I mean? So yeah, he's definitely bigger than that. So that size is coming into play from the 6-foot mom and 6'4" dad.
Right.
Do the math. Do the math.
Oh yeah, he was wishing and hoping. He was wishing and hoping. But the more I saw him start inching up, I was like, "Are you getting taller than your dad?" And let my husband, he swears, he said he's officially 6'4" because he's been.
I mean, I went to Combine and got measured at Combine, so you know, they got all my measurements on record somewhere.
Yeah,
So,
and you know the combine gonna try to make you shorter. You know what I mean?
So that's what I'm saying. So you taller than me.
Yeah.
So, wow. You look at me eye to eye, but you know, I don't know what your heart pumping just yet. We working on that.
All right. So how is it? Tell me about the process of getting recruited by Colorado. As soon as, I think he said pretty much soon as he got he went into the transfer portal. Boom, he contacted Coach Nick.
Yeah, he placed his name in there, and then like you know, you start fielding a couple of calls came through, but I think as soon as Coach Nick like basically talked to him, and then we sat down, we had opportunity to come and go visit the university and stuff like that. I think he just realized like, man, home is home, and you only gonna get treated, you'll get treated a certain way, especially at home, and you want the hometown, like I'd say a hometown favorite. Matter of fact, at the present moment, you're probably the only person on defense that's from the area. So, everybody's eyes is on you. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Hometown guy right there, Colorado, man. They called him, called you Mr. Colorado, called him Mr. Colorado, and all these things. You got a couple other guys from Colorado. Yeah, different names, but, I call him A-Dub. I call him, fast pace, because he's getting after the ball all the time, so I like his motor,
He it was hard at first because we kind of always believe in you finish what you started. We always said that. And he was just like, he's been that kid when Art talked about him going back to when he was a little boy on the bike. It's always been, let me do it. I can do it. Let me do it. Now he just fight us. He would fight us so much. And as he got older, they don't think they don't trust me. And when he got older, they don't trust me. They don't think I can do it. I go, oh my goodness, just do it. Just do it. And so that's how he felt. And the same thing when we talked to him, because we were like, I don't know what, I'm already on the fence. And he was just like, can you just trust me? Can you just
Well, I mean, even that whole situation, when it arose, I mean, I gave him my opinion, and I tell you, like I said, I believe in being committed. And at the time, I'm like, well, I had to sit back and say, well, I'm just gonna listen to my child, who's a young man turning into a man. So I had to go with how he was feeling. And like I said, he's been showing all 32 nowadays. So since he's been home, so I'll give you a perfect example. When he first came home, you got plenty of room in the house, and he has his own room, own bathroom. So he came to our bathroom, and then he put his toothbrush in our toothbrush holder between mine and Candace. So you see I'm looking like, you see his clothes hanging in my bathroom. I'm looking like what is this about? But I guess he's coming to reclaim his territory or whatever. But it just happened to be there, even though we made quite a few trips out to the other school. So, and now it's more convenient. You're 30 minutes away versus, traveling, like 2 hours one way. And then, like I said, you have to get there the day before the game. So there's a whole lot of stuff that went with that. So, you know, we're pretty happy to see him here.
And then he can get some of mama's home cooking, as he said, right?
Yeah. If he don't want his dad smoke barbecue, because I mean, I think he just smokes up our house the whole time.
You know what? I think I had a comment once I posted that I'm going to be doing this show, or have you guys on. I think somebody posted a comment, I think on Instagram, said, ask his dad about some of the best smoked barbecue in Colorado. What that you?
I mean, I'm all right. You know,
said his house. He said my house.
Hey, I know what to do with it. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Give me the fire and the sticks. You know, I know how to get it tasting all right. You know, I'm from Texas. That's my background.
There
so
you
like
go.
my father, they had owned 2 restaurants in Houston before he passed, and I had uncles on both sides actually that cooked all the time. So you couldn't help but pick up certain stuff. So nowadays everything is a competition. You know, you can't go out there and play basketball or nothing like that. So you know, you got to figure out different ways to compete. So you know, some of my friends talk that, but they ain't ready to walk it with Big Dog.
Right.
with the real A-Dub.
That's right. A-Dub. All right. Okay, so Coach Nick Williams calls and pretty much offers him. I'm sure he had other teams reaching out to him, still trying to make that decision, decides to stay home and play for Coach Prime. Of course, you guys are excited about that. What did you guys think about when you heard the news about Coach Prime coming to be the head coach at Colorado?
I mean,
I was shocked.
I mean, I thought I was actually excited, of course, because like I said, you know, you already turned around one program, him being at Jackson State. You know, that you prove that you know how to recruit, know how to get it done, and that's what it's about. It's about the recruiting game, and if you can get the right players in, and then the X's and O's will go for themselves. So, and I think he does. So far, they've been doing an excellent job of like just getting it started. So, and I'm quite sure they're going to go right back and just add, you know, high school guys and portal guys. So I'm quite sure they're going to just go back and continue to add to, you know, to have some success around here. And I think so far they're on the right path.
Exactly. Mom, what do you think about Coach Prime? And what was your thoughts? Again, you say you were surprised and
Yeah, it was Colorado, you know. I mean, I didn't grow up here, so I kind of was not like when I first got here. So I was like, Colorado?
Right.
But you know, you've grown to love it. I have grown to love it. I wouldn't change it for the world. I would raise Arden here all over again if I had to. Yeah, the weather, but in California, has the best weather. But I always liked Coach Prime in his, you know, in the younger days of him being an athlete. So to hear that, I mean, more than anything, I was shocked, but yet I was like, God, that must be what this place needs. You know, and somebody once told me, God don't make mistakes. And I was like, that's right. God don't make mistakes. That has to be why it's real. You know, it's surreal. So I was shocked. And so when my son even thought about it, I was like this, for real? You know, so it's been all a lot at first for me to just digest, because I'm so black and white. I'm not that best at just always, you know, seeing a bigger picture. I'm always just like this. Is this or that? This or that? You know, Arden might be a little bit like me sometimes too. And I have had to get him out of that. But yeah, once we, you know, felt comfortable and we met people there, I felt comfortable because I'm the one would not trust probably as much. And the Coach Nick, when I got to see him face to face, you know, because I don't know anybody's after come from my child or my child's going to that person. And Arden likes any and everybody. He's always been real friendly. So I'll go, who is that? I don't know them. I need to meet them. I don't care about them. You know, I'm so terrible about that. He knows. He go, oh my gosh, Mom. But he was like, that's when he said, just trust me. And so when we got an opportunity to visit this place, I mean, in our own home, it was interesting, you know, just to go out there and see Colorado in a nutshell. I mean, see you in a nutshell, just to see it again. I hadn't been on the campus for a long time, and I was just like, this gotta be real, you know. But to meet Coach Nick, he's a really nice, very nice young man.
And
go
ahead, Dad. Go ahead, Coach.
No, I was just gonna say, when it comes to just like the staff, the guys that we've met so far, like, you know, as far as seeing the facilities and all the stuff like that, we had seen that tons and tons of time, because even before he left here, as hard as they recruited him or whatever. But I just think, you know, you basically had some, you know, new life in town, and it basically so far, it's going to be a climb, but I think it's working. And I think besides the cameras, the glitz and glamour, what everybody think, behind the scenes is that they're actually working based on, you know, what I hear. So they're actually working, which I'm actually pleasantly satisfied with that.
Right. And it's almost like a professional environment, how serious they are and how they're taking things. So sometimes it's not, you know, you have the, I guess, the structure, you know, now you had to get the right people in there to, you know, get the right production out of what you have. So, you know,
And
how,
people ask me, and probably even Art, they ask this a lot. You think Art ain't gonna be able to handle that? You think Art ain't gonna be? I said, if he can handle his own dad,
right,
discipline as he is and still is, and don't give compliments like some of his other guys tell him. I was like, you know, yeah, he I'm sure he could do this, you know, not knowing everything, but to hear that discipline and the practice and the belief that even Coach Prime has made me comfortable, made me feel better, you know, that this most definitely, it was the right move. But it was the discipline side for me that I was more in awe about.
yeah. And I think Dad also can appreciate that, the fact that the coach that he's going to be being recruited by and coached by, Coach Nick Williams, young, passionate coach, former player, a lot of had the experience, you know, like I said, coming from Georgia, Texas A&M, under Kirby Smart and Jimbo Fisher. So you could just see that passion. So I'm sure you was comfortable, you know, hey, go ahead.
Yeah, because he got a little fire and brimstone to him, which, you know, sometimes guys need to have a fire lit on them. But like I said, I hadn't had any complaints. I mean, like I said, I think Arden has been actually excited playing for him. And then, like I say, just the knowledge that he's bestowing on Arden, I'd say I give him 2 thumbs up. You know.
Yeah, he can talk the language. You know, sometimes you gotta meet the kids where they are, and challenge them. And that's me on the education side. It's sports to me goes hand in hand in academics and how we talk and how we speak to our young people, our young men. My husband always believed, if you're gonna tear them down, you bring them back up, you build them back up, you tell them what you know, that they are still doing good over here, even though you need to work this and that, you know. And I feel like that's what we're hearing. That's something that Arden needed anyway. He needed that so badly because that's what he was used to, you know. Yeah, Arden is always an open to. If I make mistakes, then show me. He quick. He'd be like, coach me, tell me. You know, this is what I'm used to. You tell me, I can talk that language back to you. You tell me, you ask me, I did it. I studied it or whatever. And that's what we always knew about him. Arden always have a high order thinker. He's always been a high order thinker. So to find somebody that matched that, that's amazing. I was like, finally. Because sometimes when he used to talk to me, I'd be like this, well, I don't know where you are, but then I say to meet you there, but sometimes I couldn't meet him there, you know. But Art, he's similar to his dad, and they just really think here, and you got to be on top of it. The mind is constantly going, you know. So yeah.
Well, it's just certain. I had certain beliefs, and there's certain things that you try to instill with them, and like some of them been around me since they've been 3 and 4. And people used to like look crazy because I wouldn't let people actually. You couldn't even. If you was gonna come coach, you couldn't curse. I didn't believe in that because, you know, I over the years you have some guys act like that's the only way you communicate by cursing me out or something like that. Which I figured, no, let's actually teach them some actual information. Then you still can make them aggressive in other ways. Like to say they thought I was crazy when they were little because, you know, if it wasn't lightning or something, then we wouldn't practice. But if it was snowing or cold or rain or whatever, we was gonna be outside. And so you kind of just created an environment of toughness, and then it just basically carried on. And then the more you preach it, just getting them to actually understand how actual life goes and how things function in life. And you got to be able to, like I tell my friends, you know, everybody talk, you know, because they say he talks proper or whatever. But I'm like, don't let that dialect fool you, you know, because it's illegal to have pit bulls in Denver. And I had a couple of them around here.
Talk about that rain or snow. You know, you get your hands dirty. You get your hands in the dirt. It was get your hands in the snow too. And we got a picture of Art standing out there with his umbrella while all our kids are
Hey.
getting wet. And
Tell him, coach, you paid your dues and your coach.
Right. Hey,
so Arden knows how to play in the snow.
Oh yeah, for
But
sure,
he,
for sure.
he don't like when you don't say he tough because he started out calling them little puppies, little war puppies.
Hey, war dogs.
And then he called them war dogs.
That's universal. For all the guys that ever played it, that's been a D lineman, you hear the word war dog, they know what it is. We hunt in packs.
Right.
And we created a couple of war dogs along the way over the last, like say, 30 years.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Say don't let the nice guy fool you. You think I'm not. I'm so nice, but honestly, you can try him on that other side.
Well, he's been
to walk through life.
Yeah, it's walking and learning and talking, walking. I always tell them, don't talk about it, be about it. That's
Right.
that's me growing up. You don't talk about it. Do what you got to do. People gonna want you to say something, want you to do that. You always tell them, I'm not talking about this. I'm gonna show you better than I can tell you.
Exactly.
Yeah, so that's how he is.
So, coach, you ended up building a business out of training, correct? Starting with your sons, or was it before then? Or talk about your training.
It actually kind of just something I just stumbled into. Like I said, coached forever, and I've been coaching, and so I was actually just training Arden one day, and then the first guy I ever trained was this DeMarcus Walker, who he plays for Chicago Bears right now. So
Okay.
he's been coming to me about 4 years, and then like I said, a whole host of other Malik Reed, Derek Tusker, Deshaun Williams. I mean, so I've had quite a few guys that came through, and they're just word of mouth. Because like pass rush is what a lot of guys want to have information about. But I do run stuff, so it's kind of like this whole gamut. And then I had some of the high school kids, which actually it worked out at times because the pro guys don't mind some of those guys been around. They would correct them when they're not doing something right. And so I mean, I got tons. Like I said, I've been slacking. Because I suppose I put all this stuff on Instagram, but I got tons and tons of film of me training guys, over the years, like Deion Sizer. So I mean, it's quite a few guys that I just kind of bumped into, and
Right.
So like even in the off season, so they're just like I said, there ain't nothing I didn't actually advertise anything, but I guess now I'm in the game. But I've just been around, D line play, and I've been around it forever. So it's like you never stop seeing film, because even when I didn't coach the last 2 seasons, I still have guys like my other ones that just graduated from high school, got a kid that's at Oregon and then one at Iowa, so one at Kansas. So those guys would come on, we watch film on Thursday night, and so we just go over different stuff, not messing with the game plan or anything, but just things that you can actually attempt to do or whatever, and it actually improved to be successful for them. But like I said, it's just been kind of interesting. And where you at, I guess I can say that. So I had to start kind of staggering the days, as far as when guys would come see me, because they want to, the pros are going to make you do it over and over and over, and they want to perfect it. And I think, I think it's been great for the kids. That's where Arden kind of like even learned his work ethic, because the first question some of those guys asked him, how many times did you work out? And he said once. And, those guys are doing it 3 times a day. So you got a routine, and I think that kind of clicked the light bulb in his head. And then, like I say, they've been around the kids, and the funny thing is, being around pro guys, when you don't act like you starstruck anything, they're comfortable, because some will come here, they call me at any time. They come right here and go right to the basement, because I train them sometimes in my basement, or sometimes we do stuff outdoors. But it's been pretty interesting, because then you get to sit back and watch during the season, like how they're playing, you know what I'm saying? So it's gonna be pretty cool. Actually, Sunday we'll get to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. We're gonna watch UCLA, and then we're gonna go to the Bears and Chargers game Sunday night. So I'll get my little dose of football.
Yeah, you get to enjoy those. You get to enjoy watching those seeds that you plant and grow, and everything that you put in there, you get to see it come out on the field with these players. So that's a good thing. Same thing with you, Mom, with your educational background. Talk about how, real quick, how you and some of the things that you instilled, both of you guys as parents, you instilled in Arden, and even some of the other kids you influenced as far as education.
Well, most definitely, the best part of when they were little league, my husband, we conversed, but he knew Like you got to get them motivated. And I'll go, especially when they were younger. So real young, he went with the train, and the kids love the train, so he did some with some train. So that was us going hand in hand about how you get young people, especially boys, young boys, to stay focused and get on top of their game or whatever. But as we move along, like you said, when you build them up, you reward them, you give them. They were getting stickers on their helmets and everything that they did, whether it was the sack or the whatever, the tackles. How many tackles they got? They put them on their sticker on their helmet. So everything was practice, and practice makes perfect. And but the biggest part of us was study. You study. You can't just walk into a room and do a test. You can't just walk into, you have to study. So we believed in, study. So Art also made them study their plays, and so Arden has that background where he studies his plays. I go, what you doing? If he's talking to me or he get mad with me about something, I go study your plays, So, we still talk the language.
Well, like I said, all I try to do was, we try to create an environment. So like guys that ever participated, I made you accountable for your academics. I made you accountable for, like, say for instance, like even when they were watching film, I made them watch film in Little League. So they had huddle. So I gave them access to that. And of course, you can watch how much time somebody been on film. So it's the same thing. Like you had a grade check every week. So I kind of just created a system where it kind of taught you like what was going to happen as you went along. And so it's just make you accountable. That's a big thing, because like I said, a lot of parents don't understand it. You got to have all your I's dotted and all your T's crossed nowadays, because the recruiting game is totally different.
For real. And same thing that kind of goes right into what he's going through with Coach Prime, because Coach Prime watches and see how much film that they're watching, individually, and he grades off of that also. So I don't know whether they realize that, some guys, but if they've already been through it, like you had them going through it, it's something that they're now used to.
Well, I would say this to all those guys that are on the team now, anybody that's out there and out there in that land, if you intend to be one of the best of the best, and there's only 1% actually makes it there, you have to be a student of the game. So just going online, nobody get away with that anymore. And like actually when they were little, I made them learn coverages. I made them learn whatever I know. I made them actually learn it.
Right.
Offense, whether it's offense, whether it's defense. And, so when you got to high school, that wouldn't happen out here. Sometimes kids get to high school, hadn't learned anything. And so you just want them to be like, okay, so by the time they got to college, all the coach got to do is polish them up. You know what I'm saying? So they got the formal training, you know what I'm saying? That's the difference between, some of our kids like not having the formal training versus getting it. And then, you can get results.
I'll tell you something I thought about that you said earlier about not cursing at the kids, finding another way to articulate to them, what you're trying to say, because I think that breeds an articulate kid, because now he's not just using curse words to say how he feel or whatever. He's actually getting the lingo, like you said, direct from the coach, and is not just yelling at him and cursing at him because you're frustrated. But then, not to be long-winded, but then you have these coaches that will say, well, it's preparing them for life. This is how life is. Well, how do you feel about that? When a coach come back and say, well, this is how life is.
Well,
so
that's not preparing you for life, because that's not realistic. And then you're not going to work any job, corporate America, wherever it may be, whatever job you make, that you're going to have somebody that's going to yell at you. Because if they are, then you got the wrong job. You need to find what fits you.
You'll be written up or whatever else.
HR, you'll be calling HR. So no, it doesn't work like that nowadays. And like I said, the word coaching is teaching. So that part of it, and that's how you get more out of a kid once you get them to understand what you know. You're teaching them something that you know, and then you're trying to get them to play beyond what they could do themselves.
Right. What they even think they can do.
And that takes you to be firm. Like I said, as they got older, then I could, put my hand on my mouth or talk to you like this right here and tell you what's really on my mind. But when they were younger, no, I didn't want them in a shell. I wanted them, have the best experience possible. So, you have too many kids that might play, then all of a sudden they quit because the coach been talking crazy to them or they didn't get an opportunity. So that it's just so many different moving parts with it. And like I said, this the mental aspect, the mental health aspect of things nowadays.
Right.
So, you just gotta, like I said, I tell everybody all the time, you pour into them as much as you can, whether that's your pastor, as a teacher, preacher, whatever it may be, a coach, you want them to pour into your child so you can get the best results.
Exactly. And I appreciate that. I agree wholeheartedly. So let us know real quick as the chat is going crazy right now. Y'all go ahead, get in the chat and leave your questions as we're winding down. Dang, we're already at 52 minutes. You know, we usually have to go an hour, and we have 52 minutes, less than 8 to go. Get your questions in right now. If you can, I have one start here right now. Let me see. From Jay Hudson saying, please ask Mr. Walker his thoughts on the importance of team learning and singing the fight song.
Well, I mean, I've said the same thing like everybody else said. I mean, it's not hard to learn it. It's a few words. I mean, they added the F them up on the end of it, which that wasn't there.
Okay.
It's a few words. As long as they get the win, baby, they can sing whatever they want to sing. I'm just about getting these dubs. Bring us back.
There you go.
But don't let them fool you. Some of them players, he barely met and he passed by. Y'all better learn that fight song though. Y'all better learn that fight song.
That's what Buff do. Buff Pride. You're supposed to know the fight song.
There you
I
go.
had to learn it. It took a while. I know I was singing my high school fight song. You know what I'm saying? So War Eagles to the Dome. That's what I was singing then. So you learned that after a while.
All right, from Genealogy said, do you think all the cameras and visitors give the players an idea of what they may face if they make it into the NFL?
I mean, I think it's a whole lot of attention, especially some of the guys are getting, especially offensive guys. Everybody knows the personal offense. They don't remember defense. But I think it gives them kind of an idea. But like I said, I think he has them focused enough where not everybody. I don't think the kids are paying attention to those cameras. So you it's like being out and playing in front of a crowd. After you done did it so many times, you're kind of like in your own zone. So you're not worried about all the other stuff that go along with it. I mean, the one thing that I'm quite sure they keep, preaching to them, like I preach to mine is, don't do anything that's going to embarrass your family name. You know what I'm saying? So you'll be all right.
Exactly. Do you find yourself still coaching Arden on certain plays after the games or just Dad?
I mean, I watch, of course, I watch games. I watch I watch it, and like I said, if I see something that's not correct, then yes, I'm gonna give my 10 cents. I mean, he asks me all the time, or like he might have a good pass rush or do something good. He'll send me a clip or two. So I mean, we always discuss. I'm not a helicopter parent or none of that stuff like that. So I've been actually being a fan, and I think people being up in the stands, I done got used to that. I like to yell and go at fans when they going at me. So I go have my fun that way. But as far as just watching film, I mean, yes, that's part of it. I mean, I never stop. I mean, I got high school guys that actually, you got some pro guys that check in. They want you to look at stuff and analyze it. So, I mean, I guess four eyes is better than two.
Every day, all day.
Especially
when you're watching film.
Right. And like I said, like I said, you could see things that maybe their coach probably told them or maybe something that I hadn't seen that, hey, man, why you not doing that? Because like I said, even Arden, you got a plethora of moves and knowledge and everything like that. But it's just like I tell everybody I ever, come in contact, how often do you apply what you know? Especially when you got a wealth of information.
Yeah.
Art, he will record the game, so he'll watch it again. Just be
supposed to.
looking. So, that's the funny part that I do enjoy. I go, and he'll watch it, and that's when he's really studying. So then when Arden does call him, will tell him, yeah, you could have done this on that and this and that, and I love that still because, he has a good relationship with his dad. And that's important. And it's important to him, just to hear still, how's he doing? What could he work on better? Whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Shouts out to Sadie Reacts. I call it Sade Reacts. Shout out. That's Sade, right? Look at that. Y'all see that? That's Sade. All of us old schools, that's Sade, right?
That's what I said, Sade.
Sade Reacts. Shouts out to her. She says, will they be tuned in to watch the new primetime documentary showing on Prime Video?
Of course. It's Buff football. So everything about the Buff. So of course, keep track. Sometimes you'll watch a YouTube video here and there. CHICO. My mother-in-law is she's a YouTuber now, so she didn't know what it was, but I got it clicked on the TV. So
and she watches her grandson because she has MS. Yeah, she has MS, so she can't travel or go to the game she would like to, but She want to make sure she is an ardent fan. She loves her grandbaby, and so she makes sure she finds every which way she can see what's going on and how it's working out there at CU land.
That's right.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see here. Michael Anticio, I would think that says, what NFL team did Arthur Walker go to work out for out of college?
I went to the Los Angeles Raiders as a free agent when I first time I came out.
Okay. That was LA Raiders, right? So
Yeah.
was that during the time? No, that was Bo Jackson was a little bit before you.
No, Bo wasn't there. Yeah.
Yeah, Bo a little bit before you, I think. Let me see. So at least you got him back to LA. He was almost back to LA, Mom.
Yeah. Almost. He missed me. He missed me.
Let me show y'all the H board. That's H board for y'all, just in case y'all can't see it out there. That's where we are, Texas.
All right.
Plenty of
So I watch Arden's YouTube channel also. He puts out great content. What do you think about the young players having stuff like a YouTube channel nowadays? It's same time as playing sports, being a student athlete, and now you have a YouTube page, but at the same time, it can bring in some revenue for these guys. So
it's totally different. Like I said, especially with that part of the social media part of it, because you didn't have that aspect of it, and that's just more stuff for them to worry about. I mean, like the NIL stuff that came about, and me and my old teammates, we see I'm saying if they had NIL, we've been some filthy rich men right now.
Right.
But it's a way for you to actually, your name and likeness is a way for you to actually make some revenue, which like I said, if you're doing what you're supposed to, that's giving you a start on life.
Mm-hmm.
Which, not, like I said, to all the young fellas out there, which I know some of them getting this money, you better pay your taxes for the IRS come see you.
Yeah, that's important also. Pay your taxes, get right. But it's also an opportunity to learn about it and how to handle that stuff, with a little bit of money coming in, how to handle your taxes and file correctly and things like that.
Yes.
Maybe even go ahead and get you a business.
And still keep it at a balance, though. Everything you have to balance. That's what I tell him. I understand this is the way of the world. Everything is social media, this, that, and the other. But you have your focus. What's your main purpose? What's your main goals? So I get all of that. Some of us don't. I'll go, what is this all for? But I get it. But
I just try to tell him, you better have some money in a shoe somewhere for a rainy day.
Oh yeah.
But you get NIL money. What are you doing with it? Because like I said, when I cut you off, I can't help you.
That's dad right there. Even Coach Prime said stuff like that about his kids. You know what I mean? Hey, hey, what he said? When you're 26, call it dad for something like that. He said, "Don't call dad for no money. Call me last."
No. You supposed to be calling me to take me somewhere.
Right. Ed in Houston. Shouts out to Houston once again. Right above me, you'll see Arden's jersey. It should be available on the Colorado NIL store. Type that in on Google. You can just Google Arden Walker jersey or Colorado NIL store, and it should pop up. Mom and Dad, do you guys have any things that you're promoting? Any businesses? Anything you want to promote and put out there so people can follow?
I'm just trying to get him to retire me. If he going to keep this thing going, I mean, Art eats, breathes, sleeps football. I promise you. I mean, I might get to say hi to him sometime during the week or the weekend. But at the end of the day, I love that he has always loved this thing and sports. I just never grew up in it, so I didn't know what it looked like, but I have enjoyed the ride. And I do believe our pastor even told him, Art, get you a business, Art, get your business. And it's right there in the palm of his hands. And so I think he is so good at what he does. And whatever path that was, I always, we thought it. I really thought he was going to win college.
Get some diamonds up in this
But seriously, I do promote. I believe in the Black business too, and I want him to be able to
CHICO,
continue to enjoy what he does.
One of the players named it the Art of Pass Rush. It's something that I've just been messing around with. It's nothing serious. That's my little seasonal business, but it's nothing serious like that.
Well, it's gonna get serious. It's gonna get serious.
Yeah, she the one who sings, so she ain't tell you all that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you know,
So when she was hanging on that midnight train to Georgia, that really got your boy, especially in them leather pants. I was all right. Now she done pump me up tonight. I might have to go on,
Well, yeah, definitely though. I saw on your Instagram, your coaching and your business potential. Go ahead and put all that stuff, all those videos you have on your phone. Yeah, all those videos you have on your phone. Post them things to Instagram.
Yeah, I'm
You need
gonna
any help?
because people been telling me for years what I need to do, and I've been having, like I said, I just never haven't done it, and I just started. Like Arden just showed me how to navigate on Instagram, so I'll go ahead and go and make that part of me.
Exactly, and go ahead and make that passion that business. You know what I mean? Because it goes hand in hand. It'll be natural. I see it in you, I hear it in you. You know what I mean? So hopefully I can have you back on. We could talk some more football on my show. Whether it's going to be post game with the Buffs or something like that, we could talk football. Just get some stuff off our chest.
Anytime.
So I think we already at an hour, man. I can talk to you guys for the longest. Hopefully I can have you guys back on once again after Arden get like this 3-sack game and all this other stuff he's gonna be doing.
We waiting because I'm tired of going in the vault looking at myself. That's all I'm gonna say.
Hey, Artie, you hear that, right? Artie, you hear that? You gotta step up.
You know what's up. You know what's up.
That's right. All right. So everybody in the chat, I appreciate you guys joining in, tuning in to Prime Parents with the Walkers. Once again, former Buff Art Walker and his wife, Miss Candace Walker, man. We appreciate you guys. You guys done a great job raising your son. Continue to, before I gotta ask this question. Sorry. I know we're late, guys. Hold on, chat. Hold on. Don't kill me out there. Hold on. All right. What are some of the things like advice or morals or something you guys he should be holding on to right now that you have taught him? Family values or morals or things of that nature right now.
You can go first.
Well, I always, of course, religious wise, I always tell them just, pray without ceasing. You just, everything that you ask for, God will give it to you, and I just say, just be steadfast in everything that you do, and don't waver. That's my biggest thing for him. Don't waver, don't ponder.
And I usually, like when you start talking about morals, and I always make this reference, there are 3 types of people: people that lead, people that follow, and people that complain. And I always ask them, like, where do you fit? Which one of those people are you? And everybody can't be a leader, but I think that we've put him on that path, and I think he's got strong convictions, religious. Whatever he does, he has a strong conviction to it. So that part of it, I can say the buy-in. When you start talking about morals, he's bought into what it takes to be a man, to be a outstanding man. So that part of it. So like I said, you want him to be the complete person. And like I said, I've been rough around the edges, and I have to learn stuff as I go. But he had been afforded the opportunity to get information from both of us. And like I said, the people that we've been around, like I said, it's who you surround yourself with. So you just basically got to just keep preaching and keep talking, and like when they get it, they got it.
They get exactly.
Surround yourselves by like-mindedness people. I always say that. Yep.
And real your relationship with your brother, your former players and stuff. You guys, I heard Arden talk about how you guys are still, contacting each other each weekend or whatever. Lifelong relationship built, forged through football. The importance of that and being around good people. Just speak on it real quick.
Well, like I said, I have several of my team. They call all the time, so you're getting a call or two from like guys all the time, and it's quite a few guys that still live here in the area. But then even the ones that then went back to their own prospective homes, it's like we stay in contact, and I think it built a brotherhood just being because we went through something, and as we went through something 30 years ago, it just basically just created just a great atmosphere. And like I said, we all had to get along, had to figure out how to get along. And like I said, times we didn't have anything, and we made nothing out of something. And I think that's what kind of like really, really made guys really go. We had little guys like Eric Benamy was one of our little fire and brimstone guys. I mean, you can come like Alfred was a jovial guy. Canavis was a serious guy. I mean, you can go down the list. Greg Thomas, you know, he was a comedian on the team. So we had quite a few personalities, like Charles Johnson. So and we see each other on a frequent basis. So, you know, like Charles, for instance, you got to cut him when you walk in the room because, you know, half of them like to talk about your weight. And he, you know, got the biggest head and the biggest body out of the group. But you know, you have to just hit him first. But it's just been that type of atmosphere. Like Alfred Williams' oldest son just got married when they just played Stanford. So I had to attend that because, like I said, we've been around each other 35 years.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, you know, it's been great to see guys and great friendships, weddings, you know, marriages, divorces. Go down the list.
All right. Last but not least, any shout outs right there? Shout outs, Buff Nation and everybody else, any people that you might have forgotten or haven't seen in a while. Shout out hometown, family, and something.
Always Houston, Studewood, you know, even though they didn't regentrified it or whatever, but Studewood forever. I'm always gonna be that butt naked War Eagle, class of '86. That's how we do it, baby. But like all my family, you know, all my sisters, I say hello to them. And then, like I said, everybody just realized that Arden been playing football basically all his life because we've been getting hit. People out of the woodworks been coming out of the woodworks like, oh, I didn't know he played. Yes, he's been playing forever, but you know, just like you know, shout out to everybody, and then shout out to you for actually having us on your show. And,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you guys once again for joining me. I really appreciate it. This has been another edition of Prime Parent with some great parents right there, or should I say right there. Coach Art and Ms. Candace, I appreciate it once again. All right, we're going to be up and about this thing. Shouts out to Art and Walker.
Have a good evening.
Buffs.
Oh, H-Town, baby. Go Buffs, baby.
Yes, sir.
Yes. How you want to go? Well, so what happened? You know how you hit it. So what happened was in that situation. No, you heard that quite a bit. Yeah. So in that situation, so actually K-State was also in the running as well. My school that I graduated from and played for or whatnot. And from there he decommitted.
From K-State.
From K-State.
Right.
Yes, from K-State. So he ended up choosing Notre Dame. And Notre Dame was different. They got a great tradition and everything. And it was a coach there, Dylan McCullough, who was with the Kansas City Chiefs, #1 running backs coach, you know, and that type of thing. And it was they built a rapport. And so that's where that whole thing came from. And that's why he chose them.
Yeah, he loves Coach Dylan. He's a nice stand-up guy.
Yeah. Stand-up guy.
But then he said if whenever Coach Prime does go somewhere else, he said, man, if Coach Prime says he's going somewhere else, I'm going to have to slide. I said, huh? And then before we knew it, I was at work and Kevion and Leon was like, you might want to look at social media. I'm like, huh?
Oh, yeah.
I looked at social media and he had decommitted from Notre Dame. I'm like, what's going on? Yeah. And he's like, well, we're going to Colorado in a few days. Really? Okay.
Prom call. So no, we don't do visits here. We family. We don't do that. I said, you already know what's going on, man. Get your hat and get your coat. So we on our way. We get there and everything is what it was, and because we know Prom don't play none of the staff, because that's one of the things that I love. Everybody that the relationships that Prom puts together is for life. It's not none of that, no fallouts, none of that type of thing. Men is men, women is women. We put it on the table and we go from there. And what's in house is in house. That's family. So that's what we do.
And that was proven to be able to still contact you guys and call you guys after those years y'all had been away from his program.
Right.
To still have that relationship, to be able to reach back and call and say, hey, you know, I got this opportunity. Come on up here. You know what I mean?
Yes,
it's on the same level as anybody else we're gonna be playing, or he could possibly go to. On the same level, we can win a national championship. So it wasn't much convincing going on right there.
No.
And Coach Mathis, Kevin Mathis was actually his little league coach.
Yeah, he was actually a little one.
So after
with Deion being the helm, at the helm of everything. But
he taught him how to catch with his hands, and he taught him a lot of different receiver skills. Even though he's a running back, he taught him a lot of receiver skills, and he kept in close contact with Dylan. Which, you know, we give big ups and big love to the Mathis family.
Yes,
and that's his #1 guy. You know, Dylan always speaks highly of Coach Mathis as well. And
Caleb.
Yep.
And, you know, the whole family. I mean, like I said, it's a beautiful thing to have that, you know, to have that access. And, you know, like Prime is a mentor for all of us. You know, even all us men that was there, I believe it was either Thursday night, we'll all go and have midnight, talk about whatever's on your mind, or, you know, just air it out if that's what we needed to do. But it was more, you know, us just getting together and learning even more about each other. But he always spoke that this time was going to come.
Yes, he did.
And that's you, but you got to believe. That's where that believe comes from.
Yeah.
You know, most people just think he thought of that overnight. Nah, he been doing it.
Right. A lot of
We've
people
been doing it.
started at Jackson State, but no, that was in truth.
Oh man, that was in the truth. That was in the truth. Most definitely. Most definitely. And we all carry that to this day. If you don't believe, how you gonna make it?
You're gonna do anything if you don't believe. First
That's
of all.
right.
Let's take a step back. We're in college right now. Let's go all the way back.
Okay.
Tell us about yourself, your upbringing. Did you have any athletic background or whatever? So
Hello, of course.
tell us about it.
Right here.
That's right. Okay.
So yes, I'm from a little town called Milan, Illinois, the Quad Cities. And so I love my mom, love her dearly. My dad's my best friend. My dad's been my best friend since I could walk and talk and breathe. And my dad probably knows more about sports than anyone on the planet. Baseball, football, basketball, you name it, he knows it. So shout out to Winston Michael and my mom, Sally. And so to hang out with my dad, I literally started listening to ESPN with him, watching sports with him, just because I wanted to hang out with my dad. So I have grown up absolutely loving sports and an absolute tomboy. And so I ran track. I played fast pitch softball, state champ, and I'm an All-American for softball. And I just love the game. And I actually played basketball in high school too. Wasn't very good, but I just always believed in playing more than one sport. It just, to me, makes a better athlete. And so again, grew up in the Quad Cities, absolutely loved it. Went to Allman Catholic High School. We were one of those 4A high schools that beat the 6A public schools. You know, so yeah, I'm definitely going to brag on that. But so just grew up always knowing that sports build character. Sports teach you how to win, lose, everything in life. And it's so funny because I was just a typical AB student, nothing major. And when it was time to either keep playing fast pitch softball or go an academic scholarship, my dad looked at me and said, if you were my son, I'd say keep playing. He's like, but what can you do with it? Back then, you really couldn't do anything with softball. But played 4 more years and they didn't have all these leagues and professional leagues that they do now. And so I took an academic scholarship to Jackson State. And what was crazy about that was I realized I was smart for the first time in my life when I wasn't. So I was able to channel from being an athlete in the classroom to being in the classroom and competing against everyone in the classroom because I love competition, and ended up graduating summa cum laude and going back home to the University of Iowa, go Hawks, and getting my master's degree in speech pathology.
Wow, amazing.
But sports, we're a sports family.
Exactly. So you know the importance of sports and the character it can build and everything. State champion right there. Y'all, you see it. So your athletic background, real quick, because they're gonna kill me in the chats. If you would like, talk about Tyler's dad, if he had any athletic background and
no,
his background.
His dad's first time probably even watching ESPN when he met me, just being honest.
Oh,
but,
wow.
Yeah, he's not a sports person, but his dad is an ex-Marine. So he's always been into fitness and always been very athletic and always been physical, like running, biking, all that good stuff. So
yeah,
his Marine background, he would have been, if he was in a family that did anything with sports, he would have been an athlete because he's he was very, very athletic, still very athletic.
Right. I could definitely see that. I could see how both of you guys have shaped Tyler in that Marine background, military background, your athletic background, and your educational background, being that he takes that very serious also. And also with the way he speaks also, I can see that with your speech background also. Highly intelligent young man. So talk about his younger years coming up as a young lad. All right. I think we're live and in effect.
Okay.
Back in direct, live and in effect. Chico to the C and the place to be. BIGGDOGG Chico. And like I said, we're back with another edition of Prime Parents. And I have another special guest with me. And of course, like I said, we're doing prime athletes, CU Buff players. And one we have now is the mother of Tyler Brown. Of course, everybody knows Tyler Brown. Came over with Coach Prime and Shador and everybody from Jackson State, the offensive lineman for Colorado. And recently, right before the season, was ruled ineligible, so he couldn't play. So we're going to get all the ins and outs and insights from his mother, Miss Angela Brown, where she's going to share with us, their story from the start, from the beginning, from her mouth. So I'm going to have her join in right here with me on Prime Parents. You guys give it up in the chats for Ms. Angela Brown. How are you doing, Ms. Brown?
Doing really good.
Good, good. Well, great to have you on. I'm happy that you can join us and we can talk to you and just we can answer some questions that's going to come through in the chat. And also I could just let you speak candidly and let us know how you're feeling and what's going on today. And we'll also step back and talk about your past, your upbringing, and also Tyler early years. But how are you doing as far as today goes?
Oh, it's been a beautiful day. It was nice and cool, no humidity, definitely no complaints.
Okay, great. Where are you located right now?
So I live in Jackson, Mississippi right now.
All right, great, great. Jackson, Mississippi. Shouts out to Jackson, Mississippi. So let's go ahead and talk about, let's just let everybody know a quick update of Tyler's situation right now.
So we are still ineligible. We have been looking through legal counseling just to see if there's any loophole or anything that was missed with Tyler's situation. Just very super frustrating. I guess the most frustrating part is Tyler got there and was in school in January. And, for the rules to get changed when he was already there to be grandfathered in, and even after the grandfathered in situation, for him to be denied when he had actually 2 solid reasons for not losing that first year, moving from Louisiana Lafayette to Jackson State. But one thing about it, God always has a plan. And I always tell Tyler, when we get knocked down, we're not knocked out. There's always another path, and everything that we go through in life, that struggle makes us stronger, bigger, faster, stronger, and smarter for the next situation.
Exactly. And I don't want to jump too far ahead, but I would like to say, you said exactly what I was thinking, making you stronger, faster for the next situation.
Oh, he's, believe it or not, he's lifting more. He's front squatting more. He's just naturally God-given natural strength. But this is his year to get even stronger than he already was, which is kind of hard to believe, but he's pretty darn strong.
Exactly.
I think he was telling me he's like front squatting like 415. Yeah.
That's a lot of people max back squat. So
yeah, he was saying that he was just clinging 365, did 6 reps, lifted. So this is just the time to get, we don't know.
And people don't realize, I know that of course, that he had torn labrum. So he wasn't even really at his full strength when he got to Jackson State.
No, he was not. Yeah, we didn't even realize the year that he was playing, finishing that season at Lafayette with Coach Sales and Napier, that one of them was already torn. We had no clue. And he finished super strong. With that offensive line back then, they finished top 5 in the country for the best offensive line in the country. When he was there at Lafayette, Tyler never gave up 1 sack, not one.
Right. And, he prides himself at being like that bodyguard, as he said, for Shedeur Sanders. And I think that's what really hurts him the most. He wanted to be there. It's hard to see your brother go out there, and he's been sacked the most times in FBS in college football this year. I know that's hard for Tyler to sit back there and watch on the sideline.
You don't even understand. You know, he takes protecting Shedeur very seriously. You know, I'm going to share something, which is, I hope he doesn't get mad at me. Of course, everyone knows Tyler does suffer from anxiety and some depression. And Tyler's first anxiety attack came after the game, and I won't be too specific, when Shedeur someone came through and literally just cleaned his clock. And Tyler felt so guilty, so mortified that Shedeur was hurt. And it just kind of made him anxious, just knowing that he got hurt by them, you know, the O-line. You know, one thing I loved about his days in Louisiana with DJ and Coach Rob Sale is they taught 5 = 1. 5 = 1.
Right.
You work as a unit. You're one. You're one unit. 5 = 1. And that's his motto. And so he takes that very, very seriously. And he and Shedeur actually have a very close, genuine friendship. So it's more than just on the field. They're friends off the field.
Right, right. And, you know, Tyler takes that very seriously, as you said, and to just watch that, man, you know, I hate he had to go through that. But on a positive note, though, what are some ways he's been able to, you know, cope through this, get through this and deal with it? What are some things that he do, or maybe some things that this have kind of forged a way to kind of explore more and find out more about himself, maybe forge some more relationships?
The funniest part is, which no one knows, when the days that you don't see Tyler, they have him in a black jersey. So some days he's playing nose tackle.
You know what?
To be funny, he's the strongest on the team, and that's legit.
Look, I never cut anybody off, but let me stop you right there, because I literally did this right here. You say he wear the black jersey at practice. I literally did this. I text Neely. I text a couple of teammates, because I saw a video and they had this guy in the background, big, huge guy with the black jersey on. And I said, whoever that is, that's the prototype. That's who we're looking for right there. So I text Neely, who is this guy right here wearing number 90? I never seen him before. I couldn't really tell because it was in the background. I just see the shape. And Neely started laughing and said, man, that's Tyler Brown. He's playing on scout team. I said, well, hell, that's what we're looking for right there.
So it's big because he gets a chance to give the first team O-line a good look.
Right, right.
To kind of get ready. And yeah, he's giving them a good look to get ready, and they have asked for him to do that on more than one occasion.
Right, right. For people that's listening out there that don't know, the scout team is guys who are either red shirting, might be ineligible, or guys who are not in like the first 2 rotations. They'll go, and I did this my junior year actually, so I understand what Tyler's going through. They'll go to the scout team and give our team, the first team, looks on what they'll be facing in the coming week. So and it's also for the guys in that position is a chance for them to work on their skills, stay in shape, get better, and just keep sharpening their iron, so to speak. So
and it's so funny because he literally hasn't played defense since high school. Praise God. Did not like watching Tyler Brown play defense.
Rather see him play offense, yeah.
But he swears he's just been killing it. So I believe him.
I believe him too, because he definitely looks the part out there. So let's take a step back. We're in college right now. Let's go all the way back.
Okay.
Tell us about yourself, your upbringing. Did you have any athletic background or whatever? So
Hello, of course. Right here.
That's right. Okay.
So yes, I'm from a little town called Milan, Illinois, the Quad Cities. And so I love my mom, love her dearly. My dad's my best friend. My dad's been my best friend since I could walk and talk and breathe. And my dad probably knows more about sports than anyone on the planet. Baseball, football, basketball, you name it, he knows it. So shout out to Winston Michael and my mom, Sally. And so to hang out with my dad, I literally started listening to ESPN with him, watching sports with him, just because I wanted to hang out with my dad. So I have grown up absolutely loving sports and an absolute tomboy. And so I ran track. I played fast pitch softball, state champ, and I'm an All-American for softball. And I just love the game. And I actually played basketball in high school too. Wasn't very good, but I just always believed in playing more than one sport. It just, to me, makes a better athlete. And so again, grew up in the Quad Cities, absolutely loved it. Went to Allman Catholic High School. We were one of those 4A high schools that beat the 6A public schools.
Oh,
you know, so yeah, I'm definitely going to brag on that. But so just grew up always knowing that sports build character, sports teach you how to win, lose, everything in life. And it's so funny because I was just a typical AB student, nothing major. And when it was time to either keep playing fast pitch softball or go an academic scholarship, my dad looked at me and said, if you were my son, I'd say keep playing. He's like, but what can you do with it? Back then, you really couldn't do anything with softball, but play 4 more years, and they didn't have all these leagues and professional leagues that they do now. And so I took an academic scholarship to Jackson State. And what was crazy about that was I realized I was smart for the first time in my life when I wasn't. So I was able to channel from being an athlete in the classroom to being in the classroom and competing against everyone in the classroom because I love competition, and ended up graduating summa cum laude and going back home to the University of Iowa, go Hawks, and getting my master's degree in speech pathology.
Wow, amazing.
But sports, we're a sports family.
Exactly. So you know the importance of sports and the character it can build and everything. State champion right there. Y'all, you see it. So your athletic background, real quick, because they're gonna kill me in the chats. If you would like, talk about Tyler's dad, if he had any athletic background and
So
some
no,
his background.
his dad's first time probably even watching ESPN when he met me, just being honest.
Oh,
But
wow.
yeah, he's not a sports person, but his dad is an ex-Marine. So he's always been into fitness and always been very athletic and always been physical, like running, biking, all that good stuff. So
yeah,
his Marine background, he would have been, if he was in a family that did anything with sports, he would have been an athlete because he's he was very, very athletic, still very athletic.
right. I could definitely see that. I could see how both of you guys have shaped Tyler in that Marine background, military background, your athletic background, and your educational background, being that he takes that very serious also. And also with the way he speaks also, I can see that with your speech background also. Highly intelligent young man. So talk about his younger years coming up as a young lad after you gave birth.
Well, believe it or not, Tyler Brown was only 7 pounds and 2 ounces when I had him. But I knew 2 weeks after birth that he was not the typical child. After 2 weeks after this 7 pounds, 2 ounce baby came, he has always been in the 95 percentile. Like he just has always been like bigger than everybody else. I remember my girlfriend Kelly Haber, our kids went to a school called Beth Israel, and she would take her Jackson and my Tyler to the museum, and they were 3, and they'd be like, no, he's 2, he can't be in here. She's like, no, he's 3. They're like, there's no way. She's like, yes, he's 3. They're in the same school. So it's so funny because even like going from the age of 3 up, he has just always been bigger than everybody else.
Yeah.
Yeah. And bigger and clueless, but he's adorable.
What are some things as a big baby, big child that you might have had to go through feeding him? I remember my mom used to say, man, I can't keep any milk in the refrigerator. Dog, boy, you drink the milk. I just bought the milk. You know, what are some things you go through like that?
My kids would say that starve them, which I didn't. So I'm a health nut. And so they would always tease Tyler and say, "Does your mama make you eat organic cookies?"
Okay.
But I'm a Midwest girl, so I like Midwest food. I love Midwest food. So we're like a pizza pasta kind of house, not fried food, none of that kind of stuff, not a lot of carbs. So I fed them, but fed them healthily to the best of my ability. But yeah,
Fed them
he would
consciously.
eat and drink a lot.
Right. And I would say you fed them consciously instead of
And
just
they
throwing stuff.
appreciate that now because they know how to do things in moderation.
Exactly. I like that. All right. So what type of athlete was he as a kid? Did you get him into sports as a young kid or?
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
dad's best friend, Winston Michael's daughter. So
Right.
I thought baseball is my sport. Believe it or not, I taught my boys how to play baseball, taught my boys how to shoot basketball. You name it, we would get in the front yard and we learned. So again, I don't believe I call it one sport wonders. I just didn't do that. So starting young, all of my kids played baseball, basketball, football. As time would go on, we would kind of channel which sports they were better at. The funniest thing about Tyler, and he said he's going to deny this, so I'm going to tell this story, is with his dad being athletic and with me being athletic, I knew that it was in him. I always saw something special in him. He just wasn't the most coordinated fella I'd ever met. And so he loved basketball. And so back then there was a coach here called Coach Brent. And Coach Brent used to teach basketball at Callaway. So I paid for private lessons for Tyler for basketball starting in 6th grade because he was god awful. And I always believe in, if you're going to do something, you've got to do the extra to be good at it. If you suck, you suck. And I'm going to tell you suck. But we're going to work on doing the extra thing to get better at it. And I'll never forget when Tyler was in 6th grade, Coach Brent looked at me and he's like, "I know he loves basketball." He does, Coach Brent. "He's going to play football." I was like, "What?" He's like, no, he's going to play football. He's going to play football in college and he's going to go for free. I was like, "Coach Brent, ain't no way." This time, this just was not the most coordinated kid. And so I always remember that Coach Brent said that. And so then, but Tyler was really good in football for youth football. Like he was like the best person on the team, but he went to a small Catholic school called St. Richard's back then. But starting in 7th grade, my dad looked at me and he said, "Angela, when are we going to get Tyler extra lessons? He has got to learn how to run. There's no way that he doesn't know how to run." I said, okay. So we went to a place back then called D1, didn't feel it. Went to a place called the Baptist Healthplex. I was like, okay, I like this. So we ended up joining a place called the Baptist Healthplex here in Mississippi. And we met a guy back then named Chris initially, and then a guy named Jeremy Evans. To this day, we absolutely love Jeremy Evans. He is now actually the strength and conditioning coach at Mississippi Valley. And Tyler worked with Jeremy 3 times a week. He'd go after school 3 times a week. And he'd work on just agility and running and foot speed and footwork. Literally from 7th grade to this day, he still works with Jeremy to this day. And so to watch Tyler, what I love the most when we did the camps his junior year, going to senior year, I would love when they would go to the footwork because Tyler then was a magician. I mean, his feet could move quicker than anybody.
Right.
So got the feet of like honestly, Tyler has feet that moves like a wide receiver or moves like a skill position. His feet are just phenomenal. And so I would always love that part because here's this 270-pound kid with feet just could move like you wouldn't believe. But the coolest thing that Tyler did that no one else ever would know is that when he was in high school, every Wednesday morning from 9th grade on, he would wake up at 4 a.m. and go work out with a guy named Chaz Ramsey, who used to play offensive line for the Auburn Tigers. He would work out with him from 5 a.m. to 6 a.m. every Wednesday morning for 4 years, getting an extra work to get better.
Shouts out to Big Chaz.
So that's the difference, that we always believed in not doing the minimum, always doing the extra. I'm a Jordan girl. I mean, my kids will tell you Jordans ago, they're in their 20s. They know Jordan ago, end of story. Best part during the pandemic for us was getting in my room every Sunday night and watching The Last Dance. And we'd watch it.
Oh, yeah.
They would say, Mom, that's where you got that from. Because I would always say stuff like, you get one bad day, and we're over it. And like we would do a sport and people would think I'm probably abusive, and my kid would be sick. Ashton one time vomited on the football. He went out for a play, went back in because that's my kid. Because I would say, well, Jordan played a whole game with the flu.
Yeah.
If you're not bleeding or dying, get back in there. We'll figure it out.
One bad day. That's a Jordan quote, right?
One. That's it. You get one. And that's how I raised them. They get one bad day. Lick your wounds for that one bad day, and we got to move on.
Y'all hear that in the chat? That's one quotable right there. We've already received. I know it's been more before that, but that's one definitely you guys can ride on. You know, you get one bad day, then lick your wounds and move on. I'm gonna live by that for this weekend for what's been going on with me, myself. And all right, so Tyler goes, and we're still in Jackson, Mississippi. I saw a question come through. I didn't, if I missed it, I'm sorry, but Tyler was born in Jackson, Mississippi, correct? Is that Jackson Hospital down there?
He was born at the Baptist Hospital.
Okay, at the Baptist Hospital down there. So keep bringing your questions in. I'll make sure I star them so we can go back to them before the end of the show. All right.
Frustrating part with the NCAA, you know, when Coach Looney died, and I won't cry, he was close to our family. He's the one who recruited Tyler. He's the one who came to our house. He's the one who went to all of Tyler's high school games. He's the reason that Tyler ended up in Louisiana Lafayette. So to watch Coach Looney die in front of him has been a life-changing thing for all of us to this day. And the hardest part is for them to count that against Tyler. When Tyler went in the portal, because it was just, he couldn't stay there anymore. Tyler had offers from 5 Division I schools, big schools. He had the coach from Indiana called Tyler every day. He had head coaches calling him every day from big time schools, Boston College, Kansas, Indiana, you name it. But when we were talking about it, he said, Mom, I don't think I can go away again. He said, I think I need to come home, get my mental state right, and just heal. I need to be around you and my sister and my brother. That's why he came home.
Wow.
And then for them to count against him coming home, because watching someone that we love died in front of him,
right,
is criminal. And then they claim to care about mental health. They don't care about mental health. They don't care about mental health.
Well, we're gonna definitely get into that. I want to ask, so with Tyler being at Louisiana Lafayette, and then having his close coach, like his mentor, passing away right there
in front of him,
and then having to just take that in consideration, say, man, listen, I need to transfer. Mom, matter of fact, I need to come home.
You need to come home.
He makes this decision. Was this before? I'm trying to just to get the timeline straight. Was this before Coach Prime was announced to be the coach there, or was it right around the same time?
Coach Prime had been here. That wasn't. Yeah, he'd been here.
That was a year after. I'm sorry. Coach Prime had been there. He had already been there.
Second year when we decided to transfer.
That's right. That's right. Okay, and so he decides to come home to Jackson. How was that you guys' first time experiencing the HBCU culture in there, and how did that affect?
No, remember I went to for undergrad.
No, I'm sorry. You went to Jackson, but Tyler is coming back home. It's his first time playing for HBCU, but it's not his first time experiencing this because his mom has gone there.
No, because I'm a season ticket holder, so they grew up going to the games. They grew up going to Jackson State ball games. I've had season tickets since I moved back to Jackson, Mississippi. Yeah, so no, they grew up at the stadium watching the games. Tyler got an offer from Jackson State coming out of high school.
Right.
That was when they fired, I forget who the coach was then, but they fired that coach and they never re-offered him, and other things happened. And we ended up being Louisiana Lafayette.
Okay. And so that goes back to your childhood with your dad, to where you really got
And
involved
then
with
that shout out is my mom and dad both went to Jackson State, alumni, and my dad's actually the first person in his family to get a college degree, and that's from Jackson State.
Nice. Shouts out to Jackson State University and all the HBCUs out there. Long line of history for Tyler Brown, with him coming back home, going to Jackson State. So that was something that he experienced as a kid, thanks to his mom having season tickets there. So that experience at Jackson, having that relationship with Shador and Coach Prime and everything's going pretty good.
Yeah.
How was his personal health, his mental health during that time?
Okay. Again, he had a little, panic attack situation, like I said, after Shador got hurt that one game. But good, they ended up having to refer him out for services outside of campus, and he did great. Coach Prime had Thursday meetings with, I think it was about 15 players every Thursday, players that had like either anger issues, mental health issues, and he had private meetings with them every Thursday because of the struggles that he went through. And so that just made a bond. For the first time, Tyler felt like he didn't feel ostracized and he didn't feel different because he had anxiety and because he was on medication. For the first time, he had someone tell him it was okay to not be okay.
Right.
It's okay to not be okay. And so to have someone who's over you, and a Hall of Famer who's over you, who accepts you for who you are, even with your anxiety challenges and even with your depression challenges, it was the best thing ever to build my son back up after being deflated from DJ's passing. It was the best thing for him. He helped to build him back up.
Good. And so Tyler had that passing of his coach, and then he mentioned that he got close to another coach down there that ended up getting another job and leaving, and that really
So
having to leave.
I'm gonna love this man forever. His name is Coach Rob Sale. I love you, Rob Sale. I love you. I love you. I love you. So Rob Sale was the head O-line coach with DJ Looney at Louisiana Lafayette. After DJ died, Rob Sale ended up taking the head coaching offensive line job for the New York Giants. So both of the people that he depended on left. DJ died, Rob left. And when I tell you that DJ and Rob Sale were Batman and Robin, And the coolest thing during the pandemic for me was, again, I think you kind of realize I'm kind of a hard mom. Tyler worked out every day. So 2 days, I own a Pilates studio. I love Pilates. So Tyler would do Pilates with some other guys 2 days a week. Shout out to all the boys that were sneaking with me and doing Pilates, all of my Division I athletes that were home for the break. And they would get in my front yard and tear it up. Jeremy Evans would be here in the yard and they would be doing drills the entire break. They were pushing trucks up and down my street the entire time that COVID was going on. So at that point, came home, worked with Jeremy and his teammates from St. Joe, and he went back to Lafayette. He got back to Lafayette and Rob Sale said, Tyler Brown, you are finally ready to play. And he never gave up on him. Never gave up on Ty. And so the rest is history.
And so now he goes to Jackson, has a great relationship, like I said, with Coach Prime. And then it's announced that Coach Prime is going to go to Colorado, right?
Mm-hmm.
And is it immediate that you guys are like, okay, we're going to go to, or does Coach Prime have to contact you guys and ask, do you want to go?
Definitely not immediate, because Tyler loved everything about his HBCU. He loved everything about being back home. He loved everything about Jackson State University. That's why some of the backlash that he and other players who left received is really, really frustrating, because it just was the best move for Tyler at that time. And so, no, when the Celebration Bowl happened, we didn't make any decisions till after the Celebration Bowl. And of course, once everything was done, you know, Tyler was contacted, and the decision was made that he needed to go with the coaches who understood his mental health, who believed in him. And what no one knows is when Coach Prime talked to Tyler about coming, he had already talked to the mental health people there at Colorado. He said, he calls him Rock. He said, Rock, I've got you. He said, I got everything set up for you. I've got everything set up. They know about what's going on with you. He's like, I've got everything set up and you're going to be okay. And so just to know that someone took his mental health that seriously, because all of that's a factor, and that to know that you're wanted and that you're loved and that you're cared for, I mean, why wouldn't I allow him to go with him? And that's a big deal, because if anyone knows my Tyler, he is a homebody and he is always close to me. So that was
That's something that I don't think anyone, excuse me, I don't think anyone has heard before or have known, that Coach Prime already checked with the school, found out about their mental health department and what they could do to help out Tyler Brown before even contacting him.
Correct.
Kudos once again to Coach Prime. I don't know what else to say. That's cold-blooded. Because I was going to ask you, follow up and ask you, is there anything that the university is doing to help monitor or whatever, just
he
help
has
out Tyler Brown?
Yeah,
And
he
of
goes
course,
to
you just answered that.
Yeah, he goes to counseling once a week, and they provide his medication. He's on 2 different medications and has been on that since he was 18. The coolest thing about when he came here, the doctor here at Jackson State, when his mental health started getting better with being with Coach Prime, his medication is like not as powerful. So that was a good thing. So like people just don't understand that. Like even the medication that he was on a higher dose. Now we're on a lower dose, which is really, really good. So yeah, it was good. It was good. Yeah. They took his mental health seriously and they made sure he was well taken care of.
Wow.
And when he says, I love my Rock, he loves my kid, because no one loves it more than I does. He loves my kid.
Oh yeah, you could tell he's genuine about that all the time. As Coach Prime, man, I'm so happy to hear that. So he's doing well. He's going through these summer workouts, getting ready to go. I'm talking about the strongest guy on the team is obvious. It's shown on Well Off Media and Reach the People Media and the pregame show. He's primed and ready to do what he's supposed to do. Let me ask this question right here, though. Was it? I know he has 2 years left. Is that?
He has 3.
That's what I was. Yeah.
Yeah. So he this year will lose it, obviously. Thank you, NCAA. But he'll still have 2 years of eligibility left.
So yeah, that's what I was going to say. So he's going to lose this year, even on paper, but still will have 2 on paper.
Correct.
Okay. All right.
Because of labrum surgery on both his arms, and he gets those years back.
Okay.
He has 2 years left. You know, with shoulder surgeries, both labrums repaired. You'd never know. And then again, COVID.
So he got that medical and the COVID years back. So I would say this, looking out and looking back from my career when I redshirted my junior year, obviously for different reasons, but I know during that year I got stronger, I got faster, I got more mature, I understood a lot more. I got up farther along in school without having to worry about really the games. It was hard, you know, at first, but we're 6 games, 7 games? We're mid-season now.
Yeah.
Is the goal to try to get back on the field this year?
If we can get back on, we're losing the year anyway, you know.
Right.
We're ecstatic for Tez. If we can get 1 game, 4 games, we'd be ecstatic with what any games that we could get that he could get back on the field. We'd love. If we don't get it, there's nothing we can do about it. You know, I tell people in life, God doesn't make mistakes. Man makes mistakes.
Right.
So
Right.
it is, we know we're just going to do what we have to do.
We know it's God's plan whichever way. And so, to clarify, so everybody can understand out there, that if he does play this year, he's already losing this year,
He's
guys.
losing it. No matter what.
He
He
does
plays,
play
it's
this year.
gone. It's gone.
Right, right. So yes, we are still trying to fight to get him back on the field this year. Free the Rock, put it in the hashtags, quote it, share this video, share whatever you need to share to get it out there to let him know that, hey man, he shouldn't be punished for mental health issues, right? And then a coach dying in front of him, that's a tragedy, dog.
You know, I told John the Liquidator, I think when I did his thing, I told him, I said, when our compliance guy got the second phone call back to the second denial, they had the audacity to say, well, we understand he does have mental health, but the fact that he can get out of bed, what? I'm losing if he can't get out of bed. And you know what I mean? The fact that he could get out of bed meant that he'd be okay to get out this year. He's okay. He can get out of bed.
Man, come on, man. Who's making these decisions in the NCAA, dog? Who's doing this? Do you have a name to go behind this or anything of that nature that was on
No,
the
it's
that was
just
signed by who?
But whoever the president is, forget that guy's name.
Man, we need to find the president's name and tag him and
Yeah.
let him know what type of bull junk this is, in the words of Coach Prime. You know what I mean? So
it's bull junk.
It is. So and we've seen, like I said, Shador's been hit more than anybody out there. We know Coach. We know what Tyler Brown brings to the table. Free the Rock is in the chats right now. You guys have any questions yourself? Go ahead, get them in so I can ask them. Let me see. I think I have a couple of them started up here already. I'll make sure I get to those as soon as I can. But Ms. Brown, can you continue on and just tell us, when he got that second letter and then he decided to put out the video to let it all out there, let everybody know what type of headspace he's in and how did he make that decision?
Yeah, that was a really hard family decision because, again, you get to see Tyler at his most vulnerable state, and when we talked about it, the worst thing is someone can suffer in silence.
Mm-hmm.
There's so many people who commit suicide who are suffering in silence. And so I've got this big, strong, intelligent, articulate kid who has issues. And I thought that it was important, number one, for people to see who the NCAA really is, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
And because, I wanted Tyler, and he did too, to be an advocate. I've raised my kids saying, just if you see something happening to someone and you just watch, you're just as bad as the person is doing that to someone. So it's important to have a voice for those who don't have a voice. And we definitely got more love than hate. But the good thing about it is I just wanted someone to know who he is. And I want my Jackson State family to understand Tyler never said a disparaging word about the mental health situation at Jackson State. He did go to the Norman Center. He did see the sweet guy that was there. But because Tyler's on medication, you got to see a psychiatrist or the one that prescribes the medication. They couldn't do that there. So they sent him out to Jackson Behavioral Center. And that's because they could not treat him. And that's why I had to pay for the medication. And that's okay. But I want people to understand he did go that route. We did go that route first. But because of his situation, they could not prescribe and keep him on medication. So that's why he had to go to behavioral center and have outside therapy along with the free therapy at Jackson State. So he wasn't being ugly about my school. I love my school. He loved school. He loved everything about it. But right now, he doesn't like it for the way that he's been treated. But that's not the case. He was not talking bad about JSU. We love JSU. It was just a fact. It was a fact. I did have to pay for his medication. And I did have to pay for outside sources.
Exactly. So if those are facts, then those are the facts.
Just that. It was just
right. And we know, like you said, your parents and yourself, alumni of Jackson State, and Tyler's going there. We know the love that's there for Jackson State. I love, of course.
I love.
And we, I didn't take anything of that. Hopefully, he didn't get too much of a backlash for that, and whatever backlash that did come from that, hopefully that's has diminished and stopped now, and they understand the situation.
He muted all the nonsense because you have to sometimes just block out the nonsense.
Right.
Feed your brain with positivity.
Exactly. And speaking of that, as I like to do, I like to try to keep it positive on this show also, because you've expressed those things in the past, and we're there for it. But what can we do moving forward to either help Tyler get on the field this year, or just have a better outlook for what's to come in the years for him?
Just continue to kind of do what you're doing. Just, free the rock, free Tyler Brown. Make a note of just mental health matters. The NCAA says they care about mental health, but they really don't care about mental health. Support Tyler like I do. I'm wearing his jersey. I got to show it. I'm that mom. I even did this in high school.
That's right.
Yeah, I've always worn their numbers. And
now maybe I missed it or something, but is that jersey available on the Colorado NIL store?
Oh, it's on Fanatics. Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's on Fanatics. Okay.
It's on Fanatics too. It's on the Colorado website and on Fanatics. And just support him, because that shows that he's not forgotten.
Right.
This is probably the hardest thing he's ever had to do. And I'm the original helicopter mom. Yep. I'm in all his business. I'm in all their business.
Explain the helicopter mom one time for us.
Oh, okay. So my friend said I'm not a helicopter. They say I have a fleet. So a helicopter mom is, I'm the one who knows what's going on at all times with all three of my children. I believe in them being social, and I'm probably harder than them on anybody else. I mean, my kids let you tell it I'm abusive because, like I said, I'm Jordan. I'm sorry. I just am. I remember, my senior year in high school, I played third base. I needed surgery on my knee, played my entire year needing surgery. I would literally pop my knee back in place, kind of get it where it's feeling better, and get back on the field. So it's like, I always tell my kids, I've never asked you to do something that I haven't done. Nice. I'm really big on you just suck it up and you just do it.
Yeah.
So the cool thing about Tyler, what helps his mental health is exercise. That's his thing. Running, jogging, lifting weights. A fun fact about Tyler Brown is, starting in high school, Tyler would do 500 push-ups every night with a weighted vest.
Ooh.
With a weighted vest.
You guys hear that?
Always, he's always just done the extra. Even when he's on the weekends, he gives himself one day off, but he's going to go run 2 miles. He's going to go, he jump ropes now. I think he told me he's up to 1,000 jumps. He jump ropes. 1,000, I don't even want to count to 1,000, but what I'm saying is he comes from, and I would hope that all parents understand that you can't do the bare minimum. It's the extra. You get better with the extra things you do when no one's watching.
Mm-hmm.
You should be doing it because you're supposed to do it.
Exactly.
When no one's watching, that's when you put the work in.
Right.
You don't need the accolades, and you don't need the fanfare and all that stuff. He doesn't need that. But he does it because that's what's going to make, mentally it helps him better, and physically it helps him better. The NCAA has been terrible with this decision on his mental health. So we have triggers, and we got good days and bad days. But overall, he's gotten more adjusted to what's going on and just doing the extra that he can. It's just hard not being a part of the team.
Yeah, I can see that. And that goes, doing the extra with the motivational things you just said. It should motivate some people out there to want to be better and not just do the bare minimum. And I
Bare
think that
minimum
goes.
not gonna make you. It's very hard. It's very easy to be ordinary. Very hard to be extraordinary.
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 Exactly. I'm with you there.
Yeah.
And I think that's what Coach Prime, you know what? I just thought about this, and this is why I like doing these interviews, because it kind of goes back to what Coach Prime said is, and he caught some flack for that too. He's saying the type of parents he looks for in his players. And I think it went more of the type of players rather than two parent or one parent or whatever. It's the type of parent. It's the mentality of the parent.
Know what he meant. Correct.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think these interviews are showing why he takes that so serious, because these young kids, these young players have to have these parents to be there for them mentally, physically, emotionally, just to be there for them, whether they're a helicopter parent or whether they're a satellite parent, whatever you want to be, but just be there and be present for them. I think he takes that seriously when recruiting these players, and I think you're showing why also. What do you feel about parents in their parenting style to get their player to being get their son to being a good student athlete?
And daughter. Don't you discriminate.
Or daughter. Shouts out to all
my daughter Alexi's a state champ too in volleyball.
Shouts out to Alexis.
We got 2 state champs in this family.
Getting them swings in.
So what I was gonna say is, my dad said something a long time ago. He said, being a parent isn't convenient. Being a parent isn't convenient. I'm 53, and to this day, my dad's never told me no. He's always done whatever he can do to make his family better. And when I get mad at my kids, I'll say, and don't you call my dad, because they know my dad won't tell them no. So he's always put our family first. So that's the way that I was raised, was they come first and you sacrifice. So I sacrificed working extra to pay for these extra lessons, for him to get up at 4 o'clock. If he was willing to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning to go work out, it was my job to make sure I paid the trainer to get him there to take care of it. If he was willing to get in the yard to work out with Jeremy Evans 3 days a week and tear up my grass, it was my job to get out there and make it happen. So I feel like parents, it's our job, is if they have a dream, we help them go get it.
Right.
We help them get it. Like, we're their support system. Being a parent's not convenient. Is it convenient that I have 2 jobs? No, it's not convenient. Do I love it to take care of my children? Oh, for sure. I've been divorced for 11 years. Tyler was in 6th grade when I left their dad. I mean, so it's been a lot of parenting I've had to do as a single parent at the later stages of life. And so I do believe that we sacrifice for our children. You sacrifice for your children.
Right. Okay. And I like to ask questions based off what my guests say, and also maybe some questions that come in, and maybe some that come from myself. First of all, I'm going to say you got to stop punking us by saying that you're 53. We're not going to let you say anything. No, don't say nothing. Don't say anything. Then we're going to go, and then we're going to go and say, how is it dealing with a divorce and raising your child, and to keeping them understanding that mom and dad loves them?
You just do the best that you can to make everything accessible and be as fair as possible. And that's all I can say.
Make everything accessible and be as fair as possible. Thank you for answering that. What we have? Oh, man, we are already 52 after the hour. We got about 7 or 8 more to go. We got a lot of questions coming in here. Hopefully I can get all of them in. Amen. Mama, good parents sacrifice for their kids. Exactly. Are they represented by legal counsel to take legal action against the NCAA to try and seek?
Okay, so that's
to allow him to play.
That's the newest thing. Is Colorado did retain an attorney 2 weeks ago to look at our case. Still working on looking at that and making phone calls. Don't know if we're going to make any leeway, but I will say we are blessed that the University of Colorado did hire an attorney to see if there's anything that we can do at this juncture.
Wow. And as far as anything they could do, what I guess you
It's just make them do the right thing. Everything
Yeah.
they paper.
I was gonna say you could possibly get back allow so that they cannot take this year away, basically.
No, let them play now.
Yeah, let him play now.
Yeah.
And as soon as possible he can get on the field, he can make a difference right now.
He can make a difference. Honestly, he can make a difference right now.
Right.
I mean, Tyler is honestly the best run blocker that I've ever seen. And if anyone knows me, I have always been that parent that I'm going to tell you the truth. If you're good, you're good. If you're not, you're not.
Mm-hmm.
When Tyler was in high school, I was the one on Friday nights going through his huddle and highlighting it and talking to him the next day, and we would break it down together.
And knowing what's going on because of the background from sitting with your dad and getting that knowledge also.
Correct.
I love it. You're gonna have me go home and sit my daughters down and sit down and watch it. I just let me see here. Can you tell us about your time real quick, about your time at Jackson State?
Loved it.
Saw you light up. Yeah.
Shout out to my sorors. I'm an AKA. My time was great. So I ended up getting my undergraduate degree. Like I said, my family, that's our school. So I grew up like I told you, in the Quad Cities. And that town is on the border of Iowa and Illinois. My dad taught on the Davenport, Iowa side. My mom taught on the Illinois side. It was only 45 minutes from Iowa City. And so because of the non-diversity where I grew up, they sent me and my brother to Mississippi to get a feel of being in the South, just to be very honest. And that's Jackson State is so awesome. You got so many people to JSU from like Michigan and Detroit and Wisconsin. It is like, people don't understand how Midwest Jackson State is, because a lot of people sent their kids back down here to experience their school, our school. And so came back here, enjoyed my 4 years. Like I said, graduated summa cum laude, went back home to University of Iowa. And believe it or not, I was the third person ever admitted into the speech pathology program in Iowa City at that time. Just the third African-American, and that was in 1992. And the coolest thing about that was when I went to the University of Iowa, there were so many Jackson State people there in like law school and in med school. And I found out then that they accepted all post-grad students at Jackson State because they had a high rate of success of getting their degree. Isn't that crazy?
Yes,
You'd have never known that about University.
Exactly. Never known.
So they always back then accepted Jackson State students in postgraduate degrees because of our success and the foundation that our university does with our academics. So went back home, got my degree, took a job in Brandon, Mississippi, of all places, came back to Mississippi, met their dad, and that's how I ended up here.
Gotcha. All right. So no plans right now moving to Boulder, where it's colder.
My daughter just started school at Tennessee State University in Nashville, Tennessee. I got an 18-year-old in college, so I got to work a little bit longer. So no, I cannot.
Give a shout out and spotlight your other kids, Tyler's siblings.
Okay, so his older brother, Ashton Brown, moved to Denver, Colorado to be with his brother. He moved in July, started working in August. He is a mechanical engineer. And so he's out there 18 minutes from his brother, which I love. My daughter, Alexia, is also a mechanical engineer, and she goes to Tennessee State University in Nashville, Tennessee. And her nickname is Killer. That says it all. And Tyler will tell you she's actually the best athlete in our family.
On the volleyball court, yeah. Getting those skills.
And so those are the three siblings. And of course, Tyler's in Boulder. He lives in Broomfield. And they're just thriving and doing wonderful. So I've got 2 in Colorado and 1 in Nashville. So I'm an empty nester right now.
Nice. That's where I live, or not live. That's where I stayed when I went to Boulder for the game. I stayed in Broomfield.
Yeah, that's
Nice
what he.
area. What's Tyler's major? What is he looking to become? A professional in after football? Speech pathology?
Yeah, he's a speech pathology major. He's
Yeah.
got a 3.6 GPA.
Yep.
So he's my scholar athlete. All my kids have been really smart. He only needs 12 hours in the spring, and he graduates. He graduates this spring with 12 hours.
Oh man, so he could be looking at playing 1, maybe even 2 years of post graduate football once he's done. Is he going to stay?
He will get that degree in the spring.
Yeah, he'll be ready to go, man. So let me see here. Any other questions coming in right now, guys? Go ahead, get them in. We got a few minutes left with Miss Angela, Miss Brown, who's letting us know everything inside and out, all the insights, what's going on with her son, Tyler Brown, the scholar athlete with 3.6 GPA, but we know where he gets it from with these amazing prime parents that he do have right here. And so one more thing, let me see. I listened to Jesse Lee Peterson. In my opinion, his mother. Okay, that's a troll comment. Sorry about that. I read the wrong one.
That's life.
Hate to agree with the way. Oh yeah, we got a lot of coming through right here. So let us know real quick because I didn't find it, or usually I'll put it right up here. I don't know if you saw my other videos before, my other prime parents, but I'll usually put like a little link or a little images up there for you can buy where they're selling his jersey. So let us know where they're selling his jersey at once again so people can find it.
We'll do.
Okay. Is it on the Colorado NIL?
It's on that, and he's actually on Fanatics. He's on the Colorado website, whatever that is, the Buff thing, but he's on Fanatics, the Fanatics website.
Okay. So just type in Tyler Brown on the Fanatics website. You guys should be able to find it and support it.
Yeah, his jersey's up there, a t-shirt's up there, and I think a sweatshirt. He's got a couple of things up there.
Okay. And let me see.
I think someone sent a question across, but I couldn't read it. It went fast.
Yeah, they're coming really fast. Sound good for everything. See, that covers. They're super fast coming. I'm gonna have to slow it down. I'll give a few more time.
Question for me, but it went so fast I couldn't read it.
Okay.
But the main thing is I just want everyone to know that we're happy to be where he's at. He's thriving in the classroom. We are taking lemons, making lemonade, and just continuing to just get ready to forge forward and get his degree. And, he's just in the right place for now where he needs to be.
And it says, does Tyler have any aspirations to go to the NFL? Of course, yeah.
Yeah, and that was the hardest part was, we got denied so late, and he was able to see the NFL scout list for like the TCU game. And that game, he had 14 scouts there to look at him. And he's like, Mom, and I'm at home. There's a plan. So yes, he does want to play. We never planned on playing on Sunday. Our thing was going to Lafayette, get a degree, keep it moving. Found out gifted athlete when we were in Lafayette, Louisiana. So that was kind of a cool thing. And then the coolest thing for him was when Duke Manyweather, invited him to that O-line camp. Like we did the happy dance because we know when you invite from Duke, you are making it as one of the best linemen in the country. And so he's just continuing to just get bigger, faster, stronger, doing the extra work that it takes to do what he's got to do. So he does want to play on Sunday.
Oh, definitely. And he's on the path too. Like I said, I think there's going to be a blessing whether he gets back on the field. Hopefully he gets back on the field, Lord, next week, right now.
It would be such a blessing because we know this is our bye week. So by some chance he can get back on the field for UCLA, we would be ecstatic.
Oh my gosh, that'll give us a huge boost.
It'll give us
in the locker room.
Would give us a running game.
It'll give us a running game. Definitely right behind the big fella.
Tyler's favorite thing to say that I love, and he got this from one of his old coaches, and he said, Mom, there's nothing greater than moving one man from one place to another against his will.
Against this will.
And Tyler is a body mover.
Exactly.
Back to his film, back even from Louisiana and Jackson State, there's a reason we had 1,000-yard rusher with Savion. I'd had 1,000-yard rusher, and I can't tell you how long.
Right. and that is no mistake. And you're running right behind the big fella, big 5'6" over there, who's making those holes. And I can't wait for you guys to see it because, like I said, I've been watching them guys since they came to Jackson State. I know just the relationship that Tyler has with Shador. You can see how that was fostered on the videos that was put out. Me being a former football player, I understand how important that is for the quarterback to have a relationship with his offensive linemen and receivers. You know, that can make or break a receiver and a lineman.
With that offensive line, 5 equals 1.
5 equals 1.
1. You gotta have 5 equals 1.
That probably the most cohesive unit on the team to have success would be that offensive line. They have to work as one unit more than anything.
Well, you know sports, Chico. The difference of the year that Mahomes lost the Super Bowl, what was the difference? His offensive line was terrible.
Right.
And that's why they lost. I don't care how good your quarterback is. You're only as good as those 5 men in front of you.
Exactly. So there you go, guys. We have an experienced mom right here who knows what she's talking about. A Jordan follower. Of course, she says she grew up in the Jordan era. Tell us another thing that you go by as far as following your favorite Michael Jordan. Because I came up as a Laker fan. He broke my heart too many times.
Of course he did.
Oh, man. What are some things that stick with you from Jordan real quick?
Well, I mean, of course, like I said, you get yourself one bad day. And also what sticks with me from the Jordan era is, you know, I was there when the Detroit Pistons were just beating the crap out of us, just beating them up every day. And what did Jordan do? What did Scotty do? They got in the gym and did what? They got big. They got stronger. It was the things that you do. So I love Jordan. So my other favorite thing that Jordan always said was, you practice how you play. You practice how you play. So if you're not taking practice seriously and giving everything you got, which is 110% and all effort,
right,
then you're not giving it to me. You practice how you play. The way you practice, the way you play. And the other thing I like that Jordan would always say is he never let his kids win. I've never let my kids win. If they beat me, they beat me. If you beat me, you beat me. But you don't let anyone win. You make someone work for it.
Right. I like that because that breeds something in them that they understand in their.
Because in life, no one's going to give you anything. You got to take it.
Thank you very much. All right. We're at the top of the hour, actually a little bit over. We had a great conversation with Ms. Angela Brown. Ms. Brown, what I like to do at the end of these interviews, and you've already given dropped a ton of gems, but I do like to open up and just say anything else you want to add to the parents, things you want to leave. And then also make sure, because I saw in the chat, you got to make sure you shout out your sorors out there in your sorority.
Okay. I'm in Beta Delta Omega sorority, chapter of Alpha Kappa Alpha here in Jackson, Mississippi. Shout out to my I just would like to leave with everyone that if you choose to be a parent, the thing you have to understand is our job is to help them reach their dreams. You know, whatever we can do, our goal is to always make sure our children have a better life than we have. So I really would just implore parents to remember, being a parent isn't convenient. They didn't ask to come here. Let's do what you can to put your children's dreams out there. And the second thing is put a book in your kid's hand. There's nothing better than opening a book and teaching them the gift of reading. Reading, 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 because knowledge is power.
Excellent. Thank you so much for joining us once again. You guys support Tyler Brown, Miss Angela Brown. Hopefully we'll see him back on the field this year. So any other thing out there, guys, y'all have in the comments, y'all leave them in, and we'll try to do a follow-up later on. And as soon as Tyler gets accepted, we'll hopefully do a follow-up with Ms. Brown coming soon. So this has been another edition of Prime Parents, exclusively right here on the Big Dog Chico Show. And we up and about this thing. Peace in the Middle East.
Thank you. Peace.
Thank you. Yeah.
Excited for one. And the reason of that was because I know the journey that he went through to get there.
Yes.
With all these schools, when he decommitted from K-State, when he decommitted from Notre Dame, it was a reason. Nobody else understood that reason. but we understood the reason, our relationship with Prom. And we know that's family, and we know we don't have to worry about what can he play or this or that. But at the end of the day, he had to prove to himself, yeah, he was small in size, big otherwise, but his work ethic, and he proved it every day at practice. That wasn't just him joking. See, it's a difference in a dog and an alpha dog. See, Boogie's an alpha dog. So that's what I want to clear up. So I wasn't worried about who he was going to compete against. I was never worried about that. But when he transitioned what he did at practice, like Prom say, you got to do it on practice before you put it on the field. He went out there and did that with the help of his teammates as well. You know, can't knock that. But as far as what he did that in practice, and it transitioned over into the game. And that was just beautiful to see.
Beautiful thing.
Awesome.
I think what he was expressing to you, Mom, was that understanding of, like you said, I've done this on this level. I've been doing this.
Yes, it is.
That light goes off, that confidence. I had the same thing happen. I didn't score 4 touchdowns in my first game, but
yes, it did. That feeling is the same.
After even in high school, I caught a pass in high school. I was like, oh dang, I could catch a pass in high school. I can really
That's big time.
That confidence to,
Right.
To just turn up even more. So I'm looking for. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No.
We were listening to you. Definitely.
Yeah, I'm looking for even more to come from the rest of the season and get even more comfortable. This game versus Stanford could be a big one for him. You guys are up there now. How is the atmosphere once again? And
beautiful.
Are you guys going to be in the actual game? You going to watch it from the stand from the?
Yeah, we'll be in the stadium. Yeah, we'll be in the stadium.
You guys watch it from the stands or the press box or where?
Well, we're gonna be in the seats because it's friends and family weekend. So we got a ton of people that's here. We're gonna be enjoying ourselves. It's my birthday today, and we're gonna enjoy ourselves and do that thing. We're gonna get in there and do that thing.
Happy number 21 again, big dog. Happy number 21.
You already know. Most definitely. So I'm praying that everybody's healthy. It'd be a great game. And I would be lying if I say I didn't put a prayer on there for my man to get in the end zone. So I'm telling y'all right now, for a birthday situation, let's let it rain. Let my man Boogie get in that end zone and do his thing.
That's right. And Coach
That's
Prime
right.
even said, it seems like every press conference he says that we got to get Dylan the ball more. We got to get Dylan the ball more. And I looked up the stats. I didn't even realize he was top 2 in carries right now, pretty much leading in the yards. But I didn't realize he had like 47 carries right now. I can't pull it up.
Yes, he's right around there. Yes, indeed.
47 carries, 217 yards, rushing, 4.6 yard average, 1 TD on the ground, and the rest of them came through the air. Man, that production is there. He's doing his thing out there on the field. Like I said, I know you guys are excited. You got a bunch of family coming through.
Yes,
what I guess after he scored these touchdowns today, we get a big win. What's the plans going to be like after the game?
I don't know. We have an Airbnb.
Well, I guess I'll answer it. I have no problem. So what we're gonna do? We're gonna regroup right afterwards. Okay, we're gonna come together and we're gonna run the play. So what we're gonna do? We're gonna eat. We're gonna talk stuff. We're gonna play some cards. We're gonna play some tone, and then I'm gonna call out anybody who wants it in dominoes.
Yeah.
But I always win. So I'm just saying.
She says that, but you see who's smiling hard over you. So that if you ever this way or around, we can get on them. We can get on them balls, no problem.
You know what? I get on them cars. I'm from Alabama, from the South.
Okay.
I know the West Coast do more of the dominoes. Even some of my uncles did dominoes.
Okay.
We do the spades and the tonk.
Yeah, you don't want it in the spades or the tonk. I'm trying to tell you. You don't want that. I'll send you a letter in the contract that has to be signed because I don't want you mad tearing up the house when you get whooped. You know what I'm saying? We're doing non-disclosure agreement. Just between me and you, we'll be good.
And I'm a dominologist. I just want to on side note. I'm a dominologist real quick.
I let her get that. Yeah, I let her get that every once in a while.
Do you smash them on the table when you?
No, I do it really nice,
Yeah, she do it nice. Yeah. That make you even more mad that she didn't smack it down for a 20. You see what I'm saying? Right. Yes, indeed.
Finesse.
Yes, she's more finesse on that. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Yes, before we get up, I try to get some questions. I'm getting a little bit of feedback.
Sure.
Okay. Let's see if we get some questions coming in. Leave your questions if you have them. It would be nice if Dylan would score a touchdown every decade for his dad's birthday.
Right?
Oh, right on. Hey, that's big ups right there.
That'll be nice.
Miss Patricia Campbell, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Okay, so you guys can see the question also?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, great. Let me see here. Shout out to y'all parents dealing with the purebred dog. Love his
Thank
work.
you very much.
Thank you.
Any other relationships? Any other relationships on the team that Dylan had previously with some of
Yes.
his peers or family?
Tajay McCoy played with him at the Bears. So Dylan played with the Bears from 3rd grade through 8th grade, 3rd grade through 8th grade prior to high school. And him and Tajay McCoy played together. And then Tajay moved to Oklahoma. So we came actually the first visit. His mom called me and she was like, we're going to Colorado this weekend. I was like, really? We are too. And we was always talking on the phone, trying to get them to play together in college because their birthdays are a day apart. They they're very similar, but he's like his giant to Dylan. But they're very good friends, and our prayers came through, and now they're playing together, and it's super cool because we get to see them every single week.
Also, I wanted to add to that, if I could, and everything. The Derby League there, the Derby Panther Junior Football League that he played for, and the luxurious, great Wichita Bears with the great Mark Johnson.
Yes.
So I want to make sure that it's love, and I want to make sure that they know, because it was a long journey, and if I didn't mention them, it wouldn't be right.
Right, definitely.
And you mentioned also his birthday was the Oregon game, correct?
Yes, it sure was.
September 22nd.
The 22nd, it sure was.
And I think I saw in either Well Off or Reach the People Media that you guys have been to every game that he's played, and that might have been the first one that you guys have.
The first time ever.
Wow.
It was the first time ever. It was bittersweet, but we understood the situation. It was pretty much out of our hands of the scheduling and everything, and we would have been over 10 hours on the layover, and
it was long.
It was a different type of thing, but we live and we learn. We prayed for him. He came out healthy, and everyone did. We didn't like the outcome, but we gonna handle that. We gonna handle that. We got time now. Like Pron said, we got time today. We gonna handle it. We gonna handle it.
As far as recruiting goes, nowadays it's a little bit different. These guys can text on the phone. You can get on social media, things like that. And of course, it's been in the news that Coach Prime and the staff, they're looking for, should I say, quote unquote, dogs on the offensive and defensive line a little bit more. How does recruiting goes as far as a parent, from a parent's perspective? Do parents kind of get involved in that? Do they kind of, how does that work from a parent's perspective?
Not really, but Dylan is a great recruiter himself. He knows a lot of players.
Yes.
He played in 7-on-7 for many years. He was addicted to 7-on-7, I would say.
Yes.
And then he played, travel football and baseball. So he knows a lot of players, and he recruits himself. And a lot of players that came that already committed, he took out as a what do you call it, a recruiter?
It is a host.
A host.
Recruiting host.
Yeah, recruiting host.
So he loves doing that. Gives them opportunity to learn more about those players and stuff like that. And like with us as parents, if those parents of that particular athlete want to have any questions about what was our process, how is Coach Prime, is he the guy that he said he is? Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am, he is. Hey, we can stand behind that wholeheartedly. Just ask us and we'll tell you the truth. Like he said, don't ask if you don't want to know the truth. So that's the truth that we'll be giving them. Like you said, we ain't selling nothing. This is the truth.
Right.
Can you discuss the decision of graduating early and coming to see you? It seemed that he was already prepared to make this type of move.
Yes.
It was awesome. I was happy that he was able to do that because of the fact that he was able to come and learn the plays, learn the playbook, gain more strength, learn just kind of before football season started, being in a school setting, a classroom, like having college classes before even starting football. And then he had the summer to keep lifting weights, learning the plays, getting acclimated on being on his own. That's different for a child to leave his house and be on his own in college. And so that transition was very necessary, and it helped him a whole lot.
So yeah, he And also he wanted to put his best foot forward to put himself in position because he wanted to start. And he knew it would be a hurdle. And Dylan's one of those, like I said, an alpha dog that loves to be challenged. And when he's challenged, he always delivers. And that's one of the things that is in his DNA, his God-given ability, if you will. And that's how we are. We work hard. We work for what we want. It's not given to us. And that's what I feel that is his biggest strength.
All right. How do the parents feel about the team chemistry, the chemistry on the team right now?
Oh, we love it. I love it. I love it. I think Coach Prime raises a challenge in everything that you do, which builds your character. So that transcends on the field, and it also makes you a better teammate.
Yeah.
So that's
they're really close. All groups are close, but then they're close with each other. So maybe the tight ends are close, the wide receivers are close, the running backs are close, this, that, and the other. But then they all, joke around and have a good communication and relationships.
Yes.
He loves all his teammates.
Yes.
And his roommate I saw him mention is Casey Wiseman, came over.
Oh, yeah, the quarterback
from
yes.
Georgia.
Yes.
A lot of times, from my experience, sometimes you'll see roomies be in the same positions, but definitely be in the same class. So you see them two freshmen rooming together.
Right.
He's staying on campus as opposed to off campus. How do you think that helps him transition coming from high school to college now, staying on campus?
Dylan is like he loves people, and he loves his teammates. The best way I can say it is this has been him all his life, so he don't meet the stranger at all. He gonna walk past you, like I said, you always say hello. If they don't say hello to you, that's their problem. But if you one of those upbeat type people, and they'll finally understand that he's just being genuine, that's Dylan, that's who he is, smiling and love life.
Yeah.
That's what I get from that.
I think this is a good question right here for you. How do you deal with all the media attention? You're doing an interview with me right now.
Yes.
Dylan,
I love it.
You can watch Dylan on Well Off Media on his own YouTube and such. How do you guys deal with all that media attention coming about?
Well, when he was in high school, because Derby High School was, they were like state champions multiple years. So out of his 4 years, he was a state champion 3 years out of 4 years.
3 out of 4.
And he played since he was a freshman. So he scored in every game as a freshman, and then he was a lead running back from sophomore through senior year. And so he always had interviews, and I think that's what helped groom him and how to answer questions. And his major is communication. So definitely at first he was like, I want to be a chiropractor. I'm like, but what do you do best? And so he's like, oh, that is true.
And he wanted to follow in Prime's footsteps as well.
And
So
he wants to be a sports analyst.
You want to be an analyst.
I can see that happening. I saw him mention that also, being a communications major, as I was also.
Okay, most definitely.
Yeah,
I can see that. I can see that. Yes,
I can see that definitely with Dylan also. Even though they say I had a face for radio, Dylan has a face for TV.
No, we get you good. You got me with that one almost. Big Chico.
Dylan is perfect for TV. What do you see him doing in the future after playing football?
After playing football, definitely a sports analyst. He said he's always wanted to have a career where he could wear a suit every day. He likes to dress up when he does or whatever, but that's just him. He likes to be kind of in the limelight. That's just his personality. He's he's an extrovert totally. You know, if you go to a game with them when he was little, we never saw him until the end of the game. They were like, you're not worried about him? No, they'll bring him back. Trust me. He's too hyper. They'll definitely bring him back. So,
exactly.
Yeah, he's a go-getter.
Cool. The number 3, how did he, is there anything behind the number 3 that he picked? Either you were that number 3 or how did that come about?
Actually,
my senior year, I had number 3 as a soccer player, but it was always 2, and then it was 3, and then Leon was 20.
And it was always the 2s. So Shador had the 2.
Right.
And
so he's like, I'll go 3.
And then he said he'd go 3.
He's like, yay, that's the Trinity. I was happy.
And he's an all-purpose player. So
there you go.
That's how we saw it, as all-purpose. But three's that hit, man.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. He's a heavy hitter with it.
All right. As we're winding down, few more questions coming in. Go ahead and get them in if you can. We have the parents, of course, of Dylan Edwards here right now. Great interview going on. I appreciate you guys joining us once again.
Thank you.
A few more left. Talk about his relationship. You said both sets of his grandparents are living. That's a blessing.
Yes.
Ones that I saw a picture of, which I could share on here also. I see his smile.
That's my dad and mom and my dad's sister.
Am I the only one that has ever said that, or have you guys heard that before? I see his smile so much in all of you guys, actually. But
yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Yes. And so my parents been married 51 years, and his parents been married 52 years or
53 years.
Amazing. That foundation right there.
Yes, indeed.
Is great example for him to look back on. Real quick, can you talk about your I meant to ask this earlier, but when you went on your visit to Boulder, Colorado to meet with Coach Prime once again, was that like a reunion? Reunion almost. And what was your take on Boulder when you got there?
Oh my gosh, it's beautiful. I played soccer in Colorado a lot growing up.
Mm-hmm.
So when we first met, he said, "Where you want to move to?" I said, "Let's move to Colorado." Colorado? I'm like, "Yes, I love Colorado." Well, we didn't. We moved to California first. We said eventually we'll retire here one day. So when he chose Colorado, we went to 22 different schools out of 36 offers, and we didn't come to Colorado. So when he's like, "I'm going to Colorado," I was lit up. Cheeks from ear to ear.
Yeah, definitely.
Because I got my wish and didn't even know it.
And so I played here against Cordell Stewart and all those guys, the Slash, when I was at K-State. So I love it. It was like coming back and just checking it out, and Darian Hagan, and just rekindling those type of things and seeing them, and it was beautiful. But with Prom, he just brought Coach Prom brought a whole different level to it, and it was fitting. God got him in the right place, so that's where I leave that.
Now, as far as traveling for the games and possibility of moving, I know Dylan has at least 3 more years left there. Are you guys considering moving there permanently, or just going there back and forth?
No, we'll just keep commuting and everything like that. We never know what the future holds or what God has in store for us, but it is a possibility.
Yeah. We don't make plans.
Yeah, we don't make plans. We let God do the plans. We make goals. Because we'll make the goal all day, but if we make a plan, God gonna say, "Oh no, that ain't for you. We gonna go ahead and put you over here."
So a goal maybe.
So we'll set the goal, and we can reset them things right there. We can reset the goal. So
and that goes right here to this question: what are your goals, or what are some goals for Dylan this season, individually, and maybe some goals as a family?
Okay.
Well, I know he wants to make Freshman of the Year, so that's a goal that he's already set before he even started college.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, to continue to be an academic of the week, student of the week.
Yes.
What else?
Speak once again. Yep.
Yes. I get exactly what to win the rest of the games.
Yes.
To win out. To possibly to win a bowl game, and bringing that more history to their situation here, with Prom being at the helm. Also, I want to see Coach Prom get Coach of the Year.
Yes.
It's just not our goal. This is just not about just Prom, but who Prom has touched. It's for all of us. So, like I said, we behind him on that, and just be able to God to bless us to be with family even more. So that's what our goals that we have for him.
And then also, NIL is really big with student athletes right now. And he has Run Dylan Run, which is a subsidiary of Reality Check Sports. So Leon is an entrepreneur.
That's what I do.
I'm a nurse. He's an entrepreneur. His clothing line is Reality Check Sports.
RealityCheckSportsApparel.com. Go check it out.
And then he made Run Dylan Run. And it's both trademark incorporated. So as well as a student athlete, it's a sign of the times to be a part of your business, to be a athlete, a figure of your brand.
Yes.
So to have him understand that more, because of course at 19 years old it could be overwhelming, everybody coming at you and everything. But for him to absorb everything and not to be so stressed out about just people coming at him, just take it one step at a time and understand each and every day it works itself out. So
yes, indeed.
Right.
Because he's still 19.
Yes, indeed. Now things I didn't hear you.
No, I was gonna say, if you see right above me, you guys can check out the website.
Check out the run. Hey, appreciate you, Big Chico. I also want to say thanks to Unc and Full Life Legacy.
Yes.
Big time. Very big time. We love them. There was family right there. And that's what we do. We look out for family. So it's a beautiful thing.
Let's speak on this. This might touch home to some people out there watching. Maybe some families out there might be going through some things. You said that you are an entrepreneur.
Sure.
And you are a nurse. Can you talk to us about the dynamic of you guys' relationship going through those things? Because I know entrepreneurs can go up and down.
Yes.
But you have a steady nurses,
Yes.
should I say, income. How does that dynamic work? And what advice can you give to others?
It was really interesting when we first met because that allowed us to move. I was a travel nurse, so that's how we got to California. And then he was able to work his sports apparel in California with ink printing, going to magic shows, this and the other. And then we were still able to move because I'm able to move because my job can go anywhere as a nurse. I'm a nurse, whatever I do. And his career goes anywhere because it's online. And then he puts different clothing, sports apparel in different stores or whatever. So with my, like you said, as a nurse, I'm able to keep my consistency. But then he's such a go-getter and his faith is so strong that it helped my faith to make sure that we both are on the same playing field. And it just works.
So to sum it up on my end too, so she's my biggest cheerleader and I'm her biggest yell leader. So that's how we switch that up.
Yeah.
You know, and so with me being an entrepreneur, doing motivational speaking as well, like with my wife, I invite her to come along sometime because it's our work ethic and she's a great motivational speaker as well, what we go through in our life and different things like that. So it was a win situation and having a background of athleticism, also being raised that God is first in our life. So with those things, with these young kids and dealing with the NIL, you have to understand that you are your brand at all times. And somebody is watching at all times. So carry yourself as such.
Your own marketer. When you walk out of your house, make sure you're looking presentable. My mom always told me, look presentable. She did this all the time. Look presentable.
Exactly. and like with our work ethic, we compete, but we compete on a great level to get to those goals and reset those goals to get to the next goals. So Dylan gets that work ethic from our entire family. Because the number one thing, a man don't work, a man don't eat.
Man don't work, man don't eat. Goodness.
Right. Yes, sir.
And it's great to have that support also from your wife and vice versa. Because you know you guys are on that journey together. I like that.
Yes, indeed.
Real quick, so let's go ahead and get into it. Let's do what you guys do as far as motivational speaking, marketing. Now it's your time. Mom, I guess you can go first. And anything you have to promote out there, anything you want to talk about or advice you want to give right now?
Just make sure, continue to, any parents out there with kids going to college, check on them, but then let them have some autonomy because they have to bump their head. Even if they're not bumping their head, they have to grow and learn. So I'm not the kind of mom that calls every single day. I don't. I make sure that we raise them enough to make sure that they know what they're supposed to do when they're out of the household, to be respectful, to make sure that they're doing what they're supposed to do. Because at the end of the day, if they're not doing it, life will pass you by. Time don't wait for no man. And so I always tell the boys, like, even when they live on their own, Kevion lived on his own, Dylan, the girls, I'm not there to hold your hand. I'm not there to do each and every task for you. And so they're really, even when they left the house, they're both of them really just independent young men. I mean, Dylan, he'll call us every now and again and ask us how to cook a certain food or something like that. But other than that, he's like, no.
Well,
I was happy to see me academic of the week or student of the week or whatever, because I don't just check on that every single day. Now I make sure I'm like, how's your grades doing? How's class doing? Because at the end of the day, he knows with his bottom line, he has to get a degree. That's not an option. It's a must.
That's a must. We have ours. You got to get yours.
Yes.
Bottom line. Just bottom line. So.
Nice. I like that a lot. You guys both have your degrees, so hey, you got no choice, son. You got
right.
You got great genes and great DNA and everything.
So let's make that happen. Let's make that happen.
I had a coach used to say, you have all the tools to get the right grades. Why aren't you getting the grades?
Right. You got to apply yourself.
Exactly.
You gotta
Gotta apply
yourself. You gotta
yourself.
apply yourself.
All right. Dad, anything you want to promote? Any shout
Yeah,
outs?
I want to do a couple of shout outs.
I'll tell you real quick. I want you to shout out your noops. Your
Oh yeah, shout out to all my noobs at Kappa Alpha Psi. Yeah, noobs. To all my noobs out there, love you. You know the deal. Catch me anywhere, and I'm gonna stop. I ain't a bougie noob. I'm a bougetto noob, but I will get bougie. There we go. So at any rate, I'd like to give a shout out to Full Life Legacy. I would like to Gali, like to give a shout out to him. I like to give a shout out to Coach Prime. You know, I like to give a shout out to the RunDylanRun.com, the Reality Check Sports Apparel.com. And I like to give a shout out to my mom, my dad, moms and pops, and all the family that has been with us this whole time and continue to do things with us and everything like that. And to Colorado University, because hey, you already know we coming. And there you go.
There you go.
Yeah, there we go, baby. And we about to get that win today. You know what I'm saying? We go. Go Buffs! Go Buffs, baby.
Go Buffs.
Go Buffs.
Today, you guys make sure y'all tune in. It's going to be on ESPN. Kickoff is 8 p.m. Mountain Time. I think that's 10 p.m. Eastern Time is going down.
Yes, it is.
Another question. I always be trying to get out of here, but we got questions coming in.
I got one for you. And a shout out to Big Chico, baby. Big Chico Sports.
Thank you so much.
So you say the best for last, my man. So look, yeah, I didn't forget you, my guy.
Man, thank you so much. I really appreciate this. What do you guys think about the late kickoffs before we get out?
Well, let's hope it doesn't run into 1 a.m. Let's start off strong early.
Yes.
Be up at halftime by 2 touchdowns at least. So we're not even thinking about an overtime. We're just gonna do what we need to do, handle business, and go home.
Yeah. we gonna get it. This is the thing. No matter what time and with the time, when the time, however you want to put it, we came to play football and win it, baby.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? We got that energy, and Prime already called it. Let's just go ahead and finish out this season, see where we at, and go from there.
Lights, camera, action.
Yes.
Lights, camera, action. I think I know this answer right here, but I'll let you answer that. Why aren't you on the staff right now? Because they're saying they want to see your energy.
You know what? I'm always on the staff. I got a lifetime contract with Prime. He'll tell you about it. Salute to my man Prime. We always talk stuff, so he know what time it is. He ever need me, all he got to do is put that finger up like in church, you know? And I'm on the way down the aisle. There we go. God is good.
Oh, man, God is good. I thank you guys for joining me and taking the time out of your day for joining me up there in Boulder, Colorado. In Boulder, where it's colder, like I like to say.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Say the temperature dropped a little bit. It's going to be like 30 degrees tonight.
Yeah, it's going to be like 36, 33. But when we come to the Waikiki Island, we going to hit you first.
You make sure you do.
We coming to holler at you.
It's going down. Yes,
all
sir.
Right, most definitely.
Thank you guys for tuning in once again. Everybody in the chats, I appreciate it. Y'all make sure y'all follow them online. Get you some gear right now. Go to the website. It's going to be in the link.
Yes, it is.
RunDylanRun.com.
Yes, it is.
His dad, entrepreneur himself. We ain't have to go out to nobody else and ask them to do. Nah, we doing it ourselves. So
yes, indeed.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it. Mr. Leon and Miss Raisha.
Thank you so much.
My man.
Appreciate it.
All right.
Go Buffs.
Go Buffs.
And we're about this thing. Peace in the Middle East.
Yeah.
Where does that accuracy come from? Just is that natural? And how does he stay focused even with being the quote unquote backup and coming in and do his thing?
Yeah, so this is really an interesting question, but to me, it's very simple, to be honest, Chico, because I know Alejandro and we lived through so many moments with him, from soccer all the way to football in Lee County and then in Beaufort. He just think about this. This kid is 16 years old, kicking a field goal to win state champs in front of 5,000 people. And you see him on TV, cool as a cucumber. I mean, cold veins. The kid he has that. So when we went to Jackson, we were fine. It was it was a lot more people. I
Yeah.
think one day we had 60,000 people in that stadium.
Mhm.
And Alejandro, I mean, no, it's like he's focused, laser focused. He blocks that noise and he wham in the Southern Heritage that he hit that many. In Miami, his first game in college at the Miami Dolphins Stadium, he kicked that field goal. It was like a 40-yard field goal. It was his very first college kick. And he looks so smooth, so, hey, I'm doing the job here.
Yeah.
He has that in him. He has that calmness, that cold veins type of thing. That's why he performs under pressure. That's one of the edge he has over other kickers. He has that under pressure. I could kick this, no problem.
No problem.
Just like he did in Colorado State, right? He came in, he got those 2 kicks in.
Yep.
I knew he was making them in because I know the kid. He just don't miss, like he said, right? So he has that in him, that cold vein, the laser focus. He was very accurate in soccer. Don't get me wrong. He was very good at kicking the ball and from outside. He was very good at that too. Besides kicking hard, he could put the ball in the right place too. So he had that in him. But what I love about him is how cool he is. You could be talking to him right now. He could be kicking right now. It's the same attitude, same cold guy. Hey, I mean, I'm doing my business. That's all I'm doing, taking care of business. And that's why I think Coach Prime loved him so much too, that he's very consistent, across the board.
Even kill, as Coach Prime said, almost like he explains about Shedeur Sanders. Nothing gets him up too high or too low. He kind of stays right there. And that's what makes him him,
Right. And this experience, Chico, like I say, in high school, in Jackson State, kicking in front of that many people, other kickers don't have that type of experience.
Mm-hmm.
It's not as easy as it looks, when you kick in front of that many people, right?
Definitely not.
So that's the mental part that comes in and plays with you, but he's so mentally tough, that it's just enjoy to watch him play. You could take them whatever you need to wherever you want to. So it was a good talk, 5-minute talk, but it was great, and it was an opportunity for Alejandro to continue growing his kicking career and having a good place to continue studying. And both my wife and I were very excited for that opportunity, and it has been, to be honest with you, as expected. We know Coach Prime from Jackson State is just the vibe, the energy, the leadership, everything around Coach Prime is just awesome. And we're so blessed to be a part of this. Right?
Excellent. All right. So before we even move forward, we're going to step back really quick so that everybody listening in can get to know you guys, understand where you guys come from and your story. So let's talk about both of your upbringing and your backgrounds and your story, so to speak.
No, your story.
All right. So, I was
the
born
real one.
I was born in Panama. And I lived in Panama for the first 18 years of my life. My parents, my oldest brother, my 2 younger sisters, they still live in Panama. Just my brother and I moved to Atlanta. So I was born in Panama, and then I went to school in Tennessee, University of Tennessee. I went to school. I got my bachelor's in chemical engineering back in '97. And actually, on a side point, I graduated with Peyton Manning back then in Tennessee. So it was fun to watch him play all these years in Tennessee. But previous to that, I did my senior year of high school here in the U.S. So when I was in Panama, I didn't know any English. So my parents sent me to the U.S. to finish my high school, and I graduated in a small town called Madison, Maine, in high school, and that's when I played as a kicker for that high school team. I was the kicker for the high school team. We were state champs. That was in the state of Maine. I was a small town, Madison, Maine. And I was the kicker for them, and I had a blast. I learned how to kick a football. Never had kicked a football before, so that was fun. And then graduated from Madison High School, went to Tennessee to get my bachelor's, and then I started working for a company, an English company, which I worked for 22 years in several countries. That's why we were in so many countries, right? I moved from the U.S. to Mexico. They promoted me into Mexico. That's when I met this young lady right here, the love of my life. I met her in Mexico just for a full year, and then I got transferred to Honduras. And then we were girlfriend and boyfriend for quite a while I was in Honduras. So I was flying back to Honduras to see her once a month.
For 1 year, yeah.
And then we decided to marry.
He decided.
And we married in 2002, in June 29 of 2002. We got married, and then 2 years later, Mr. Alejandro was born in Honduras, San Pedro Sula, Honduras, and we were there with them. Then I got promoted back to Mexico. Spent some time in Dominican Republic, but I got sent back to Mexico. So Alejandro obviously went with us, and my two younger daughters were born in Mexico.
We lived in Mexico for 7 years.
We did in Mexico for 7 years. That's correct. And then I got promoted to another executive role in Brazil. So from Mexico, we went to Brazil and stayed about 3 years in Brazil before coming back to the U.S. back in 2016 as another promotion role with the company. So all this time, these 22 years of with this company I worked for, it was in these many countries, and obviously learned different cultures and different languages, and it was quite nice to have, right? And having my kids to learn both English and Spanish and Portuguese in Brazil was also quite nice to have. So yeah, that's an overall high level view of what my life looked like over the last 25, 26 years of my life. And we've been married since 2002. We've been married for 21 years. We were girlfriend and boyfriend for 2 years. We met on April 4th of 2000, about 8:20 at night on a soccer field. Yeah, it's a good love story. To be honest with you, we love each other really a lot, and we continue to have a great relationship, and we just really happy to have 3 wonderful kids, and living here in Beaufort, Georgia. That's where we live over the last 4 or 5 years.
Georgia. We're going to get to that. Miss Nora, can you tell us a little bit about your background in Mexico?
Well, I born in Mexico. I didn't have idea to live in another country, actually, until I born in Mexico. All my family is in Mexico until now. But I'm born and I grew up in Mexico, in Mexico City. I'm from Mexico City, and then I graduated in university. I studied business administration in Mexico, and I start to work like my normal life until I met him. And I go, okay, let's go to in a group, a very good group of friends, and was amazing. No, we didn't know about our story. We didn't know what happened because we need to be transferred. So we didn't know in that moment that we need to be together or not. Let's see what happened. And was amazing he traveled every month to convince me.
Sure did.
And that is the story.
That is a love story that brought you guys through. What is that? What did I count? 4 different countries, including the U.S. 4 different countries.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
5. Yeah.
5 with Dominican Republic.
Yeah. Yes. So, man, just like you said, learning different cultures, experiencing different cultures, and then you have your kids. And Alejandro is the first one. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So So, and he was born in Honduras, if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct. He was born in Honduras and lived there for really for about a year and a half, roughly, before we got moved back to Mexico.
Right. Then Mexico and Brazil. And so, how has it been going to a place like Beaufort, Georgia?
Well, when we first moved from Brazil to the U.S., we actually moved to Albany, Georgia.
Okay.
We lived in Albany for about 3 years. We were going to Lee County schools.
Yeah.
They took us in really nicely. We started, getting to see my wife and my kids the American culture, because they never had it. They only been to Orlando, to Disney, and that's about it. Right. So I was, I went to school here in the U.S. I lived in the U.S. for 10 years before I moved to Mexico. So I knew pretty well, and I love it. I really enjoy and love the culture here in the U.S. That's why I wanted my family to have a piece of it. And they had obviously embraced it, and now they don't want to leave. They want to stay here, and we're having a great time. But yeah, it's just that when we moved from Brazil to Albany, it was a culture shock, to be honest. We were living in Sao Paulo, Brazil, which is one of the biggest cities in the world.
Yes.
We're living in a big old building, like 37th floor apartment, and really nice view to the city and stuff. And now you're moving to Albany, Georgia.
Yes.
Right. So you know what I mean? The change is huge. Right. So we did that, and I was traveling a lot because of my job. But my kids, those first 3 years in the U.S., went to school in Lee County. And that's when Alejandro really saw American football live for the first time, right? Because he had this school in Honduras a little bit. In Mexico, had big school of soccer. And then Brazil, Brazil is the best in soccer. So all he saw was soccer. So by the time he came to the U.S., he was in a different level in terms of soccer. So he immediately got, he made the middle school team as a sixth grader. He was starting forward. He had skills. The kid had big time skills. And then, kicking like that, the way he always kicked so hard. He always kicked really hard since he was a kid. And that's when, a coach in Lee County went like, wait a second, hey, you kind of kick the soccer ball pretty good. Why don't you try this ball right here? And he was like, yeah, sure. And bam, there he goes, right? And, but his love is soccer. Obviously, he's been surrounded by it all his life. And that's how he got into the sport.
Wow. So, with your background in the sport, did you kind of, privy him, kind of tell him about football a little bit, before even coming to America?
Oh yeah, he used to because I've been in fantasy football for many years, right?
Okay.
So he always wanted to be, hey, well, I want to do this, do that and stuff. So I started to show him the NFL teams and stuff. He never really seen any high school or college football. All he knew was
Right.
I remember when I bought him the Odell Beckham, jersey of the Giants, right?
Yeah.
He was all excited about that, or the Russell Wilson jersey of the Seattle Seahawks, right? So he was like, oh, that's so cool, but he never really, we play in the streets, throwing the ball and stuff, but never had the chance to really put on the gear and kick a real football and stuff like that until we got to Albany, Georgia, which we had a blast in Albany. It's a small town, but it was great place. People were nice to us. They embraced us really well. We loved living in there, but we have to make the move to Atlanta because of my job. But we have enjoyed these 7 years in the U.S. so much, and we're not going to go anywhere either.
We are blessed with that.
Right. And so in Georgia, of course, they have huge football, high school football and college football traditions down there. So I'm sure that was eye-opening seeing that and seeing how big it was, just for high school football games and things of that nature. How was that experience, just seeing that thing and going through that in Georgia?
You want to say? Okay. So, hey, man, Chico, this is amazing. But, Georgia, we didn't know much about high school football. I knew the UGA because they used to play Peyton back in the day, right? In football. So I knew UGA. Right. It wasn't as good as it is now. UGA was, but I knew UGA, and I always liked UGA. I didn't really like back then Alabama because that was the big rivalry with Tennessee was Alabama. But Georgia, I always liked Georgia. The interesting thing, Chico, when we moved to Albany from Lee County in Albany to Beaufort, we were looking for schools in Beaufort. We were looking for a good school for our kids because we thought education was the first thing, academics and stuff. And my brother lived in Atlanta way before me. He's been in Atlanta since the 80s.
Oh, nice.
And I asked him, hey, what's some schools in Georgia that we could go? And he literally said, the very first school, he said, I think you should go to Beaufort. That's what he said. And we went, we drove, we went to different schools in the Atlanta area. And at the end of the day, Beaufort was the best deal for us. So when we came that summer to Beaufort, they already had the football team in place and everything. And then, we went to visit the Coach App, which shout out to Coach App, which is one of the best high school football coaches in the nation. So we went to talk to him. Hey, Coach, we just came in from Lee County. My son kind of knows how to kick. Would you give him a chance to? Oh man! And the coaches, Coach Davis, Coach, all of them were like, "Come on in, bring him."
Yeah,
we put him right in there. They already had a senior kicker, which great kid, Jaden became a mentor for Alejandro in that early year. But then that was a sophomore year of Alejandro. But then his junior and senior year, he was the starter of Beaufort football high school team, and he never looked back after that. He just he doesn't miss.
And state championships followed, right?
He got 3 state championships in a row. The first one he wasn't the main kicker. He was the backup kicker. But as a junior, as a senior, he was the main kicker, and one of those state champs went to overtime, and because of his field goal, they won that state champ. So he got 3 rings. I probably have them here somewhere. Yeah, he got 3 rings, beautiful rings from. He's just a winner. He's just a blessed kid, and we're so happy to have such a wonderful kid together with our daughters.
Most definitely. So from Beaufort, he did his thing there. 3 championships. You can't ask for too much more, and a game winner also. I think I saw that one on the film that he posted back in the day. So all of a sudden, first let me rewind because I see some questions in here. Let me rewind. Sorry. How did and I think you kind of answered it, but for the questions in the chat, how did the transition from soccer to football happen? I know you said the coach said something to him coming in, knowing that he's a soccer player, and with your football background, how did that happen? Was it an easy transition for him? Did you have to convince him, or did he already know, hey, soccer is not very huge here, I might have to transition to football?
Hey, he joined a club, a soccer team, club team. He was playing for the middle school, and he joined a club team in Atlanta. I think it's called United. UFA, United Football Academy, United of South Georgia. It was a travel team, so we used to go to Atlanta and play. And the kid was enjoying it. He loved that. He really loved playing soccer until today. I think you ask him, he's gonna go, "Yeah, let's go and play."
Yeah,
right? And he's very skilled on that. But when they made the transition, when that coach in Lee County recognizing like, hey, this kid got potential, he kicked that ball and he said, you know what? I like this sport. I really like doing this too, and so he started going with both at the same time.
Yeah.
And then, it became evident that the way you kick the soccer is different than the way you kick the football. It's a different place, a different way of laying and stuff like that. So it was because of the mentoring and coaching that he received from coaches that he went to kicking coaches. They told him, listen, you might have to slow down on soccer if you want to be serious about football.
Yeah.
And that's the direction we went. I know he loved soccer a lot, but he knew that,
there
The passion, exactly, that he has about football, about being a part of something special, and he lived that in Buford, and then in Jackson State, and now he's living in Colorado. It's just this thing that he has gone through every year over the last 5 years or more, because in soccer he was also winning championships and things like that. So he's been so blessed with being surrounded with really good people, with good
A family. This is
yeah,
a bubble
kinda like-
family. Yeah.
It's just, I don't know, Chico. We've been blessed with people being so nice to us wherever we have been, man. It's just really nice. In Jackson State, man, those people are the best, man. They were so
Thank you
sweet.
for all the people. Absolutely.
People in Jackson State
Another
were
model
so
for my
sweet,
son.
man.
Yes.
And they love Alejandro so much and stuff. And now in Colorado, they're embracing him. I see the people, how they talk to him after the game, how they want to take pictures with him, and how humble he is, and how, he's cool as a cucumber. Like,
He is. You can tell. And he is definitely a fan favorite since Jackson State. Before going to Jackson State, of course, he had to get a call from Coach Prime. Talk about his recruitment coming out of high school. Was he highly recruited? Was he overlooked? And then the call comes from Coach Prime. How did that happen?
Yeah, that's a good question, Chico. He had some small schools offers, about 3 or 4 of them. Nothing big, nothing huge. But when the Jackson State call came into Buford, they called Coach Davis, which is a running back coach in Buford. He pulled Alejandro out of the classroom. Hey, I got, somebody want to talk to you and stuff. And Alejandro took that call, and then they invited us for that official visit. I remember it was in November. It was a Saturday, because we play football. They play in the playoff. Buford played in the playoff on that Friday. Alejandro hit a nice 49-yard, beautiful field goal that day. And the next day, me and him went flying back went to Jackson State. And interesting enough, I didn't know Tracy Sanders was sitting right next to me on the airplane. I didn't know.
Oh, wow.
But I saw the 21 there. It's like, whoa, very pretty lady and stuff. But it was like, and my son was next to me as well. So it's like, wow, that's related. But it kind of got me thinking, wow, this is serious right here. This is.
Yeah.
So we went to that the official visit on that Saturday with a bunch of different kids getting recruited, and then the next day on Sunday we met with Coach Prime, and we literally had breakfast with him. It was Coach Prime, myself, and Alejandro, and I met him. And I couldn't help myself giving him a hand and say, Coach, I follow you through an NFL, man. You are the GOAT, the very best defensive back ever in the NFL. I mean, I told him everything, And then he started talking to Alejandro. Said, listen, we're struggling field in kicking special teams this year. We want to get somebody that we could guarantee would do good and stuff. We think that you could be the guy for us and stuff. And obviously, after hearing all that stuff, Alejandro went like that. I don't mind going to Jackson State at all. I don't mind that either. I love Coach Prime. Let's go for it.
Also, any type of because moving to Buford, Georgia, how was the Latin community or Mexican community there in that area?
In Buford or in Jackson?
In Buford.
Well, here in Buford, there's a pretty big number of people that are Hispanic descent in Buford. I would say probably, I think the ethnicity is like, I think it's like 25 to 30% Hispanics.
Nice.
Something like that in Buford. Yeah, not too bad at all. And but a lot of the kids don't speak Spanish. A lot of these kids speak English as first language and stuff. We, at least at home with my 3 kids, with Alejandro as well, when he go home, we're going to be talking Spanish at home.
Yeah.
Whenever we go out, we speak English, right? But at home, that's all we do is Spanish to make sure they keep those 2 languages in. But yeah, we in Buford, there was it's a pretty good size amount of Latinos in Buford. In Jackson State, not as much.
Right.
Not
I
as
was going
much.
to say in Jackson State, totally different.
Yeah.
They don't have that. I would even say like in Buford, you might have a fiesta type shopping center, you know, for the Hispanic community. But in
Yeah.
Jackson, I don't think you see any of that, right?
Hey, not that many, to be honest with you. But like I said, people, you know, when I was sitting on the stadium watching him, you know, kicking stuff, and then they asked me, "Who's your son?" And, oh, he's the kicker, and Mara. Oh, you know, and everybody became a family and right next to me, and I mean, I felt the love.
The love, that Southern hospitality.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Definitely down there in Jackson,
Oh
Mississippi.
yeah, it was awesome. Great
And
experience.
for me, for mom was the most important in that part because for me, I remember that Alejandro started to tell me when he was 12 or 13 years, Mom, are you ready? I need to go living when I'm graduated. What? No, don't say 4 years. Mom, the next year. It's only 3 years, you with me. What? No, Alejandro, you need to be studying here in Georgia. I don't want to go anywhere. So when I arrived that big opportunity for me, like, oh my goodness, Jackson is 6 hours away. Is you know, I'm very close to my kids. Usually I that part is I don't work for that because I love to stay with my kids. And was like, oh my goodness, is too far for me. It's another state. And I don't know nobody that, you know, is called like, hey, please take care of my son because he's my oldest son, no? But when we arrived was amazing. And thank you like a mom for that, for to take care of my son. Was the most important for me with the coaches. I told myself with the coaches, okay, I'm worried about that. I don't know if my son, please tell me that it's a good opportunity. I understand that, but I need to be sure that he's fine.
Right.
Worries, mom. It's with Coach Prime and nothing most important than that. So thank you all the people in Jackson that I feel that.
Shout out to those people.
Yes.
Much love to Jackson, Mississippi and the surrounding areas and the whole HBCU family that really showed love to Alejandro Mata and his family and continue to show love. So
true.
That little bit of that separation anxiety, I guess I could say, how has it been now? Because he's moved further west, and but he's still with Coach Prime. You still have that kind of like that security blanket, someone you can call on, someone you know that's going to take care of your son. How has that been? And did you even consider possibly moving from Beaufort, Georgia, or from Georgia to Colorado?
Chico, unfortunately, I promised my daughters and my wife, because we move along over the years, right? And I told them, listen, this is our last move. I promise you will graduate from Beaufort High School. So I got to stick to that promise. But certainly, it run through my head about, man, I would love to move to Boulder, you know.
Sometimes yes, sometimes no.
Yeah. Yeah, but no, we're here in Beaufort. We're gonna be in Beaufort. It's far. I'll be honest with you. I tried to see the driving of it. It's like 20 hours. So I don't think so. And then the flight is 2.5 hours roughly, but they get expensive pretty quick, those flights over there. So we're trying to be there for him as much as we can. It's sometimes difficult because, you know, the expenses and stuff, but certainly is farther from us. However, as my wife said, the fact that he's with Coach Prime makes a big difference.
Yeah,
because we truly believe I believe in Jackson State.
That's right.
We believe in Jackson State. Eyes closed. We know who's Coach Prime. We're fine, and he's fine. I know he's fine.
Hey, that might be another slogan right there for recruiting. With Coach Prime, we're fine. You
know? Yeah. There you go. Give him another hint there.
And we are fun too.
Yeah. Going back, I just did an interview with Caleb Mathis' mom, and she talked about staying engaged with her son throughout the college process, not really trying to be overbearing, but still staying engaged to kind of keep him on track. How has the transition from high school to Jackson State to Colorado been as far as academically for Alejandro, and how have you guys stayed in touch with him and engaged?
Okay. So yeah, you know, Alejandro and I, this is my first son, right? My only son. We have a really tight relationship, very tight relationship from from he was a baby. When he was born that day, I was there with him crying, holding him.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we're always being very tight to the day. We literally text or talk every day. And he knows my first question every time I ask him, hey, how's school?
Mm-hmm.
How's school? Because he knows, regardless of what his plan is in the future, wants to go to the league, which I'm good with. Hey, academics, make sure you continue. And I never had an issue with Alejandro. He was a good kid. Even before we came back to the US, he always had good grades. And he's very responsible with that. You're going to hear him talking about responsibility. He's very responsible about it. And he continues to do well in school. But I cannot help as parent ensuring, hey, how's school doing? How's it doing? Because I want to make sure that he understands from my point of view that school is first, right?
Yes.
So it has been a smooth transition in that aspect. He has done really well in Buford. He done really well in Jackson State, and he's done really well in Colorado as well. So his majors in communication. So you might see him one of these days doing the same thing you're doing.
Yes, nice. That'll be cool. I think he'll be a natural at it also. So
you saw him, you met him. He's a humble kid. He's down to earth, very casual. That's what we teach at home. You treat people the same way, regardless if it's Joe Biden or the janitor of the school. Exactly. Everybody's human, man. We treat everybody the same, man. And that's the way it should
And
work.
I think that he has a big capacity to adaptation. Because, I don't know, maybe it's a good option to live in another countries. And this is a good thing about the adaptation, you know?
It's a good point.
Yeah, because he doesn't matter the school, doesn't matter the people, doesn't matter. He's adapting and everything, and he survived, and he's more than expected all the time. So he's a very good kid.
That's a good point. I think that's a good point, Chico, because when you live in different countries with different culture, different people, you tend to see the world different. Right. Instead of just seeing this all your life, you're seeing like this.
Yep.
So I think that's a very good point, that Alejandro has that in him, that is easy to adapt in wherever he has been to.
Right. Being able to adapt. And like you said, that comes from being traveling all around. Like you said, not having those blinders on, that tunnel vision. You get to have your whole peripheral open to see the world from a different perspective. I saw in the Reach the People media video where he said, Darius asked about how your parents feel. And he said that my dad said I'm living his dream.
Do I know?
And I understand why he said it. I didn't realize you had a football background, but I definitely understand why he said that. Now, if you saw that, how did you feel when he said that I think I'm living my dad's dream?
Well, he said that is funny because I actually had told him before, like, son, man, when he was in Jackson State, he had a good game. He was the MVP at the Southern Heritage game last year, right? Where he kicked this, I think it was 3 or 4 field goals, and they won the game. So it was a tie. It was a really tight game against Eddie George's team in Memphis.
NC State, yep.
Yeah, so they gave him, I think it's this one. They gave him this FedEx MVP award because of that game. And after that game, he got interviewed and all this stuff. And I talked to him that night. Obviously, we talk after every game. And I told him, son, you living my dream, man. And I think he remembered that, and he hold on to that. But I'm pleased that he's living my dream. I mean, I love it. I think he deserves it. He's such a good kid.
Amazing. I love it. Let me see. I know we have some questions coming in. Can you tell us about your current family right now? I know you mentioned your 2 daughters also. Can you speak about them a little bit? And how have they possibly
maybe
okay. They are here somewhere in the house. No, they're great. Listen, this is an interesting thing. My daughter Valeria, she's a sophomore in high school. Buford has its very first flag football team this year ever.
Yeah.
Very first flag football team. And Valeria, as a sophomore, she got soft hands. She's a great receiver. So she made the varsity team for the first year, the flag football team. There they come. That's Valeria, and Alessa is a good basketball and softball player. So here they are.
Nice.
Hey.
This is the flag football girl. This is my little baby.
He's Chico.
That's Chico right there.
Chico.
How you guys doing? How has Big Brother been doing so far at Colorado?
Well, we miss him. I told him I didn't want him to go, but whenever he comes, he drives me everywhere though, so I kind of like that.
And he's okay with Coach Prime, right? How do you guys like Coach Prime?
I love him. I love him so much, bro.
All right. Well, keep up the good work. I hear about you guys being great athletes, so keep up the good work. Good to meet both of you.
Good to meet you too. Good to meet you.
Thank you. All right. Let's see here. Where can we move it to? We have some questions. We'll get to the questions in a second. We talked about JSU, Colorado, Coach Prime, and soccer to football and everything like that. I'm going to find some questions. Any advice you guys can give to parents out there who have young kids who are looking to be athletes and college athletes, but they might not have those scholarships coming in as of right now? What advices would you give to them as far as just trying to get to that next level?
So one thing that I think was really interesting, Alejandro, again, he has a good work ethic, right? And he won so many awards over these last 5 years. He was first team All-State in Georgia. He was Specialist of the Year, Kicker of the Year. All these things that he has won, he earned them with performance, right? But it wasn't as easy as that. Obviously, you got to put in the time, right? So not only in practice, but outside practice as well, you got to put in the time. You got to put the effort. You gotta always give a little bit more, get a little sacrifices in order to really, kind of step ahead or show up, Chico. So many of the things that we did, that I did with Alejandro, we went to different not soccer, but kicking camps, like kicking football camps. Yep. So we went to a lot of Chris Taylor's camps. We went to Las Vegas. We went to Charlotte. We went to Atlanta. He won one of those camps as a kicker. He got second place in Las Vegas with 500 kickers. So he had this type because, he don't miss. It's because he got that for a reason, right? He is very accurate. He doesn't have the longest leg, but he's very accurate, and that kept him, getting better and getting better. And he continues to work on his game. He doesn't stop there, right? So I would say an advice for parents is, if you really want your kids to get an athletic scholarship and stuff, you gotta put in the time with them. You don't just drop them in school, drop them in practice, and let them do whatever. Hey, if you had to go to Vegas with them, you go. If you had to go, you go. And be there with him and put that time in order for them to really step, notch a little bit better and compete in a different level, right? So I guess that's my advice, Chico.
And like our parents all the time supports. We don't lose any game of our kids, even with our daughters. All the time, we want to see all the time the games.
We support fully athletics. We support.
For me,
I think it's the best thing to keep kids involved into athletics. I was very athletic when I was a kid. My wife was too. So we know how important it is to keep them, into sports. I think it's very important. That doesn't mean that they're going to be a major star someday, but at least they got a good formation into the future, right? With these things. Yeah.
Just like even Coach Prime said, everybody won't be a professional athlete, but you can be a professional in life. And
absolutely.
Exactly. In your career.
Sir.
So,
you got it.
Sports will help you keep that focus, keep you, being responsible, keep you accountable. All these things will help you grow in life also. So
spot on.
I like what Coach Prime does with that. I had a question here. Where was it?
That's all right.
Gosh, I will ask this though, because I can't find my question. I'll get back to it in a second. I will ask this though. being with him being in Colorado, coming in with that competition, because I saw you mention competition. He coming in not given that starting spot, but coming in having to compete with another kicker, or should I say several other kickers also, who might be deemed better than him. He's coming from Jackson State. He might just like they thought about Shador and some of the players. Hey, they played at HBCU. They won't be able to really do it on the Power 5 level. But now you see Mata come in the last game, continue to do his thing. How does he stay focused? And this was my question, God, sorry. Where does that accuracy come from? Just is that natural? And how does he stay focused, even with being the quote unquote backup and coming in and do his thing?
Yeah, so this is really an interesting question, but to me, it's very simple, to be honest, Chico. Because I know Alejandro, and we lived through so many moments with him, from soccer all the way to football in Lee County, and then in Beaufort. He just think about this. This kid is 16 years old, kicking a field goal to win state champs in front of 5,000 people. And you see him on TV, cool as a cucumber. I mean, cold veins. The kid he has that. So when we went to Jackson, we were fine. It was a lot more people. I think one day we had 60,000 people in that stadium.
Mm-hmm.
And Alejandro, I mean, no, it's like he's focused, laser focused. He blocks that noise, and he wham in the Southern Heritage that he hit that many. In Miami, his first game in college at the Miami Dolphin Stadium, he kicked that field goal. It was like a 40-yard field goal. It was his very first college kick, and he looked so smooth. So, hey, I'm doing the job here.
Yeah.
He has that in him. He has that calmness, that cold veins type of thing. That's why he performs under pressure. That's one of the edge he has over other kickers. He has that under pressure. I could kick this, no problem.
No problem.
Just like he did in Colorado State, right? He came in, he got those 2 kicks in.
Yep.
I knew he was making them in because I know the kid. He just don't miss, like he said. Right? So he has that in him, that cold vein, the laser focus. He was very accurate in soccer. Don't get me wrong. He was very good at kicking the ball and from outside. He was very good at that too. Besides kicking hard, he could put the ball in the right place too. So he had that in him. But what I love about him is how cool he is. You could be talking to him right now. He could be kicking right now. It's the same attitude, same cold guy. Hey, I mean, I'm doing my business. That's all I'm doing, taking care of business. And that's why I think Coach Prime loved him so much too, that he's very consistent, across the board.
Even kill, as Coach Prime said, almost like he explains about Shador Sanders. Nothing gets him up too high or too low. He kind of stays right there. And that's what makes him him,
Right, and this experience, Chico, like I say, in high school, in Jackson State, kicking in front of that many people, other kickers don't have that type of experience.
Mm-hmm.
It's not as easy as it looks. When you kick in front of that many people, right?
Definitely not.
So that's the mental part that comes in and plays with you. But he's so mentally tough, that it's just enjoy to watch him play.
So he's earned the nickname Automatica and Mata Don't Miss. These come from, and of course at Jackson State, the only 2 that he had, if I'm not mistaken, I saw pretty much every kick, were 2 that were blocked, and that comes from blocking up front. He can't do anything about that. Same thing happened in the spring game in Colorado, and then I think one that happened here. It all comes from blocks. So if you have a kicker that's only misses coming from blocks, then I'll take that each and every day, and I'll get my line straight up there on the front. I'll deal with that.
Absolutely.
So
every time he get a chance, he'll deliver. Yeah.
Yes. So, but that is a tough name to have. Mata Don't Miss. Does that put added pressure on him? But it seems like he embraces it. Yeah.
Exactly. Exactly, Chico. It doesn't face him. He's like, I know how to do this. I'm not gonna miss this year. He mean it. You know?
Right.
So,
I remember in a championship in one of the two. I don't know. Can you imagine that moment, the final, that he was kicking, and I was like this, sitting in my seat like this. I can see this. I know that pressure on me.
Right.
And he's like, no, I need to film this. And every family was very excited with that. And okay, you tell me, you tell me. I was super nervous.
she couldn't even see it.
Exactly.
And I was having a blast filming him. Oh my
Right.
God, this is gonna be awesome. Just like in the bowl game in December last year for Jackson State, that he had to kick that PAT to go to overtime. It's a simple PAT.
Yeah.
Hey, but still, you gotta kick it in.
A lot of people fold under that pressure right there. We've seen a lot of PATs missed in that situation.
Right.
And after the game, my husband told Alejandro, like, hey, your mom even can't see nothing because was very nervous. And only he told me, Mom, you trust in me. You need to trust on me. Okay.
Nice.
My goodness. Until that day, he's like, yes, I need to trust in you. I trust in you. And I don't, after that moment, I can see anything. Yes, he's my son. You know.
Still confident in the football right there, man. Goodness gracious. So, and then he's not. You see some tall, big, strong leg kickers, so to speak, and he comes in and competes against some of these guys. He just doesn't see him, phased at all. 5 foot 8, 180 pounds, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he also said something about some smaller kickers in the league that he kind of look after or look up to. Martin Gramatica was one of them. Talk about him learning and just looking up to some of the kickers. Did you put him on to some of the NFL kickers, or did he just learn about these guys as he grew up?
No, he has. When he grew up, he wasn't really much thinking about kicking at all in footballs, because he only saw the actual kicking when he came here to the U.S. 7 years ago. So he liked the ODB, right, and Russell Wilson and all these big names, right? So kicking wasn't a thing until he became a kicker. Then when he became a kicker, he started following Justin Tucker. He likes
Justin Tucker. Yeah.
He thinks he's the GOAT. He said, well, son, is that who you want to follow? Absolutely. But guess what? When we live in Beaufort, and Morton Anderson.
I saw a picture with him. He went to his camp, right?
So he lived in Beaufort.
Yeah.
So one day, Coach gave him his phone number, and I told him, hey, go, Coach, talk to Morton. He could give you a few tips. And Morton said, you know what? I'm going to meet you at the field right now. Let's go. So that was like, wow, So Morton came into the field, and I was there with him.
That's like one-on-one training. That's not a camp. That's one-on-one.
Exactly. He gave him a few tips that day. He was so awesome. He came and say hello and then give him a few tips. I remember Morton when he played for the Saints or the Falcons. He had a leg.
Yeah.
Right. And
for a long time.
Exactly. So he lives here, and he took the time to talk to Alejandro back in high school and doing this thing. Those are little things like that you go, wow, man. He's in embracing this opportunity, getting to hear people with a lot of experience like that to help him, guide him, and become a better kicker, And he continued to work on his game. He's not done, believe me. He continues to work on his game. Yeah. He continued to improve. He knows he can improve in several things, and he's working on it to do his goal in the future to play in the NFL. But we'll take one day at a time.
One day at a time. Well, he's definitely on the right track to get there by doing what he's doing so far. He's going to get more and more opportunities with Coach Prime and his offense coming up to continue to do his thing. We'll go real quick to a question that I did have. Morals, your family morals. What are some family morals that you kind of instilled in him that hopefully he's living by to this day?
Los valores de la.
That
one? Go ahead.
No, for me, it's the most important. I'm very, like I said, very close to my family, and the values for me, the respect, the discipline, to think in another person first. You know, we are Catholics too, so we try to do the right things, and we think a lot in consequences. We think and we talk about in our table of the dinner, we talk about the consequences about good things and bad things. If you study, you can be perfect in your test. If you have a bad decision about this, you have a bad consequences about that. Right. So it's only 5 seconds to think about consequences, about all the time the truth, or to be honest, very important to values in is part of the rules of our house. Yeah,
and that goes in line with you said that it kind of goes into line with Coach Prime said. Don't let 5 seconds or 5 minutes of pleasure ruin, your life for a lifetime. You know what I mean? So those values and morals goes right in hand with this head coach. So perfect. We're 50 minutes after the hour right now. We're less than 10 minutes to go. Let's see if we can find some good questions right
Yeah,
quick.
absolutely. Bring them.
Let's see.
I see.
Recap. What do you say? Go ahead.
No, I see there's family from Panama watching this, family and friends from Mexico also in line and seeing a lot of comments and stuff. And it's just great support. We got great families, man, back home in Panama, in Mexico, and my family here in the US as well. They've been so supportive. And I'm not talking about Maras or the Vargas, I'm talking about family that has become family of ours here, that has embraced us, those friends that are really family now to us. They've been so nice. It's just nice to be a part of something special and continue to live in a beautiful country like the US.
Right. How did he arrive at an HBCU? I think we answered that earlier briefly. You can go ahead and answer that really quickly.
Yeah, we arrived here because Alejandro got recruited at a high school. Coach O called him in Beaufort, and we went and visited an unofficial visit, and then spent some time with Coach Prime, and the rest is history.
Yo Creole, I believe, said, how did the parents feel about meeting Coach Prime for the first time at Jackson State?
I was the only one with my son then when we had breakfast. I think I mentioned earlier, the very first thing, I couldn't help myself. Coach, I'm a big fan. I followed, I had to tell him the whole thing, But I tell you what, I did like what Coach Prime, this again, and such an awesome guy that he did. The first game in TCU in Dallas, we went to see the team at the hotel, and my wife went with me to Dallas to watch that game. And we went to the hotel, right? So we went there, and we were coming in, and Coach Frank was sitting over there, and we're coming in. My wife and I were saying hello to other coaches and players, and Coach Frank saw us. He got off that table that he was sitting on, and he walked to us and gave us a hug, and he went, "The Maras," and he gave us a hug like that to both of us. I thought that was really nice going across people like that, and he laser focusing on us, going, "The Maras," and gave us a hug, and hugged my son, and I love this kid right here, and we know how we feel about Alejandro, and it's just one of these things little things that he does that you go, man,
he didn't have to do that, and I feel special that he did do it.
We're in the right place, I guess.
And for me, like a mom, in that moment, he said, "I love your son like my son." So for me, it's like like I said, I'm very close to mom. It's like, okay, it's our son.
Yes.
a share son.
Right. That weight comes off your shoulder. That worry kind of leaves away because you know that he's going to treat him just like his own son. I like it. There was a clip that went viral, of course. I'm sure you remember this one with the C Senor, and where Coach Prime had him come up and speak in Spanish and translate what he was saying and say, "Give me my theme music." When you saw that go viral, man, did you get a lot of phone calls? How did that change?
Let me tell you a story about that, Chico. Let me tell you a story about that, because this is interesting. That was the first game of Alejandro had, which was at the Miami Dolphins Stadium, at the Hard Rock Cafe Stadium, right? Against Florida MAU, right? If you, so we were there at the game and we were waiting outside for the players to come out. That thing that happened just happened, right? And he went outside to visit with us, right? So he's talking to us, you know, like, hey, giving us a hug. We're taking pictures, people taking pictures with him. You know, we're watching as always and stuff. And then he goes, oh, by the way, I just had a thing there in the locker room. You might see it later on. Just like that. This I just had this thing with Coach Prime in locker room. You might see something later on. Like, you know, no big deal.
Small thing,
Yeah, exactly. And we're like, okay, yeah, sure. And then we didn't see anything on that until the day after. I think it was, right? Yeah. That thing went viral and people started calling, did you see Alejandro? Did you see this? I mean, I was bombarded in texting and WhatsApp, and we were like, what happened? You know, and then we saw and we started laughing. And I called Alejandro and said, son, is that what you mean by this little thing that happened? Are you kidding me? You know, you translated to Coach Prime, and the way you translated was awesome. You know, I really enjoyed that, man. Wow. So that was one of those interesting stories that, again, he's so humble, so poised, you know, down to earth that, you know, those things are okay with him. Nothing big, you know, he doesn't take it to his head or anything like that. He's just a good kid. Thank God.
Okay, well, I'm going to ask you to do something. I just thought about this. I'm going to ask you to do something kind of like that. I'm going to ask you to translate to all of my listeners in Panama, in Honduras, anybody in Latin America or Hispanic background, speak whatever it is. If you can understand, let them know and translate for me and say, everybody out there, make sure you follow, like, and subscribe to Big Dog Chico's channel. Let's try that.
Hey, gente, amigos, familia, todos los que están escuchando, que están con nosotros aquí ahorita, asegúrense de ponerle un me gusta y sigan a nuestro gran amigo Chico, que es una gran persona y nosotros lo seguimos también. Does that work?
Sir, I think that gracias. I don't want to sound too. My name is Chico, but I speak no English. My father, no Spanish. I'm sorry. I speak all English. My father named me after one of his military partners who was actually Hispanic. I don't know exactly what country he came from, but he used to always tell me about him. And my name is Chico Rodriguez. And my last name is Cleveland, of course, but my middle name and my first name is a Spanish name. So
wow. Oh, it's good to know that.
That's cool, Chico.
That's my real name. So
got Chico in you then.
Yeah. So shouts out to my pops on that one. And next thing, I just need to learn some Spanish, other than que pasa and
Que pasa.
Yeah. So once again, I really appreciate you guys coming on and you know, having this conversation lightheartedly. I'm sure I had some comments that people are going to say, man, I didn't get my question answered, but it's so many coming through right now. I don't want to waste
Maybe
too
we'll
much
do it
time.
again sometime in a few months.
Yeah, we can catch up anytime. Maybe we have a big moment here to catch up and talk about some things and just move forward from there. So I appreciate you guys' time. Anything you want to add before we get out of here?
Well, just saying hello again. I know family is there watching. Saludos a todos. Un abrazo. We love you all. Thank you for joining us. And Chico, thank you for the invite. I think it was great. We love it.
And thank you for the big support for Alejandro.
Yeah, thank you all for supporting a good. That's mom right there. Thank
Yes.
you all for supporting Alejandro. He's having a blast over there, and he continued to be the guy. He don't miss.
And we wait for you here in Atlanta. Here's your house.
There you go.
I hear that, right? I'm coming.
Absolutely.
Yes. Thank you so much once again. I really appreciate this. We'll try to catch up with you guys coming soon. Hopefully we'll cross paths in Boulder or somewhere one of these games, and we can officially meet ourselves. So once again, we have the Matas right here, Ms. Nora and Mr. Alejandro checking in for their son, Alejandro Mata, Mr. Automatico. Don't miss. So the kicker for the Colorado Buffs, y'all stay tuned. We got more prime parents coming for you guys. Thanks again, and we out of here.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right. I'm back here on Prime Parents once again for another episode. It is me, Chico to the C, and the place to be, BIGGDOG, should I say. And we're here. We have a special guest once again. I mean, this one right here is I'm honored to have her. She has a unique story, being a football wife and a football mother. So we'll get right into it. We have Miss Kim Mathis, the wife of Kevin Mathis, of course, Colorado football cornerbacks coach. She's a Dallas, Texas native, best-selling author, public speaker, member of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated. She's an entrepreneur, podcast host, interior designer, addiction advocate, master of fine arts, of course, a wife. And the reason why we're here today on Prime Parents is she's the mother of CU Buffs freshman wide receiver, Caleb Mathis. So I want to add on with me right now. Give it up for Miss Kim Mathis, everybody.
Well, appreciate it. Thank you for that warm welcome. I'm glad to be here.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much for joining me. So we'll get right into it. We'll talk about your background a little bit, coming from Dallas, Texas. Can you tell me about what you want to share about your upbringing so people can get to know you a little bit better?
Well, a little bit about myself. As you said, I was born and raised in Dallas, Texas, so proud of the Dallas Independent School District. Shout out to my Skyline High School. And I spent all of my young adulthood and life there until I went to college. During that time, I really grew as a person because, as my story goes, was born to a mother who had a tumultuous addiction to both heroin and cocaine. So I wrote a book about that entitled Dope Girl that helped me navigate what it was like to live with an addict and the mental illness of it. And I used that adversity to be the very best that I could be. So that after high school, I went on to college and excelled in school, where I was, named to a host of organizations, and I cheered there as well. And that's where I met my husband, and the rest is history.
Wow. All right. So I guess we'll get right into it. Tell us about how you met Coach. I'm sure he wasn't coach at the time. He was probably stud football player. So tell us about meeting Coach and how that went, that love story.
Yeah, just real quick. I mean, as you said, he was a stud football player, and I was a freshman on campus. So, it was make me know, never mind. I was like, okay, he's a football player. But we had a mutual friend that I went to high school with who was also at school with us. And we went to Texas A&M University in Commerce, who was also on member of the football team. And so he came up to me one day in the cafeteria in the student center, and he was like, hey, I got a friend that wants to meet you. And I was like, yeah, I'm good. I don't want to meet anybody. I've had my fair share of, new introductions. So I think I'm good. And he was like, no, really, no. I want you to look over there at that table, and you see that guy wearing number 3? He just so happened to have on, his football jersey that day. And he was like, that's my dog, Kevin Mathis, and I want you to meet him. And I was like, okay. So after about a week, he set it up for us, and we met at a mutual location, and we just hit it off immediately. And so here we are 26 years later.
Wow, amazing. 26 years later, and 3 kids later, of course. And
Yep.
your middle child, your first son, is Caleb.
Yep.
Quick question. I didn't do this research, but it just came up to me. Your name begins with a K, Kevin. All of your kids with the K?
You are right. We are the K5 is what we call ourselves. So we have Kevin, Kim, Kennedy is my oldest child, and she's 21. Caleb, who is 19, and Cole, who is 17, almost 18.
Wow, amazing. All of them athletes?
Every one of them are athletes. My daughter was a competitive cheerleader for a while. She cheered at Xavier University for a little bit. She has now transitioned full time to be with us here in Colorado. So she's not doing the athletic thing anymore. However, Caleb is, of course, my athlete. And then my youngest boy also plays football for Fairview High School in Boulder.
Nice. So you guys made that full family transition to Boulder, Colorado.
We did. All 5 of us made the haul.
All right. So before we get to Boulder for sure, let's go to All right, so you have Caleb, and let's go back to the high school days. Or matter of fact, let's go early childhood days. How was Caleb as a youngster?
Caleb, as a youngster, was very, very quiet. He was always my mild mannered kid. Never was a man of many words, never was a kid of many words. But whenever he did say something, it was always something worth listening to. He was very inquisitive. Caleb is an analytical brain, as I call him. So he's the one who digests information and processes it before he says anything. So most of us do a whole lot of talking and not a whole lot of listening. But Caleb is my kid that is just the opposite. He does more listening than he does talking, so that whenever he does say something, it's usually something most people need to hear.
Right. So I'll take it being that analytical type kid, type brain. He was
Yep.
a good student. How was he in school?
So you hit it the nail on the head because he's an analytical type brain. He was actually very naturally gifted in school, especially in the realm of science and math. Caleb, as a kid, was advanced in both of those subject areas, and so he was ahead 2 years of school in both math and science. So even coming into high school, he had already completed half of his high school math and science requirements at his previous school because he had tested at such an advanced level. And a little bit further down the road, when he got ready to go to college and we started entertaining, the college entrance exams and all of that, he excelled really well and scored, an astonishing 30 of 36 on the ACT for college entrance exams.
Wow. Okay, so we know Coach Mathis's professional background, and
Yep.
of course he gets some. I guess we can go a lot of his athletic ability from Coach. Well, we know, or can you tell us about your educational background, which is vast? A little bit. Give the people
Sure.
a history of yours, because I'm
Well,
sure. Not to cut you off, I'm sure that's where he got that from. You're going to take credit for that. Let Coach
I
take credit.
definitely take credit
Yeah.
for that. I'm like, Kevin can't have everything. He does get his athletic ability from his dad, without a doubt. Now, I did cheer in high school, so I was an athlete as well, and I cheered 4 years of my college career as well. So I finished, my senior year of college, on the co-ed cheer squad. But as far as my educational background, like I said before, that was something that I always took a lot of pride in. I came from a real tumultuous background where my mom was a drug addict. So I used the educational piece as a motivation factor to get me to where it is that I wanted to be. So I was always, gifted in the areas of English and writing, and all of those things came very naturally to me. So in high school, I graduated with highest honors, National Honor Society. I went on to attend Texas A&M University of Commerce on a full academic scholarship there. And then once I left school, I was just a mom. I got married about a year after graduating from college. And because Kevin was in NFL, we were busy engulfed in the life of what a professional athlete was like and navigating all of those dynamics and living in two places at once since we're Texas. Now, the thing is, he was, his first team was the Dallas Cowboys. So it didn't, affect us too much in terms of, having to transition. But then just recently, I finished my educational goals and I went back to school and finished my master's degree, Master of English in creative writing in December of 2022. So it's 20 years down the road, but I was determined to do it and finish it. And so I'm really, really proud.
Wow, as you should be. I went back and got mine later on down the road also. So as you
Oh,
should be. It's not an easy process to do, and
no.
whether it's online or in classes with younger people, they,
Exactly.
So
Yep.
congratulations on that.
Yep.
Um,
And I have aspirations of getting my doctorate, but then I think about it sometimes and I'm like, yeah, I don't know if I'm really ready for all of the torture of, 15 and 20-page papers. So I'm going to give myself a little bit of a break in time to think about it. So we'll see.
and so that led to you writing your best-selling book, Dope Girl, and
Yeah.
talking about your trauma in your past, and like you said,
Yeah.
your mom who was an addict, and
Mhm.
all the things you went through with that. How did that affect you or inspire you as far as being a wife and a mother?
Oh, wow, great question. So, as far as my experience, normally when people are born into adversity, you do one of two things. You either fall victim to the situation, or you do the opposite and you try to find an alternative that has you respond in a way that's more positive. So, like I said, I use my educational, motivation, my educational desires as motivation to create a different path and a different life for myself, because growing up as a kid, I never had a real relationship with my mom because she was battling the mental illness of addiction. And I like to say that she was walking around like a ghost in her own body that we didn't know, because she was so unrecognizable from a mental and physical standpoint. So, with all of that being said, I channeled all of those lessons into the book Dope Girl, because it is my way, it was a therapeutic way of me understanding what it was like to live with other people's choices. So my goal was to write this book in a way that inspires other people to navigate their situation and not be victim of other people's choices, and to understand mental illness, addiction, I'm sorry, for the mental illness that it is, and not, just criminalizing people for being addicts. Because there's so much more that encompasses an addict than it is just, oh, we're going to criminalize them. Because nobody wakes up one day and decides they want to be an addict. Addiction is usually the outward language of an inner unhealthiness. So when we're unhealthy on the inside, we try to find ways to cope. So I channeled all of that energy and those experiences into my book Dope Girl. And whether you have been, somebody that's an addict, or you have any experience with anybody that's an addict, you will find yourself in this book, because it's so much more about addiction than it is about healing from within. Understanding, like I said, what it's like to live with other people's choices, and to create and set boundaries, for yourself, and then seeking God in all things.
Correct. Right. I like that. So
Mhm.
I need to put a link down below for the book for anybody who haven't checked it out yet. Get down below, get the link, and or hit the link and check out the book Dope Girl. So uh, into motherhood now. You have Caleb, your second son.
Yes.
Great student in school. You're recognizing all of his talents and capabilities. When is it that you put him on the football field, and whether it's youth league or whatever, and he starts to shine, or he starts to show these abilities?
Well, I will tell you what, Caleb started to show signs of a great understanding of the game early on, because Caleb's football IQ is something to reckon with. Though his physical stature was a lot smaller than most of his peers, it took him a while to kind of catch up physically. But Caleb, whenever he had the opportunity, he was always the kid that made the play at the right time when he was supposed to, because his football IQ put him in a place to where he understood the assignment, and he was always where you needed him to be. It's a reason why the coaches call him Mr. Reliable, because he's exactly where he's supposed to be, and he understands the game on a level that is just really impressive.
Right. Now, I'm sure that goes back to his analytical mind, but also how did coach his dad play into that, as far as watching film or something, or did
Oh
he
man.
watch his dad on TV, or how did that
Oh
work?
man. So Caleb has been watching film, I mean, since he came out of the womb. And it may not be the actual film, X's and O's that the coaches study, but he has been a diehard football fan, since we can remember. And Kevin has always sat him down, and they've watched games together where he's asked him questions about what the receiver was doing, what the defensive back was supposed to be doing, and what coverage were they playing, and teaching him different things. As a child, his absolute favorite team was the Oklahoma Sooners. And so for a very, very long time, he grew up saying that he was going to the University of Oklahoma. So every Saturday, without a shadow of a doubt, we were sitting at home watching OU play football, and Caleb had everybody in the house turning into Boomer Sooners. So with that being said, my husband would use those opportunities with him watching OU to really help him understand the game and break down what was happening more than just the receiver ran a route and he caught the ball and the defender was supposed to do this, but really breaking it down. Then it got a little bit more advanced as he got older, and we understood at an early age that he could understand football from a really intensive perspective. So then it became write it on paper, and Kevin would draw stuff on paper and tell me, okay, where does this guy go? Where does this guy go? And where does this guy go? It was, I mean, sometimes I'm like, what are we doing here? But he totally understood it. He embraced it, and it has definitely paid off.
Yes, and you can tell. Not jumping too far ahead, but even in the spring game, back, you could tell Shador trust him to be in the right places. He was there. He made those plays as a freshman, surprised a lot of people. And just being that steady guy and being reliable, like you said, Mr. Reliable.
Yes.
So did that go back? Did that start in high school? How was he in high school as far as an athlete? Was he highly recruited? Did people kind of overlook him because of his size? How did that play out?
I mean, you're spot on. Caleb, as a high school athlete, he progressed so much within the last 2 years. He was always the kid that you could depend on who understood it from a different vantage point. However, because he was a lot smaller than most of them, his size, I think, got in the way of people's expectations or perceptions. But I think as he started to catch up a little bit, they understood that this kid, has something and he has something special. So he was not highly recruited, I think primarily because of his size, but the more opportunities that he was able to get, the more people realized that, okay, we're overlooking some of his abilities here. So no, he wasn't highly recruited, and all he ever wanted was an opportunity and a chance. But because Caleb has grown up with his dad and Coach Prime primarily as his only coaches his entire life, I think they knew what Caleb was capable of doing. They knew what his skill set was and what he could contribute and bring to the table, specifically with high power staff like we have here at CU, who would put him in the position to really develop and grow as an overall all-around athlete.
Right. Stepping back just a second, though, at what year did Coach Kevin Mathis, what year did he start working with Coach Prime in the younger leagues?
Dion started a youth football league called Truth. And it was a high power dynamic, youth football league. And we traveled all over the country, doing tournaments and taking the kids to see, college campuses and different things like that allowed the kids a lot of exposure, that, traditional programs would not have allowed. And that program started in 2008. So almost 20 years ago. It's been quite some time. And so with all of that, they had a level of excellence and a standard of excellence from the very, very beginning. And those principles have been the standard, from the very beginning. That is the standard. The standard is the standard. And so even in youth Pee Wee, I mean, there was always a lot of discipline and lots of structure. And because they both, Kevin and Dion, are so rooted in the old school grind of what, football looks like, they taught that to the kids even then, back in 2008.
Yeah. So Caleb is the youngest out of Shador and Shiloh, but he's been playing with them.
Yes.
I can imagine since he was, even just
4 years old.
right,
Yes.
just a young pup out there running around.
Yes. He was on the little Pee Wee team with them, and he played flag. And so, of course, Shador played on a different team because he's just a year older. But Caleb played on the flag. But they have been together just as a unit, at least since Caleb was 4 and 5, as early as he could possibly playing Pee Wee. And then they progressed and they got older, and they were on the same playing field because they were about the same age. And then they went to Coach Kevin and Dion went to Trinity Christian High School in Cedar Hill, Texas, and then Caleb and Shador were on the team together, and Shador was Caleb's wide receiver. I mean, I'm sorry, Caleb's quarterback. And so he has some experience playing with him, just, as a freshman and a sophomore in high school until Shador made the transition to Jackson State.
Right. So that's exactly where I want to go to. Jackson State. Shador goes to Jackson State. Coach Prime gets the head coaching job. Of course, he calls his boy, Coach Mathis, to come along with him. He accepts it. Do you guys immediately move to Jackson, Mississippi? How does that work?
Yeah, the transition the transition was pretty fast because it was COVID, so it was a really weird, season. They didn't really, play a traditional season when they first got there, but they transitioned pretty quickly. And they got there in January and immediately went to work, revamping the structure, revamping, just their ideology for what they wanted to accomplish, installing their philosophy of I believe and getting everybody to buy into the mantra of I believe and exactly what that means and how it is beneficial when we change our mindsets and really own what it is that we're trying to accomplish. So they started that process immediately, right after he was hired.
Right. So for the parents out there listening, you might have a football or sports spouse or whatever, and you're wondering how do you handle these things. How is it having a husband as a coach and traveling these different places? Because a lot of coaches even go to much more different places than just Jackson and then Colorado with Coach Prime. So how is that just handling keeping the family together and everything sane? And because
Yeah. I mean, well, there's no doubt about it. I mean, it is, a lot, when you have to move, multiple times. Luckily, we're fortunate that we haven't had to move a whole lot of places. But it doesn't matter where they go. We're here to support. We're in for the long haul. They are awesome at what they do, and we hope that this train continues to go down the track. But in terms of not being able to, moving around so much, like I said, we've been fortunate that we haven't had to go a whole lot of places. But I will say that with my kids being a little bit older, it has really been beneficial because I don't really have babies anymore that I have to worry about, really suffering trauma from losing friends or being in a new environment or, having to start over. Because mine are older, they're pretty established in their friend circles and in their personalities that they adapt fairly well. And because school is pretty much online anywhere now, it is, a much easier transition than in the past or would normally be for most families. The only person that really had to do a little bit more transitioning was my younger son, Cole, who is a senior in high school this year because school is back in session full time. We're going to brick and mortar building. We're not, doing online, like we were in COVID. So he did have to make the transition of moving from his high school in Texas to a high school here. And so, but it has worked out just fine.
Yeah, leaving a lot of his friends.
Correct. So I mean, it's still traumatic, leaving friends no matter what age you are, but it definitely becomes a little bit more bearable when they're older, because you can stay in touch and there's FaceTime and you can call and they play video games online together, and so they find ways to stay connected.
Exactly. All right. So Jackson State, we're going to Colorado, and Caleb has a chance to join the team now because he's graduating and going to college. He's probably one of the first 2 or 3 guys we've seen on the well-off videos when they got there in the locker rooms and stuff. Became a fan favorite almost instantly. Just talk about the transition to Colorado and how has that been for yourself and the family?
Well, I mean, the transition has been awesome. I will say the people in Colorado are absolutely loving and welcoming, and we couldn't be more proud to be a part of this community where they are just embracing us with open arms, and everybody is here on a mission to make the University of Colorado, the place to be. So we are excited about the transition. It's absolutely beautiful here. One of the most beautiful states that I've been to. So I mean, hard not really like. I will tell you, I'm a Texas girl through and through, so I don't really like the cold. But I will say that it has been, so I don't really like the cold, but outside of that, it is beautiful. So it takes a little bit of getting used to. But I will say that, the people are nice and welcoming. The city has embraced us, and it's absolutely beautiful. Once you find your own community and a group of people that you can attach to, it makes the transition a lot better. And everybody at CU is like a big family. So it has been, it's been awesome for us so far.
Excellent. We have some questions, of course, I wanted to get to before we get out of here. So I won't hold you too long. So I'm just going to go through some of the ones that came through on YouTube. This is from Larry. It says, "How has your son adjusted to the demands of college football, both academically and athletically?"
Ooh, good question. Caleb thought he had it rough in high school trying to manage, a rigorous course academic load and, play football, but he had not quite experienced, adversity, or not adversity, but he had not quite experienced stress the way he had until he got here, because the demands are just so much greater when it comes to D1 athleticism and football programs, and then the workload of what the academic requirements look like on this level. So he is adjusting. I will tell you, as a parent, I have had to be on him more than ever about his grades, because though Caleb is very naturally athletic, academically gifted, he's tired so much more than what he probably, would have been on a high school program. So I have to do constant check-ins, hey, did we do this? Hey, did we turn this in? Hey, send me this. Let's look over and make sure you did everything that you're supposed to do. Was this one on time? Just trying to keep him afloat and holding him responsible and accountable for what his, academic responsibilities are, because we're a student first, and not an athlete, but we're a student first. And so he's adjusting much better this semester because he's had the spring underneath him and now he understands what to expect. But it has been difficult just from a workload standpoint on both sides, on the football side and the academic side.
Great. Well, I'm glad you said that and explained that like that, so that for the parents out there listening of athletes, the workload is something that is going to be more of like the shock or the culture shock for the young players coming in. So for all the grief and stuff that the freshmen have been getting recently, for whether it's being late, on time, whatever it is, parents have to probably help out some too. What advice would you give to some parents of freshman athletes, no matter where they are, whether Colorado or anywhere? What advice would you give to them?
Well, my advice is to stay engaged. I know we think that once they get to college that we have set them up for success and that they are equipped to kind of handle things on their own. But when it comes to college in general, that freshman year is such a year of growth and transition that we really have to kind of coddle them a little bit through it, just to make sure that they understand what is expected. Because what you don't want to do is cause any strife or disadvantage in your freshman year, because then you'll be spending the rest of your academic career or the rest of your athletic career trying to recoup from whatever mistakes that you made. So as a parent, what I try to do is just really hone in on what Caleb's responsibilities are. And I try to make sure that I do weekly and daily check-ins with him to make sure that he's making a list and he's checking it twice, and that he's visiting his academic advisor, and that he's taking advantage of those tutoring sessions, and that he's doing everything that he's supposed to do, because nobody is going to worry about, in a few years, Caleb's a great football player, but I also want Caleb to finish what he came here for, which was also to earn a degree. And so just as a parent, because that is so pivotal to us and pivotal in my household, I want to make sure that I do everything that I can to hold him accountable. Now, I will admit he doesn't like it because in some regards he may feel like I'm babying him, but I know that at the end of the day, he'll be happy that I stayed on him and didn't just leave him to his own devices because, because Power 5 is demanding, these kids are tired. They're exhausted. He did a video on one of his YouTube channels where it was a day in the life. And I think he started at 5:30 a.m. and he didn't get home till 9:30 or 10 a.m. So you talk about 13 and 14-hour days for these kids most of the time. So finding the energy just to do what they have to do is a chore in itself. It's not that they can't, it's not that they're incapable, but it takes a matter of mental toughness and adjusting to where they understand what is expected. And no matter how tired or how frustrated they are, that they get it done. So my advice to parents is to make sure that you stay engaged. Don't leave your kids to their own devices. Check, and double check.
I think that answers the second question of how do you manage communication with your son, especially during the busy football season, to ensure a healthy parent-child relationship. I think that's kind of answering it right there. Just staying involved, staying engaged each and every day. You can stand on top of things, just making sure that he's being responsible.
We text a lot, back and forth. And, sometimes I can always tell whether he's in class or in a meeting or, at practice or something, depending on how quickly he responds to me. But I text him often to make sure that he's good. And my question is always, you good, sunshine? You good, sunshine? To make sure that he knows I'm here to help you and assist you in whatever way that, you need me. So I try to keep the lines of communication open. Don't just talk to him all the time about football or school, but check in for his mental health and his mental well-being too, and just to make sure that he's handling everything, in a healthy way.
Right. Lighter question. Did Caleb play multiple sports coming up?
He did, actually. He did. He played basketball and he played baseball and he did a little bit of track. He wasn't a sprinter, of course. Caleb was more of a distance runner. So he did the 800 and the mile a couple of times. He was pretty successful at that. And he played basketball all the way up until about his freshman year of high school. And then that's when he decided that he was going to be exclusively football and concentrate on that wholeheartedly. But he did. He played soccer as well. He was a great little soccer player.
I was going to say, I thought
great little soccer player. He was very nifty.
You can see that with his moves on the field. I was going to
say, he was a great little soccer player. I almost forgot about that. But yes, so he played soccer, baseball, and basketball.
Right. Okay. How do you handle game day emotions, and what rituals or traditions do you have to stay positive and engaged?
Ooh, that's a good one. These game day emotions, I tell you, they take me back to the days of the NFL when my husband was playing in the NFL, and you just have those nervous jitters because you want them to do well and you want them to have some success, and you want my child and every coach out there to walk off healthy, and injury free. And so game day jitters, I really just try to hone in on the fact that God has called him to such a time as this. And he has groomed him to be, in this situation and with this opportunity. And though he's still waiting for, his opportunity to break out at wideout, we know that it's coming and that he will be there eventually because Caleb plays inside, not outside. But right now he's taking advantage of his opportunity on special teams and he's doing well on the kickoff team. So managing my game day stress, when we get ready to kick off, I'm just like, Lord, don't let him miss the block. Don't let him miss the tackle. Just let him be successful and in the right place and focused to where he can execute exactly what it is we know he's capable of doing.
And side note, he made the first tackle in the TCU game on the kickoff.
He did. The very first tackle of the primetime era.
Prime era, yep. That's for that. That special teams is important also. A lot of people don't realize how important special teams are. It's the third element of the ball game. It can as we've seen this year, it can sway the ball game one way or the other.
Yes, it can.
And
Yes.
most NFL players have played special teams at some point in college, and sometimes they come into the league playing
Yes.
special teams. So that's
Yes.
very important.
My husband has instilled in Caleb that you have to play special teams and be well-rounded in order to hone skills in other areas. That
Mhm.
special teams is just as important in anything else, and you use that to your advantage, to just take advantage of your opportunity. And I will say that Caleb has been the epitome of what it means to take advantage of his opportunity.
Right. I would say this: he probably went through some of the things that Shador and Shiloh went through. And we saw Coach Prime say how he had to go through, or the kids had to go through coming up being NFL's son, pro player son, or you're
Yes.
given this, you're not that good. How
Yes.
has Caleb had to deal with that coming up, and how has Coach Mathis dealt with that and tried to keep his confidence up, so to speak?
Oh my
If he had
goodness.
to.
Well, that's a really interesting question because you're right. There's so much the level of scrutiny for athletes, kids is, 10 times what it would be a normal child,
Right.
just because of the level of expectations. But we have to be careful not to associate or identify the kid with their father and who they are, their skill set. Yes, they are of the same pedigree. Yes, most of them are insanely talented, but there are most of the time they do have their own identities. And so I really appreciate the fact that though uh, that Mathis name has always, kind of been something that has swirled around, Caleb his entire athletic career, that he has been open to standing up to the challenge and just accepting himself for what he knows that he can do, being confident in his own skill set and not allowing, his dad's success to infiltrate, how he goes about conducting his business because Caleb is not a DB like Kevin was. Kevin was a DB, and Caleb decided to play on the offensive side of the ball, which he felt like was a better fit for him and a better fit for his skill set.
Right.
So, with that being said, it is awesome that, he's had my husband and Coach Prime to pour so much knowledge into him his entire life, since they basically are the only two coaches he's had most of his life growing up. But I think Caleb has handled it very well, what it's like to be a coach's kid because he's just confident in who he is. He does what it is that he knows how to do, and he doesn't allow, that to anything else to deter him.
Right. I'm going to paraphrase this question because I think it's a good one. But I've seen a couple pictures with you with some of the other players' moms. I've seen you with Miss Tracy also. How has that relationship been? Just fostering relationship with the other wives and player moms and things of that nature. How has that been?
I mean, I absolutely love the camaraderie amongst the women. It allows us to have a safe space where we can, lean on each other and just trying to understand what football means. Because to us, football is just not something they do. It's a ginormous part of our lives.
Yeah.
So I love the ability to be able to lean on other parents and other women who are in this arena who can understand challenges that other women who are not in this world might not be able to understand what those pressures are or what those expectations are or what daily life is like, making sure that we have created, nice home environments and that, we have, all the tools that we need to be successful. So I appreciate all the village of women who are pouring into my life and that I can call at the drop of a dime, because for us mothers who have kids that are out there, we all just want them to be successful and we all want them to, just have the best experience possible. So being able to call another sister who understands is just, a lifeline that we can't take for granted.
Okay. All right, we're gonna we at what 39 minutes right now. Make sure you guys get down in the comments and let us know what you think about this. Also, get in the link below. You can get Miss Kim Mathis's best-selling book also called Dope Girl, and support Caleb in his NIL situation with the jerseys and things at the Colorado NIL store. I have a link down below for that also. How cool is it to see and to be able to purchase gear with the name on the back and your son's number. How cool is that for the NIL nowadays?
I mean, when I tell you, it is definitely strange and weird. I mean, you see other people doing it from other programs prior to Caleb becoming a college athlete and, you know, making it to this level and having the opportunity to, you know, make an impact here, have his own experience here. You see players or parents, you know, with their kids' jerseys on, and it, you know, it's awesome. But being able to experience it, I will tell you, it is a little bit weird because I'm like, I cannot believe that I could click on a link and my child's name is on the back of his jersey, and I didn't go make it myself.
Right. Like back in the day, that's what we had to do, right? You had to go make it yourself.
Exactly. I mean, it's just something to be proud of that, you know, God is giving him this unbelievable opportunity, and that in the world of NIL that he can actually benefit in some small way from, you know, his name and his image and his likeness, so that, you know, he can just continue to do great things. So I am stoked about it, and it is definitely weird. I'm glad I don't have to make them myself anymore.
All right. What are some of the off-field skills and or qualities you believe are important for your son's success, both in football and in life?
Ooh, some off the field skills. One of the main things I would say would be time management. His time management is literally everything, and learning to alleviate procrastination. But all of that comes with first a changed mindset, you know, and just understanding that if I've got to change mindset and I understand that time is valuable and it is the one commodity that we can't get more of. It's the one thing that we can't get back, that you take advantage of your time and that you use it wisely. So understanding the value of time and how to prioritize that is something that I think is most beneficial on and off the field, and learning how to alleviate distractions and that lead to procrastination. But all of those things start with a mindset and understanding the value in all of that first.
Amazing. I like that. So speaking of mindset, let's get into Coach Prime and how he has changed the mindset of everybody who's know anything about something about Colorado football.
Right.
He's come in there and done amazing things. Your husband's right there with him. Caleb's been a part of it. How has he been experiencing this and being a part of it also?
I
Just seeing
mean,
it unfold in front of you.
this is not new. This is exactly who Coach Prime is. This is who he is at his core. He is a fire starter, and he will go and reignite a flame anywhere that he goes. We don't call him Prime Time for nothing.
Right.
My husband has a 27-year relationship with Dion because they started out as teammates together in 1997 for the Dallas Cowboys. So their relationship spans 27 years, and together they have such an amazing relationship that I've been able to see over the course of that relationship just exactly who Dion is. And Coach Prime is that guy. You know, he is a fire starter. He's all about change and disrupting the norm so that he can bring out the excellence and in everyone. And it's just a sight to see and behold. He does it his way, and he does it unapologetically, and he does it in a way that, you know, rears results. So how can you argue with someone who is so effective at rearing results? And so I'm just so proud to call him my big brother and to be a part of this journey. And we've been on this ride for a very long time, but being with him and seeing this is not new to me because he has always been this guy. And we have been believing since the very, very beginning.
Wow. 25 plus years. How would you say 26 or
20,
29?
27 years they've been friends and they've been together, and they've been doing things together and coming together and being together for 27 years.
Wow. Amazing. And going back real quick, going back to those 27 years, did you know when they became best buddies or friends or whatever it was at the time, did you know how this would possibly impact both of you guys' life?
Absolutely. because at the time Dion was the star of all stars, and he still is. I mean, there's no doubt about it. Prime time is prime time. But in 1997, when we first had started a relationship with Dion, he was a larger than life figure in the sports world. I mean, and he still is, but he was at that time specifically a larger than life figure in the sports world. So when he befriended Kevin and he was a rookie and he took Kevin under his wing, I never in my wildest dreams would imagine that they would still be this close so many years later. But the more that time goes on, the more I realize they were destined to be friends because they're so much alike. Their personalities are so much alike in the sense that they demand excellence and they don't take excuses and they value hard work, and that's just who they are. It's just who they are.
Okay. Last couple questions. I got one personally for me.
Yep.
Coach Mathis, his Instagram has fella on there. Is
Yes.
that like a nickname of his, or is that something he says a lot as a coach? Where did the fella come from?
Man, that's interesting that you asked that because when he was a rookie in the Dallas Cowboys, they nicknamed him Lil Fella, and no one other than Coach Prime is the one who gave him that nickname, Lil Fella, and it has just stuck all of these years. So he doesn't even call him Kevin or Coach Mathis. He just calls him Fella, as he has for the last 27 years.
That's a Southern nickname too. Because
Yep, because he was the little fella on the team. Yep.
that's not my uncle fella back in Selma, Alabama.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's your favorite part of game day with Caleb?
Yep.
Just over the years and looking forward into the future because he has at least 3 more years left. You guys
Mhm.
going to see this thing through coming
Mhm.
from the beginning. What's your favorite part of going through game day as a mother?
Um, as a mom, my favorite part of game day is just seeing him with his jersey on, to be honest with you, because it signifies to me that he's living his dream, that he is where he wants to be, and that this is something most athletes aspire to do and don't always get an opportunity to accomplish. So whether he actually runs out there on the field or not, knowing that he's in a place where he actually has a jersey with his name on it and he can put it on means that he has a chance and he has an opportunity. And I just love seeing him with his jersey on because it just tells me that this kid is living his dream, and I couldn't be more proud of him.
Yes. Well, thank you so much for joining us. We have 47 minutes. We'll let you leave with your last piece of advice to all parents, mothers out there, whether you're a single, whatever it is, you're trying to be an entrepreneur, you have things you feel like you want to do, you can't do it because it is.
Yeah.
What are some inspiring words out there from a best-selling author, a public speaker, a sorority member, entrepreneur, podcast host, designer, and so many other things?
Yeah.
What are your advice?
Well, my advice would be to just do it afraid. I literally live my life by the mantra, do it afraid. No matter what it is, there will always be challenges or obstacles, whether it's parenting, whether it's trying to calm down an anxious athlete, whether it's battling an illness or a bad relationship or financial problems or a lost job, whatever it might be, there is always a way to leave that situation. And no matter how big or how scary it seems, do it afraid because your healing and your breakthrough could be on the other side of that fear. So I just encourage you, no matter what it is that you're facing in this life, whatever your challenge is, just step out on faith, trust God, and do it afraid.
Do it afraid because your healing and blessing could be on that other side.
Exactly.
Man,
Yeah.
I like that. That's something to live by. We've been getting some great advice from the moms on here, these prime parents that we've been having. I'm super excited about this, and I really appreciate you guys for joining me. I appreciate you for coming on and just lending your time to me because, like you said earlier, time is something you can't get back.
That's it. Well, I appreciate you so much for having me, and I want to congratulate you on this new platform and for stepping out there into a new arena and taking that step to be different and to be authentic. This is an awesome opportunity for you, and I just wish you nothing but the best. And thank you so much for having me on.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Blessings to you. This is another edition, Prime Parents. I'm Chico. My guest has been Miss Kim Mathis. I really appreciate you guys. Check her out online at any time. She is a public figure, so you can find her on Instagram. Right? Give them your Instagram. Let them know where they can find you at before you get out of
My Instagram handle is _Kim Mathis.
_Kim Mathis.
Wait, hold on.
Make sure it's right.
Let me double check because I think I changed. No, I'm so sorry. It is Kim Mathis _ Kim Mathis _ So sorry. On Instagram. Yes.
No worries. We'll put it right here. Kim Mathis _ Y'all make sure y'all follow. We appreciate you guys tuning in. Much more to come. Prime Parents. I'm Chico. We out of this thing. Thank you guys for joining us. Called Dope Girl. And support Caleb in his NIL situation with the jerseys and things at the Colorado NIL store. I have a link down below for that also. How cool is it to see and to be able to purchase gear with the name on the back and your son's number? How cool is that for the NIL nowadays?
I mean, when I tell you, it is definitely strange and weird. I mean, you see other people doing it from other programs prior to Caleb becoming a college athlete and, making it to this level and having the opportunity to, make an impact here, have his own experience here. You see players or parents, with their kids' jerseys on, and it's awesome. But being able to experience it, I will tell you, it is a little bit weird because I'm like, I cannot believe that I could click on a link and my child's name is on the back of his jersey, and I didn't go make it myself.
Right. Like back in the day, that's what we had to do, right? You had to go make it yourself.
Exactly. I mean, it's just something to be proud of that, God is giving him this unbelievable opportunity, and that in the world of NIL that he can actually benefit in some small way from, his name and his image and his likeness, so that, he can just continue to do great things. So I am stoked about it, and it is definitely weird. I'm glad I don't have to make them myself anymore.
All right. What are some of the off-field skills or qualities you believe are important for your son's success, both in football and in life?
Ooh, some off the field skills. One of the main things I would say would be time management. His time management is literally everything, and learning to alleviate procrastination. But all of that comes with first a changed mindset, and just understanding that if I've got to change mindset and I understand that time is valuable and it is the one commodity that we can't get more of. It's the one thing that we can't get back, that you take advantage of your time and that you use it wisely. So understanding the value of time and how to prioritize that is something that I think is most beneficial on and off the field, and learning how to alleviate distractions and that lead to procrastination. But all of those things start with a mindset and understanding the value in all of that first.
Amazing. I like that. So speaking of mindset, let's get into Coach Prime and how he has changed the mindset of everybody who's know anything about something about Colorado football.
Right.
He's come in there and done amazing things. Your husband's right there with him. Caleb's been a part of it. How has he been experiencing this and being a part of it also?
I
Just
mean,
hold in front of you.
this is not new. This is exactly who Coach Prime is. This is who he is at his core. He is a fire starter, and he will go and reignite a flame anywhere that he goes. We don't call him Prime Time for nothing.
Right.
My husband has a 27-year relationship with Dion because they started out as teammates together in 1997 for the Dallas Cowboys. So their relationship spans 27 years, and together they have such an amazing relationship that I've been able to see over the course of that relationship just exactly who Dion is. And Coach Prime is that guy. He is a fire starter. He's all about change and disrupting the norm so that he can bring out the excellence and in everyone. And it's just a sight to see and behold. He does it his way, and he does it unapologetically, and he does it in a way that rears results. So how can you argue with someone who is so effective at rearing results? And so I'm just so proud to call him my big brother and to be a part of this journey. And we've been on this ride for a very long time. But being with him and seeing this is not new to me because he has always been this guy. And we have been believing since the very, very beginning.
Wow, 25 plus years. How would you say 26 or 29?
27 years they've been friends and they've been together and they've been doing things together and coming together and being together for 27 years.
Wow, amazing. And going back real quick, going back to those 27 years, did you know when they became best buddies or friends or whatever it was at the time, did you know how this would possibly impact both of you guys' life?
Absolutely, because at the time Dion was the star of all stars, and he still is. I mean, there's no doubt about it. Prime time is prime time. But in 1997, when we first had started a relationship with Dion, you know, he was a larger than life figure in the sports world. I mean, and he still is, but he was at that time specifically a larger than life figure in the sports world. So when he befriended Kevin and he was a rookie and he took Kevin under his wing, you know, I never in my wildest dreams would imagine that they would still be this close so many years later. But the more that time goes on, the more I realize they were destined to be friends because they're so much alike. Their personalities are so much alike in the sense that they demand excellence and they don't take excuses and they value hard work, and that's just who they are. It's just who they are.
Okay. Last couple questions. I got one personally for me.
Yep.
Coach Mathis, his Instagram has fella on there. Is
Yes.
that like a nickname of his, or is that something he says a lot as a coach? Where did the fella come from?
Man, that's interesting that you asked that because when he was a rookie in the Dallas Cowboys, they nicknamed him Lil Fella, and no one other than Coach Prime is the one who gave him that nickname, Lil Fella, and it has just stuck all of these years. So he doesn't even call him Kevin or Coach Mathis. He just calls him Fella, as he has for the last 27 years.
That's a Southern nickname too. Because
Yep, because he was the little fella on the team. Yep.
That's not my uncle fella back in Selma, Alabama.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's your favorite part of game day with Caleb?
Yep.
Just over the years and looking forward into the future because he has at least 3 more years left. You guys going to see this thing through coming from the beginning. What's your favorite part of going through game day as a mother?
As a mom, my favorite part of game day is just seeing him with his jersey on, to be honest with you, because it signifies to me that he's living his dream, that he is where he wants to be, and that this is something most athletes aspire to do and don't always get an opportunity to accomplish. So whether he actually runs out there on the field or not, knowing that he's in a place where he actually has a jersey with his name on it and he can put it on means that he has a chance and he has an opportunity. And I just love seeing him with his jersey on because it just tells me that this kid is living his dream, and I couldn't be more proud of him.
Yes. Well, thank you so much for joining us. We have 47 minutes. We'll let you leave with your last piece of advice to all parents, mothers out there, whether you know you're a whatever it is, you're trying to be an entrepreneur, you have things you feel like you want to do, you can't do it because it is.
Yep.
You know, what are some inspiring words out there from a best-selling author, a public speaker, a sorority member, entrepreneur, podcast host, designer, and so many other things?
Yeah.
What are your advice?
Well, my advice would be to just do it afraid. I literally live my life by the mantra, do it afraid. No matter what it is, there will always be challenges or obstacles, whether it's parenting, whether it's trying to calm down an anxious athlete, whether it's battling an illness or a bad relationship or financial problems or a lost job, whatever it might be, there is always a way to leave that situation. And no matter how big or how scary it seems, do it afraid because your healing and your breakthrough could be on the other side of that fear. So I just encourage you, no matter what it is that you're facing in this life, whatever your challenge is, just step out on faith, trust God, and do it afraid.
Do it afraid, because your healing and blessing could be on that other side.
Exactly.
Man, I
Yeah.
like that. That's something to live by. We've been getting some great advice from the moms on here, these prime parents that we've been having. I'm super excited about this, and I really appreciate you guys for joining me. I appreciate you for coming on and just lending your time to me, because, like you said earlier, time is something you can't get back.
That's it. Well, I appreciate you so much for having me, and I want to congratulate you on this new platform and for stepping out there into a new arena and taking that step to be different and to be authentic. This is an awesome opportunity for you, and I just wish you nothing but the best. And thank you so much for having me on.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Blessings to you. That is Miss Kim Mathis. Y'all check her out. This is not a plug for the book or anything, but I'm giving the plug in there. Get the book, Dope Girl. Also check out right above my head right there, Caleb Mathis's store, the Colorado NIL store, where you get his jersey and different merchandise with the number 13 on it and Mathis on the back. So this is another edition, Prime Parents. I'm Chico. My guest has been Miss Kim Mathis. I really appreciate you guys. Check her out online at any time. She is a public figure, so you can find her on Instagram. Right? Give them your Instagram. Let them know where they can find you at before you get out of here.
My Instagram handle is _Kim Mathis.
_Kim Mathis.
Wait, hold on.
Make sure
Let me double check, because I think I did. No, I'm so sorry. It is Kim Mathis _ Kim Mathis _ So sorry. On Instagram. Yes.
No worries. We'll put it right here. Kim Mathis _ Y'all make sure y'all follow. We appreciate you guys tuning in. Much more to come. Prime Parents. I'm Chico. We out of this thing. Thank you guys for joining. Into motherhood now. You have Caleb.
Yes.
Great student in school. You're recognizing all of his talents and capabilities. When is it that you put him on the football field, and whether it's youth league or whatever, and he starts to shine, or he starts to show these abilities?
Well, I will tell you what, Caleb started to show signs of a great understanding of the game early on, because Caleb's football IQ is something to reckon with. Though his physical stature was a lot smaller than most of his peers, it took him a while to kind of catch up physically. But Caleb, whenever he had the opportunity, he was always the kid that made the play at the right time when he was supposed to, because his football IQ put him in a place to where he understood the assignment, and he was always where you needed him to be. It's a reason why the coaches call him Mr. Reliable, because he's exactly where he's supposed to be, and he understands the game on a level that is just really impressive.
Right. Now, I'm sure that goes back to his analytical mind, but also how did coach, his dad, play into that, as far as watching film or something, or did he watch his dad on TV, or how did that work?
Man, so Caleb has been watching film, I mean, since he came out of the womb, and it may not be the actual film, X's and O's that the coaches study, but he has been a diehard football fan, since we can remember. And Kevin has always sat him down, and they've watched games together where he's asked him questions about what the receiver was doing, what the defensive back was supposed to be doing, and what coverage were they playing, and teaching him different things. As a child, his absolute favorite team was the Oklahoma Sooners. And so for a very, very long time, he grew up saying that he was going to the University of Oklahoma. So every Saturday, without a shadow of a doubt, we were sitting at home watching OU play football, and Caleb had everybody in the house turning into Boomer Sooners. So with that being said, my husband would use those opportunities with him watching OU to really help him understand the game and break down what was happening, more than just the receiver ran a route and he caught the ball and the defender was supposed to do this, but really breaking it down. Then it got a little bit more advanced as he got older, and we understood at an early age that he could understand football from a really intensive perspective. So then it became write it on paper, and Kevin would draw stuff on paper and tell me, okay, where does this guy go? Where does this guy go? And where does this guy go? It was, I mean, sometimes I'm like, what are we doing here? But, he totally understood it. He embraced it, and it has definitely paid off.
But thank you guys for tuning in. Everybody's tuning in, wherever you're tuning in from. This is a new segment we're starting. I am BIGGDOGG. As you guys know, Chico to the C and the place to be. And I got a special guest with me once again. And this is the mother of running back from Colorado, of course, the Colorado Buffaloes transfer, Alton McCaskill from Houston. This is his mom, Miss Monica Cox, guys. Y'all give it up in the chat floor. Give it up. Leave a comment. Let her know, say hello and everything. And leave your comments. We'll get to them later on in the show. As we'll get into her story, let her introduce herself, and we'll start from the beginning so we can learn about Alton McCaskill. Maybe some of you parents out there, you can learn something here and realize, hey, I have a special child too. This is how I can nurture that, you know what I mean, so to speak. So shouts out to Father Figure Apparel and everybody out there tuning in. We appreciate you, man. So go ahead and introduce yourself, if you will, and let us know where you're from and your background and things of that nature.
Sure. First of all, hello to everyone that's watching. Thank you for tuning in. What do they say? Hit the like and subscribe button.
Right.
So make sure you do that to my man, Big Dog Chico. Really appreciate you for the interview. Thank you for having me here, first of all. I'm Alto's mom, Alton McCaskill the fourth. And I'm originally from Wichita, Kansas. So that's where I got my start at.
Wichita, Kansas. Okay.
Yes.
And
Yes.
Alton and Alto, as a lot of people like to call him, as you just called him right there. Alton was born in Wichita also, or
Yes.
Texas? It
Yes,
was
he
Wichita.
was born in.
How
Yes,
did
he
you guys
was.
end up getting to Texas?
We followed a dream and a prophetic calling and message that aligned with everything I knew about him, and so here we are.
Right. All right. So let's go
That's
back.
it.
Let's go back to I would like to call I like to say early beginnings or early childhood days. Tell us
Mhm.
about growing up and having Alton and you know, his earlier days as a youth playing sports, and when did you realize he was special? Should I say, when did you realize he was different from other kids?
When he was born,
Uh-huh.
and almost when I was, pregnant with him, I kind of felt that something different. It was of course, my only child, first time being pregnant at that time, and I just felt I just felt something spiritual connected with him. So even in that time, so definitely from the time he was born, even my grandmother and my mother, his grandmother and great grandmother, kind
Right.
of seen that over him as a baby. He was very different, just very different. Yes.
Exactly. Was he always just a standout player as a youth athlete and things of that nature?
Well, when he first got it started, Pee Wee, not really, not too much. He wasn't the star on the team in the first 2 years of Pee Wee football. He got it started in Wichita, Kansas. So that was fundamentals, right? I always told him those are the fundamentals. Pee Wee is fundamentals. You got to learn the game of football. So
Exactly.
just go and have fun, but make sure you listen to your coaches and understand that. So by the time he became a breakout, when we moved to Spring, Texas, right outside of Houston, when he was in the third grade. So that's about fourth grade. That's when he got his footing, and he was playing both sides of the ball all the way up until he was in high school.
Wow. So a lot of
Yeah.
parents, a lot of young parents, you guys listen out there. You know, you have a lot of parents who be forcing their kids to do this or do that or whatever. Hey, some of them might not start out and be the best player on the team. I coach youth kids. I've seen kids who wasn't really good at all end up become college football players. So I was like,
Mhm.
you know, you can't try to force it on them. Some kids are late bloomers and whatnot. So
I will say that Alton had a passion about it at a young age. So I never told him he can, I never, even with my children, his younger siblings, I don't force them into any extra curricular, like especially with sports, or I kind of try to hone into what their interest is and then find the extracurricular that kind of fits their interest. So Alton piqued a very astute interest in football. Like he was wearing I'm sorry, he was watching YouTube videos all the way back then, of the old games. He was breaking down the old,
Right.
back in the 80s and 90s games, so, and he'd watch that for hours and watch interviews with different athletes, study Barry Sanders and, and of course, Deion Sanders and some of the other greats, and just really honed in. And once I realized he was taking it serious, I was like, okay, well,
Well, great.
Texas, here we come.
That leads me right into the next question. How do you feel like you kind of nurtured or helped him hone his skills as a young kid growing up? Once you saw those things, you saw that passion. What are some things that you did to kind of nurture that?
So, I'll tell you just one quick thing. I always supported him, right? And like I said, I believed in what, I'm a Christian, a strong, have that strong background in my family, spirituality. And I believed what God said about him. And like I said, the message that was spoken about him. So with me believing that, I wanted to make a difference and be a difference maker in my family. So I took a leap of faith and moved away. Just me and my 2 sons at the time. And we moved down to Texas to try to get a better start, to get him on Texas turf. I always used to say, no, I'm getting my son to Texas turf.
That's right.
So some of the things that I did when Alton was younger, he wasn't able to, he didn't really have opportunity to go to camps and get that additional training. He never did. He never went to a camp. Never had, even through high school, never had that opportunity to do that. So what he did, what I always did, like one time his little league coach was like, I don't know if he can really hit like that. This Texas little league coach. And I said, wait a minute. No, my son loves this game. He might just be a little nervous. It's Texas football. He come from Texas. He was like, from Kansas. And he was like, are you sure? He played Kansas football for 2 years in Kansas. And I'm like, yes, he did. So I was kind of like, don't tell me my son is like acting, kind of soft on the ball. So at the time where I took him to the backyard, wrapped myself in, so silly of me, but I wrapped myself in a bunch of pillows, okay, and got him secured on me and made him put his little, he wasn't in his helmet, but he was in his pads, and I'm like, if you can hit your mama, you can knock anybody's block off on that field, baby. So I kept making him practice on hitting me and getting a little harder. I'm like, no, get harder. He knocked my win out one time, but we stayed in the backyard doing that type of stuff. Where if he fumbled a ball, and he only did that one time that I can remember.
Mm-hmm.
I made him carry the ball around for I can't remember how long he did it at home. He had to carry it around the whole time. He had to brush his teeth with it. He had to fix his food with it in his hand. Yeah, I was just like, just doing what I can do, and that's it,
That's awesome, man. That is awesome.
Yeah.
That's dedication right there. He's gonna remember those times forever. I can tell you that much. You wrapping yourself up and getting out there and taking those licks. I remember my mom coming outside and hitting the baseball with us when I was little, and I just was amazed that she would swing the bat and actually connect. For some reason, as a little kid, you're like, your mom can't do that. So I'm sure that sticks with him forever. And he has a different. You up on a pedestal.
Well, I hope so.
Definitely. Not just for mama, but for doing that and showing that dedication. For sure. As kids, we appreciate that. I can speak from experience. Let me see here. Another question I had, as we get some questions coming in from the chat, so make sure you get your questions in, and I'll try to make sure I get them in to Ms. Monica Cox, who we have in right now, the mother of Colorado running back Alton McCaskill out of Wichita, Kansas, by way of Texas, and he ended up going to Houston. Now, he had a great career in high school. How did you guys decide on the high school he went to? And then once he started making all these big plays and stuff, and the college offers come in, how did you guys handle that? I know you can do one at a time though, but
well, when I decided on high school, I'll take it there.
Okay.
So I wanted to go to high school. I did my research on the best high schools in the Houston area to attend, and fortunately, the high school that we were zoned to, I did not want him to attend there because it just had a certain reputation that I didn't want my son exposed to. In that sense, we were trying to escape that reputation, leaving from Kansas and just, be a generational cycle breaker, right?
Right.
So I did my research and I went and moved over to, I found out that the best, one of the top recruited schools was like the Woodlands High School. Very affluent suburb of the Houston area. So I just worked my butt off and God made a way for me to find a home over there, a place for us to live in that area when it was like right at the end of he had to transfer in the middle of his 8th grade year, but he ended up meeting lifelong friends at that school. And he ended up going to that school and going to high school and playing ball with some of those same young men he met in the school. So, yeah, that's what we did. And we moved to that area and he was able to go to school and be zoned to a school over there in that area. And then when it came time to high school, everybody thought he was going to go to the Woodlands High, which, everybody was like, they're the top dog or whatever, but he chose Conroe. So he went, he was like, I'm going to go to Conroe.
We have Monica Coxendorf, Alton McCaskill tuning in and talking about their story, how coming up when she had to move from Kansas to Texas. And now Alton is in high school doing this thing. Ended up being a 4-star recruit, ESPN rated, and got highly recruited. How did you guys end up? I know I heard on Well Off or some media that was posted that he ended up going to Houston because he wanted to stay close to his mom, which is you, of course. Is that correct? And how did that decision come about?
I mean, that's what most people think. And by the way, chat, I'm sorry, my voice is a little hoarse, and I'm a little chatty Cathy. I can talk.
Oh no, do your thing. Yeah. They're loving it. I'm loving it. They're loving it in the chats for sure.
Okay, cool. But no, and I apologize about that. I thought I put do not disturb on my phone, but I didn't. So that was a call. My apologies. But we good now. But I'm sorry, what were you saying we were talking about?
Well, we was talking about high school.
Going to Houston. And now he's at Conroe and he's doing good at Conroe, right? And then we go into the recruiting season in the pandemic, which was a blow because he was looking forward to taking visits, right? Of course, right? And so I'm definitely at that time making sure that he's equipped with some necessary tools on how to make a good decision, an effective decision for us, right? He's looking at different areas. He's identifying the top areas that are important to him. And then he's, making notes under those areas and comparing those notes from each school.
Nice.
So that's what we're doing in the recruiting process. He's slimming down his list. And that, I supported him. I have anything to do with the decision because I wanted him to go to USC. Or OSU, or Houston was like, okay, I understand why you would want to choose Houston. He made a very good case for Houston, right? So when he made the decision, he had made a very good case for all 3 of his top schools. So when he made the decision to stay, close to Houston, it was the pandemic. Things were like thwarted. Everybody was thwarted, and my original and always our plan was for me to follow him to college to get him through this threshold. So I was always ready to pack up and leave Houston shortly after he graduated high school. And people used to tell me, no, and I'd be in the barbershop, don't follow that boy to college. Don't follow. But he chose to stay in Houston. He wanted to definitely make an impact. And I think that did play a major part of want to stay closer to me or to, for not to make that burden of me having to move and us make that transition in such a really different time in the world. Right.
Right.
And he loves Houston. That's where he grew up most of his life in Texas. He was born in Kansas, but he's lived a few places. We've been a few places. So he's had roots in Kansas but his majority of his childhood roots are in Texas. So
a Texas boy.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, we'll step back a little bit. Alton McCaskill the 4th. So he's the 4th. If you can speak on his father a little bit, I'm sure Alton McCaskill the 3rd, right? So is he from Kansas also? And
no, he's from New Orleans.
He's from New Orleans.
He's from New Orleans.
Okay.
Yes. And I met him in college at Langston University in Oklahoma.
All right.
So yeah. Yeah, so he's from New Orleans. So yeah, and he also did play football as well, all the way up until high school. And so yeah, and he didn't get a chance to play his freshman year. He was a redshirt freshman. But yeah, I don't know how that worked out then, but yeah. So, but yeah, he definitely did play football as well.
And since you also told me that you had your family has an athletic background also.
Yes, I have.
Make sure you go on to the Big Dog Chico page, and watch this full interview. This has been a Saturday marathon. Thank you guys for tuning in. God bless you and good night. Make sure you tune in. Thank you. Yes, indeed. Holla, 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 holla.